I traveled into the world of urban fiction and became the villainous lickspittle high roller. Not only did he go all the way to mindlessly kneeling on the heroine by Susu, but he was also screwed over by the hero Lin Yi. The most shameful thing was that Ji Feng ended up running off to be a follower for the male lead, Lin Yi. Ha! The villain? Dog licking? Yi Feng awakened the reverse attack system on the spot, and fought back all the way. Chapter 1 Crossing into a villainous licking dog. Whoa shit, have you guys heard? The Yi family's youngest master, Yi Feng, in order to pursue Bai Susu, he even invested a whole $200 million in Bai's group. Bai's group is a stinking chess basket, has been losing money for the past few years, almost bankrupt all. This is not a coin spill? Is this the bravado of the only son of a powerful family? Yi Feng, this loser thing, sooner or later he'll piss his dad off one day. It can't be helped. This can't be blamed on young Master Yi being obsessed. It's really Ms. Bai Susu, who looks too pretty. Jinling Business Street, meaningful Xian restaurant. Yi Feng was having dinner with Bai Susu and her girlfriends. Gossip spread like crazy. Yi Feng is the first broad young man in Jinling. A lot of melon eaters have come over to watch strongly. The investment contract, which was placed on the edge of the table, and the contract, which was worth $200 million, attracted a lot of attention from the crowd. Can the young Master Yi Feng drop $200 million in anger and win a beautiful woman's hand? Or maybe the lickspittle is actually himself. What the fuck? Am I traveling through? Yi Feng opened his eyes wide and surveyed his surroundings with a confused expression. It wasn't long before the memories raged into his mind. Good guy. I'm fucking straight up good guy. I've become a fictional villain lickspittle. Yi Feng was speechless for a while. The world he was in now was in an urban small white text. Unluckily, he had also read this brainless little white text titled Across the Flower Capital. It's about the story of the male lead, Lin Yi, who meets the female lead, Bai Susu, with the blessing of the protagonist's chi, and goes all the way to the peak of his life by pretending to be a bully and hitting his face. As the villain in the book, Yi Feng, although he is a high-flying man, he kneels all the way down to Bai Susu, not marrying her, but as a result, Bai Susu is taken up with Lin Yi, the indignant Yi Feng, to the hero Lin Yi to start revenge, but all the way to be abused miserably, by a variety of fancy face, and even be screwed up family. The worst part is that the female lead, Bai Susu, even said to Yi Feng, if you really like me, you should wish me happiness instead of caring who I like. With this green tea, Yi Feng not only continued to silently like her, but also put down his hatred and ran to be a little follower to Lin Yi. What a fracking episode. I'm going to throw up. Yi Feng had a vicious chill and felt his intelligence being insulted. His own hall high rich handsome, yes group of young president, package a young model he does not smell, have to run to be a licking dog? It's not like I grew up on too much triple deer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the villain reversal system. Please host defeat the male lead Lin Yi and reverse your own destiny. Inside his head, a clear voice suddenly rang out. System? Yi Feng's heart was delighted. Yes, this system is dedicated to unfolding your rebellion. When the host changes the plot of the novel's original setting, as well as plundering the male protagonist Lin Yi's chi, status, and harem, he can obtain the reverse value. The reverse value can be exchanged for skills, items, etc., allowing the host to become stronger and go to the pinnacle of life. After the system finished explaining, Yi Feng's heart screamed nice. He didn't want to be a dilettante like in the books. Make your own destiny. Make your own decisions. According to the next episode, Bai Susu should be rejecting my request to invite her to watch a movie in the evening. According to the original setting, after giving away $200 million of investment, Yi Feng invited Bai Susu to a movie and then wanted to take the opportunity to confess his love. But then we all knew that the plan was wonderful, but the first step failed, and Bai Susu never agreed to go to the movie at all. As the heroine of the book, Bai Susu was born with red lips and white teeth and extraordinary beauty, and her black and beautiful hair fell like a waterfall on her pleated skirt. There is one thing to say, Bai Susu's looks very beautiful, just that pair of long legs. Will be able to play for 3 years. Bai Susu lightly opened her shell teeth and said with great difficulty, I'm sorry brother Yi Feng, I'm going shopping with my girlfriends later, so I can't accompany you to the movie. After saying that, she didn't forget to give her best friend Lin Fengjiao a wink. Yes, Yi Xiao, we're going shopping later. Lin Fengjiao hurriedly nodded her head, but was a bit vain. Shopping? Yi Feng laughed in his heart. Really think he is good at fooling? Yi Feng, who was familiar with the original, of course knew that after Bai Susu left here, she went to find the male lead Lin Yi to go shopping. You want to invest $200 million of your own money for nothing? Just as the onlookers wanted to say that Yi Dazhong had lost $200 million, Yi Feng suddenly reached out his hand and took back the investment contract, said, then you can go shopping with your girlfriends. but I still have to think carefully about investing in your family. Brother Yi Feng, how could you? You know very well that these $200 million are very important to our white family. I trusted you like that, but why did you go back on what you promised? Seeing that the contract was withdrawn, Bai Susu became anxious and stood up and said sharply, her pretty little face, angry and aggrieved. Yi Feng laughed, yo, this is stepping on her tail. I'll bet a pack of spicy noodles that when I see Bai Susu get angry, Yi Feng will definitely have to wimp out. Can you be a little more confident? Can't you bet 10 packs of chili fries? I bet a tea egg that Yi Feng will immediately hand the contract back. I'm familiar with this plot. The melon eaters had guessed that according to Yi Feng's temperament, he would definitely do this. In the shoes of Yi Feng in the book, he would indeed do so, and would even think about continuing to please Bai Susu next time. But the current Yi Feng was different. Ms. Bai Susu, what do you think I'm investing in your Bai family for? Yi Feng said with a smiling face. Wasn't it because you saw the potential of our Bai family and that the future was promising that you invested in it? Brother Yi Feng? Bai Susu said with big watery eyes. Eater? Yi Feng? Lin Fengjiu? You're on the verge of bankruptcy. What potential do you have? Can this be invested? This can't be. You white family don't have the qualifications, you know. Susu, why don't you just agree to go watch a movie with young Yi? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Lin Fengjiu pulled her best friend's skirt and whispered in her ear. Even a fool could see that the reason Yi Feng was willing to invest was entirely for Bai Susu. Then I'm not a beggar on my knees? Bai Susu looked at her best friend and was furious. She had her own pride. Lin Fengjiu wanted to say something else, but Bai Susu braced her hand on the table and said decisively, Brother Yi Feng, you've been very kind to me and have taken care of me in the past. I'm very grateful to you. My Bai family does need this $200 million investment, and I'm happy that you're able to snowball it. But I really can't go to the movies with you tonight. But if you'll agree to give me the contract, I'll make an exception and let you drive me home. Bai Susu looked like she had made a difficult decision. She had never let a boy send her back when she was growing up, in addition to Senior Lin Yi. But for Yi Feng, this was the only bottom line she could back down from. Seeing her good girlfriend like this, Lin Fengjiu's hanging heart finally fell. But this Yi Feng, people Bai Susu a girl, have said so, should also be a little show. Chapter 2, $200 million investment. Your Bai family is not worthy. Young Master Yi. Sending Susu home is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yo. Seeing that Yi Feng was not moving, Lin Fengjiu scowled at him and hinted frantically. She knew very well how well-intentioned Yi Feng was in kneeling all the way to Bai Susu. There is something wrong tonight, but a licking dog is a licking dog. After all, people Susu have made concessions. He can really miss the opportunity not? Suddenly, she saw Yi Feng grinning. Lin Fengjiu's heart screamed good. As expected, Yi Feng was about to give in. Ridiculous smile. Yi Feng suddenly not right. The smile even with 3 cool 3 teasing, and 3 careless. Lin Fengjiu? Are you kidding me? I angrily dropped $200 million just to send a girl home? Yi Feng's heart was wildly grassy. A godly high roller sending a girl home. A high roller should still feel honored? What kind of logic is that? Immediately, Yi Feng's gaze swept towards the surrounding people who were eating. The crowd froze, and in their hearts they were shocked, saying, we are just melon eaters. What are you looking at us for? It's not like we support you being a lickspill. There are quite a few rich Jinling second generation here. Miss Bai might as well take a look and see who's willing to drop $200 million to send you home. I'm not interested anyway. And with all due respect, my Yi family's money isn't that easy to take. $200 million of investment. Your Bai family isn't worthy of it yet. Farewell. After saying that, Yi Feng walked away. As for the contract, he casually tore it into 2 pieces and threw it in the trash. Heavens, this Yi Feng has changed his temperament? There's one thing to be said for that. If I dropped $200 million just for my sister to come home, my dad would have dragged me to a paternity test. Bai Susu was very pretty, but damn if she's any prettier. She's not worth $200 million. Bai Susu has been hanging on to people based on the fact that Dajo Yi has been a licking dog for her, and now she's finally played it off. The crowd was talking. Although Bai Susu was beautiful, no one was willing to take over. Are you kidding? That's $200 million in real money, not the $200 million in ancestral chromosomes. Bai Susu froze in place. Yi Feng's words were so insulting that she had the urge to cry. She thought about it for several minutes, but she couldn't figure out why Yi Feng would do this to herself. Yi Feng used to, but he was obedient to himself. Susu, why don't you go watch a movie with young Yi? He's just mad at you. He actually still loves you in his heart. Have you forgotten? When you took your piano exam, he specially went to Yanjing and spent a huge amount of money to help you find a famous teacher. And the last time you were sick and hospitalized, young Master Yi Feng, but he was so worried that he didn't sleep all night. Lin Fengjiao kindly advised, afraid that her best friend would really play it off. A godly rich second generation like Yifeng, who was both infatuated and rich in gold, could not be found in the entire Jinling. Jiao Jiao, what are you babbling about? I just treat Yifeng as my brother. Moreover, I don't have the heart to think about male and female feelings right now. Bai Susu was aggravated and angry. Okay, just pretend I'm bullshitting you. Lin Fengjiao was also speechless. You Bai Susu said that you didn't like Yifeng, but why didn't you refuse the benefits he gave you? And when it comes to feelings, don't pretend to be ignorant. You Bai Susu, not only did you accompany Lin Yi's classmates to the movies, you even cooked for him yourself. Although the best friend in Wen and stand, but Lin Fengjiao is also afraid that she really play off. To know, Yifeng in the pursuit of Bai Susu, but not a lot of bribes themselves. She only hated that the person Yifeng was pursuing was not herself. In order to help her best friend defend her feelings, Lin Fengjiao sent 2 text messages to Yifeng. Young Master Yi, don't be angry. Susu just didn't figure it out for a while. When she does, she'll accept you. I'll help you persuade Susu. Moi. Looking at the text message, Yifeng chose to delete the Gala Black. Really think that he is a licking dog when addicted? And this Lin Fengjiao is no good. She's just a gold-digging woman who simply wants to reap benefits. In the original, when she was rich, she licked herself, and then when the protagonist Lin Yi gained power, she went to lick Lin Yi, and even took the initiative to join Lin Yi's harem. Just as he was about to leave, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the original, having an impact on the original, and obtaining 1000 reverse value. What can I redeem this reverse value for? Yifeng asked. Anything can be exchanged, but the host has a low host charisma value due to the setting of the original, so it is recommended to exchange the charisma value. The host's current charisma value is 100, which is the level of an ordinary rich second generation. 1,000 reverse value to exchange for 200 points of charisma value, and 300 charisma value for the level of a male god. Does the host redeem it? Yifeng was speechless. His setting was high wealth and handsome, and his charisma value was so low? The Siren novel really doesn't make sense. Redemption. Not long after, Yifeng's image and temperament changed radically, and he looked at himself with his cell phone and exclaimed, the temperament is handsome and suave, almost like a star. In the original world, such a beautiful man would have a large number of fangirls sitting on the ground in rows of L's. System, what is the charisma value of the protagonist Lin Yi? Yifeng asked curiously. Lin Yi's current status is that of a poor student, and he has a charisma value of 100. Hearing this, Yifeng was speechless. He was a poor student. Could he compare to his high-flying charm? Then, the system continued. However, Lin Yi, as the protagonist, has a hidden charisma value of 900, and a charisma value of 1000, for reverse weather luck. Shit, that's a brain-dead setup. Yifeng's heart was wildly grassy. The host can weaken the hidden charisma value of the protagonist Lin Yi by plundering his fortune, treasures, and harem to pull him down. This is good. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, and Yifeng was ready to drive away. At that moment, his mother, Zhou Shuehua, suddenly came to the phone. She shouted, Yifeng, I don't care where you are and what you're doing right now. Come to Commerce Street for me immediately. I'm right on Commerce Street. Yifeng returned. Then come to the Purple Bamboo Xian as fast as you can, said. Mother Zhou Shuehua Pop quickly hung up the phone. It can be seen that she is very angry. Purple Bamboo Xian, one of the symbols of Jinling Business Street, is also the entire Jinling, the top leisure club. The owner behind it was Yifeng's mother, Zhou Shuehua. In the box, Zhou Shuehua was frowning, and a cup of tiguanyin was brewed on the table, steaming hot. Yifeng walked in and asked, Mom, what are you looking for me for? Yo, you come when I tell you to come. When did you become so obedient? Didn't you angrily drop $200 million to go after that girl from the White family? Why don't you give 200 million more? What? Afraid that our Yi family doesn't have enough cash flow? Zhou Shuehua said with hatred. This rebellious son hadn't pissed her off much. Upon learning that her son gave the company $200 million to the Bai family, Zhou Shuehua was almost so angry that she rose to the sky in place. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of pain in her heart, as if she had been infuriated by Yifeng, this rebellious son. Chapter 3, Gu Yunxiang. What 200 million? Mom, where did you hear that rumor? Yifeng didn't feel the slightest bit guilty and added, Mom, didn't the doctor say that you have a bad heart and can't get angry? If you keep getting angry like that, you're going to have a heart attack sooner or later. You know, in the original, the mother Zhou Shuehua is alive by the Yifeng this loser, to the heart attack. I get angry? Zhou Shuehua direct gas shaking cold. Still cannot be good. When the parents of Wen can really stand up, she questioned, Yi Feng, I ask you, you have not put our company's 200 million, to buy Susu? No. Yi Feng answered simply and decisively. Zhou Shuehua, really? Zhou Shuehua will be convinced. She especially understand this son of their own. Defeat is defeat, but defeat after home or dare to admit. It has been rumored wildly in the circle that Yi Feng is working as a licking dog for Bai Susu, and she has advised Yi Feng not to hang himself from one tree. But Yi Feng did not listen to advice at all. Instead, he even intensified his efforts and became even more frantic to show his affection for Bai Susu. Zhou Shuehua only hated not having a second child in the first place, otherwise were so many tears. But now, Yi Feng vetoed it in one breath. Could it be that he had changed his nature? Wouldn't you know in a couple days if you called and asked the finance? Yi Feng was helpless. I'll ask. Zhou Shuehua turned her words around and added, but I asked you to come over today because there is something else. What is it? Blind date. What Zhou Shuehua wanted was to find a daughter-in-law for Yi Feng as soon as possible to cut off his path of no return of continuing to be a licking dog. Auntie Zhou. Brother Yi Feng. Sorry, the company is a bit busy and I'm only getting off work now. Not long after, a girl wearing a long white dress with a vermilion mole on her brow hurriedly walked into the box. She had exquisite makeup and a dignified appearance, and was obviously well-groomed. But it came in too much of a hurry, causing her breath to be a bit disorganized and her chest to rise and fall. Yun Xiang is here. Come and sit. How's the company these days? Zhou Shuehua changed her image of a strict mother from earlier and cordially pulled Gu Yunxiang and sat beside her. This is her best friend's daughter, and half of Yi Feng's childhood friend. And this blind date. But since Gu Yunxiang had gone to Yindu for college, the two hadn't seen each other for several years. This time, back in Jinling, Gu Yunxiang opened a design company, which is currently in the startup phase. It's okay, everything's going well. It's just busy and I have to stay up, Gu Yunxiang said with a smile, looking a little nervous and coy. If you have any difficulties, remember to talk to Auntie Zhou. We are not outsiders, Zhou Shuehua said amiably. She grew up treating Gu Yunxiang as her own daughter-in-law, and now she is even more greedy for other people's bodies, wanting to abduct home to herself as a daughter-in-law. Compared to Bai Susu, the green tea whore who was hanging on to her son, Gu Yunxiang, the girl who knew her roots and had a foundation of affection. She liked it any way she looked at it. I know Auntie Cho, Gu Yunxiang said politely. Well then, you young people talk, I'll go outside and make you some tea. Zhou Shuehua smiled and got up, leaving Yi Feng and Gu Yunxiang a separate space to spend time together. Brother Yi Feng, long time no see, alone together. Gu Yunxiang was a bit overwhelmed. It's been a long time. Yi Feng smiled back, while at the same time he couldn't help but spit out that self in the book in his heart. Such a good girl. Yi Feng, this idiot, doesn't even know how to cherish. In the original, Gu Yunxiang is the #1 tragic character. She and Bai Susu are both goddesses, but they are very different. After graduating from college, Yunxiang Gu started her own business. Starting from nothing and working her way up through the hardships, she finally made a mark in her career. Zhou Shuehua had offered to help several times because he was bent on taking her in as a daughter-in-law, but Gu Yunxiang did not accept. She liked Yi Feng, but she wanted to rely on her own strength and become the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, not a vase that would only accept gifts. Gu Yunxiang's fondness for Yi Feng reaches the point of infatuation, and even though Yi Feng doesn't like her and has shown aversion many times, it doesn't make Gu Yunxiang back down. Even later when the Yi family went bankrupt, she took out all her savings to help Yi Feng make a comeback. Almost as long as Yi Feng needed, Gu Yunxiang would give without reservation. It's a pity that such a good girl, Yi Feng in the book, does not know how to cherish at all. Not only treats her as a substitute for Bai Susu, as well as a tool to vent her beastly desires, but also uses her talent to deal with Lin Yi. But as it turns out, Gu Yunxiang is broke, and the only thing she still has is her and Yi Feng's flesh and blood in her belly. But in the book, Yi Feng, this son of a bitch, actually indifferent to this, kicked Gu Yunxiang, continued to go to the knees to lick Bai Susu, but also to the enemy Lin Yi as a follower. In the end, Gu Yunxiang, who was disheartened by everything, jumped down from a high building and died in one body. Shit, this plot is pissing me off just thinking about it. Yi Feng felt that he was already getting angry. Such a good girl. Which point is not better than Bai Susu that green tea? But anyone in their right mind would know that Gu Yunxiang was the good girl, right? Thoughts back to reality. Due to Gu Yunxiang in front of Yi Feng, character slightly shy and coy, the two so many years, and is the first time to meet, a moment the atmosphere is rather dull. I don't think you've had dinner yet, I'll peel you a piece of fruit. Saying that, Yi Feng peeled an apple and handed it to her. Thank you brother Yi Feng. Gu Yunxiang politely took the apple. This was the first time ever that Ji Feng had taken the initiative. The apple was sweet, but Gu Yunxiang's heart was sweeter. Yikes, we're chatting so soon. Looks like I came in at a bad time. Zhou Shuihua walked into the box carrying a teapot and saw the scene. Her heart snickering. She was worried that Ji Feng didn't like Gu Yunxiang, but now it seemed that she had overthought things. Auntie Zhou. Gu Yunxiang's face was redder than a red apple. Well, you youngsters have fun on your own. I'll keep busy. Yi Feng, you also take Yunxiang out for a stroll and watch a movie or something. Zhou Shuihua again hinted that this is not an opportunity to heat up the relationship. Okay, then we'll go to the movies. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth revealed a smile, but he remembered that Bai Susu was going to have a date with Lin Yi to watch a movie on Commerce Street this evening. It's the perfect opportunity to make a comeback, only by constantly going against the grain, changing the original plot of the book, as well as plundering the protagonist Lin Yi's qi. Could he change his own fate, as well as Gu Yunxiang's? Leaving Zizhu Xian, Yi Feng brought Gu Yunxiang to the shopping mall. According to the book, this evening, Bai Susu was here, on a date with Lin Yi to watch a movie. While going against the grain and picking up girls, Yi Feng also bought movie tickets. He looked towards Gu Yunxiang. Izzy was wearing light makeup and a white dress. She was beautiful, especially the vermilion mole in her brow, making her soft face more rigid. Yunxiang, if I remember correctly, this dress of yours, it should have been popular last year. Eventually, Yi Feng's gaze landed on Gu Yunxiang's skirt, and the latter's heart pounded. Some trepidation. Chapter 4, The First Mansion of Jinling. Brother Yi Feng, Gu Yunxiang panicked and explained. I usually only read. I don't know how to dress up. No girl doesn't love to dress up, especially a beauty like Gu Yunxiang. However, her family's background is average, and starting a business has already used up a lot of her family's money, and she herself is practicing frugality. Even daily cosmetics are saved when you can. Last year's style white dress was actually very pretty on her, but Gu Yunxiang was worried that Ji Feng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, would dislike herself for it, so the more Gu Yunxiang tried to hide it, the more nervous she became. Not without dressing up. Wouldn't that be a waste of your beauty? Yi Feng obviously didn't think so. Pulling Gu Yunxiang's slender hand, he walked towards the Gucci women's clothing store next to him. Let's go in and pick a dress. Brother Yi Feng, this isn't too good. Gu Yunxiang immediately stopped in her tracks. The word Gucci intimidated her. As a designer, she didn't have to deal with luxury goods. Gucci, the brand, famous all over the world. The cheapest piece of clothing are tens of thousands of dollars, and the most expensive clothes Gu Yunxiang had ever worn were only thousands of dollars. For what? Yi Feng wondered. As the saying goes, a woman pleases herself. Don't you want to dress up for me? That's not true. Gu Yunxiang quickly waved her hand. Of course she wanted to dress up for Yi Feng. She had fallen in love with Yi Feng many years ago, but the clothes in the Gucci store are just too expensive. Even though the Yi family was very rich, Gu Yunxiang didn't want Yi Feng to break the bank too much for herself. Since it's not, come in with me. Without waiting for Gu Yunxiang to explain, Yi Feng pulled her into the Gucci store. Mr. and Miss, welcome. The female clerk at the Gucci store greeted her with a big smile. Looking at the wide array of women's clothing, Gu Yunxiang was a bit dumbfounded, but Yi Feng sat on his butt on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, to this young lady, recommend a few women's clothing, to be the best in your store. Yes, please wait. Several female sales clerks, with their fiery eyes, took a look and combined their efforts, then recommended several white dresses to Gu Yunxiang. The dress is very good. Gu Yunxiang has white skin and looks beautiful, so she is naturally very pretty in it. Only, Yi Feng is not satisfied. These white dresses, the price is only 20,000 to 30,000, completely the lowest configuration. What do you mean by luxury? It has to look good and be worn high. Isn't it obvious that you're looking down on people? What can I do for you, sir? The female shopkeeper read the words and saw Yi Feng's dissatisfaction. What do you mean? You're afraid we can't pay? Yi Feng blackened his face. The shopgirl froze, realizing that the white dress Gu Yunxiang was wearing was last year's style, and it cost just under $1,000. Do you still think that 20,000 to 30,000 dollars for women's clothing is cheap? In fact, this couldn't be blamed on the female sales clerk. Yi Feng's reputation as a young man was only as good as thunder in the circle of Jinling's rich second generation. Besides, tens of thousands of dollars for a dress is expensive enough. I said I want the best clothes in your store, and I can afford to pay for them. If that's money you don't want to make, I can check out a couple of houses next door who also do luxury goods. Yi Feng remained dark. One moment, sir. Upon hearing this, The female shopkeepers were anxious, as luxury stores, they either don't open or they open and eat their fill. Even if the other party was just coming over to get a better understanding, then they absolutely could not be slowed down. Soon these female sales clerks took turns to bring up the treasure of the town for Gu Yunxiang to try on. Gu Yunxiang was tall, fair-skinned, and had an excellent temperament. All styles of skirts, dresses, and pants matched on her were very beautiful and fitting. It's like a walking clothesline model. Miss, you are so pretty. If I were half as pretty as you, I wouldn't have to be a store clerk. You are truly blessed. Miss, your boyfriend is so good to you. The female shopkeepers praised the beauty of Gu Yunxiang from the bottom of their hearts, taking their breath away. But what makes the crowd even more envious is her boyfriend, who was not only handsome, but also very willing to spend money for her. But one could only envy, not daring to have any hint of jealousy. What do you think, sir? The female clerk went up and asked. But Yifeng sat on the sofa and remained indifferent. Why don't you buy this dress I'm wearing? Gu Yunxiang persuaded that the price of this dress, $120,000, was completely heavenly in her eyes. Although there were more expensive ones in the store, she didn't want Yifeng to break the bank too much for himself. There's no rush. The movie doesn't start for a while. Yifeng shook his head with a smile and said, the most precious beauty, naturally, needs the most precious clothing to match. Recommendation. Pushing. Several female sales clerks were completely dumbfounded. $120,000 is not cheap? The average rich kid, at this price, basically won't look up the price any further. Are you one of the 4 young men of Jinling? Zhou, Chen, Wang and Zhao? The 4 young men of Jinling corresponded to the 4 upper-class families of Jinling, but the 4 families together were not as good as one Yi family. Next, Yifeng's actions made them dumbfounded once again. Yifeng pointed at a classical white dress without a price tag and said, I want this one. At these words, Gu Yunxiang also froze. This classical white dress, although there was no price tag, the designer's intuition told her that the dress was top of the line, no matter the handmade material, or the style, and at the hem of the skirt, there was a line of letters signing similar to a symbol. Gu Yunxiang recognized the name. It was the famous Italian designer Capucci. Capucci is a talented designer who has won numerous medals for her work, and, moreover, she only creates clothes for high-class celebrities. This classical white dress is laid out here and obviously has an owner. And its owner, a man of great stature. I'll take this one. It looks satisfactory to me. Yifeng said with a smile. Of course he knew who designed this dress, and he also knew that this dress already had an owner. However, as the top most powerful young man in Jinling, he, Yifeng, must get his hands on what he sees. And in Yifeng's mind, only this classical white dress could match Gu Yunxiang. Sir, why don't you change it? The shopgirl hurriedly advised. What's the price? I'll buy it from the original owner and can add to it. Yifeng said blandly. Although he is a top young man, he does not love to bully men and women. Sir, there's really nothing we can do about it. We really can't. The store manager explained bitterly. But Yifeng still stared at the classical long dress. A female sales clerk, who was running out of patience and wanted to let Yifeng know what to do, said immediately, Sir, not to mention the fact that this gown is custom made by someone else. We can't sell it privately. Plus, do you know what kind of person customized the dress, if any? I know you're rich, but I still have to tell you that this dress was customized by the great young master Yifeng Yi. Even if you don't recognize young master Yifeng, you should know about the Jinling Yi family. The Yi family, known as the first mansion in Jinling. Chapter 5. I want to see which father is so crazy. When talking about the Yi family, the shopgirl's expression looked very proud of her dream of marrying into a rich family. Though so many rich kids already have names, she can be a little san. Gu Yunxiang did not make a sound, but her face paled for an instant, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, her brows lowered, looking uncomfortable. When she was back in Jinling, she had heard that brother Yifeng seemed to like a girl named by Susu. This dress, even though it was customized by brother Yifeng to find Master Capuchin, it shouldn't be for himself to wear. Yifeng was even more wide-eyed and directly froze. He searched the memories in his mind and confirmed again and again that the original owner of the body, indeed, had not customized this classical white dress. Are you sure you still want to buy the dress, sir? The female sales clerk looked proud. She had only mentioned the Yi family and had scared these two silly. But looking at Jinling, how many people would dare to cross the Yi family? Don't get me wrong. I just found out about this too. Yifeng immediately explained to Gu Yunxiang. This niece did not look too good. It could not be a misunderstanding. The shopgirl smiled with a pointed brow, thinking that this guy should be a wimp. She was just congratulating herself. relying on her own wisdom, for solving this troublesome customer when Yifeng suddenly turned back, asked, "What's your boss's phone number?" "Ha!" The female clerk froze and said with a solemn expression, "I say sir, what's wrong with you? Didn't I say? This dress is customized by young Master Yi. It's useless even if you call our boss. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you more." Yifeng took out his cell phone, directly in the almighty circle of friends, asked for the contact information of the owner of the Gucci store, added WeChat and then chatted a bit. Soon, the owner's phone called the shopgirl's cell phone. "Hey, hurry up and give that classical white dress of Master Capuchin to Mr. Yi. Ah, isn't that customized by young Master Yi's trust?" The female sales clerk didn't turn her head for a moment and didn't realize that the General Yi that the boss was talking about was Yifeng Yi Deshao. Yi Deshao was the name that the people of Jinling called him. His official name was Yi Clan Group Young President. "Are you an idiot? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" The boss, in a rough voice, called out, "Hurry up and give the clothes to the others, and give them a 50% discount. If you delay things, you'll have to eat your words." For the sake of a skirt, Yifeng even personally came over to inquire about it, which was clearly a rhythm to offend people. The Yi family and young President Yi, can they be offended? It can't. Hanging up the phone, the female clerk was still dumbfounded, only resentful that the boss was bullish up, and even Yi Dashao dared to offend. In the end, it was the store manager who was quick-witted and compensated Yifeng, then swiped his card for the bill and bought the classical white dress at half the original price. Gu Yunxiang was ice clever and figured out the reasoning. This skirt should not be customized by Yifeng. There weren't many people in the whole of Jinling who could make Master Capuchin personally customize their clothing. It should be someone, under the guise of Yifeng's brother's name. Who came up with this? The original price of the skirt was $300,000. Yifeng bought it, only spent $150,000, and it was from the hand of Master Capuchin, wearing a classical long dress. Gu Yunxiang was even in a beautiful mood. Su, walk faster. I'll take you to see a treasure." "What, baby? I have to wait for brother Lin Yi to watch a movie with me. What did you bring me here for?" At the door of the Gucci store, Bai Susu looked at her best friend with difficulty in understanding. She was drinking milk tea and waiting for Lin Yi, preparing to spend the evening happily, when she was brought here by her best friend, Lin Fengjiu, in a confused manner. "I had a customized white dress made by Master Capucci, an Italian designer, and it cost me a total of $300,000. Lin Fengjiu said triumphantly. $300,000? Where did you get that kind of money? Bai Susu was a bit curious, then shook her head violently. "No, how did you find Master Capuchin? I remember it wasn't easy to find her to customize her clothing. It's not even thanks to you." Lin Fengjiu gave a bad smile. "Mine?" Bai Susu quickly understood. The original own this good girlfriend, is to use the name of Yifeng brother, to let this Gucci store owner, looking for Capuchin Master customized. It was no wonder she was like this. In the entire Jinling, besides the Yi family, there weren't many people who had the face to invite Master Capuchin. Jinling business community, there are countless people who want to climb with the Yi family, and even because of their own personal relationship with Yifeng's brother, there are a lot of people, but also deliberately want to go from their side of the relationship. That's why BFF, Lin Fengjiu, can easily get the Gucci store owner to do his job. It didn't feel good, but Bai Susu didn't say anything. "Come on in, go see my dress. I'm looking forward to it." Lin Fengjiu was incomparably excited. The last time she was at the ball, she was outclassed by a green tea whore. After learning the hard way, she angrily dropped $300,000 and dug through quite a bit before finding Master Capuchin to customize the classical gown for herself. Yet tonight, she had come over specifically to pick up her dress. When she entered the Gucci store, Lin Fengjiu's enthusiasm was immediately doused with cold water as she was told that the classical gown had been bought. "What did you say?" Lin Fengjiu's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm sorry, but that gown of yours has been bought." The store manager apologized. "You're not kidding. My customized dress, bought by someone else?" Lin Fengjiu for a while, before reacting, angrily said, "Didn't I tell your boss? This skirt is not what I want. It's young Master Yifeng Yi who wants it." In the end, what do you guys mean? You guys are going too far with this. Let your boss come over and explain. Bai Susu also frowned lightly and fought for her best friend. "Sorry, that's what the boss ordered," the store manager said awkwardly and nonchalantly. "Ha, your store manager's got a hell of a pen." Lin Fengjiu was furious. "I'd like to see which father is so crazy that he dares to ask your boss to sell all of young Master Yi's customized dresses. It's right there. They're sitting in the chairs talking after they're done shopping for clothes." The shopgirl, who had just been angrily reprimanded by her boss because of her skirt, took the opportunity to point towards the door. As expected, the beautiful woman in a classical gown. And beside her, the man in a suit and a demeanor. Are there in the wind? I'd like to see which father it is that's even more bullish than young Master Yi. Lin Fengjiao rolled up her sleeves and rushed straight out. The corner of the eyes of the female shopkeeper smiled slyly. She would like to see this boss mouth what always. In the end, how awesome. And the boss came to reprimand himself for it? Kid, you're not small in guts. Even young Master Yi's customized skirt. You dare to forcefully buy it. Looks like you know the owner of the Gucci store pretty well. I'm warning you, if you know what you're doing, give back the dress. It's yeah. When Lin Fengjiao saw clearly that the person was Yi Feng, she was immediately shocked and terrified, calling out Yi. Chapter 6 Yi Feng's girlfriend. Lin Fengjiao, what's wrong with you? Why do you call people grandpa when you see them? Seeing Lin Fengjiao's astonished look, Yi Feng softly chortled. The movie theater was on this floor of the mall, because it hadn't started yet, so Yi Feng and Gu Yunshan didn't go far. Unexpectedly, actually ran into Lin Fengjiao. Look at this situation. This classical white dress. Is she borrowed his name? Find Gucci store owner customized. Young Master Yi. Lin Fengjiao stuttered even more than earlier, as if a mouse had seen a cat. Not daring to look at Yi Feng's gaze, there was still anger in her heart, but it wasn't towards Yi Feng, but towards the female sales clerk just now. It really blinded her kryptonite dog's eyes that she didn't even recognize the famous young Master Yi. But what made Lin Fengjiao the most helpless was the classical white dress that was worn on the female companion beside Yi Feng, which was her own treasure. She was counting on relying on her dress, disguising herself as a celebrity, and then hitting on a rich kid. Now it's all gone to shit. Although Lin Fengjiao was unwilling, she didn't dare to ask Yi Feng for it after all, so she could only look at Gu Yunshan with bated breath. Lin Fengjiao, this dress of my girlfriend's, it's quite pretty, isn't it? Yi Feng asked with a smiling face. Bleach, beautiful. Lin Fengjiao stumbled to answer. Did not listen to the word girlfriend? Otherwise she cared. Not the skirt. A dress as beautiful as this, and from the hands of a master, is something that only the most beautiful of women are qualified to wear? Lin Fengjiao, I know you like this dress too, but you're not as pretty as my girlfriend, and it definitely doesn't look as good on you as it does on her. So I think, just look at it and don't think about it. What do you think? Yi Feng said with a smile. He was a reasonable person. Hearing this, black lines came out on Lin Fengjiao's forehead. What do you mean I'm not as pretty as your girlfriend? Although it's the truth, it hurts you to say it. Young Master Yi. Okay, and I think? So what if I don't think it's a good idea? Why don't you just take the dress off your girlfriend and give it back to me? Wait, girlfriend? Lin Fengjiao hurriedly covered her small mouth and looked at Yi Feng and Gu Yunshan in shock. Young Yi actually fell in love. She hurriedly looked towards Bai Susu in the Gucci store. The eyes seemed to say, your home Yi Feng brother, was tapped by someone else know it. Bai Susu was originally indifferent to the fact that Yi Feng had a girlfriend, but miraculously, she ghostly walked up, shaking his hand in greeting. Brother Yi Feng, what a coincidence. Yi Feng? In the Gucci store, the store manager was dumbfounded. He's actually young Master Yi of the Yi family. No wonder, the boss would sell in the classical white dress and sell it at a 50% discount at a loss. So that's how it is. Young Master Yi is really good looking, not like a dude at all? It's said that young Master Yi is Miss Bai's licking dog. But doesn't he have a girlfriend? And he's still so spoiled. Rumors, it looks like you're jealous of other young Master Yi. The clerks at the Gucci store, talking. Only the smarmy shopgirl from earlier was shivering with fear at this point, shrinking into a ball as if she were a midget. Brother Yi Feng, why are you guys here? Bai Susu asked curiously. Yun Xiang and I are getting ready to watch a movie that doesn't start for a while. Yi Feng said indifferently. Hello. Gu Yunshan greeted courteously. She had actually heard of Bai Susu before she returned to Jinling. However, Bai Susu and Yi Feng's brother are already in the past. She doesn't dwell on anything. Hello. Bai Susu also sized up Gu Yunshan, and a wave of jealousy inexplicably rose in her heart. It was as if her favorite toy, someone else had taken it away from her, and she wanted it back. Bai Susu sized up Yi Feng again. For some reason, he seemed to be a bit more handsome than before. Is it a delusion of your own? Su, Lin Fengjiao came over. When did young Master Yi have a girlfriend? Do you know this woman? Not recognizable. Bai Susu shook his head. I think there's something fishy. Young Master Yi Feng, it's just as well that you snatched my classical white dress. The point is, they showed up here so coincidentally to watch a movie. I feel. Lin Fengjiao's words were on point. Feel what? Bai Susu was too lazy to think about it. You're playing dumb, aren't you? This is clearly a chance encounter created by young Master Yi, and trying to use this woman to make you jealous. Lin Fengjiao made a bold guess. Hearing her best friend say this, Bai Susu's heart seemed to clear up a bit. It does seem to be the case that just now he did feel a little jealous. Could this be brother Yifeng? Calculated? He was, in fact, trying to woo himself in a different way, I guess. But on her lips, Bai Susu said, don't think too much. There's no such thing. Brother Yifeng has a girlfriend. We should congratulate him. The two girls on the side whispered. Yifeng was not interested in paying attention. That's when his cell phone rang. Hello, is this young Master Yi? I am. Young Master Yi. The diamond ring Heart of the Stars that you asked us to order abroad last time has arrived. When will you come over to take a look? Young Master Yi. Diamond ring it is. I'm coming over now. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng remembered this. South Africa produced the star heart. Yifeng spent 9 oxen and 2 tigers, only to shoot to hand. Originally, this was intended to be a gift for Bai Susu. Only, now, brother Yifeng, has the diamond ring arrived? Lin Fengjiao came over and said with an excited face. Although the diamond ring wasn't for her, she knew that it was his Valentine's Day gift to Bai Susu yet. A few months ago, young Master Yifeng even came to ask himself what kind of way he should give it to Bai Susu before she accepted it. Yes, I'll get it now, Yifeng said, pulling Gu Yunxiang's hand and walked towards the nearby Lane Jewelry store. Lane Jewelry, there are many branches in Jinling. This one in the Business Street Mall is the most popular one, and is also the one that Yifeng ordered. Susu, let's quickly follow them. Lin Fengjiao was hot and excited. Why? I have to wait for brother Lin Yi to watch a movie. Bai Susu was unimpressed. Bah! What other movies are there to watch? That diamond ring of young Master Ye's. It's for you, Lin Fengjiao said with hatred. Young Master Yi likes you in his heart. If you don't know how to cherish it and let that what's-her-name Gu Yunxiang snatch it away, don't you regret it? Besides, in what way is he, young Master Yi, not like that poor loser Lin Yi? Feng Jiao, I know that brother Yifeng likes me. He's not bad. It's just that feelings can't be forced. Bai Susu said seriously. She really didn't have that aspect of feelings for Yifeng. Moreover, the thought that during dinner, he had publicly torn up the agreed-upon $200 million investment contract and said such damning words made Bai Susu very angry. He was the one who wasn't interested in that diamond ring with the heart of a star. Himself. I don't care about you. I'm going over to see the diamond ring. Out of a woman's special preference for diamond rings, Lin Fengjiao followed Yifeng's lead. Bai Susu squirmed a little, wanting to wait for Lin Yi while also wanting to check out the diamond ring, so she ghosted along. Mr. Yi, you're here. Seeing the arrival of Yifeng and his party of 4, the store manager of Lane's jewelry store went up to welcome them. He had seen Bai Susu on Yifeng's phone, and immediately complimented him. This is Ms. Bai Susu, isn't it? A diamond as precious as the heart of the star is something only a beauty like you is qualified to wear. Chapter 7 Aggrieved Bai Susu. The store manager of Ryan's store took the heart of the star's diamond ring, unhurriedly, from the counter and said excitedly, this diamond ring, by Michael's Jewelry in South Africa, was processed through 47 procedures, and then by 8 artisans, carved one by one. Yi Xiao has spent a fortune to get this diamond ring, but spending money is small. This heart of Yi Xiao for you is the most valuable. I've never understood what kind of woman is worth young Master Yi's trouble, and once I saw Miss Bai today, I finally understood. Lane's store manager, who had practiced the ass-kissing line a dozen times, nailed it with a fire. The Yi family is the #1 family in Jinling, and Yifeng was the only son of the family. He was ostensibly sucking up to Bai Susu, but in reality it was Yifeng who was sucking up to him. At the end, he also subconsciously looked over towards Yifeng, which meant, how did I behave? What a beautiful diamond ring! Lin Fengjiao couldn't help but exclaim, only to see the star heart, all starry eerie blue in color, under the light, radiating a faint glow as if it were a star. The gemstone on the diamond ring was not too big, but just right, so that Lin Fengjiao couldn't help but want to go over and try it on. Her reason, however, restrained her from this impulse. Not only Lin Fengjiao, even Bai Susu looked infatuated. The diamond ring was right in front of her. No woman could resist its charm. Is this the Valentine's Day gift that brother Yifeng gave himself? At first, when her best friend was telling her, she didn't take it to heart, but in her mind, she was inexplicably touched in her heart. Seeing that brother Yifeng had this intention, one could forgive him for tearing up the investment contract during the evening meal. Only Gu Yunxiang, standing on the sidelines, was somewhat less natural. She was Yifeng's personally recognized girlfriend, but this diamond ring was to be given to another woman. Gu Yunxiang is very smart. She has just returned to Jinling, and today she has just met brother Yifeng. This piece of diamond ring, 10,000 cannot be given to herself. Ms. Bai Susu, come try it on. The manager of Ryan's store continued to pander. Suddenly, Yifeng frowned and said, "Store manager Wang, are you mistaken? This diamond ring is for my girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Store manager Wang is a bit puzzled. "You clearly said last time that this is for Ms. Bai Susu. Did you become a couple so soon?" However, as a human savant, how could store manager Wang not be able to read people's words? And soon, he set his eyes on Gu Yunxiang, who was closest to Yifeng. He turned around, handed over the diamond ring, and smiled. "I'm sorry, miss. My eyes are so clumsy that I didn't realize that you are the prettiest girl, the most precious gemstone with the most beautiful woman. Young Master Yi is just too discerning whether he's picking a diamond ring or a girlfriend. Aya, this young lady, this classical white dress you're wearing, it's just too beautiful. If you match it with this diamond ring, you'll be the #1 beauty in Jinling." Shopkeeper Wang did as he was told and went up with a flattery, causing Gu Yunxiang to be speechless for a while before turning her worries into joy. "Come try it on." Yifeng took the diamond ring and wore it on the ring finger of Gu Yunxiang's right hand, which was an exclusive position for lovers. "It's just so beautiful. I told you, this lady is the most beautiful woman." Store manager Wang continued to yell hard. "What kind of person is this? Still the jewelry store manager. Just a purebred ass kisser." Lin Fengjiao couldn't help but mutter. Bai Susu also felt very diaphragmatic in her heart. She had just been a little touched by Yifeng, but the result was that before she finished being touched, the diamond ring was worn on Gu Yunxiang's finger. As soon as she saw Gu Yunxiang, in that touched and elated look, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Uncomfortable was also store manager Wang, who had heard Lin Fengjiao's mutterings just now and shot back. "This young lady, medicine can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately. What I just said, all from the bottom of my heart, is from the heart of the praise. You are not a beautiful woman. You do not understand. I'm not a pretty girl?" Lin Fengjiao's eyes stared like copper bells. Her own looks, although not as good as Bai Susu, Gu Yunxiang, these two big beauties, but at least there is an 8. "Explain to me what it means to be not a pretty girl. What the fuck does it mean to be not a pretty girl?" But in front of Yifeng, she didn't dare to make a move, and she didn't dare to refute store manager Wang. "The movie is about to start. Yun Xiang and I are going to watch the movie. What about you guys?" It was almost time. Yifeng held Gu Yunxiang and turned around. "We were going to go to the movies too," Lin Fengjiao said in a hurry, feeling the crisis for her best friend, squeezing her eyebrows and saying, "Susu, let's go watch a movie too." She puts a heavy emphasis on the word movie, clearly reminding her best friend that someone else has taken your fish, so you should remedy the situation. It's not too late to develop a relationship with your brother Linny later. "I'm a little sick. I'll go first." After saying that, Bai Susu turned around and left, not even wanting her best friend. Walking to the doorway, she turned back and said, "Brother Yifeng, will you still come to my piano competition next month?" "It depends. I don't always have time," Yifeng said indifferently. Bai Susu piano can be examined, or because of himself, using the relationship, to help her find a good master. The piano competition next month was crucial, and if Yifeng was there, it would not only make that piano master personally present, but it would also, to a certain extent, influence the teacher's grading. But now, Yifeng was clearly not interested. "Oh." After saying that, Bai Susu left with her head down. "Su, wait for me." Lin Fengjiao hurriedly chased after him. "Bai Susu, are you an idiot? Your family's brother Yifeng is moving on," Lin Fengjiao said angrily, but Bai Susu was indifferent. She was about to make a call and the contact was Linny. "Bai Susu, what you should be thinking about right now is how to salvage your relationship with Yifeng, not thinking about continuing to watch movies with Linny." Lin Fengjiao snatched the cell phone with one hand. "Feng Jiao, why are you so overbearing? I told you, I just look at Yifeng as a brother. Besides, Lin Yi's classmate and I, we're just ordinary friends," Bai Susu said accusingly. Lin Fengjiao speechless. "What time is it? Girlfriends actually still win and stand. Kai Z to run. You cannot see it? Give me back my cell phone." No return. Jingle bells. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Lin Fengjiao took a look. It was actually Bai Susu, her father, who called, and only then did she reluctantly return the phone to her. "Dad, what's the call about?" Bai Susu asked. "Where are you?" Father White was on the phone, questioning. Watching a movie with Fengjiao." "What?" Bai Susu was a bit vain. "Watching a movie? I think you're dating Lin Yi." "Susu, I told you to get on good terms with Yi Xiao, but it turns out you're not doing well. Not to mention that the contract isn't fixed. You're still coupling up with that Lin Yi kid. I'm warning you, hurry up and come back. If you dare to contact Lin Yi again, I won't have you as a daughter. Try it if you don't believe me." Father Bai was so angry that he didn't turn on the amplification. And Lin Fengjiao heard his rant. Then I look at my best friend. Tears welling up in her eyes and a look of resignation. Chapter 8. What happens at the end of a lick? Dad, how can you be so bossy? Bai Susu said in a very heartfelt manner. I'm bossy? Father Bai was furious. The family funds were in serious trouble and only young Master Yifeng could save them. As a result, the daughter is good. Not to take the family as the priority, but to go to the wind and snow all day long. It would be fine if she found a rich second generation like Yifeng, but she found a poor student like Lin Yi. The more Bai's father thought about it, the more angry he became, and called out, I'm too lazy to talk to you more. I'll limit you to come home before 11 o'clock at night. If you're late, you'll go sleep on the street. Also, I'll tell you again for the record, if you really dare to have any more mushy affairs with Lin Yi, if I don't break your dog's legs, I'm not your father. After speaking, the white father snapped hang up the phone. Bai Susu was so aggrieved that tears were already on the verge of coming out of her eyes. Su, your dad was probably just in a hurry. He didn't mean it. Lin Fengjiao hurriedly consoled. This was the first time her dad had been mean to her since she had known her best friend for so long. Woohoo! Bai Susu hugged her best friend and cried out with a wow sound. Visitors to the mall couldn't help but cast curious glances. Many of them are the rich second generation of Jinling. Ha, if it isn't Ms. Bai Susu, what's wrong with her? I think it's for love. Could it be because of young Master Yifeng? It's possible. Oh, I just saw young Master Yifeng leading a very pretty girl to the movies. I'll go. Young Master Yifeng has made a fortune. This scene I have to take a picture of it and send it to my friends. At 10:30 p.m., Yifeng and Gu Yunxiang walked out of the movie theater. A movie, so that the relationship between the two quickly warmed up, and now Gu Yunxiang has begun to take the initiative to take Yifeng's arm. What the hell? Bai Susu is crying and she's asking me to coax her? Yifeng looked at his cell phone and realized that more than an hour ago, Lin Fengjiao had sent a message to himself. Since I had previously blacked out her phone and Twitter, I was surprised that she still sent it from her ancient penguin number. Yifeng once again chose to pull black, lest she send spam again. Brother Yifeng, what's wrong? Gu Yunxiang saw Yifeng frowning and playing with his cell phone and asked curiously. Nothing. I'll take you home. In the underground garage, Yifeng had just fired up the engine when Gu Yunxiang suddenly opened her mouth. Brother Yifeng, that Miss Bai Susu, is it alright? What? Yifeng's brain was a bit confused. You bought that classic white dress on purpose tonight, didn't you? And the star heart diamond ring, you actually wanted to give it to Ms. Bai Susu, right? Brother Yifeng, your purpose, it seems that you have achieved it, Gu Yunxiang said with a bitter smile. It wasn't true that she liked Yifeng, but before returning to Jinling, she knew that the person Yifeng's brother liked was Bai Susu, although being treated as a tool person was a bit uncomfortable, but if not for that, one would not be able to spend this pleasant night with brother Yifeng. Gu Yunxiang admitted that she liked it a bit humbly, and although she was heartbroken, she was also very happy about it. What a mess! Yifeng was speechless and looked at her, suddenly asking, do you usually watch idol dramas? Ha! This time it was Gu Yunxiang's turn to be a bit confused, and honestly replied, occasionally I'll look at it. Brother Yifeng, do you watch it too? Let me recommend two for you. I'm not looking, I'm just saying, it's easy to lower your IQ after watching too many idol dramas. Yifeng was speechless. Gu Yunxiang just said those words, without having watched dozens of idol dramas. She simply couldn't say them. What a waste of this niece's high IQ. I don't know how she got into Yenjing University. Breathless to the extreme, Yifeng couldn't help but stretch out his finger and flick it on her forehead. Ah, brother Yifeng, it hurts. Gu Yunxiang covered her forehead and said accusingly, just know it hurts, and don't ever ask such a stupid, sweet question again. You're my real girlfriend. The clothes, the diamond ring, I gave them to you. Nothing to do with Bai Susu. Got it? Yifeng said righteously. Got it. Gu Yunxiang was so well behaved as if she were an elementary school student, and on her forehead, although there was still a little bit of pain, in her heart, she was as happy as if she had eaten honey. It's hard to see that brother Yifeng is still a domineering president. Love it, love it. After sending Gu Yunxiang home, Yifeng was also ready to go home and rest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the original and having an impact on the original. Gaining 1000 reverse value. The host can go to the system mall and exchange the required skills, items, attributes, etc. At that exact moment, the system's voice rang in his head. At the same time, the mall interface, too, emerged in his mind. 1000 reverse value for a grade. There are quite a few things that can be exchanged. Yifeng looked around and finally chose skill exchange. According to the plot, in a few days, it will be Bai Susu's father, Bai Jianhao's 50th birthday. In the original plot, when Bai Jianhao celebrated his birthday, There would be some bigwigs present, and Yifeng naturally had to be there because he was a dog licker. It was a pity that the one who made a splash was not him, the young master, but Lin Yi, the poor student. With his knowledge of calligraphy and painting, he not only made a big splash, but also gained the appreciation of Yan Wenjing, a master of Chinese painting. Yan Wenjing was renowned throughout the country, with 3,000 disciples, all of whom were pillars of society. It is no exaggeration to say that wherever Yan Wenjing went, he was always a guest of honor. But despite his reputation, not many people really know him, so it can be said that he is an invisible big brother. The only reason he went to Bai Jianhao's birthday party was solely because he happened to be in Jinling and happened to have friends who had business dealings with Bai Jianhao. And this was Lin Yi's chance and fortune. How could I pass up such a great reversal scene? Lin Yi, where this young master is present, you still want to pretend? Yifeng smiled faintly. System, exchange for word painting proficiency. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring proficiency in calligraphy and painting. Proficiency in calligraphy and painting, the ability to understand the next 2,000 years. All knowledge related to calligraphy and painting. Immediately, a large amount of knowledge related to calligraphy and painting flooded into Yifeng's mind. Good lord. 2,000 years up and down. This goes straight backward to Wang Mang's new dynasty period. Pretty informative. It took a while for Yifeng to break free from the sea of knowledge. Back at home in the villa, the mother Zhou Xuehua did not rest, but also in the living room sofa to apply a mask. When she saw Yifeng walk in, her gaze flickered and she asked, "Why are you back?" "Mom, look at you. It's late. If I don't come back to bed, where else am I going to go?" Yifeng was speechless. No talent. If I were you, I wouldn't come back tonight. Just find a hotel and make do with Yunxiang. Zhou Xuehua scorned. Yifeng coughed and said, "Mom, what are you thinking about? I'm still just a kid. It's not appropriate to think about this. You're not so little. Your mom and I were walking when I was your age. Besides, if you don't make actual progress with Yunxiang for a day, Mom's heart will be scared. I read on the internet that dog licking is actually a mental illness, and I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself and go back to kneeling on by Susu. My son, Mom is afraid that you'll end up licking and being stewed for dog meat." After Zhou Xuehua finished speaking in a serious tone, Yifeng almost gushed out a mouthful of old blood. This brain, definitely another one who has been watching idolatry for 20 years. Chapter 9, The Big Dog. Inside the original, it is actually true, as Zhou Xuehua said, that Yifeng licked the dog until the end, and had nothing. It even involves family and friends around them. But the original was also originally a mindless tract, and the author couldn't have written it without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Yifeng certainly wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the original. What he wanted was to go against the grain and pull the hero, Lin Yi, off the pedestal. The next day, Mother Zhou Xuehua and Father Yi Longzhou went to work early in the morning. Yes, group industry is quite a lot, but most of them are father in the management. Although Yifeng is the group less president, but is a brick, where to move. There are no exact matters. According to the task explained by his parents, his top priority now was to properly fall in love with Gu Yunxiang. Near noon, Yifeng suddenly received a call from Bai Susu's father, Bai Jianhao. "Yi Xiao, busy?" Bai Jianhao was on the phone, calling out enthusiastically. "Not busy," Yifeng returned indifferently. "Boss Bai called. Just tell me what's up." White boss. This boss Bai made Bai Jianhao's heart break. "In the past, when you were chasing after my daughter, you used to call her Uncle Bai, but now that the new man is better than the old one, you start calling her Boss Bai? Ruthless is really rich." After all, Bai Jianhao didn't dare to lose his temper with Yifeng like he did with his daughter, and still said with enthusiasm, "Young Master Yi, it's like this. In a few days it will be my 50th birthday. The fortune teller said that I have a calamity in my destiny this year, so I need to organize my birthday in advance. Young Master Yi, see if you have time someday, come over and show your face. It just so happens that you and Susu should have something to talk about." In the original, Bai Jianhao's big birthday wasn't brought forward, and there was even less fortune-telling messing around. He did this for one purpose only. That is, he couldn't wait to pull in $200 million of investment here in Yifeng. Especially now that Yifeng wasn't acting as a licking dog for Bai Susu anymore. It seems that the previous altered plot did have an impact on the original plot. Indeed, Yifeng replied back, "Anytime you have time. When are you going to hold your birthday banquet, Boss Bai? Why don't we just do it tonight?" "Tonight? Okay, then I'll wait for young Master Yi to come to my humble abode." On the phone, Bai Jianhao was overjoyed and added, "Young Master Yi, today it just so happens that I'm also free, and it's almost dinner time. Why don't you come out and have lunch together?" Bai Jianhao is extremely enthusiastic. In fact, This is a routine operation. In the past, Bai Jianhao is particularly interested in Yifeng, want to marry his daughter Bai Susu to him. Until later, Yifeng was Linny messed up by the family. Bai Jianhao this flip, even a few $100s, cannot afford to lend Yifeng. Even, there are all kinds of taunts to Yifeng. Very straightforward to tell Yifeng, you are just a licking dog. If not for the sake of your Yi family is rich, I will give a damn to a dude like you. My daughter and Linny are the perfect couple. You toad, you still think you can really eat swan meat? Ha! Thinking about the plot in the original story, the corner of Yifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness, and he said back, dinner is not necessary, but don't worry, I will definitely be there for tonight's birthday party. Alright, Yi Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jianhao in the office was a bit sad. In the past, not to mention letting Yifeng accompany her for dinner, even letting him pinch her feet was no problem. The root cause of all this problem is blamed on his own untalented daughter. If Yifeng is really dead, not to mention that the hope of the Bai family to climb up to the Yi family is lost. On the Bai family's current economic situation, whether it can last through the summer is still a question. No, I must give this girl Bai Susu a talking to. Why don't you know anything at all when you're such a big man? The more Bai Jianhao thought about it, the more angry he became, and he took his cell phone again, and went to a call to his daughter. Yifeng was going to have lunch with Gu Yunxiang and take her to the Bai family's dinner party on the way, but when she arrived at Gu Yunxiang's company, she learned that she had gone out to accompany a client. It's only 11 o'clock now. There is still some time before lunch. Yifeng is not in a hurry, ready to wait for Gu Yunxiang to come back, and then give her a surprise. However, Yifeng heard some strange words. You guys said that a woman like Ms. Gu, who is talented and has a good face, why would she come out and start a business alone? That's right, if I were as pretty as Mr. Gu, I'd find a rich second generation to marry. You guys don't say. The ones pursuing Mr. Gu are all rich kids, but it's a pity that Mr. Gu seems to have someone he likes, and he didn't even say yes to any of them. You guys cut the crap. Chief Gu is such a self-reliant and independent woman, how can she rely on a man? That's right, I feel that young Master Zhang, who asked Mr. Gu out today, is not simple nah. Not only is he an important client of ours, but he's also a notorious dog owner in Jinling. Dog? Hearing this, Yifeng's brows furrowed. He didn't know that there was such a paragraph in the original, but he knew which young Master Zhang these people were talking about. Zhang Ziho. His family is a clothing company. Zhang Shao Clothing, in the whole of Jiangnan, is one of the most important enterprises, because the Zhang family is not very educated, and they like to spend money when they move. That's why people call them the dog big family. However, the Zhang family seems to like this name quite a bit and seems to have applied for a patent. Zhang Ziho is the current young master and future heir of the Zhang family. Only, he couldn't compare to the four young men of Jinling, Zhou, Chen, Wang and Zhao, and even less than Yifeng. Excuse me, where did your Mr. Gu go to meet his clients? Yifeng stepped forward and asked. He wasn't worried about Gu Yunxiang hooking up with another man. As far as the original was concerned, she was infatuated to that extent. Yifeng trusted her completely. However, one's own woman, how can she be colored by others? It's just money. How can you be so arrogant in front of yourself? Ha, why are you still here? A few employees of the design company looked towards Yifeng. Just see Yifeng instrumentation, dressed properly, especially the wrist of the Rolex Aqua Ghost, worth more than 200,000 it. This looks like some rich kid pursuing Mr. Gu, but what rich kid can compare to Mr. Zhang Ziho? Sir, what do you want with Mr. Gu? The employees asked without losing their politeness. Above their feelings, they were more inclined towards young Master Zhang Ziho, because he's rich enough. As long as Mr. Gu was with him, the company wouldn't have to be so troubled. Mr. Gu doesn't have to work so hard to pull in investments. So, they are vigilant. It's okay, you guys just say it. Yifeng looked straight at them. His gaze was like a knife, and his broad aura was on full blast. Where had the few female employees seen this kind of aura that only the higher-ups had? They were instantly a bit abashed. One of them replied, "It's at the Meaningful Xian restaurant on Commercial Street, where Mr. Gu was talking to young Zhang about the contract. Besides, the owner of Meaningful Xian and Mr. Zhang are close friends." With that said, a few of the employees finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having said that, the man should get it. The owner of Meaningful Haven, but the same rich and famous. Meaning Hen? Yifeng froze. Wasn't this the place where he had dinner with Bai Susu and the others last night? If memory serves, the owner of Meaningful Hen, or his own family dog. Chapter 10 Major Zhang's live performance. Yi family's dog, not a curse word, but a compliment. After all, in this day and age, what's wrong with being a dog? And it's still the dog of the number one family in Jinling, the Yi family. Means hen. right? Yifeng smiled faintly, then turned around and left. This guy, he's not really going to steal Mr. Gu from young Master Zhang, is he? Whatever, as long as it's good for Gu always anyway. The people in the company didn't realize that in front of them was the famous Yifeng Yi Deshao. All they cared about was that Mr. Gu would find a man of his choice and wouldn't have to work so hard on his entrepreneurial journey. At this point, there was no need for Yifeng to bother with them. As a rich kid, wouldn't it be exhausting to worry about this all day long? His current purpose? There is only one. Fire rushed to Meaningful Xian. By the way, to the boss of Meaningful Xian, went to a phone call. In the Meaningful restaurant, the V5 deck. Young Master Zhang, dinner is not necessary. Let's just sign the contract. And I'm sorry to break your bank. Gu Yunxiang was a bit torn. Originally she came here just to sign the contract, but because it was mealtime, Zhang Ziho actually differed from what he had said. He pressed the contract and didn't send it. He had to come to eat. It was a good thing that this guy didn't act rudely, or else Gu Yunxiang would definitely turn around and leave. Miss Gu, there is no rush in this matter. Zhang Ziho in his early 30s, oil head, powder face, neck with a big gold chain, do not know thought it was a rich man. He said, this business of ours, sooner or later it will come to fruition. Let's eat first. I'm your client and your gold master. It's not like I won't even appreciate a meal. Could it be that Miss Gu really doesn't give me? Mr. Zhang, any face? While speaking, Zhang Ziho did not forget to steal a glance at Gu Yunxiang. I have to say, this girl child looks really point, especially her dignified temperament, and those young models that he had bagged, completely different. Zhang Ziho admitted that the woman in front of him had aroused his interest. Young Master Zhang, if it's about a contract, we can continue, but if it's just a meal, then forget it. Although Yun Xiang is a woman, she knows that a gentleman doesn't drink water from a stolen spring, and even more so, she doesn't accept food handed out in contempt. After saying that, Gu Yunxiang was about to get up. She was soft on the outside and very smart on the inside, so how could she not see what Zhang Ziho had in mind? Gu Yunxiang was also clear that it was not easy for a woman to make her way outside, but she had her bottom line and would never sell her color for anything. Ms. Gu, you're overstating things. When Zhang Ziho saw that Gu Yunxiang was about to leave, he was immediately startled and quickly said, Ms. Gu, let's sign the contract right here. Soon, Zhang Ziho took out the contract, signed his big name, handed it over and said, don't worry Ms. Gu, I, Zhang Ziho, am just admiring Ms. Gu's talent, and what bad intentions can I have? The contract was handed in front of Gu Yunxiang, and Zhang Ziho's attitude was extremely humble. As long as she didn't touch her feelings or play with potential rules, Gu Yunxiang could accept it. Whirling around, she signed her name on the contract, as well. Ms. Gu, since the contract has been signed, can we have dinner together? It's just one meal, and I'll go back immediately afterward and offer the deposit. Ms. Gu, I just admire your talent. The manuscript of the clothes you designed. Even my mom especially liked it when she saw it. Zhang Ziho continued to whisper. As a veteran of love affairs, Zhang Ziho knew very well that a woman like Gu Yunxiang would not be forced by softness. If he tried to pinpoint her soft spot, he would definitely get nowhere. So, with a change of tactics, he was ready to launch a charm offensive. Women just want to find a good man. Is your own Zhang family so rich and good enough? Besides, the boss of Meaningful Xian is his own iron friend. Today at noon is the stage of his own performance. A casual meal is fine. Young Master Zhang need not break the bank. Gu Yunxiang remained wary, not wanting to give Zhang Ziho any opportunity to take advantage of the situation. But after all, they are partners and gold masters, so if they really want to brush it off, it is really too unkind. As long as she didn't touch the bottom line, Gu Yunxiang could make a wide range of friends, that's for sure. Zhang Ziho's heart was happy and he was ready to start the show, gestured and called out to the waiter. Why tell? The waiter's English, pronounced Witwer. Gu Yunxiang couldn't help but correct it. Zhang Ziho's momentum, all of a sudden shortened by half, no longer dare to pretend what high-end. Returned to the original role of his dog Dato. Zhang Ziho first asked Gu Yunxiang to order the food. Zhang Ziho thought to himself that Gu Yunxiang must not have eaten so many mountainous delicacies above. Women, how can you resist the temptation of food? But he never expected that Gu Yunxiang would just order 2 vegetarian dishes. I'll order it myself. Zhang Ziho was speechless. This Gu Yunxiang, why is she so oily and saltless? Is she shy? Immediately, Zhang Ziho took a breath and ordered a dozen dishes, all of which were Meaningful Xian's signature dishes. However, 10 minutes had passed, and apart from the 2 green vegetables ordered by Gu Yunxiang, none of the dishes ordered by Zhang Ziho were available. What's going on here? Where's the food I ordered? Zhang Ziho called the waiter and questioned. I'm sorry sir, the dishes you ordered are all sold out, the waiter replied. Selling light? Zhang Ziho stared with wide eyes, obviously unable to believe it, and immediately, he saw a waiter, carrying the few dishes he had ordered, go to the next table. If memory serves, that table was still from the back. Zhang Ziho was furious. You're playing with me, aren't you? Do you know who I am? Call your boss over. I'm sorry sir, our boss isn't here today, and besides, I played you today, so what the fuck can you do? The waiter smiled slightly. This, Gu Yunxiang froze, confused. What did you say? Zhang Ziho has never suffered this kind of insult, meaning Xian restaurant, but his buddy opened. Can you still be bullied here? Enraged, Zhang Ziho slammed his fist towards the waiter. It didn't hit. The waiter was quick and dodged. Still, he lay on the ground and called out. Security! There's a beating going on here. Soon, the security guards came. They and Zhang Ziho had met before. I want to see your boss, Zhang Ziho said angrily, thinking that he had finally come to a familiar face. Marred. Just now, in front of Gu Yunxiang, he must have lost face. This face has to be recovered. It's just you hitting people, isn't it? Kid, you're pretty crazy. Do you know where this is? The security guard frowned and reprimanded. Zhang Ziho? You don't recognize me? I'm Zhang Ziho, the young president of the Zhang Group. Your boss's close buddy. Zhang Ziho was particularly depressed. No, do you guys know each other? I don't know either, but if you dare to cause trouble in the store, drag them out and beat them up first. Okay, let's start with a beating. After saying that, several security guards then rolled up their sleeves and went forward, dragging Zhang Ziho out under the eyes of everyone. Zhang Ziho struggled hard, but he was just an embroidered pillow. How could he be the security guard's opponent? And this scene completely confused Gu Yunxiang. Miss, this is the dish from the gentleman at the next table. For you. Enjoy. Before he could return to his senses, suddenly, the waiter was serving several exquisite dishes. The next table? Gu Yunxiang subconsciously looked over and suddenly saw a familiar silhouette and shouted offhandedly. Brother Yi Feng. Chapter 11. Lin Yi's appearance. Brother Yi Feng, don't misunderstand. I'm here to talk about the contract. After the surprise, Gu Yunxiang hurried to explain, but the more anxious she was, the more she was frazzled and didn't know what to do. Yi Feng couldn't help but say, don't worry, how could I not trust you? In the original story, Gu Yunxiang could do anything for Yi Feng, including giving her life. What's more, for goods like Zhang Ziho, if he was a woman himself, he wouldn't even be able to look at him. Yi Feng continued, I just think that newcomers will have all kinds of problems when the company starts. You can talk to me if you have difficulties. There is no need to carry everything alone. Brother Yi Feng, you know, I don't want to be a vase. Gu Yunxiang's eyes flashed with a hint of determination as she said, I want to become a woman who impresses Brother Yi Feng. Gu Yunxiang's thoughts were deeply influenced by her family, and the more self-respecting and independent women like her were, the easier it was to respect them. Otherwise, with her family's relationship with the Yi family, plus now being Yi Feng's girlfriend, wouldn't it be nourishing to be a young grandmother? But if she really pawned it off like that, she wouldn't be Gu Yunxiang anymore. Brother Yi Feng, look, isn't the contract signed? Our company's first business. Gu Yunxiang held the contract in her hands, 3 parts showing off, 7 parts sharing. Suddenly, Gu Yunxiang came back to her senses, remembering Zhang Ziho, who had just been dragged away by the security guards in a sorry state, and asked nervously, Brother Yi Feng, is that young Master Zhang alright? She was afraid of making a big deal out of it and causing trouble for Yi Feng. What can happen to him with his thick skin? At most he'll get a good beating. Yi Feng's mouth twisted. Put. Gu Yunxiang couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yi Feng, you're so bad. Those security guards just now, you arranged them, right? Don't get me wrong. They just don't want to see a toad eating swan meat. Yi Feng hummed. What? Gu Yunxiang rolled her eyes. Brother Yi Feng, the person I like is you. Any other man? I don't care. If I really have to sell my beauty to get a contract, I'd rather give up the business. That sounds like it's kind of flattering, not to mention true. As soon as Yi Feng came in, he watched quietly from the side, and Gu Yunxiang's tough attitude didn't give Zhang Ziho a single chance. If I were a poor boy, would you like me to? Yi Feng joked. Sure, Gu Yunxiang replied without thinking. If you don't have money, I will support you for the rest of your life. Who let marry a chicken follow the chicken? Speaking of this, Gu Yunxiang's pretty face swelled slightly, her face scarlet as a reddish hue, followed by shyness. In the original, Gu Yunxiang did do what he said. When Yi Feng's family was ruined by Lin Yi, Gu Yunxiang didn't leave him and even lost everything, including her life, because of Yi Feng. In this world, The most sincere emotion is to do what you say. Come on. You're so poor that you're only ordering 2 green vegetables and you're feeding me? Hurry up and eat. I ordered all this food. You can't afford to be ungrateful. Yi Feng pretended to be domineering. I ordered it on purpose. Gu Yunxiang began to move her chopsticks. She ate a bit more hastily than before. It seemed that she was hungry. After dinner, go back and change your clothes, and come with me to the White House in the evening. The White family? Gu Yunxiang's head shot up, and the first thing that came to mind was Bai Susu, but Yi Feng didn't say the reason, and Gu Yunxiang didn't ask much. Since they were boyfriend and girlfriend, she could trust Yi Feng unconditionally. Bai Jianhao because of early birthday, the whole day is widely distributed invitations. 6 o'clock in the evening, guests are only one after another to the scene. Yi Feng, on the other hand, went to an antique street not far from the Bai family villa. Brother Yi Feng, what are we doing here? Gu Yunxiang asked curiously, dressed in a classical white dress and wearing a star heart on her finger. Elegant, noble temperament, and the market atmosphere of the antique street seems a bit out of place. Antique street is the Jinling fish and dragons mixed place, mixed with all kinds of the 3 religions. Pick up the treasure. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Pick up treasure? Gu Yunxiang looked at him incredulously, not to mention whether or not he could pick up the treasure with all this fooling around on Antique Street. Even if you could, your Yi family doesn't like these few dollars. Don't worry, I'm on my own. If it was a normal situation, Yi Feng would definitely not be able to run here because it was unrealistic. But today is different, because the hero of this book, Lin Yi, is going to make his debut here. Besides, he's a son of Qi, and he's come up and hit a big treasure. Boss, do you have to sell this painting for $300? Can't it be $250? Bah, you're the one who's $255. Little brother, if you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Why are you scolding people? Not far away, a pair of young and old were haggling over the price. The old man set up a stall selling all sorts of messy antiques. Young man, medium to high looks, not as handsome as Yi Feng, but gives people an indescribable affinity. This person was none other than Lin Yi, the hero of this book. What he was looking at was a painting. Boss, I am a poor student, just out of the internship. The salary has not been paid. The rent I cannot pay. This painting, you want to sell me or 206? Lin Yi begged bitterly. The owner of the ground floor stall pondered for a moment, and surprisingly ghosted in. That's fine. $40 less. I'll take it as a trip next door to get a massage. Normally, the boss is not a penny less, and this is the rule of the antique street. Just because Lin Yi couldn't afford 300 didn't mean others couldn't. Jinling is the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, and there are people who want to make money by panning for antiques. And this, too, was Lin Yi's godly charm as the male lead. Mr. Lin Yi, what a coincidence. Yi Feng walked up and greeted with a smile. You're Yi Feng, young Master Yi? Lin Yi looked at Yi Feng walking in style and froze a little. He knew very well what kind of person this Yi Feng was, and moreover, he had always been undyingly interested in Bai Susu. The last time he was not allowed to see a movie with Bai Susu, it was related to this Yi Feng. It was said that this time Bai Susu paid her birthday call early, also because of Yi Feng. Lin Yi really couldn't hold a favorable impression of Yi Feng, but out of politeness, he still smiled back. Coincidence. It's a coincidence. I'm going to get a painting or calligraphy here too. Yi Feng's smile grew thicker. Lin Yi's chi in the antique street was the painting and calligraphy in front of him. The painting is a bit dated and the average person would never give it a second glance, but familiar with the original, but also have calligraphy and painting proficient Yi Feng? Naturally no. This is the end of the Yuan and the beginning of the Ming dynasty, the great painter Nizan's legacy of autumn geese and sunset picture. Yi Feng asked, Boss, how do you sell this calligraphy and painting? $300, but the painting, Before the boss could finish his words, Yi Feng flicked his hand. I'll offer 500. Little brother, today the fortune teller said that I would meet a nobleman, so it must be you. $500. Deal. The boss froze, and was instantly energized, rolling up the calligraphy and painting and handing it from Lin Yi's front, back to Yi Feng's front. Chapter 12, Yan Wenjing. Boss, you clearly agreed to sell me this painting and calligraphy. Why are you reselling it to someone else? How can you go back on your word in business like that? Lin Yi was anxious and questioned. Fuck. What the fuck are you teaching me to do? The floor stall owner frowned and pointed at Lin Yi's righteously indignant face, saying, Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to make any more big money today. If you can shell out $300, this calligraphy and painting will be yours. What? No money? The floor stall owner sneered. Didn't we agree on 206? Lin Yi said through clenched teeth. Are you kidding me? My purchase price is $299. Can I sell it to you at a loss? The owner of the ground floor stall is also a shameless person who can misrepresent the purchase price of $20 by more than 10 times. I have a total of 207 on me. 206 for your calligraphy and painting. $10 left. I have to take a taxi back. Lin Yi's pockets were cleaner than his face after sporadically pulling money out of them. No money, then you say kibble. The ground stall owner was very disdainful, then changed his smiling face and said to Yifeng, little brother, this calligraphy and painting belongs to you. The stall owner was about to give the calligraphy and painting to Yifeng. Lin Yi once again became anxious and stepped forward and said, young master Yifeng, your Yi family is a powerful family in Jinling. You can't get what you want. Why would you grab it from a poor student like me? Mr. Lin Yi, have you misunderstood? The painting and calligraphy were bought from the owner, not snatched from you, Yifeng said in a cloudy manner. That's right, I sold it to this little brother. The owner of the ground stall nodded his head in agreement. In front of the huge sum of $500, Lin Yi's godly charm had completely failed, but he still didn't want to give up. After taking a fierce deep breath, Lin Yi softened his tone by a few points and said, young master Yi, this painting and calligraphy is of vital importance to me. Please give me face and let me have it. I'll be grateful in the coming days. Mr. Lin, you're joking. What do I need your face for? That stuff is no better than toilet paper for wiping your ass. Yifeng smiled faintly. Watching the scene, Gu Yunxiang was a little curious. She now finally knew why Yifeng had come to Antique Street. It was obvious that it was directed at this Lin Yi. Although Gu Yunxiang had just returned to Jinling, she had studied quite a few people because of Yifeng. This Lin Yi seems to be very close to Bai Susu. Brother Yifeng, this is retaliation. Thinking of this, Gu Yunxian lost some of her heart, but then shook her head violently. What is he thinking? He is the girlfriend of Brother Yifeng. And Brother Yifeng said, less idle dramas. You, Lin Yi was infuriated and cut his teeth. Young Master Yi, don't bully people too much. What? You still want to go 30 years east and 30 years west? Yifeng laughed, no longer bothering with Lin Yi, and said to Gu Yunxian, do you have $500? I don't have any cash. Yes. From her wallet, Gu Yunxiang handed out 5 red tickets. Deal. After collecting the calligraphy and paintings, Yifeng held Gu Yunxiang and left the antique street. Lin Yi stood helplessly in place, at the stall, and surveyed some more, pointing to a porcelain bowl and asked, boss, how do you sell this? 207. No less. The owner of the ground floor stall said gruffly. Lin Yi said angrily, you know that I only have 270 on me, and you're still selling me at this price. You're trying to make even my taxi money. Right. Love it or leave it. The ground stall owner's head shot up, half of his old face, directly collapsing for Lin Yi to see. At the entrance of the White family villa, the cars and firecrackers were in full swing. Although the Bai family was shaky, there were still quite a few people who came over to support Bai Jianhao on his 50th birthday. Some were there because they were giving face and holding a personal favor, while others were there to flatter the Yi family. It was well known that Yifeng had been bitterly pursuing Bai Susu for several years, though unsuccessfully. But what if Bai Susu figured it out and became the Yi family's great young grandmother? Therefore, even if the Bai family is weak, no one dares to underestimate it. But instead, they still have to flatter, and take a ticket for climbing the Yi family in the future. Young Yi is here. Young Yi is really a man among men, suave and elegant. Who is that girl beside Yi Xiao? This looks. It doesn't lose to Boss Bai's daughter-in-law at all. That goes without saying? It must be Yi Xiao's girlfriend. People Yi Xiao by virtue of billion close to people, but also looks so handsome. If I were a woman, I have to give him a bunch of children. That's right. Those who want to be the Yi family's youngest grandmothers have to line up from the head of the Yangtze River to the tail of the Yangtze River, and also think about you day after day and drink the Yangtze River water in pain. Good writing. Good writing. When they saw Yifeng walking towards them, the crowd was extremely boastful. Bai Jianhao's face sank. These people were really a bunch of ass-kissers. Their own voices of pleasing Yifeng were actually all covered by them. Even worse, beside Yifeng, there was actually a great beauty that could rival his own daughter. And looking at their intimate appearance, they might as well be boyfriend and girlfriend. Bai Jianhao's heart is jumping. Don't look at the Bai family can still raise high buildings and feast guests, but without Yifeng, the high building directly collapsed in half. Yi Xiao, you're here. Bai Jianhao replaced his smile and walked over to greet him, deliberately ignoring Gu Yunxiang beside him. However, there was someone who did not know what to do and asked, Yi Xiao, is this young lady your wife? Introduce her to everyone. Bai Jianhao's face swished black. What a pot calling the kettle black. Today's birthday girl is Boss Bai. I just came over to congratulate him on his birthday, so all of you should stop clamoring because of me. After saying that, Yi Feng held Gu Yunxiang and walked straight towards the inside of the villa. The crowd ate a flat. Yi Feng's meaning? Obviously just don't want to take care of everyone chant. Shit, the most powerful family in Jinling is great? What a drag. Gentlemen, all go in and rest. The dinner will be served later. Bai Jianhao greeted the crowd with a smile. He had just thought carefully. According to how much Yi Feng used to like his daughter, he would never give up lightly. If he really gave up, I guess this dinner, he wouldn't have come to attend. The reason why he even brought a girl was probably to cause a crisis in his daughter. With that explanation, it all makes sense. Thinking of this, Bai Jianhao, this is really spreading the face of a big smile. As long as their own daughters still have a chance, that the White family will absolutely be able to rise again, and even fly on the branch into a phoenix. After entering the villa, Yi Feng and Gu Yunxiang found a seat by the corner and sat down. His purpose in coming over today was not to socialize. Above the audience, the people Yi Feng was familiar with could be counted on his fingers. Apart from the piano master Huang Jiaxiang, it was the Chen family, father and son of the four great families, and others. Huang Jiaxiang is the piano teacher that Yi Feng found for Bai Susu. He sells the face of the Yi family and the Yi family treats him like a guest. The Chen family and the Yi family belonged to the same upper class in Jinling, and Yi Feng and the young master of the Chen family had not been drinking together much. However, what Yi Feng really cared about was still the simple and unassuming flower-armored old man beside Chen Tianlei, the head of the Chen family, who could not be found in the crowd. He was the chance creation that the male protagonist Lin Yi had encountered this time in the original story. The national painting master Yan Wenjing. Chapter 13, Famous Teacher? Yan Wenjing came from a family of scholars, and in addition to his deep attainments in Chinese painting, he himself was a great power of hand and eye. The 3,000 disciples under his tutelage are all pillars of society. Do not look at the Yi family and the Jinling call the shots, but in the entire Jiangnan, Jiangbei, cannot rank into the top 10, still have to say. Compared to Yan Wenjing, it's even more worthless. In the original, the reason why Lin Yi's early stage can rise quickly, from poor students to social celebrities, among which there is a lot of warmth sent by Yan Wenjing, it was just that this granting of appreciation for the male lead was ready to be stowed away by Yi Feng. Yi Xiao, what are you looking at? At this time, a young man in a suit, who was a gentleman, came to Yi Feng's side. This person was none other than the young master of the four great families of Jinling, the Chen family, Chen Zixuan. When he saw Yi Feng's gaze towards the old man beside his father, Chen Zixuan said, "That old man is my father's friend. He seems to come from quite a big place, but I'm not very familiar with him. Does Yi Xiao want to know? Chen Zixuan, why did you come to my place?" Yi Feng looked at him curiously. Although the Chen family did not have much dealings with the Yi family, but as a member of the same rich second-generation circle, Yi Feng drank with Chen Zixuan a few times. Only, the Chen family's tutelage was particularly strict, and Chen Tianlei strictly forbade his son to associate with a dude like Yi Feng. Moreover, Chen Tianlei asserted that as long as a dude like Yi Feng was in charge, the Yi family would definitely go downhill and would not be rich for more than 2 generations. That's very true, but Chen Tianlei would never have thought that the Yi family in the original, because it was messed up by Lin Yi. Yi Feng lost his family in less than a year. My dad has a social engagement here and doesn't have time for me. Chen Zixuan had a sly look on his face. He was raised on the stick and was very fearful of his father. Other rich kids go to their own company and drink coffee with their legs crossed, but Chen Zixuan doesn't have this good fortune. When things didn't work out, he could be scolded by his father from work to work, and then again when he got home. What makes Chen Zixuan most speechless is that even making friends father has to control. He is not a child anymore. It was hard to catch a chance to get close to Yi Feng. After all, the Yi family is in the middle of the day. The Chen family is still a big difference. This must not be with the future successor of the Yi family. Play a good relationship? Chen Zixuan looked at the beauty beside Yi Feng and asked with a smile. Young Yi, this must be Miss Gu Yunxiang. You know quite a bit. Yi Feng said. It can't be helped. You're all over the circle now. Chen Zixuan laughed. This must be young Master Chen Zixuan. The Chen family is ranked among the 4 great families of Jinling, and young Chen is the future successor in the eyes of the Chen family master. Gu Yunxiang Ying smiled. The so-called in business, Jinling, but all the people with a face. Gu Yunxiang has studied. Maybe someday, there will be a collaboration. Wow. Sister-in-law has a good eye. Chen Zixuan was shocked. The reason he knew Gu Yunxiang was because he wanted to make friends with Yi Feng and had specifically gone to investigate. But this Gu Yunxiang had just returned to Jinling and actually knew herself. This woman was definitely not simple. Immediately returned. But sister-in-law overrated. It's also because my brothers are no good. My father valued me. But after all, my Chen family is just a family, while only the Yi family can be considered a mansion. Nah. Cut the ass kissing. If you're not afraid of your father scolding you, you can stay here. Yi Feng actually didn't matter. Chen Tianlei didn't want to befriend the Yi family. The Yi family might not want to befriend him. There was no conflict of interest or business cooperation between the two families, so there was nothing wrong with keeping the well dry. On the contrary, this Chen Zixuan, in the original story, was a little witty. When Lin Yi was dealing with Yi Feng, he didn't give Yi Feng many ideas. It's just a pity that Lin Yi's protagonist aura is so powerful that no one can resist it. I'll stay a while, Chen Zixuan said with a smile, and suddenly his words changed, coming to Yi Feng's ear and asking, Young Yi, are you really not chasing after Bai Susu? Ha, Ms. White is out. Wow, Miss Bai is dressed up so beautifully today, worthy of being the girl that Yi Xiao has been chasing for years. Boss Bai is truly to be congratulated for having such $1,000. It's said that Ms. Bai is also Master Huang Jiaxiang's senior apprentice, and she plays the piano well. Really? This shall not you play a song tonight? Just as Chen Zixuan's words left his mouth, he heard a commotion in the villa's hall, only to see Bai Susu appear in an evening gown. She had a picturesque face and excellent temperament, and although she was only 20 years old, she vaguely had the appearance of being a country tipping the scales. In this scene, even Chen Zixuan looked infatuated and said that it was no wonder that Yi Xiao had been chasing this woman for years. This is from when people are 16 years old and want to get into it, isn't it? Thank you, uncles, for coming to my father's birthday dinner. The feast will begin later, and my niece, who is not talented, has come to play a piece of blessing for you, as a dedication. At Bai Susu's signal, the villa's attendant carried a piano up. Bai Susu sat quietly in front of the piano, like a princess, and the stars glittered outside the eaves of the window, as if marveling at her beauty. The blessing is a very famous piano piece, which is dedicated to the guest of honor and to his father. The sound of the piano was wonderful, and the field was very pleasing to the ear even for those who did not know music. 3 minutes later, the song had finished and the arena erupted in thunderous applause. It's really worthy of being Ms. Bai. She's beautiful and I didn't expect to play the piano well too. After all, he is the senior disciple of Master Huang Jiaxiang, who is known for his high vision. That's right, so many of other Master Huang's disciples have gone international. In the future, Miss Bai's future is absolutely unlimited. The crowd didn't mince words of praise. They had probably figured out one thing. Why Yi Feng had been obsessed with Bai Susu for several years. Who wouldn't fall in love with her? Now that young Master Yi Feng had a new love, perhaps it wasn't that he had moved on, but that Bai Susu was too demanding to see him. As for the White family's impending bankruptcy, the crowd was not currently concerned. As long as it hadn't really gone bankrupt, as long as Bai Susu could still tug at Yi Feng's nerves, the Bai family could come back from the dead at any time. You all are mistaken. My daughter is only slightly talented, but thanks to Master Huang's careful cultivation, Bai Jianhao's face opened up with a smile. His daughter had really given herself face just now. Huang Jiaxiang sat on the sidelines and just smiled politely. Honestly, he'd seen too many musical geniuses, even ghosts. Bai Susu's talent could only be considered to be moderately high, and if it wasn't for young Master Yi Feng's pleading several times, he definitely wouldn't have taken her on as a disciple. For Bai Susu, Huang Jiaxiang and her were not so much master and disciple as a deal. The bargaining chip is to sell the Yi family a face. Yun Xiang, I remember you also learned piano from elementary school, right? In the corner, Yi Feng asked. Ha? Gu Yunxiang froze and asked curiously. What's wrong? Get up there and play a song. I remember when I was a kid we had piano lessons together and you were the one who came back to tutor me. Bai Susu's playing is actually just a so-so. It's just that these bosses are uneducated, so they're just holding it up there. You definitely play better than her. Yi Feng's eyes twinkled and he hit a bad idea. Chapter 14, The Dream Wedding. Gu Yunxiang's electives in college were aesthetics and piano. When Bai Susu was still worried about taking the 6th grade piano exam, Gu Yunxiang had passed the 8th grade piano long ago. Moreover, Gu Yunxiang was particularly gifted when it came to musical instruments, and only needed some pointers to blend in. In the original, Gu Yunxiang was supposed to be the existence that hang Bai Susu, but because Bai Susu was the heroine and had an aura to protect her, Gu Yunxiang was abused by her in the piano competition. Even Huang Jiaxiang said that Gu Yunxiang was definitely a genius, but Bai Susu worked hard enough to surpass her. Yi Feng does not believe that the author of the Brain Bruise Blood written that set, hanging on hanging, with the efforts of what has to do. Brother Yi Feng, this isn't good. People have birthdays, eh? Gu Yunxiang wasn't too happy about it. What's in it? You are now starting a business. The lack of fame. You do not take the initiative to show yourself, and expect these eyeless bosses to come to take the initiative to find you? When it came to the entrepreneurial aspect, Gu Yunxiang hesitated. This was the thing she cared about the most besides Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly gave Chen Zixuan a wink, and the latter understood in seconds. He stood up and called out, "Gentlemen, wasn't Miss Bai's performance just now not too enjoyable? Other people's Yanya's girlfriend, Ms. Gu Yunxiang, has furthered her piano studies in college and has passed the grade 8 certificate. Why don't we have her play a song to celebrate Boss Bai's birthday? Wouldn't that be nice?" As Chen Zixuan's words fell, the entire room clamored. "Yi maiden friend still has this ability? I always thought she was a vase." "Whatever. I'm just here to catch the show anyway. The more lively the better." The other person, Bai Susu, is Master Huang Jiaxian's disciple. She shouldn't be here to make a fool of herself. Who knows? Anyway, I want to see how this girlfriend of Yunya's compares to Ms. Bai Susu. The crowd was in disbelief. Hearing this, Bai Jianhao's face turned green. What, offering a song to celebrate his birthday? This is to smash the scene. Just can't you see my daughter's strength? Can you smash it down? That's the best. Please teach me more. Gu Senpai. Bai Susu smiled in her heart. She had just stunned the entire audience. Gu Yunxiang wanted to send an assist. Of course she had no problem with it. That's a dedication. The words had come to this, so Gu Yunxiang could only be hardened. Lifting the hem of her skirt, she walked toward the piano stage with a calm and graceful gait. "I'll go." This Miss Gu walks as if she's a model. Have you guys noticed? This classical white dress on Miss Gu. It matches her temperament so well. Stars are no better. What the hell are you guys looking at? Can't you see that ring on Miss Gu's finger? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the South African diamond ring that was auctioned off by some mysterious tycoon a few days ago. The heart of the stars. Before the light patted Yifang's ass, the crowd then carefully scrutinized Gu Yunxiang's appearance. This temperament, face, body absolute, completely upside down. It doesn't lose to Bai Susu at all. Bai Susu and her bestie, Lin Fingjiu, on the other hand, were a little uncomfortable. Classical white dress that would have belonged to Lin Fingjiu. The heart of the stars diamond ring was originally given to Bai Susu. Now these two luxuries, 2 shares of honor and 2 shares of beauty, were all given to Gu Yunxiang. If Bai Susu was the star just now, then Gu Yunxiang was the full moon now. How can the stars compete with the full moon? I would like to play the tune from the capital of romance, Paris, Master Clayderman's book, The Dream Wedding. I've practiced this piece many times, and I've always wanted to play it for someone, but I never got the chance. Dedication. Sitting on the stool, Gu Yunxiang adjusted her emotions and rested her 10 fingers on the piano keys, ready to play. Wow. Is this a confession for young Master Yi Feng? It's too romantic. Confessing her love at someone else's birthday party. Ms. Gu is worthy of being young Master Yi's girlfriend. Ms. Gu is so beautiful. I've decided that I'm going to be her licking dog. You're thinking about fart eating. You can't even lick your assistant, Zhang Suihua, and you still want to lick Ms. Gu? The crowd was already abuzz before the playing. The other person, Ms. Gu, and Yi Xiao are childhood sweethearts. I've heard that both parents, before they were even born, were already married by mutual consent. Chen Zixuan began to rise up and make up a bunch of nonsense. Seriously, so charged? So it seems that young Master Yi is just playing around with a certain female, and the one he has his heart set on is actually Gu Yunxiang, right? That's for sure. The person's parents are so beautiful, she must be the main palace, the proper future Yi family's young grandmother. The crowd is brainlessly following the trend. I'm really envious of Yi Xiao, both career and love. You guys tell me what it means to win at life. In order to help Yi Feng build up Gu Yunxiang's momentum, Chen Zixuan was frantically coaxing, but as he coaxed and cajoled, his body instinctively went cold at the back. He turned his head and actually found his father, Chen Tianlei, staring hard at him. Chen Zixuan shut up decisively. The whole room went quiet as well. Gu Yunxiang pressed the moving piano keys, and the beautiful and deep piano music slowly sounded. The dream wedding was the deepest wish of Gu Yunxiang's heart. Every note she hits is extremely precise, and every note speaks of love. Inside the villa hall, the crowd was playing along with the piano music, as if they were in the middle of a huge wedding, and forgetting that it was someone's 50th birthday. After the song was over, the scene was still silent, and everyone was still enraptured by the music of love, and forget to applaud. Suddenly, a man rose to his feet. The crowd realized that it was the always low-profile Huang Jiaxiang, who slowly walked towards Gu Yunxiang in excitement. I have taught countless students, some of whom have become masters, but their music, which moves the world, does not move me. Ms. Gu's song, Dream Wedding, made me feel a lot of emotions. Huang Jiaxiang is 48 years old and is about to reach the age of maturity. He had a long-running girlfriend of 14 years, who split up dozens of times and ended up with nothing to show for it. Over the years, Wang Ka-chung has been single and has not been looking for a new love. Some people on the internet analyzed that he was trapped by love. that he was a big name in music and a prisoner of love. In his dreams, there may also be a wedding waiting to take place. Ms. Gu Yunxiang, you are the only person who has impressed me with music in recent years, and playing a masterpiece that claimant is known for its high level of difficulty. I want to take you on as a student, take you to Paris for further study, and I will teach and cultivate you as much as I can. In the future you will be a great musician who will be famous all over the world. Huang Jiaxiang grew more and more excited, not only because Gu Yunxiang's piano music had impressed him, but also because he had discovered a genius. As long as Gu Yunxiang was willing, she would be Huang Jiaxiang's best student in the future. My goodness, Master Huang Jiaxiang, isn't he extremely strict in accepting disciples and not accepting non-geniuses? Huang Jiaxiang is one of the few world-class musicians in the country. It's too lucky to be his disciple. After the crowd was shocked, it was still shocked. On the piano seat, Gu Yunxiang was obviously moved. Being able to become Huang Jiaxiang's student, the future was a bright road. It's a song that I just practiced for the sake of practicing it too many times. I may not be that talented, and I may not deserve to impress Master Huang. So, I didn't think about going to Paris to further my education or moving towards a musical path. Sorry, teacher. After Gu Yunxiang finished speaking, she slowly walked off the stage, but the entire audience was in an uproar. Chapter 15, The Hero's Adverse Weather Luck. Gu Yunxiang surprisingly refused the invitation to take on an apprentice. Can this be refused? I'm afraid that's not possible. The people present, all of them are sighing, and Bai Susu's mood is also very lost. When she first wanted to worship Huang Jiaxiang as her teacher, she had eaten several closed doors in a row. In the end, it was only when Yi Feng stepped in with the name of the Yi family that he was able to get Huang Jiaxiang to reluctantly accept himself as his disciple. However, after worshipping the teacher for so long, Huang Jiaxiang never just taught normally, not even a word of praise, not to mention taking myself abroad for further study. How could this make Bai Susu not to be envious and jealous? But it was good that Gu Yunxiang chose to give up, and was able to balance Bai Susu's mood a bit. But Huang Jiaxiang didn't want to give up. He walked towards Yi Feng and said, "Young Master Yi, when you visited me 3 times, you hoped that I could take Miss Bai Susu as my disciple. Today, I'm also requesting from you that Miss Gu Yunxiang be able to study music with me." After thinking for a moment, Huang Jiaxiang continued, "I can promise you that as long as Miss Gu Yunxiang learns music from me, I will promise to take Miss Bai Susu to the Heavenly Palace Conservatory of Music for further study. Tianfu Conservatory of Music, one of the top conservatories in China. But in comparison, going to Paris to further your education is a better choice. My goodness, Master Huang really loves talent. He really had the best intentions in order to be able to take Gu Yunxiang as his disciple. But then again, Master Huang took Miss Bai Susu as his disciple to sell young his face. Not because of Miss Bai's talent? You just realized that. Ha, sorry. The village just got internet. But Miss Bai Susu is also worth it. Tianfu Conservatory of Music. The average person can't take the test. At most go to the side. But if it's Master Huang's disciple, that's a different story. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Bai Susu's face became more and more ugly. She respected Huang Jiaxiang, and she also wanted to go to the Tianfu Conservatory of Music to further her studies. But he said that about himself in public. Did he feed his emotional intelligence to the dogs? It made it seem as if he was a gift from Gu Yunxiang. Bai Jianhao was also embarrassed. Gu Yunxiang Fong played the piano and stole his daughter's thunder, not to mention that Huang Jiaxiang is still making a big deal about accepting disciples here. Get it right. This is the site of my old man's 50th birthday. I'm grateful for Master Huang's love. But Yun Xiang has her own ideas, and although she's my girlfriend, I respect her choice. In addition, Yun Xiang's main focus is now on business and has no time for others. But in the future, if she clears out, I can promise Master Huang to persuade her more. Yi Feng replied with a smile. In the original story, it was under the leadership of Huang Jiaxiang that Bai Susu became a world-famous musician, and this heavy identity has brought quite a lot of benefits to the male protagonist, Lin Yi, completely allowing him to make a class leap. The current Yi family, although powerful in Jinling, was nothing when looking at Jiangnan Jianbei, the whole country, or even the whole world. If the Yi family wanted to rise, they really needed a big influential person, such as a world-famous musician. But this is a long road, so Yi Feng is not in a hurry. After all, musicians, not the stream of star theater. There was nothing wrong with letting Gu Yunxiang experience more in the business world. Okay then. Hearing such an answer, Huang Jiaxiang then stopped forcing himself. He had discovered a genius who was even more talented than himself and could fly even higher than himself in the future. He didn't want to miss out on this, but he also knew that things happen for people, and that nothing can be forced, as long as there is still a chance. As for Miss Bai Susu, as the saying goes, the master leads the door. The cultivation is up to the individual. Master Huang can just go with the flow. Yi Feng added. At these words, Huang Jiaxian directly froze. The crowd froze as well. It's clearly a word for word. Can Yi Xiao have a new love and be so heartless to his old one? Bai Susu was even more frightened and her face paled. If Huang Jiaxian no longer accepts himself as his disciple, how can he go on in the thorny musical jungle with rivals everywhere? Her body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Yi Feng, his heart was puzzled. Was this brother Yi Feng's revenge? Just because he refused to watch a movie with him, he holds a grudge? In the future, my daughter, please take care of Master Huang. Bai Jianhao hurriedly smiled and rounded up the situation. More than his daughter's musical path, he cared more about the Yi family's attitude towards his own Bai family. Without the Yi family, the Bai family's edifice would collapse at any time. Aha! How smart was Huang Jiaxiang? How could he not hear Yi Feng's strings? Just nodded perfunctorily as a response to Bai Jianhao. The crowd sighed even more. Most of them came here to take the opportunity to flatter Yi Feng. But Yi Feng, it seems that he no longer favors Bai Susu in general. Then it would seem that after tonight, there would be no need for the White family to befriend Bai Jianhao's 50th birthday. Until the banquet opened, the crowd gave him a toast. His excitement have never been able to raise. All he could think about was that the Bai family was out of favor, and that the Bai family was going to be finished. Family master, someone has trespassed into the villa. How should we handle this? At that moment, the security guard suddenly came to report. You want me to teach you that? What are you security guards for? Bai Jianhao was furious. But we can't beat him, the guard said in a shaky voice. Bai Jianhao froze. This might be an enemy coming to seek revenge. He quickly asked, what kind of people are coming? A poor student. The security guard replied. It should be Lin Yi's brother. I'll go pick him up. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu rushed out in a hurry, and Bai Jianhao and Lin Fengju were at the back. Too late to persuade them. Not long after, Lin Yi walked in, led by Bai Susu. Lin Yi's impoverished aura instantly caught everyone's attention. In particular, Bai Susu looked especially close and out of place when she stood with him. Old Bai, it's not that I'm talking about you. This is your fault. Do you know why young Master Yi has moved on? Yes, old Bai. You don't want a golden son-in-law. You want a poor student? Someone whispered in exhortation. Bai Jianhao's face turned green as he reprimanded his daughter. Bai Susu, are you taking my words all in deaf ears? Bai Jianhao had always forbidden Bai Susu to have any dealings with Lin Yi and had warned him countless times. Lin Yi was also aware of it. Uncle Bai, I've come to congratulate you on your birthday. Here's my congratulatory gift. Saying that, Lin Yi took out the broken porcelain bowl that he had spent $277 on at the antique street stall. On the porcelain bowl, there was still a gaping hole, and Lin Yi handed it over, as if the beggar was looking for the tycoon to ask for a reward. Is this a birthday celebration? Or a beggar? Laughing my ass off, he's trying to take Boss White and go begging together later. Everyone present was laughing. Bai Jianhao's face, more and more ugly. Bai Susu on the sidelines is also very embarrassed. Said Lin Yi, brother, I know you have no money, but you this good guy, worthy of being the hero of this book. The chi is truly unrivaled. I didn't get the autumn geese and falling sun picture, but I actually got a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Zhengde period of the Ming dynasty. Yi Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. At the same time, he also noticed that Yan Wenjing, the national painting master beside Li Tianlei, the head of the Li family, had also opened his eyes. He had been lacking interest when Gu Yunxiang and Bai Susu played the piano just now, but now, he was interested. Are you teasing me? Bai Jianhao's face was hard to see as he called out. Security guards, blow him out for me. The security guard was about to make a move, when suddenly, a voice, like a flood bell rang out. Stop, this little friend interests me. Let him stay here. Chapter 16. What do you mean? Targeting you. Lin Yi? Who is this old man? Who has the right to talk here? Keep your voice down. Can't you see that beside the others, there's the Chen family master standing? It's still true. How come it feels like the Chen family master is just like a servant in front of him? Do we have this great power in Jiling? Yan Wenjing's appearance caused the crowd to become curious, and they searched every inch of their minds, but none of them could find this person. Bai Jianhao also froze. The old man was very plain. Even his dress was very ordinary, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Going up, he asked, and this old gentleman is? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that this young man is, indeed, here to celebrate your birthday. Yan Wenjing said indifferently, then walked up and looked at the broken bowl in Lin Yi's hand, saying, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Zhengde period of the Ming dynasty. The market price should be more than $800,000, but unfortunately, it's missing a corner, and it's only worth more than $100,000. The room boiled over at this statement. This broken bowl is worth over $100,000? What kind of money is that? It's so easy to earn. No way. Just this broken bowl? White Jianhao was shocked. On this broken bowl? To give beggars beggars have to curse. Didn't the old gentleman say that this is a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Zhengde period of the Ming dynasty? Could it be that the Bai family master can't trust us? Chen Tianlei frowned and said, I dare not. Bai Jianhao quickly waved his hand. He and Chen Tianlei had a lot of business dealings before. That's why he was able to invite him over for this birthday banquet. But the Chen family is one of the 4 great families of Jinling. Bai Jianhao dare not offend. This bowl, is it really an antique? Bai Jianhao took the porcelain bowl from Lin Yi and studied it carefully. If the old gentleman says yes, then yes, if not, I'll pay you the price. Chen Tianlei's sentence directly made Bai Jianhao lose his temper. The crowd was also once again curious as to who this old man was that could make the high-minded and proud Chen Tianlei willingly serve as a subordinate. Old sir has good eyesight. This is indeed an antique from the Zhengde period. I purposely plucked it from the antique market and gave it to Uncle Bai. I wonder if Uncle Bai likes it. Lin Yi said with a smile. Love it. Of course. Bai Jianhao hurriedly replied. Are you kidding? Who doesn't like to give away money? And counting. Of all the people present, it was Lin Yi's gift that was the most expensive. Dad. Then you're still letting the security guards blast brother Lin Yi away. Bai Susu muttered. Not expecting brother Lin Yi to be so forceful. Not bad for him. Young people know about antiques too? Yan Wenjing looked at Lin Yi. Just a little knowledge. Lin Yi replied humbly. It's not easy to be so insightful at such a young age. It's just a pity that I only know a little bit about it as well. Or else I would have been able to spar with little friendly. Yan Wenjing said with a smile. His strength lies in Chinese painting. Antiques are just a hobby. But despite this, the collection of antiques and paintings at his home was worth more than $1 billion alone. Little brother. Your name is Lin Yi, isn't it? It's rare that the old gentleman likes you. If you run into trouble in the future, you can feel free to come to the Chen family to find me. Chen Tianlei could see that Yan Wenjing was very fond of the young man in front of him, so he didn't begrudge him for pulling him in. The crowd was once again shocked. Lin Yi had gotten in touch with the Chen family? How can this dog be so lucky? Obviously Chen Tianlei is worth more than that broken bowl of antiques. Thank you both for your love. Lin Yi remained polite and courteous, and suddenly the conversation turned inside. Originally on my way here, I had my eye on a piece of calligraphy and painting, which could be worth up to $10 million, but it's just a pity that it was deliberately targeted by someone to cut it off and forcefully buy it. Who did this? Yan Wenjing's face turned blue. He liked to collect antiques, but he loved collecting paintings and calligraphy even more. The young man in front of me, at a young age, can have a study of calligraphy, painting and antiques, but it is not easy. But who on earth was so unkind as to target him and cut off the paintings and calligraphy forcibly purchased? It's really bullying. It's banditry. Bai Jianhao was even more shocked. A painting and calligraphy worth $10 million. If it is not intercepted, then it is not a gift to himself. This was the first time that Bai Jianhao, for the first time, had a favorable impression of Lin Yi. Chen Tianlei also asked, who is that person? Do you recognize him, little brother? Recognizing is recognizing, but I don't dare to mess with it. This person is quite powerful in Jinling, and he was right there. Lin Yi shook his head and said, don't be afraid, little brother. As long as it's in Jinling, no matter who he is, I'll do it for you. Chen Tianlei himself loved to fight with swords and be a warrior, and when he heard Lin Yi's words, he immediately took an indignant stance. Well, then, I'll defy the odds and come right out and say it plainly today. Lin Yi took a deep breath. He was waiting for these words from Chen Tianlei. But there is no harm in speaking. How can such shamelessness be condoned? Chen Tianlei said righteously. Lin Yi, this young man looks quite smooth. Why speak so abrasive? This person is young Master Yi Feng. Lin Yi's gaze was directed towards Yi Feng. Boom! For a moment, the crowd was thunderstruck. How could it be young Master Yi Feng? Just kidding. I don't believe it even if it kills me. The Yi family is so rich that they would intercept other people's things? I haven't heard that young Master Yi Feng has any interest in calligraphy and painting either. Don't get it. You guys think about it carefully. Miss Bai Susu is so close to this one called Lin Yi. Maybe Yi Xiao is deliberately retaliating. The crowd was talking. Young Master Yi, how do you? Bai Jianhao was shocked. Chen Tianlei was also shocked, not expecting it to be Yi Feng, the loser. It was true that he, Chen Tianlei, was not afraid of the Yi family, but there was no need to go and feud with the Yi family. However, out of his disgust for Yi Feng, he glared angrily at Yi Feng's side, his own incompetent son. Chen Zixuan was startled and rolled back to his father's side as fast as he could. Brother Yi Feng, you don't like calligraphy and paintings. Why are you robbing brother Lin Yi's? He has no grudge against you. Why are you targeting him? Bai Susu shouted with righteous indignation. Bai Jianhao subconsciously nodded as well, but he was thinking a little deeper. Yi Feng definitely didn't know anything about calligraphy and painting, but I'm afraid it wasn't that simple for him to intercept Lin Yi. Is it jealousy over your own daughter? Young Master Yi Feng, your Yi family is a powerful family in Jinling. Even though that painting and calligraphy is worth $10 million, I'm sure your Yi family doesn't lack that much money. This painting and calligraphy is a gift I was going to give to Uncle Bai. Please return it to me. If there were offenses before, please ask Yi Xiao to bear with me. I'm just a poor student. It's not worth Yi Xiao's deliberate targeting. Lin Yi went forward and apologized. Yi Feng, however, inexplicably felt funny. Lin Yi's move seemed naive, but actually had sinister intentions. If Yi Feng didn't return the calligraphy and painting, it would mean that he, the young master, was deliberately bullying Lin Yi, a poor student, and would be sprayed to death with spit by the moral guards. But if he returned the calligraphy and painting, it would be confirmed that he had gone to deliberately target Lin Yi because of Bai Susu, and in people's eyes, he would still be the same licking dog Yi Feng. Only, Lin Yi is smart. Yi Feng is not stupid. Since we want a fight, then let's compare to see who has the highest Dao. Immediately, he snorted coldly and said in a loud voice, Student Lin Yi, you really know how to joke. I paid for that painting and calligraphy. I didn't rob it. Could it be that you recognized that as the autumn geese and falling sun picture? But I don't. Besides, you can't even shell out $300 for the painting and calligraphy, while I spent $500. So let's translate for everyone. What is meant by robbing and what is meant by intercepting? What do you mean by targeting you, Lin Yi? Chapter 17, Autumn Geese and Falling Sun. Autumn Geese and Sunset Picture. What's that? I just looked it up on my cell phone, and good lord, it's a posthumous masterpiece by one of the four families of the late Yuan dynasty. An Zan I know, ranked among the top 10 painters in ancient times, also selected as one of the 100 most famous people in the British world. There is a garden of his memorial hall in Liangxi City in Jiangnan. Surprisingly, it's An Zan's legacy. Could it be that young Master Yi knows about calligraphy and painting? When Yi Feng said the origin of the calligraphy and painting, the whole room boiled over. Lin Yi's eyes were even wider. He never thought that Yi Feng actually had this skill. In this way, words like targeting Lin Yi and intercepting him halfway were completely untenable. Little friend Lin Yi, this is where you're wrong. Young Master Yi also knows about calligraphy and painting. How can you say that they are robbing you? Yeah, you can't even get $300 out of it. But other people, Yi Xiao, paid $500 for it. Buying something isn't a relationship. What's the point of coming first? Why do we have to be first in line when we're in love? Don't say that the girl doesn't have a boyfriend. Even if she does, it's only because of my ability that I got her. Dude, you're not right. How are you different from Chao Manga? For a while, Lin Yi became a target, and spittle flew his way. Even Yan Wenjing's approving gaze gradually turned to Yi Feng. Fight me? The corner of Yi Feng's mouth lifted slightly. So what if it's a fictional hero? So what if your luck is against the heavens? I'll plunder all of your fortune and chance. You can't say that. People Lin Yi students, not only do they know about calligraphy and painting, they also know about antiques. Who knows whether certain people, on purpose, follow the trend of strong buying? It's like, a singer writes a great song and some people not only plagiarize it, they suppress the original. Does just saying the name of a painting or calligraphy prove that he knows how to paint or draw? Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Lin Yi's heart rejoiced. The feeling was like a beam of light shining into the darkness. He turned around and was surprised to find that the one who spoke was Lin Fengjiao. Lin Fengjiao skimmed her mouth. She originally had quite a good feeling about Yi Feng, but instead, she couldn't see Lin Yi in all kinds of ways. But, who let Yi Feng black out all his contact information? She's been pink to black ever since. Fengjiao is right. With Xiaoya's skills, it's not difficult to find out about the calligraphy and painting. But I know a little bit about that picture of the autumn geese and the sunset, Lin Yi said in a hurry. If this comment stood, Yi Feng was indeed bullying the weak and maliciously snatching. Although he didn't have to return the calligraphy and painting, his reputation was certainly not good. Not to mention, there was also Chen Tianlei on the field, as well as the old gentleman beside him, who helped Lin Yi in a righteous manner. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng suddenly laughed out loud, and suddenly turned his words around, with a biting gaze, and said, "It's really funny. It's not an exaggeration to say that no one present here knows more about calligraphy and painting than I do." The moment these words came out, the crowd was all speechless. Yi Xiao, you are too crazy. It would have been nice for everyone to be on your side. Yan Wenjing frowned. The speaker had no intention of listening. He felt that Yi Feng was punching him in the face. Chen Tianlei was even more deeply frowning. And in his heart, his evaluation of Yi Feng was even lower. "Gentlemen, please look at the painting." Yi Feng took the calligraphy and painting out, walked up and pointed at the calligraphy and painting. "This is Nizan's Autumn Wild Geese and Falling Haze painting. I dare say I understand it. But Lin Yi, do you dare to say you understand it?" Lin Yi was about to open his mouth. Yi Feng pointed to the painting, a line of geese, and said, "Look carefully. These geese either have a head and no tail, or missing a wing. Do you know what this means?" This, the crowd didn't understand. Yan Wenjing was slightly curious. It was also the first time he had seen the calligraphy and painting, and he didn't know much about it. But he knew Nizan. Nizan's life was unrestrained and dashing. His paintings were flowing. It was impossible for him to paint this kind of work for no reason. "Mr. Lin Yi, you guys say that I don't know how to paint, so I want to ask you, what do these geese represent?" Yi Feng asked. This, Lin Yi was speechless. When he was searching for the calligraphy and paintings, he only saw that it was Nizan's handwriting, but he didn't notice the geese on these paintings. "Don't know, do you? Then I'll tell you," Yi Feng said with a tone of voice. "As we all know, Nizan is from the late Yuan and early Ming dynasty. The Yuan dynasty only survived for 98 years. When Nizan was in his prime, the world was more stable, but when Nizan was in his later years, the world collapsed, and the righteous armies rose up in all directions. Nizan, as a scholar, lamented the shattering of mountains and rivers, the changing of divine weapons, and the suffering of the people of the world. Yet no bright lord has come forth. At that time, it was the warlord Zhang Shicheng who was sitting in Jiangnan. Zhang Shixin, Zhang Shicheng's younger brother, asked Nizan to paint, but Nizan couldn't look at them, and not only refused to paint, he tore up the silks that Zhang Shixin sent him, and threw the money that he sent him into a cesspit. For this reason, Nizan later met Zhang Shixin while traveling the Taihu Lake and was beaten by him. Not only does Nizan not see Zhang Shicheng's brothers, even Ning Taizu is very unimpressed. In his life, he did not meet the bright master he wanted. He lamented his own encounter, lamented the people of the world. So he painted these geese in the middle of the autumn wind, crippled and confused. As Yi Feng's words fell, the entire room was shocked. Was this still the Dazhou Yi he knew? This learning has not been a bit too powerful. Even Yan Wenjing was scratching his head. What Yi Feng said was completely in line with what happened to Nizan. Who can't make up a story? Lin Fengjiao muttered. Making up stories? Yi Feng laughed, pointing to the painting. The bottom left corner of the sentence said, "A river of autumn water, pale cold smoke, water shadow bright as a practice, the bottom of the eyes away from the sadness of the number of lines of geese, snow clear sky." Nizan wrote this line in Han Dynasty clerical script. Nizan's political ambition is in expelling the Tartars and recovering the Han Dynasty. What he wants is to restore the glory that existed at the time of the Great Han. Ms. Lin Fengjiao, what do you think of this story of mine? How is it made up? Yi Feng sneered, and Lin Fengjiao was choked so much that she couldn't say a word. All the gazes of the crowd looked at her, and Lin Fengjiao couldn't wait to find a hole to burrow into. What the hell? When did Yi Feng become so educated? It doesn't fit his persona at all. A river of autumn water with light cold smoke. The water's shadow as bright as a practice, under the eyes of the departing sadness of several rows of geese, the snow clear sky. This line, from Mr. Nizan's Webtoon Little Peach Red Dot, and the top line of this lyric is the backyard jade tree then tuned. Poor merchant girl, not knowing the dead country, blowing to the purple wan shao. Young Master Yi is so talented that he makes me sigh in admiration. Yan Wenjing laughed out loud and walked forward, marveling at Yi Feng. When he came to Jinling, he had heard Chen Tianlei mention this person, Yi Feng, and evaluated him as an uneducated dude. But now it seems that it was Chen Tianlei who looked away. The old man is overrated. I only know a little about it. Yi Feng smiled slightly. This picture of autumn geese and sunset was Nizan's posthumous work, and the background story of his painting was lost along with it. No one present, including Yan Wenjing, could possibly know. But Yi Feng was different. Having the specialized skill of calligraphy and painting, he knew the next 2,000 years, everything about calligraphy and painting. Now, does anyone else say that I'm targeting Mr. Lin Yi? Yi Feng smiled and looked at the crowd, while Lin Yi's face, on the other hand, became embarrassed. Chapter 18 Paintings are worthless, but you're worth more. Mr. Lin Yi, this is where you're wrong. He's so talented, young Master Yi Feng. What's the need to cut you off? That's right. You don't want to get persecution paranoia and keep thinking that someone is targeting you. I say, you're not the one who hates the rich, right? Why do I feel like it's you who's targeting young Master Yi Feng? Young man, it doesn't matter if you are poor. The key is to be strong and ambitious. Do you understand? Lin Yi was almost sprayed to death by the spittle that came in his face. Lin Fengjiao hurriedly avoided him far away. She felt that he was a waste before. but she didn't expect that he was still a waste now. Bai Jianhao frowned, his heart thankful that he hadn't talked too much just now, or else where would he put this old face of his? There was only Bai Susu, who was heartbroken for Lin Yi, who was being blamed by the crowd. In contrast, Yi Feng was praised by the crowd one by one, and was almost praised to the sky, simply changing his previous image of a playboy. Gu Yunxiang was also very happy. She had just sweated over brother Yi Feng. I just didn't expect that brother Yi Feng would be so knowledgeable. I like brother Yi Feng more and more. What should I do? This little friend, the old man has an unkind request. At this moment, Yan Wenjing walked towards Yi Feng, and the entire room quieted down. The crowd didn't know Yan Wenjing's identity, but they knew that his origin must be even greater than the Chen Tianlei family head. Elder Yan, please, Yi Feng said indifferently. You know me? Yan Wenjing was astonished, and even Chen Tianlei, his jaw dropped. To know, Yan Wenjing has always been low profile, do not like to show their faces. The crowd has heard his name at most, and definitely have not seen his appearance. Chen Tianlei was still in Yendu more than 10 years ago, and a chance encounter was the only way to get acquainted with him. But how did Yi Feng know about him? Since I have dabbled in calligraphy and painting, how could I not recognize Yan Wenjing, the master of Chinese painting? Yi Feng replied with a smile. In an instant, the arena was once again abuzz. Crap, this is actually the national painting master Yan Wenjing, isn't it? My god, what kind of status is Yan Wenjing? How did he come here? Everyone was stunned, including Bai Jianhao. All of them really couldn't believe that such a big Buddha had come to their own 50th birthday. Yan Wenjing was not only a master of Chinese painting, but also a great power with his hands and eyes on the world. With 3,000 disciples, all of whom were social elites. Although the Yi family is the first luxury family in Jinling, but the Jinling economy is in the bottom of the province. Looking at the south of the river and the north of the Yangtze River, it can be said that there are countless strong enemies, but if they could hook up with Yan Wenjing, the Yi family could definitely go further. He is Yan Wenjing. Lin Yi was also staring at Yan Wenjing in a daze. He didn't expect that the old man who had just appreciated himself would be this powerful. If he could hook up with Yan Wenjing, why would he worry that he wouldn't be able to skyrocket? It was just that this great chance had been lost by himself with Yi Feng's performance just now. Right now, whether it was Yan Wenjing or Chen Tianlei, neither of them had any interest in themselves. How nice it would have been if I had known this and not mentioned the autumn geese and falling sun picture. Since young Master Yi recognizes the old man, then the old man will have the cheek to speak straight. But I'm very fond of this autumn geese and falling sun picture. I wonder if young Master Yi can transfer it to me. I know that your Yi family is not short of money, but I am willing to pay a price higher than the market for this painting, Yan Wenjing said. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the crowd was once again talking about how much the painting was worth. Before, Lin Yi had said that the painting was worth $10 million, but how much was it? Elder Yan is a master of national painting. Even if I am allowed to give the calligraphy and painting to Elder Yan, I have no problem with it, Yi Feng said indifferently, and Yan Wenjing's eyes were filled with a hint of joy, not because of the money, but because he was able to get this desired calligraphy and painting. Suddenly, Yi Feng's next words turned inside. It's just a pity that this painting and calligraphy, I'm going to give it away. Sorry Elder Yan, give it away? The crowd was shocked. Yi Xiao so bold, worth millions of words and paintings, actually take to give away. But don't you realize that this is your Yi family's chance? What man could be worth more than Yan Wenjing? Hearing this, Bai Jianhao shivered with excitement. Today is his 50th birthday. Yi Feng bought this calligraphy and painting. Besides giving it to himself, who else could he give it to? Worthy of being young Master Yi, I knew you couldn't forget Su Su. As long as you're willing, I'll definitely marry my daughter to you. Giving away? Yan Wenjing also froze. With his status and position, there was almost nothing he couldn't get. Even if you go to buy a painting or calligraphy at an auction house, others will look at his face and not compete with it. This is arguably the first time Yan Wenjing has missed, but he didn't have any resentment. After all, this was Yi Feng's thing, and he should be the one to make the decision. Yun Xiang, take this calligraphy and painting. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Feng handed the calligraphy and painting to Gu Yunxiang. Gu Yunxiang was very shocked that such an expensive painting and calligraphy, Brother Yi Feng actually gave it to himself. She subconsciously waved her hand and said, Brother Yi Feng, I can't have this. She knew that she was having a hard time starting her own business, and Brother Yi Feng wanted to help, but it's not that helpful. When you bought the calligraphy and painting, you were the one who gave the money, so by all rights, the calligraphy and painting would have been yours. Yi Feng directly shoved the calligraphy and painting to Gu Yunxiang. She still wanted to say something, but Yi Feng directly did not give her a chance. Then, Yi Feng added, Elder Yen. This calligraphy and painting is not mine, so please forgive me. Young Master Yi is indeed sentient. Yan Wenjing's eyes added a few more points of praise to Yifeng. At the same time, there was a little more curiosity about this young man who, at first, didn't have a good impression. Elder Yen. Just now Brother Yifeng was joking. I don't know anything about calligraphy and painting, but I do know that people make the best of what they have. This painting and calligraphy, to me, means money at most, but to Elder Yen, I'm sure it means something else even more. Since Elder Yen likes it, I'll give it to you sir for free. With that, Gu Yunxiang offered the calligraphy and painting. She was smart enough to know what benefits would come from befriending a great power like Yan Wenjing. She wasn't greedy for small profits. Anyway, this painting and calligraphy was bought for $500, so she might as well give it to Yan Wenjing as a favor. She had a vague feeling that at some point in the future, Brother Yifeng would need Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing was a bit surprised. He had just almost given up his desire to buy this painting and calligraphy. But now, the painting and calligraphy were in front of his eyes again. Besides being surprised, Yan Wenjing was more surprised. The word painting is Yun Xiang's. No matter how she arranges it, I'll support her. Yifeng said with a smile. Ha ha, the two young friends are indeed somewhat interesting, but the old immortal is not in the habit of taking people's benefits for nothing. Yan Wenjing laughed aloud and continued. Let's put it this way. As I see it, the value of this painting and calligraphy should be around $20 million, so the old man will buy it with $20 million, and won't let the two of you suffer a loss. Elder Yen. No need. Gu Yunxiang quickly waved her hand. What she wanted was actually Yan Wenjing's favor. Character paintings aren't worth much. Yan Wenjing is. Yan Wenjing is a frank person and hands the bank card to Gu Yunxiang, who insists on not accepting it. Finally, Yan Wenjing directly forced the bank card into Gu Yunxiang's hand and said, if you refuse to accept it, I can't take this painting and calligraphy. I don't have the habit of taking it for nothing. Young Master Yi, could it be that the old man's money is so hot? Chapter 19 Gu Yunxiang's dowry. Since Elder Yen is adamant about this, Yun Xiang, you can take the money. Yifeng said blandly. In the original, Lin Yi was the one who took Yan Wenjing's money and was rewarded by Yan Wenjing. It's not a conflict. The point is this deal don't turn into a purchase of a purely commercial nature. Alright, thank you Elder Yen. Seeing that Yifeng was like this, and that she couldn't argue with him, Gu Yunxiang put away the bank card. Young Master Yi, I wonder how long have you been studying calligraphy and painting? After the silver goods were paid for, Yan Wenjing asked with interest. It's not exactly research, just the usual interest. Yifeng replied modestly. To have such insight at such a young age, and to be a second-generation rich man yet not be arrogant, modest and polite. Young Master Yi is truly a talent that can be made. This is my contact information. If Yi Xiao has the opportunity to come to Yendu, I will do my best as a landlord. After saying that, Yan Wenjing gave his contact information to Yifeng. The crowd was astonished. Worthy of being Yi Xiao. Not only was he appreciated by Yan Wenjing, even the $20 million, he put it in his pocket. This is clearly a setup. Lin Yi couldn't help but mutter, as he usually liked to use this trick, but unfortunately, not many people in the room were paying attention to him. Bai Jianhao was concerned about him. A wave of the hand. 2 security guards came up. Lin Yi please out. As for the Celadone Bowl, what Celadone Bowl? I don't know. Bai Susu tried to go to stop her, but was glared at by Bai Jianhao, reprimanding. Still don't think it's humiliating enough? I'm warning you, you're not allowed to have any dealings with this Lin Yi kid in the future. And Lin Fengjiao, you should cut ties with her too. Just now, Lin Fengjiao helped Lin Yi deal with Yifeng, and Bai Jianhao was worried that Yifeng would hold a grudge and count the Bai family in as well. It's important to set aside the relationship at this point. Dad, why are you being so bossy? Bai Susu was very aggravated. And you know I'm your father? Bai Jianhao's eyes widened in anger, reprimanding, our Bai family is about to go bankrupt, but you don't care at all. Do you still have me in your eyes as your father? If you compete, that painting and calligraphy of Yi Xiao is for us, our Bai family. We are not in such a dilemma. Dad, Bai Susu also became worried. If the Bai family really went bankrupt, then he and his parents all have to go to drink the northwest wind. Susu, think of a way to find young Master Yi to finalize the investment. Daddy believes in you, Bai Susu said softly, but brother Yifeng already has a girlfriend. He has, it seems, to me. Bai Susu looked at Yifeng, who was not far away, talking with Yan Wenjing and the others, and silently sighed. You girl, why don't you want to think about things? How long has Yifeng been chasing you, and how long has Gu Yunxiang been around? He is nothing more than a hateful man born out of love. If he had truly released all of this, Would it have been necessary for him to come to my birthday banquet today? Keep your posture low and get along with Yifeng. He'll come back to you. Bai Jianhao is like a veteran of love affairs, teaching his daughter the art of tea in an endless stream. I'll try it later. Bai Susu hadn't thought of having a male or female relationship with Yifeng. She only wanted to return to her old self with Yifeng. That brother Yifeng who favored himself. The birthday banquet of the Bai family lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening before it was dispersed one after another. Yifeng had enough to eat and drink and was also ready to leave with Gu Yunshan. Walked to the front garden of the villa. Gu Yunshan took the bank card out and handed it towards Yifeng, saying, "Brother Yifeng, it's better for you to take this money, right?" "For what?" Yifeng asked. "You bought this painting, it's rightfully yours." Gu Yunshan still wanted to earn her own living and didn't want to be a vase. "That's fine. I'll give you back the 500. With that, Yifeng was ready to transfer money. Gu Yunshan was anxious and hurriedly pulled Yifeng. "Brother Yifeng, I'm your girlfriend. There's no need to count so clearly between us. You still know you're my girlfriend. You do realize that you're the one who's missing money for both of us, and the money wasn't mine in the first place." Yifeng's mouth turned away and said, "It was picked up for nothing." Gu Yunshan was dumbfounded. It seemed like it was really like that. She accompanied Yifeng all the way, so she was naturally clear about it. The calligraphy and painting is robbed by Lin Yi, and the money, originally, was unexpected. Gu Yunshan said, "Brother Yifeng, I can only take half of this money, and I still have to pay you back for the remaining $10 million. It's okay." Yifeng nodded. $10 million was enough for Gu Yunshan to start her business. What he wanted, on one hand, was to hone Gu Yunshan's ability, and on the other hand, in the future, when Gu Yunshan married into the Yi family, there would have to be someone to help take care of the huge family business. Therefore, Gu Yunshan needed to grow fast. In the original story, Gu Yunshan was preparing to marry her company, as her dowry, into the Yi family together. In Yifeng's eyes, what's yours and what's mine? There's really no need to distinguish so clearly. It's all yours later anyway. "Ha, Ms. White?" Suddenly, Gu Yunshan saw Bai Susu standing not far behind herself and Yifeng. "Is something wrong?" Yifeng asked. Bai Susu was suddenly speechless. She had been standing here for quite a while, and she had watched as brother Yifeng and Gu Yunshan were so in love just now. Between them, they were complete lovers in love. Especially Gu Yunshan. Bai Susu could feel that she loved Yifeng from the bottom of her heart and was willing to give anything. When she thought of Master Huang's praise when Gu Yunshan played the piano earlier, Bai Susu felt ashamed of herself from the bottom of her heart. He lost the courage to go to Yifeng to talk about the investment thing. She didn't want to humiliate herself. "What's going on?" Yifeng asked curiously. Due to the change of the original plot, he didn't know what Bai Susu had come to find himself for. I actually want to ask Sister Gu Yunshan why you refuse to learn music from Master Huang," Bai Susu hurriedly said. She was actually very curious about this question. "Because I want to start a business. I want to customize a dowry for myself and then marry brother Yifeng in style." Gu Yunshan replied with a smile. "Oh, is that so?" Bai Susu was even more lost in her heart. Was becoming a world-class musician not as good as marrying Yifeng? Bai Susu couldn't understand it. Suddenly, she remembered the sentence that Yifeng had said to Huang Jiasheng earlier. "The master leads the door. The cultivation is up to the individual. It's fine for Master Huang to go with the flow." She nervously asked, "Brother Yifeng, do you think Master Huang will think I'm stupid and refuse to teach me anymore?" "That won't happen. Master Huang is still very trustworthy." Yifeng gently waved his hand. In the original story, the reason why Bai Susu later became a world-class musician was all due to the teaching of a famous teacher, in addition to his own efforts. It's just that in the original, first he licked her himself, and then Lin Yi helped her, so Bai Susu was smooth sailing. Her teacher, too, is not the only one, Wang Ka-chung. Yifeng just wants to tell Huang Jiasheng that Bai Susu has nothing to do with himself, so you can do whatever you like. Huang Jiasheng was a very lonely and cold person. Absolutely impossible to think highly of Bai Susu just because she was pretty. Nor would he dissolve the master-disciple relationship with Bai Susu for no reason. He will only teach normally, and this is exactly what is called the practice depends on the individual. In this case, Pak Susu's musical journey also mostly ends here. However, Bai Susu felt like she had eaten a pill, and her mood was no longer depressed. She was self-conscious that her talent wasn't bad, and as long as Master Huang was still willing to teach her, she would be able to soar even without Yifeng. Chapter 20 Business Specialization. Until after Yifeng left, Bai Susu couldn't muster up the courage to mention the investment thing to Yifeng. But because there will be no change in music, Bai Su was in an extraordinarily beautiful mood. When Bai Jianhao saw this scene, his mood was even more excited. Thinking that his daughter's beauty plan had succeeded, and Yifeng had turned back into a licking dog again. After sending Gu Yunxiang back, Yifeng also returned to his home. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the original and having an impact on the original, gaining 1000 reverse value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for plundering Lin Yi's chi and gaining 1000 reverse value. Ding! System alert, Lin Yi's chi minus 500. Ding! System alert, Lin Yi's hidden charisma value minus 100. In the bedroom, the system's voice sounded again. Yifeng was overjoyed. The harvest this time can be even more abundant than the previous 2 times it. System, what's going on with Lin Yi's chi? Yifeng asked curiously. He remembered that the system had said last time that Lin Yi was bucking the weather and had attached 900 hidden charm values to him. Lin Yi is the hero of the novel for Against the Weather. The levels of chi luck are divided into reverse weather luck, god level chi luck, immortal level chi luck, human level chi luck, and ordinary chi luck. When the male lead Lin Yi's chances, harem, treasures, etc. are plundered by the host, Lin Yi's chi will drop until he becomes an ordinary person. The system said. Yifeng nodded his head in praise. As long as Lin Yi became an ordinary person, then he was a true waste, and everything about him will be a stepping stone on the way to his own success. In that case, it seemed that he would have to get closer to Lin Yi more often in the future. System, exchange skills. When Yifeng finished speaking, the system store appeared in his mind. Yifeng looked around, focusing on the skills in the area of character proficiency. Although he had already climbed the line with Yan Wenjing, there would definitely be exchanges in the future, and he wanted to save for a rainy day. Mastery of character in painting, the ability to understand the next 2000 years. All knowledge related to characters and paintings. 1000 reverse value redemption, learned. Specialization in character and painting, the ability to understand the next 5000 years. All knowledge related to characters and paintings. 2000 reverse value redemption, unlearned. Skills are to be graded from low to high, as dabbling, familiarity, proficiency, specialization, and perfection. Yifeng pondered for a while, but still gave up on this character painting specialization. As of now, character painting proficiency was already enough. In the later episodes, although there are still a few more chances to meet at Yan Wenjing's, it's not now, so there's no need to rush. System, redeem business specialization. Yifeng finally chose the skills in business for the simple reason that helping the big brother was only for a moment, while mastering the core skills of business was for a lifetime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the business specialization, consuming 2000 reverse value. Business specialization, the host's level of business is equal to that of the heads of the top 10 business empires in the country. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the derived skill, compulsion. Compulsion, the host's language will be inflammatory when it comes to business, making the success rate increase dramatically. Soon, a large amount of knowledge related to business flooded into Yifeng's mind, making Yifeng unable to stop himself from calling out good guy. If you have this ability, why worry that the Yi family can't soar to the heavens? Moreover, Yifeng had one more compulsion skill than those heads of business empires. The following day, a new day begins. Gu Yunxiang's design company, with $10 million of capital injected into its blood, began to recruit and became very energetic. Yifeng, on the other hand, is scouting for new investment windfalls. The Yi family was not short of money, but the market in Jinling was only so big, and apart from the Yi family and the 4 great families, some other families, too, had divided up some of the market. For example, Zhang Ziho's Zhang family almost occupied the Jinling clothing market, 60% of the share. Once the market is occupied, you have to pay a price in blood if you want to kill it. And although all trades and professions fight each other openly and secretly, they will be united if an external enemy rushes in. Yifeng, for a while, didn't have a good idea. It's not that the business expertise skill isn't powerful, but the market in Jinling is really just like that. Otherwise, the economy of the capital city of the province would be at the bottom of the list in Jiangnan province. Yi family between 5 years, can not even further, the whole family, but also still dad before the fight down those. Suddenly, Yifeng received a call from Chen Zixuan, who invited Yifeng to have afternoon tea. This Chen Zixuan guy, what the hell? Yifeng could not help but be curious. Although last night, he was quite giving face, but the two people's connection was actually not deep, and they had only had a few drinks of friendship. What's more, his father, Chen Tianlei, disliked Yifeng very much. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng still went to the appointment to see what kind of medicine Chen Zixuan was selling in his gourd. 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Bathing Light Hotel. First floor, box. Yi Xiao, it's here. Chen Zixuan sat in the box, drinking tea while waving to Yifeng. He was followed by a few of his men, who also greeted Yi Feng when they saw him. What's the matter with you? You don't go to work at your dad's company and come to me for afternoon tea? Your dad didn't go home and kick your ass for what you did last night? Yi Feng teased with a smile. Hey, don't mention it. Chen Zixuan gave a wicked smile and said, my dad went back last night, lay in bed for 3 hours, and then ran to me and said, Zixuan you'll get along with Yi Xiao more in the future. You young people, you need to get along more. Yi Feng looked at him. It's not because you behaved so well last night. Elder Yen was impressed with you, and even my father, his impression of you has changed for the better, Chen Zixuan said. Ha! Yi Feng was unimpressed. So what? You asked me to come over today just to liaise? Not all. Mainly my father approved me to go out to engage in investment, but I don't know what to engage in. I want to come to ask Yi Xiao, Chen Zixuan said solemnly. Their Chen family strategists were no less than the Yi families, but they had obviously encountered the same predicament as Yi Feng. Business is bad right now, so let's talk about it when we get a chance. Yi Feng returned, suddenly remembered something and asked, do you know anyone in the clothing business? Clothing business? You'll have to find the Zhang family for that. Their youngest head is now Zhang Ziho, Chen Zixuan said. Except for him, it doesn't have to be the apparel industry. Other industries, like the jewelry industry, branding and design and all that, Yi Feng said. Ha! Chen Zixuan froze and suddenly smiled wickedly. Yi Xiao, you're looking for a client for your sister-in-law? Gu Yunxiang studied clothing design, but in fact, as long as the creativity is good enough, design software play enough 6, do what design can be. Right now, Gu Yunxiang's design company was not short of money, but it should be short of clients. Just introduce yourself if you have one, Yi Feng said. There really is one. A big boss over in Zhongbei. No worse than the Zhang family's business. He's on good terms with our Chen family. I'll have him come over someday and get to know you, Chen Zixuan said. All right. Yi Feng nodded his head. This is just an interlude to help Gu Yunxiang in passing. In terms of entrepreneurship, it's mostly up to her, and she's got that going for her. Jingle bells. After chatting with Chen Zixuan and leaving the hotel, suddenly Lu Wenbao, the boss of Meaningful Xian, called. Yi Xiao. Something big has happened. That guy Zhang Ziho brought people to smash Ms. Gu's company. Chapter 21. Yi Xiao rests his anger? What did you say? Yi Feng's gaze was gloomy. On the phone, Lu Wenbao probably explained what happened. After Zhang Ziho received a severe beating at Meaningful Xian restaurant yesterday, he was upset and wanted to take revenge. So this afternoon, he took a group of people and went to Gu Yunxiang's company to cause trouble. Lu Wenbao wanted to stop it, but Zhang Ziho and the others were too many. I'll be right over. Yi Feng drove directly to Gu Yunxiang's company, but Zhang Ziho had already left early. The company was in a mess. The tables, stools and computers were smashed to pieces, and all the employees looked at each other in dismay. Gu Yunxiang was lying on the table, sobbing in a small voice. Yi Feng walked up and comforted. Don't worry, with me here, I will definitely seek justice for you, brother Yi Feng. Gu Yunxiang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Ziho not only tore up the signing contract, but also made a big mess here. This was something that was seriously demoralizing for Gu Yunxiang's fledgling company. It was good that Gu Yunxiang and other employees. Nothing happened. Yi Xiao. Lu Wenbao walked over and apologized. I failed to stop Zhang Ziho. Please forgive me. You didn't tell that guy that I had someone beat him up? Yi Feng's brows were still deeply furrowed. It's precisely because he knows it's you, so he doesn't dare to trouble you or me, that he's taking it out on Ms. Gu. Lu Wenbao bowed his head and said, this Zhang is really looking for death. Yi Feng was furious. The Zhang family in these years, it is true that they have made a lot of money in the clothing industry, but in terms of volume, he is a child. Not even the 4 great families could compare, let alone with the Yi family. This was also the reason why he did not dare to directly retaliate against Yi Feng. This Zhang knows that my Yi family is not to be messed with. Does he think that my Yi Feng's woman is to be messed with? Yi Feng stared at his eyebrows. According to the normal situation, Zhang Ziho had beaten up. It was him who deserved to be beaten up, but he still dared to retaliate, which was enough to show that he took their Zhang family too seriously, thinking that the Yi family would put the matter to rest, or just play lip service with him. Young Yi, do you want me to find someone and beat up Zhang Ziho again? Lu Wenbao proposed, although he is a good brother with Zhang Ziho, but he is the Yi family's dog. This time must be towards the master. A beating? So cheap? Yi Feng sneered. Zhang Ziho was backed up by their Zhang family, but the Zhang family is a child in my Yi family's eyes. Kids who don't listen deserve a good spanking. Yi Xiao is trying to. Hearing this, Lu Wenbao's heart couldn't help but froze. Is Yi Xiao preparing to directly take action against the Zhang family? If so, then I'm afraid the Zhang family's life will not be easy. I say, you two, don't worry about chatting for a moment. You've messed with Zhang Ziho, who is our company's only client. Now that he's torn up the contract, what do we do next? A girl came up and said. Her name was Zhou Ting. She was Gu Yunxian's assistant. Yi Feng had seen her last time. More than this small loss in the so-called face of the company, it is obvious that the future development of the company is the thing that everyone cares about. Without customers, the company is an empty shell. How dare you? How do you talk to young Master Yi? Lu Wenbao was furious and directly disliked him. Yi Xiao? You're Yi Feng. Zhou Ting was shocked, staring dazedly at Yi Feng. She thought that the other party was a rich second generation similar to Zhang Ziho, but she did not expect it to be Yi Feng. In Jinling, there was only one Yi family, and the only one who dared to call himself young Master Yi was Yi Feng himself. This young master will take care of his clients. Yi Feng said indifferently. I do have a responsibility in this matter, but believe it or not, in 3 days at most, the company will have countless orders. You guys can go ahead and prepare for overtime now. When Yi Feng said this, everyone froze. It's the equivalent of starting to think about cooking in famine times when there's no rice. Unbelievable? Yi Feng asked. No, of course I believe. Zhou Ting and the other employees were, for a while, speechless. Even young Master Yi Feng had made a promise. How could they dare not believe it? But it seemed, rumor had it that Yi Feng was Bai Susu's licking dog. And what was his relationship with Gu Yunxiang? Couldn't it be that he was courting Gu Yunxiang? Or that they were already boyfriend and girlfriend? If that's true, then why shouldn't the company grow? Yi Feng comforted Gu Yunxiang again, and the latter quickly perked up as well. Only then did Yi Feng leave with Lu Wenbao at ease. I realized that young Master Yi is tall and handsome, just like the stars on TV. More than that, there are a lot of scum in the entertainment industry, but he, Yi Xiao, is a dedicated and good man, and Yi Xiao is also particularly responsible, thanks to which I was blindly worried about the company's development just now. Looking at Yi Feng's back as he left, Zhou Ting and the other girls couldn't help but praise him. Gu Yunxiang also cleaned up her mood and began to repurchase office appliances. As Brother Yi Feng said, it's already time to start thinking about overtime. Brother Yi Feng, when do you go back on your word? After leaving Gu Yunxiang's company, Lu Wenbao pulled Yi Feng into a crowd of 100 people. In addition to Zhang Ziho inside, there were quite a few rich second-generation people from Jinling, as well as high-level bosses. Inside the group, Zhang Ziho was blowing off steam and chatting with people about which club's young models were hot. Yi Feng directly at Zhang Ziho and started shelling. Surname Zhang, yesterday it was labor that called for someone to beat you up. You don't want to serve directly at me. Yi Feng, bullying a woman is not a skill. Know a few D-hairs in society. You're arrogant, aren't you? I'll go to the door of your company. You have the ability to call someone to beat me up. As long as you dare to fight, I promise not to fight back and let you have a good fight. When this statement came out, the group directly exploded, which is no less than a public slap in the face. More than 100 people in the group have swiped the screen. Young Zhang, don't be a wimp. Tough it out with young Yi. I believe you can do it. Young Zhang, I damn well admire you. You're the first in Jinling who dares to find trouble with the Yi family. Where is young Zhang? Weren't we just discussing the young model? Call young Yi for young Zhang. Anyone who has seen him, please private me. Holy shit, I just went to write a report. Why are they all at Zhang Zihao? Zhang Ziho had been at least 100 times, but it was as if he had disappeared, and no one could call him out. Quite a few rich second generation and bosses went to chat privately with him, but Zhang Ziho hard did not return a word. He was blowing off steam and chatting with someone 3 minutes ago. Scratch that. At the loss of my high opinion of Zhang Ziho, I didn't expect this guy to be a wimpy egg. Yes, Goonies, especially Goonies. The face of their Zhang family has been disgraced by him. The crowd began to be in the group, blackening Zhang Ziho one by one. Anyway, watching the fun. And maybe, it could even flatter a wave of the Yi family. But there are others who are different. At this time, a person nicknamed Zhao Wenquan said, Yi Xiao, we are all celebrities in Jinling. Head up but not head down. Harmony can only produce wealth. Zhang Ziho is in the wrong, but it's better to settle the grievances than to tie them up. So Yi Xiao should rest his anger. Chapter 22 Fighting in Civil and Military Affairs. As you wish. Zhao Wenquan actually blew him out. Worthy of being General Manager Zhao, all his words are a bit more steady, unlike certain people in the group, who just know how to kneel down Yi Feng. Young Yi, why don't you give Mr. Zhao a face? Zhang Ziho is just a mallet. I'll find someone to help you get him a beating. Zhao Wenquan was the real powerhouse of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family was even one of the 4 great families of Jinling. His appearance also blew up a lot of diving people, and almost all of them had business dealings with the Zhao family. as well. And with the Yi family, there's nothing to it. Those who supported Yi Feng and those who supported Zhao Wenquan began to communicate. The scene was relatively friendly, and the topic centered around whether or not to let Zhang Ziho go. At Zhao Wenquan, you've got a pretty broad mind. You've got your chicken shit going on here. I'm giving you face, aren't I? The labor Yi family getting them surnamed Zhang killed is like pinching an ant. And what are you? Surnamed Zhao. Worthy of telling me to rest my anger? Yi Feng's message was sent out, and the entire room fell silent. Good lord. Young Master Yi even disliked Zhao Wenquan, who was trying to persuade him to fight. Zhao Wenquan. Excuse me. After a long time, Zhao Wenquan returned 2 messages. The crowd guessed that Zhao Wenquan must be incomparably depressed in his entire life. He had probably never been disliked so much, but not convinced and cannot. Although Zhao Wenquan is the Zhao family's real power figures, but the Zhao family than the Yi family, but also poorer grade A. Moreover, Yi Feng was the only son of the Yi family, and in terms of the ability to utilize the family's resources, he was definitely stronger than Zhao Wenquan. Soon, Zhao Wenquan dived. Even his fans are completely out of fire. What a joke. Who has nothing to run to provoke the Yi family? It's not like he's that idiot Zhang Ziho. Car. Yi Feng put down his cell phone. Lu Wenbao beside him asked, Yi Xiao, where are we going next? If we go to Zhang's clothing, I'll call a few more people so that it's a bit more stable. What's the point of going there? To beat up Zhang Ziho? Yi Feng looked at him. If he really wanted to beat him up, Yi Feng would just go alone. If Zhang Ziho dared to fight back, Yi Feng would write his name upside down. But what Yi Feng wanted was obviously not just beating him up. Just now in the group, Yi Feng was explicitly disliking Zhang Ziho, but he was actually telling these people in Jinling a message. The Zhang family has messed with the Yi family. According to normal circumstances, if the Yi family rashly entered the clothing market to grab a share, they would definitely be met with resistance from the crowd, either in the open or in the shadows. But it was different now. Yi Feng was completely running to take revenge on the Zhang family. This is also after acquiring the business expertise. Yi Feng will know the power tactics. Lu Wenbao looked at Yi Feng and was a bit surprised because this was completely different from the young Master Yi he knew in the past. If it were the Yi Feng of the past, he would definitely, at the first moment, look for someone to fight back. But now, Yi Feng had not only become sophisticated, but had also planned a great deal. What he wants, I'm afraid, is to enter the clothing market and take Zhang's share. Only, the Zhang family owns 60% of the Jinling clothing market, so I'm afraid it won't be so easy to take. But regardless of success or failure, this was already enough for the Zhang family to have a good drink. Zhang's clothing headquarters. In the office, Zhao Wenquan put down his cell phone and also removed his glasses. He was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. In a serious tone, he said, Young Zhang, you're in big trouble. I'm afraid Yi Feng won't be kind to you. Oh, does he want to come in civil or military? Zhang Ziho disdained it and looked at the bodyguards standing guard outside the door. A black mass of about 50 people. If Yi Feng wants to come to martial arts, I have so many bodyguards here. Would I be afraid of him? Even if I don't dare to hit Yi Feng. But do you think, Mr. Zhao, that Yi Feng can hit me? If he wants a communication, then fine. Ask him how he can come. Zhang's clothing, have nothing to do with his Yi family. If he wants to utilize the might of the Yi family to launch economic sanctions against my Zhang family, it will be momentary at best. And in the end, what his Yi family loses will still be their own might. And in the case of my Zhang family, it will be a gift of warmth instead. Besides, if our Zhang family really can't defeat their Yi family, don't we still have your Zhao family to back us up? Zhang Ziho said smilingly to Zhao Wenquan. Not long ago, the Zhang family signed a strategic partnership with the Zhao family in order to seek growth in other industries. The Zhao family promised to give the Zhang family's capital to liberalize the barrier and bring the Zhang family together to earn money. But the price is that Zhang's clothing to give up 10% of the market share to the Zhao family. That was why Zhang Ziho had the courage to disobey Yi Feng. It also gave him the guts to take revenge on that bitch Gu Yunqiang. Young Zhang, it's right to say so, but Yi Feng is the only son of the Yi family and has always done things without fear. So if he's for real, you must be careful. The family sent me here to talk to you about cooperation, but as you know, my power in our Zhao family is limited, and so are the resources I can mobilize. If you have anything to do, you'd better contact our young master. Zhao Wenquan said lightly. He had been in the battle for a long time, and frankly speaking, he didn't quite see a dude like Zhang Ziho. He wasn't Yi Feng, who had a family as big as the Yi family, but the 10% share of Zhang's clothing is still relatively attractive, and Big Brother attaches great importance to it. That's why Zhao Wenquan kindly reminded. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I called young Master Zhao not long ago, and he's returning to Jinling tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll give him a good reception. Zhang Ziho said with a smile. The Zhang family has spent so much to flatter the Zhao family. He must surely curry favor with their future successor. Moreover, if he could enlist young Master Zhao's support, wouldn't he have more leverage if Yi Feng retaliated at that time? Did Yi Feng really think that he could do whatever he wanted with the Yi family at his back? Chen Xiao, we just had afternoon tea in the afternoon, and now you're asking me to drink. What's the situation? 8 o'clock in the evening. Mingguang Hotel. Chen Zisun invited for dinner. Xiao Yi, didn't you ask me to find a client for my sister-in-law? Chen Zixuan got up to greet him, smiled and looked beside him, a somewhat balding middle-aged man, and said, "This is Mr. Li Yangwali, who came from Jiangbei, and is just now arriving. Mr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you." Li Yanghua smiled all over his face, picked up a contract on the table, walked up and said, "Your thing Chen Xiao has told me, it just so happens that our company is also ready to list a batch of new clothes. The design of the work, we believe that Yi Xiao's woman, Young Yi, other people's Mr. Li's clothing business in Jiangbei is no worse than the Zhang family's. You've got a serious job on your hands." Chen Zixuan interjected with a smile. "Costume design and all that, it's all small stuff." Yi Feng did not panic, lightly put the contract aside and said, "Today, Mr. Li came over. It's just right for us to talk about a big thing." "Big deal?" Li Yanghua and Chen Zixuan were stunned. Yi Feng didn't mention this before. Over there in Jiangbei, it's also full of clans, with various market shares that are pretty much taken up, right? Yi Feng smiled slightly and said solemnly, "Is Mr. Li interested in entering the clothing market in Jiling?" Chapter 23, Old Wisdom. After Yi Feng finished speaking, the two of them were directly dumbfounded. "Yi Xiao, are you kidding me? I know you don't see Zhang Ziho in a good light, but there's no need to mess up like this." Chen Zixuan shook his head violently. The fact that Yi Feng had angrily sprayed Zhang Ziho in the group today, as well as disliking Zhao Wenquan in passing, was spreading like wildfire in the circle of the second generation of rich people and the business circle. "It's just a personal vendetta. Not so much, not so much." Ahem. Li Yanhua was a bit older and a bit more stable, and after covering up the awkward atmosphere with a cough, he said, "Xiao Yi, with all due respect, the Zhang family occupies 60% of the market share in the Jinling clothing industry. The remaining 40% is also divided up among the families, and at this point in time, if we go back in, we'll have at most some margins, not a lot of money to be made. If Yi Xiao really wants to invest in business, come to Jiangbei some other day. I will help Yi Xiao to make a big splash." Li Yanghua's words were said in a very euphemistic manner. If you just give a contract for clothing design, it doesn't matter even if the design is messed up. Just think of it as making friends with the Yi family. But to enter the clothing market, to go to someone else's land to steal business, this is a big joke. If you don't, you won't get a penny and you'll lose your capital. Mr. Li, I have my own foolproof plan before I mention this to you. Li Yanhua and Chen Zixuan's reaction was expected by Yi Feng. He paused and said, "The reason why the Zhang family has risen to prominence in just a few years is all because Zhang Ziho, his father, Zhang Yuanshan, married a good wife. The other party was an only child and a second marriage, and after the marriage the two families merged together, hence the 60% share. But in terms of strength, whether it's money or connections, the Zhang family is simply no match for my Yi family. Nowadays, I intend to take out the Zhang family and enter the clothing market, so that's why I'm bringing the conflict towards a personal grudge. In other people's eyes, my target is the Zhang clan, not the entire clothing industry, and I'm afraid those other clothing merchants are itching for me to finish off the Zhang clan so that they can come and split their bodies." Yi Feng's words were extremely provocative, and the two men froze directly after hearing them. Chen Zixuan rubbed his eyes. Was this still the Yi Xiao he knew? This sophistication is not at all like a young man of 24. "Young Yi, of course I believe that the Zhang family is no match for your Yi family, but the problem is that the other clothing merchants aren't stupid either. So how can you guarantee that they won't unite and be united against each other?" Li Yanghua asked in a deep voice. He had to admit that he had underestimated the rich second generation in front of him. Yi Feng wasn't like the rumors that he was a complete dude. At first, when Chen Zixuan talked about last night, when Yi Feng bought the calligraphy and painting with his discerning eyes and was appreciated by Yan Wenjing, Li Yanghua thought he was bragging. It does seem to have some credibility today. It's just that in the business world, in the same industry, it's okay to fight internally, but outsiders are never allowed to get their hands on it. After all, no one can guarantee that when the head merchants in the market are killed off, the merchants in the middle and the tail will not follow the disaster. Everyone understands that these days, when lips are dead, teeth are cold. Moreover, once the market share is determined, it is the way of equilibrium, and as long as it does not meet with changes, there will not be too much change. Yi Feng should not be difficult if he only targets the middle and tail merchants. After all, the head merchants do not dare to go out easily. But in that case, the profit will not be too big. But if Yi Feng wanted to deal with the Zheng family, it was no exaggeration to say that he was challenging the entire industry. How do you make sure that those merchants in the clothing market don't band together in unison? This is a simple question. I will convince them that I am indeed targeting the Zheng family, the market share they occupy. I won't touch it. I just need to finish off the Zheng family, and I can even have them split up together as well. But as long as the Zheng family falls to the ground, the rest of the merchants are simply not enough to be feared. Mr. Li should know that the Qin's destruction of the Six Kingdoms relied on far-flung and close-knit attacks, along with combining and coordinating, right? Yi Feng replied in a loud voice. Li Yanghua and Chen Zixuan were once again dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. Yi Feng, this business level, without exaggeration, has been more powerful than the first person in Jinling business, his father Yi Longzhou. Moreover, his words were so infectious that the hearts of Li Yanghua and Chen Zixuan were already thumping. Yi Feng was gently smiling at the corner of his mouth. With the business specialization skill, his business level was comparable to the heads of the top 10 business empires in China. The compulsion skill can even penetrate the hearts of people, increasing Yi Feng's success rate in language. Young Yi, if that's the case, then it might not be difficult to take out the Zheng family. Li Yanghua drank a glass of water to ease his inner excitement. The method Yi Feng had just mentioned, he thought it was feasible. Other people might want to do it, but they lacked the conditions. But Yi Feng's back was the Yi family, and there was also a personal grudge with Zheng Ziho as a maze. However, Li Yanghua was puzzled by one thing and asked, Yi Xiao, this matter, why would you look for me? With your Yi family's connections, there should be no shortage of rich people to enter. It's true that my Yi family has a wide range of connections, but none of them are in the clothing business. Between different industries that possess barriers as a defense, rushing in and dying somehow. Although my Yi family has money and connections, these are not a cure-all for all diseases. Saying that, Yi Feng pointed to his head. To crack the industry barriers, it relies on knowledge. Therefore, you, Mr. Li, are the perfect choice in my heart? Yes. Li Yang was blood-boiled, raising his own thermos cup. I toast to Yi Xiao. How to go about it? Yi Xiao commanded under me. You guys got a deal here? Chen Zixuan smacked his lips and said, I also want to enter this business war. The money invested is counted in billions. If you can convince your father to contribute, you can get it together. Yi Feng said indifferently. Forget it, my dad just granted me tens of millions of dollars to test the waters. If I ran and asked him for a couple $100 million, he'd absolutely tell me to get my ass back to work the next day. Chen Zixuan felt helpless. His father, Chen Tianlei, is quite skillful in business, and he was also passionate and daring when he was young. But after all, they are older and tend to be conservative in mindset, unwilling to take risks. Yi Xiao, let me ask again. What do you think our chances of winning are? Li Yanghua began to ask after his mind calmed down a bit. If I say it's 100%, you can take that as bragging. The one thing in this world that is 100% profitable is working for someone, not investing in business. Mr. Li is also a businessman, so he naturally knows that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. All I can say is that we have an 80% chance of winning. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. 80% should be a figure for the bottom. 80%? Li Yanghua was stunned. My goodness, actually so high. You know, there's a 50% chance of winning, so you can go for it. Wouldn't that 80% be the equivalent of a sure thing? But the way Yi Feng looked, it seemed that this 80%, he still felt that it was a bit low. But I have one condition. Yi Xiao, please speak. Li Yanghua's attitude became respectful. Mr. Li cooperated with me to fund the proportion of funding 50-50, but the shares I accounted for 70%. Mr. Li, you accounted for 30%. At the same time, Mr. Li must personally become the president and be responsible for all specific matters. Yi Feng finished. Li Yanghua, in the hands of the thermos cup, bam, fell to the ground. He's stupid. Chapter 24, accompanying Mr. Yi, fighting for the river and the mountain. Contribution ratio. With the matter of shares, Li Yanghua can understand. After all, Yi Feng and his Yi family is the core, but taking charge of everything yourself is excessive. His energy in business can be focused on Zhengbei. Immediately, he said, Yi Xiao, there are quite a few people under me who are better than me, so you can just pick any one of them to be the president. I'm afraid I don't have the energy for that. Mr. Li, if you don't come, then who's going to suppress the Jinling clothing market? Those in the middle and the end? Although my Yi family is strong, I don't understand the clothing market, so beware that it's not easy to collapse the Zheng family, only to end up feeding others. Yi Feng said with a condensed brow. This sentence immediately woke up Li Yanghua. There is a point in Yifeng's strategy that will allow other businesses to participate in the act of splitting up the Zhang family. Once the Zhang family is down, they will break them down one by one to recover their share. This is a very central piece of strategy. Li Yanghua's reputation was well known, and with him in charge, he would surely be able to suppress those demons and monsters and prevent them from sitting on the fence. But without him, it would be a different story. Alright then Yi Xiao. I'll stay here in Jinling, accompany Yi Xiao, and fight for the kingdom, Li Yanghua said in a loud voice. The next day, Yi Feng from the Yi family account, moved out 250 million, together with Li Yanghua, a total of 500 million, set up Ye's clothing. Yi Feng directly boarded the Jinling Business Daily, declared war on the Zhang family, angrily denouncing Zhang Ziho for bringing people to smash his girlfriend's company, and that the Zhang family is a family with a black nature. Yi Feng wants to take revenge on his girlfriend, on the Zhang family. When the newspaper came out, the entire Jinling business community was in an uproar. I'll go. I thought that Ji Xiao's anger had subsided after scolding Zhang Ziho in the group yesterday. Damn it. I didn't expect such a hand to come today. Me too. I thought that Ji Xiao would at most beat up Zhang Ziho. Good guy. This is directly running towards digging up other people's ancestral graves. The Yi family is a big family. The number one family in Jinling. The Zheng family is probably finished. You can't say that. Although the Zheng family is not as good as the Yi family and the four big families, it is also the leader of the Jinling clothing market, and the Yi family may not be able to fuck over people on their home turf. That's right. When the hairy bear was so powerful, didn't it also fall in the imperial graveyard? Anyway, I don't care. I'll watch the show. I'll eat melon if the Yi family wins. I'll still eat melon if the Zheng family wins. Eat wool. Brothers, Jinling is going to change the sky. Bring the banknotes with me, together with Yi Xiao to fuck his fucking Zhang family. That's right. The clothing industry has suffered the Zhang family for a long time. I've long been displeased with the Zhang family's advocate Yuan Shan. He married a second marriage widow. How shameless. Jinling business community. Almost everyone thought that Ji Feng rushed to the red face, to snow hatred for his girlfriend, but no one knew that the president of Ye's clothing would be Li Yanghua, a big shot in Zhangbei. Even in the disclosure, when you go to check the shareholders, the name of Li Yanghua is missing. His shares, he got someone to hold them for him. At the same time, Yi Feng's soldiers were quick, directly rushing at the Zhang family's lifeblood. On the one hand, Yi Feng sent people to talk down all the cooperative manufacturers of the Zhang family, and grab the clothing orders at a higher price than the Zhang family. Cooperation contracts signed for 1 year, and prohibit these manufacturers, and then supply to the Zhang family. Most manufacturers gladly accept. After all, money is not a son of a bitch. However, there are still some manufacturers that are close to the Zhang family and are unwilling to cooperate, and these are included in Yi Feng's eradication program. As for some people who went against the grain and accepted Yi Feng's favorable conditions and secretly supplied the Zhang family, Yi Feng said that his own group of lawyers would have a good tea and chat with them. On the other hand, Yi Feng had set his sights on all of the Zhang family's physical stores in Jinling, making the landlord default on the contract, with the default payment coming out of Ye's clothing, and paying a high price to rent and sell the stores. The landlord's other stores are also prohibited from being resold to the Zhang family. In terms of online stores, Yi Feng has also set up a specialized e-commerce department, ready to snipe at the Zhang family. For a time, the entire Golden Mall was in a frenzy. Yi Feng was surprisingly playing for real, and it also took a fat beat on the Zhang family's production and sales channels. It's only the Yi family that has money and dares to play like this. I didn't expect Yi Xiao to be quite good at messing around. This time, the Zhang family, I'm afraid they're in trouble. Don't talk too early. I'd like to see how long Yi Feng, this loser, can burn money. Fuck you. You look down on my family's young Yi? If the Yi family wants to pinch the Zhang family to death, it's like pinching an ant. What do you know? You mallet. Although the Yi family had many fans, as well as many people who couldn't wait for the Zhang family to lose, most of them, however, didn't think that Yi Feng would be able to take down the Zhang family. Their impression of Yi Feng was still at the level of a rich second generation. The most likely outcome of this business war is to burn money until the Zhang family is panicked and then come out to pay and apologize. But it's a lose-lose. But with Yi Feng's character, this was a routine operation. It wasn't going to change anything just because of Yi Feng's bright performance today. Even Zhang Ziho, who was sitting in his office, enjoying his secretary's massage, thought so. Yi Feng the loser. Burning money, right? You burn it slowly. Zhang Ziho didn't panic at all, even though production and sales were blocked, making the Zhang family's business become stagnant. The family didn't even meet once, to mess things up. Right. He talked about let him talk. They do not move like a mountain. He dug let him dig. They lie at home laughing. Young Zhang, How long do you think Yi Feng can burn money? I heard that the Yi family's assets are in the 10 figures. The female secretary asked worriedly as she squeezed and rubbed her shoulders. You don't care when he burns it. It's not like it's costing me anything anyway. Zhang Ziho rolled his eyes and added, did I ask you to pinch my shoulder? You don't know any better. Do you still want to get a raise? Young Zhang rested his anger. The female secretary hurriedly apologized. Then her eyes glanced at Zhang Ziho's zipper. After a busy day, Yi Feng returned home at 7 in the evening. Father Yi Longzhou, at the moment, was sitting on the dining table with a plate of peanut rice, a few small dishes, and 2 bottles of beer. Seeing Yi Feng return, he beckoned and said, Yi Feng, come over and drink with me. Dad, you're off work so early today? Yi Feng asked curiously. His father Yi Longzhou was a workaholic. Normally, he worked overtime until after 10 o'clock at night. You set up Yi Clothing with $500 million in capital, right? The other 250 million was paid for by that Li Yanhua from Jianbei? Yi Longzhou said lightly. He has always been quiet, calm and competent, known as the first wizard of the business world in Jinling. A quick glance at the problem. Not bad for my dad. You're really right. Yi Feng said with a smile. The matter of Li Yanghua's shareholding was not known to the people of Jinling. He was a hidden card of Yi Feng, which could paralyze the Zhang family and other businessmen in the early stage, and could sit on Ye's Clothing and suppress the demons and monsters in the later stage. However, this was not a difficult task for Yi Longzhou, because the core backbone of Yi Clothing were all people drawn from Yi Group. Yi Longzhou, who had never shown any sadness or joy, suddenly smiled and patted Yi Feng's shoulder. Then it's a done deal. You do a good job. If 250 million is too little, you can continue to smash money. Ha, Dad, are you drunk? Yi Feng was curious. His father in the past would not be like this. He would definitely curse a loser before silently allowing Yi Feng to do what he did. Today, it's a little strange. Chapter 25, Gu Yunxiang, bald little baby. Drunk? Yi Longzhou laughed dumbly, but he had only had 1 bottle of beer. He continued. I just think that even Li Yanhua is involved. So it seems that you are not fooling around. Our Yi family's business has not been expanded in the last 5 years. In case you make it, it will be considered that I'm opening up territory for our family. In addition, you are not too young. You also need to go to experience more. Even if you lose money, there is no harm, as long as your ability to go up. Our Yi family has hope for the future. Do you know how those people mocked me behind my back, saying that I, Yi Longzhou, was a hero for a lifetime, but the heir turned out to be a loser, and that our Yi family is going to die in the 2nd generation. Speaking of this, Yi Longzhou's mood was, obviously, somewhat agitated. Dad, don't worry, I'll make it. Taking out the Zhang family and seizing the clothing market is not only to help Yunxiang take revenge, but also for the expansion of our Yi family. Yi Feng also had some feelings. Although it was the world of the book, he saw it, a father who fought for his family and silently endured everything. They provide, not only material conditions, but also long-lost affection. Ha ha, of course I believe you. Come on, drink. Yi Longzhou laughed out loud, picked up the beer, and directly blew the bottle. Yi Feng was also happy in his heart and naturally accompanied him to the end. So, father and son, straight up, each did a case of beer. When her mother, Zhou Xuehua, returned home, she looked at the scattered bottles of wine in the house, and the father and son who were lying on the sofa, snoring in their sleep. Frowning angrily, he said, when a father drinks and lays down, when a son also drinks and lays down, he also makes a mess in the house as well. Because there were only 3 people in the house, the Yi family didn't hire a babysitter, so Zhou Xuehua started packing up the bottles. But Zhou Xuehua was also happy in his heart. It had been a long time since the two of them, father and son, had been so joyful. In the past, when Yi Feng was a failure, Yi Longzhou would only scold the loser. But now, Yi Feng not only settled down to fall in love with Gu Yunxiang, but also started working on business matters. And no matter what the success or failure would be, Zhou Xuehua felt gratified from the bottom of her heart. The next morning, Yi Longzhou got up from the sofa to go to work. Yi Feng was not ambiguous, and when he woke up, he went to his own company and nibbled on 2 loaves of bread for breakfast. Due to yesterday's negotiation of a number of manufacturers and landlords, the company is busy to the bursting point, but fortunately there is Li Yanhua sitting in command. Li Yanhua is worthy of being a big brother from Jianbei, doing things in a well-organized manner, so that Yi Feng cannot help but call the insider. Yi Xiao, manufacturers and landlords, we will continue to send people to talk today. The store that we talked about yesterday has ready-made decoration and can be directly opened for business. I've transferred a batch of my own company's garments from the Jianbei side. To start with, the next thing we need to do is to make a name for ourselves, and you should handle the design side of things. Li Yamahua said that he could find many design companies to work with, but obviously, Yi Feng had his own ideas in this regard. In addition to that contract brought by Li Yamahua last time, Ye's clothing itself also had a lot of design needs. Well, I'll go find Yunxian later. Yi Feng nodded slightly, saying that within 3 days, he would give a new order to Yunxian Company. Of course it was impossible to go back on his word. Yi Xiao. At this time, Yi Feng's secretary, Tang Xuelan, walked into the office and said, Bai Jianhao, the head of the Bai family, is outside seeking an audience. Not seen. Yi Feng balked. Okay, I'll go tell him you're busy. Tang Xuelan immediately went to do it. She was the person that Yi Feng had transferred from the Yi group, and her ability was outstanding. In addition, her appearance, but also sinking fish and wild geese, the moon is shy flowers, wearing professional clothing, is a bright landscape in the company. The Bai family is in the building materials business, right? I heard that the Bai family is about to go bankrupt, and 80% of them are here to look for investment from you. Yi Xiao. Li Yonghua slightly smacked his lips, while also reminding Yi Feng that it was not sensible to invest, but it was indeed possible to acquire them. The building materials industry is not as popular as it was in the last century, but it is still a lucrative industry. There's no rush. Yi Feng smiled slightly. He didn't have any good feelings towards Bai Jianhao. As for his daughter Bai Susu, come on, he wasn't her licking dog. The only thing that is still of interest to them is their building materials company. However, as the old saying goes, only when you are sick can you be killed. The Bai family is unlikely to sell the company cheaply until it is absolutely at the end of its tether. Taking the design materials, Yi Feng went to Gu Yunxian's company. Good guy. A whole lot of design information. Take to sell waste paper, 50 cents a pound, which can sell at $2 out. Brother Yi Feng, this is too much. Gu Yunxian was directly surprised. She believed that Yi Feng would help her get orders, but she didn't say that she would get so many. I'm afraid it's going to take overtime until I'm bald to get this done. Yi Xiao, you're a bit too ruthless. Our company, but they're all weak women. Mr. Gu, why don't we recruit some more people? I'm still young and don't want to go bald. Yes, Mr. Gu, you're so beautiful. What a pity if you become a bald little baby. The crowd looked at Gu Yunxian pitifully, while being shocked at Yi Feng's ability to do things. This boyfriend of Mr. Gu's is really nice. Overtime to do it is fine. The company recruits again is also fine. Action all fast. Design out of the clothing drawings. We want urgent. Yi Feng said with a smile. Many manufacturers have already talked and started to reject Zhang's clothing orders. Yi Feng cannot let them idle. An early start would be beneficial to both parties. However, Gu Yunxian's company, other than her, only had 5 female designers, so such a huge workload was indeed difficult for them. Recruit. Gu Yunxian perked up her voice and said, Brother Yi Feng, leave the matter to me. I won't let you down. Gu Yunxian was very happy. She was finally able to help Brother Yi Feng yet. What's more, with the $10 million from last time, his company wouldn't be strapped for cash everywhere. The tables, chairs, and computer equipment that had been smashed by Zhang Ziho's men 2 days ago were also brand new and ready to start fighting. Cheer up, I'll leave you guys alone, Yi Feng said with a smile. Then Gu Yunxian went to release the recruitment information, and at the same time began to fight the clothing drawings. Yi Xiao. Yi Feng had just walked out of the office building where Gu Yunxian's company was located when he met Bai Jianhao. Why are you here? Yi Feng froze. I know you're busy, so I'll wait here. Bai Jianhao revealed his most humble smile and said, Young Yi, that investment matter, I think we can talk about it again. Some other time, I have things to do. Yi Feng finished speaking and left. Young Yi, I know that you refuse to invest in us because you're dead set on that Bai Susu girl, but I've already educated her deeply. Young Yi, we also know that you have a girlfriend now, and I also know that that girl, Susu, is no match for Miss Gu, but as long as you and Susu are in love with each other and are in love with each other, we don't mind Miss Gu's existence. Bai Jianhao was in a hurry and rushed up to say. Yi Feng froze and almost sprayed out a mouthful of stale blood. Listening to Bai Jianhao's meaning, is he going to give his daughter to himself as a little san? Chapter 26. She is the medicine to cure Yi Feng. Yi Xiao, do you think you want me to call Susu over? It's almost noon now. You guys are having a candlelight lunch. Bai Jianhao fawned vigorously, afraid that Yi Feng would say no. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't say anything, Bai Jianhao braced himself and went to make a call to Bai Susu. Su, where are you? Xuanwu Lake? What are you doing at Xuanwu Lake? You girl, hurry back here. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jianhao continued to put on a smiling face and said, Yi Xiao, Su will be right over. Please wait for a moment. She's at Xuanwu Lake isn't she? Send me the location and I'll go straight to her. Yi Feng said. Okay. Okay, I'll have her send the location right away. After saying that, Bai Jianhao went to his daughter and told her to stand still and not allow her to move, sending the location to Yifeng. Soon, on Yifeng's WeChat, he received Bai Susu's localization. In Yishao's heart, he really hasn't completely let go of Susu. My good daughter, you'll have to make the most of it this time. Looking at Yifeng's back as he left, Bai Jianhao revealed a long-lost smile. Even though Yifeng hadn't agreed to the investment, the fact that he was still willing to go on a date with Bai Susu was enough to prove everything. As for whether to be a little san, Bai Jianhao thinks it doesn't matter. Anyway, these days, the rich second generation are all philandering. As long as Susu can take out Gu Yunxiang and become the main palace. In Yifeng's mind, he was thinking about another thing. According to the original plot, at this point in time, Lin Yi was at Xuanwu Lake and had a chance. The main reason why Bai Susu had gone on a trip to Xuanwu Lake was to go on a date with Lin Yi. Only now, Yifeng was going over to grab the chance. I've been so busy with the company for the past 2 days that I actually almost forgot such a good thing. Thanks to Bai Jianhao's reminder. Susu ah, my good girlfriend, Young Yi is coming over. Why are you still chatting with Lin Yi? No more chatting. Seeing her best friend in such a dispossessed state, Lin Fengjie was simply on fire, reaching out her hand to grab the cell phone, but Bai Susu was prepared for it, and she didn't grab it. Feng Jiao, I remember, didn't you say that brother Yifeng had pulled the plug on you and that you super hated him? Bai Susu looked at her in disbelief. Mentioning this, Lin Fengjiao's old face flushed. The last time she went to question Yifeng at the Bai family's birthday banquet, it was simply the blunder of blunders. But it's not like he's feeling angry at Yifeng. Plus he has a girlfriend and is no longer kneeling on Bai Susu well. But now that Yifeng took the initiative to come to Xuanwu Lake to look for Bai Susu, it was obvious that he hadn't died yet. After all, this dog-licking thing is still mostly a mental illness. If you don't lick it for a while, you may feel like your life has opened up, but if you don't lick it for a long time, you'll feel like you have a disease, and you'll feel like you have a bad case of the munchies. And Bai Susu is the medicine to cure Yifeng? Lin Fengjiao crossed her tiny waist and said in a vigorous manner, that's different. I hate Yifeng as much as I hate him, but isn't what I'm doing all still for your happiness? Think about it. What kind of situation is your Bai family in right now? Take your father's birthday banquet 2 days ago. You didn't go to Yifeng to ask for an investment. How angry was your father? He actually wanted you to cut ties with me. My good girl, how old are you to not think about things? Even if you're no longer interested in Yifeng, isn't he still better than that loser Lin Yi? Brother Lin Yi is not a loser. Bai Susu hurriedly retorted and added, Fengjiao, didn't I say? I'm just taking brother Yifeng as an older brother. Not to mention that I'm just a friend with brother Lin Yi. Why are you and my dad forcing me to be with brother Yifeng? I make my own happiness. I make my own decisions. Lin Fengjiao is directly speechless. Her best friend is always saying this. Can't she say something new and original? Besides, you chat with Lin Yi every day. You've never been so diligent with me. Can't you just admit that you like Lin Yi in a big way? I'm tired. Let the world hurry up and end. Yeah. Yi Xiao is here. Lin Fengjiao squinted her eyes and happened to see Yifeng's Rolls-Royce parked at the intersection, and immediately came back in the spirit. In order to make sure the date went well, she snatched the cell phone in a hurry when Bai Susu wasn't looking. Prevent her from continuing to be with Lin Yi and ruining the pleasure of Yi Xiao's date. Fengjiao, you! Bai Susu was furious. Lin Fengjiao hid her cell phone in her pocket and no longer cared about her. When she saw Yifeng walking, she hurriedly went up to greet him. Yi Xiao, you're here. It's been a long time. Yifeng smiled faintly. No, it's fine. It should be. Lin Fengjiao was flattered that Yifeng was so easygoing. It seemed that he wasn't angry with himself because of what happened last time. It was also right that, given his status, if he were to take matters into his own hands, it was his own status that he would be lowering. So, once again, Lin Fengjiao turned black to pink on the spot. Of course Yifeng remembered the last time. She helped Lin Yi to question himself. Just that. She, Lin Fengjiao, was nothing. He only had to sneeze and he could spray her to the Pacific Ocean. Keeping the current toolman is a way to recycle the trash. Young Yi, today's weather is sunny and not too hot. Let's go for a stroll. Lin Fengjiao said fawningly, while frantically giving Bai Susu a wink and telling her to open her business. The weather in early May. Jiangnan scenery is just right. Birds and flowers. Xuanwu Lake, located at the foot of Zaijinshan Mountain, is the largest royal garden lake in ancient times and the only remaining royal garden in Jiangnan. It's been around for more than 500 years. Don't look at Jiling business in the province ranked last, but after all, it is the ancient capital of 6 dynasties. Places of interest these can be quite a lot. Okay, shop around. Yifeng said back, but the body is not moving, because the most important protagonist has not yet appeared. When Lin Fengjiao saw this, she thought that Yifeng was dissatisfied with Bai Susu's attitude and suspected her of not taking the initiative. I was about to give my best friend a piece of my mind when her cell phone rang in her pocket. It's Bai Susu's cell phone. The person who called was none other than Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi. Bai Susu raised her eyebrows and tried to reach for her cell phone. Lin Fengjiao was quick on her feet and hung up the phone directly. It's Lin Yi's classmate's call, right? Why don't you answer it? Yi Feng's eyebrows were also happy. Ah, Yi Xiaoyu. Lin Fengjiao thought that she had misheard, that this was really what Yifeng had said, not that she had hallucinated? Get it right, Lin Yi is your love interest. Lin Fengjiao didn't have time to think much about it. The obnoxious Lin Yi called again. Pick it up. It's a nice day. One more person. Swimming in Xuanwu Lake, and it's a bit more lively. Yifeng smiled faintly. Hearing this, Bai Susu took the cell phone. People, Yifeng brother does not care. What do you care? This BFF. She's really salty. Brother Lin Yi, we're at. Ha, you saw me? Bai Susu put down her cell phone, and as expected, Lin Yi was waving to her not far away. Su, Feng Jiao, let's go. Lin Yi came smilingly and suddenly realized that there was a familiar-looking man next to him. Wide-eyed, he exclaimed, Young Master Yi, why are you there too? Chapter 27, Xuanwu Lake. Sin Fangling. Seeing Yifeng, Lin Yi's mood was half bad. It was not easy for him to take a vacation today, so he specially asked Bai Susu to come out and tour Xuanwu Lake with him. It turned out that this guy Yifeng was actually there. The last time I saw Yifeng, it was no good. Not only was the Autumn Goose Falling Cloud chart snatched by him, but Yan Wenjing, who should have belonged to his own opportunity, also turned to favor him. He also caused himself to be kicked out by Bai Jianhao, and even his entire body's belongings. $270 of the huge amount of money to buy the blue and white porcelain bowl were given to him for nothing. Even though he hated Yifeng, Lin Yi still unleashed his special skill thick skin and smiled. Young Master Yifeng, I can't believe you're free. Your Yi clothing is still going well, right? Everything is going well. It's only a matter of time before the Zhang family is defeated. After all, those who offend my Yi family will be executed even though they are far away. Yifeng said faintly, Lin Yi deserves to be the hero. When a poor loser, the news is still so well informed. Angrily denouncing the Zhang family, Yifeng registered in the Jinling business newspaper, and his own matter was almost limited to the Jinling business community to know. Lin Yi obviously wasn't at that level yet. Wow. Young Yi, is your Yi family entering the clothing industry? Lin Fengjiao worshipped to the point where stars were coming out of her eyes. Not really, just revenge. Yifeng gently replied. Joking, how can you say nonsense when you mean it? Worthy of being Yi Xiao. What an absolutely wonderful man. Lin Fengjiao once again praised, while glancing at her best friend. Meaning, Bai Susu, you give my mother to work harder. Don't let Yi Xiao be completely snatched away by Gu Yinxiang. But Pak Susu didn't respond. Lin Fengjiao was furious, looked at the next loser Lin Yi, pointed at him and rebuked. Lin Yi, look at other people. Yi Xiao, helping his girlfriend to avenge her death is so romantic. Letting the Zhang family perish as compensation. Look at you again, poor and swishy, renting an apartment and actually looking for Susu to borrow money. Are you still considered a man? Lin Yi was speechless. How did this involve himself? But Lin Fengjiao was telling the truth, and he couldn't refute it. Feng Jiao, don't say that. Brother Lin Yi is already working very hard. The money for renting the house. I took the initiative to lend it to Brother Lin Yi, who doesn't have a hard time. Besides, Brother Lin Yi said he'd treat us to a big meal today. Bai Susu was dissatisfied and hurriedly defended Lin Yi. Su, are you okay with this? Lin Fengjiao almost fainted. Yi Xiao is here. You actually said such words? Have you forgotten what your father told you? I hope Yi Xiao doesn't care about that. Of course I'm not sick. But Feng Jiao, if you target Brother Lin Yi again, don't blame me for disowning you as my best friend. Bai Susu was a little angry. Lin Fengjiao, well, let's go for a stroll. It's almost time for dinner. Yifeng said with a smile. He certainly didn't care how Bai Susu was, and he wasn't interested in watching this pair of girlfriends tear each other apart. He has his own business. Okay, Yi Xiao, let's go now. Lin Fengjiao hurriedly answered. She looked at the poor-looking Lin Yi beside her and gathered the courage to approach, tugging him forward, leaving space for Yifeng to be alone with Bai Susu. Lin Yi had no choice but to walk at the front, or else if he was a little slower, Lin Fengjiao's foot would kick up. Bai Susu frowned, growing more and more dissatisfied with her best friend. Brother Yifeng, let's go too. Bai Susu forced a smile. Okay. Along the way, both Bai Susu and Lin Yi were distracted, as the duo hadn't been able to have a proper date because of Lin Fengjiao's presence. Bai Susu regretted bringing her best friend along. Linny also wanted to find a chance to be alone with Bai Susu, but to no avail. Without realizing it, it was already mealtime and the crowd was tired of walking. Let's go to this restaurant for dinner. The people stopped at a very ordinary restaurant. Yi Feng remembered. In the original, Linny is here to treat Bai Susu to a big meal, and then triggered the chance. Wherever Yi Xiao says, Lin Fengjiao hurriedly agreed. Although this restaurant, not too high-end, but after all, Xuanwu Lake is a tourist attraction, and you can't ask for too much. Okay then, here it is. Lin Yi agreed, and for the sake of this date and treating Bai Susu to a big meal, he advanced some of his paychecks to his internship company, just enough to be able to afford to eat here. However, with Yi Feng around, he certainly wasn't paying for it himself. He also happens to save this expense. Saving is earning, and later eat more of his. Yi Feng entered the restaurant and started to order food. Yi Feng and Lin Fengjiu were not interested in this place, so they ordered something random. Bai Susu was not in the mood to eat, but Lin Yi was different, frantically adding dishes. He alone even ordered more than 20. Order so much. Can you eat it all you? Lin Fengjiao frowned angrily. This Lin Yi was afraid that he was a hungry ghost. It's a blessing to be able to eat. If student Lin Yi doesn't think it's enough, he can add a few more. Yi Feng said smilingly, okay, then I'll add 2 more. So Lin Yi added a few more dishes. Good lord, 30 dishes in all. It took the waiter by surprise. Yi Feng laughed coldly in his heart. Sabi, do you think the laborers are going to pay for you? You find the company's salary advance ready to account for all here, because Yi Feng's table is a big customer, so the food is very fast. Lin Yi thought of White Pea Yi Feng. The mood is very good, but also open to eat. Seeing that he was really a hungry ghost cast, Lin Fengjiao felt even more disgusted. Halfway through the meal, the next table suddenly stirred. No money, what are you eating? Hurry up and pay. You don't even look at the place if you want to eat bully food. A couple of waiters, menacing at an old man and a young woman. We just ordered 3 dishes. How come we got $300 out of it? Ah, you are a black store. A young girl, 17 or 18 years old, called out to the waitress. She is not big but full of momentum. Although her age is small but clear and lovely, vaguely have the posture of the country and the city. Hey, you're afraid you're not fresh out of the ravine. Don't you know this is a tourist attraction? 3 courses and 2 meals. That's $300, and it's wiped out for you, and it's on the menu. If you don't pay, you're not leaving today. The lead manager was exasperated. With a wave of his hand, a few more waiters came to surround the grandparents and grandchildren, preventing them from escaping. Sin Fangling was about to cry in a hurry. She realized that she was the one who was in the wrong, but she didn't have much money on her. Ahem. The old man coughed so hard that he almost coughed his lungs out. The waiters saw this and took a step back, fearing that the old man had some strange disease. Grandpa. Sin Fangling was so anxious that she burst into tears. This time she came into the city to bring her grandfather to see a doctor. And the family is very poor. They only have $800 with them. If they give the $300 for the meal, what about the money for the doctor's visit? The hospitals in the city, it is said, are not charitable organizations, and will not see a patient unless he pays. Thinking about it, Grandpa coughed even harder, while Saint-Fontaine cried out directly. I say, little girl, you're the one who owes money for food and won't pay. So what are you selling here? Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't blame us if you don't pay. Search me for my meal money. The manager pulled a face, and the waiters, under his command, were ready to get rough. Stop. In broad daylight. You guys are bullying a little girl. How dare you search me? Who gave you the authority and the guts? At this moment, Yi Feng raised his voice and cursed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The little girl in front of him, Sin Fangling, was exactly the chance that Lin Yi had encountered this time in the original story. Chapter 28, Stealing Lin Yi's Lines. Yi Feng's righteousness was appreciated by everyone. Even though the little girl didn't pay for her meal, the way these waiters did it was really overbearing. Lin Yi was even more shocked, and said, I go. How can Yi Feng be so fast? Originally he wanted to step in. Lin Yi realized that this girl wasn't an ordinary person. There was a mysterious aura about her. If she hadn't guessed wrong, she was from the southern border. Moreover, she knew at a glance that she was a practitioner, and her cultivation was so high and her skills so strong that dozens of ordinary people couldn't even get close to her. Lin Yi did read correctly that in the original book, Sin Fangling was the book's war unit. It's not the strongest, but it's special, because she comes from the southern border. She can make compulsion. Inside the original, Lin Yi, the man who helped Sin Fangling pay for the movie, had gained a bodyguard cum harem because of this act. In later episodes, Sin Fangling helped Lin Yi resolve crises many times. However, the plot was about to be rewritten, and this chance, Yi Feng wanted it. Holy shit, who are you? The grandpa next to you who ordered 30 dishes didn't say anything. Who are you? The manager was dog-eared, but as he watched, he realized something was wrong. Young Master Yi Feng, how come it's you? The manager was scared out of his wits. His legs and feet were a mess. He directly knelt down. Yi Xiao, we didn't recognize you just now. Please forgive us. You know me? Yi Feng was shocked. He had always been known only by his name in the eyes of the outside world. How did the manager of this tiny restaurant know himself? Yi Xiao, this store is owned by your family. The manager replied warily. Run your own home? Isn't that a fucking slap in the face? Yi Feng angrily said Nima, hurry up and get out. And then this kind of thing happens. You get out of the caf. Yes. Yi Xiao rest his anger. The manager took his people and got the hell out as fast as he could. Holy shit, this is actually the legendary young Master Yi. I've seen the real person. Young Yi is really righteous. Even disliking his own family's employees. Love. Whoever dares to say another bad word about Yi Xiao, I'll be the first to say no. What Yi Feng had done had undoubtedly won a full house. Marred. How come all the good luck has been snatched by Yi Feng? Lin Yi was depressed in his heart. He realized that ever since he met Yi Feng, he was quasi no good. Yi Xiao. Thank you. Sun Fangling timidly came over to say thank you, although she did not know how powerful Yi Xiao was, but she knew that this store was his family, and gave himself, in return, a waiver of $300 for the meal. You're welcome. It's a small thing. I just can't see them bullying little girls. Yi Feng repeated Lin Yi's words as they were in the original. Lin Yi was shocked. How the hell did you know I wanted to say that in my heart? Just now, when Lin Yi was preparing to strike, he had even thought of a follow-up line. But it was just a pity that Yi Feng was one step faster, but one step forward, one step back, and Lin Yi never had a chance again. He could only hold a grudge against Yi Feng and gulp down his food. You just saved me and indirectly my grandfather. According to our rules there, I'm going to have to give my body in marriage. Sun Fangling blushed and said the words with great difficulty. Without Yi Feng, the $300 for the meal would definitely not be kept, and on her way here, she had inquired that it would cost at least $700 for her grandfather's treatment. Yi Feng was equivalent to saving his grandfather. Ah! The whole room was stunned at these words. That's what you're doing? What kind of rules do you have there? If I had known, I could have. Isn't it just $300? It's too good a deal for a new daughter-in-law. It's just a shame that the opportunity has been missed. On the face of it, the loss is $300, but rounded up it's $100 million. Losing $100 million hurts my conscience. Am I dreaming? Lin Fengjiao pinched her arm. It hurt. It really wasn't a dream, but this is too magical. Bai Susu was even more shocked. Lin Yi realized that he had lost even more money and huffed and puffed as he took a big bite of his food. Ahem. I say little girl, you're only 17 or 18, aren't you? This law doesn't allow us to get married. Yi Feng continued to repeat the story as it was originally written. Young man. No. Yi Xiao, Sun Fangling's grandfather. Sun Fuqiang hurriedly said, we are unable to repay your great kindness, but please make sure that you promise, or else. Sun Fuqiang said excitedly and started coughing one more time. Coughing up blood. Yi Feng also began to be speechless. This plot is dog blood, right? Told you the author couldn't write this plot without 10 years of brain bruising. Grandpa, are you okay? Grandpa, Sun Fangling hurriedly shouted, holding her grandfather who coughed to unconsciousness, 2 lines of tears once again hanging from the corners of her eyes, asking for help from the surroundings. Who can save my grandfather? I'll do it. The bachelors around the room have volunteered. Seeing something like this is something that anyone who is a good person is willing to do. However, the fastest was Lin Yi. He rushed at Sun Fangling like the wind and said, I know some medical skills. Let me save your grandfather. Thanks. Sun Fangling's eyes were filled with gratitude. It's tuberculosis. Lin Yi saw the disease at a glance. Tuberculosis is a high incidence among the elderly and very difficult to treat. But Lin Yi had his own way of saving him for a while. It shouldn't be a problem. Hey, Mr. Lin Yi, are you a doctor? Yi Feng is speechless. You Lin Yi is a needle. How can you insert it when you see a seam? No, but I can do some healing. Lives are at stake now. We can't wait any longer. Lin Yi said, preparing to start the rescue. Little girl, your grandfather has tuberculosis. It could kill him. Are you sure you want this guy to save it? Yi Feng deliberately exaggerated his condition. Ah, that bad? Senfrance was a little scared and was starting to become hesitant. Of course, especially if you mess around with people who don't know anything about medicine. The chances of death are very high. Yi Feng was full of shit. Young Master Yi, it's not as serious as you make it out to be, even if my medical skills are no longer good. It's definitely not a problem for me to save this old man. Lin Yi countered. Young Master Yi, could it be that you also know about medicine? I don't understand. Yi Feng admitted it greatly and added, however, I know people who know how to heal. Little girl, think about it, if Lin Yi's classmates save your grandfather will more than likely die, but your grandfather will surely live when I find someone to save him. Yi Feng said in a loud voice, I believe in young Master Yi. Sun Fangling didn't have a choice. He still trusted Yi Feng, who had just helped him out, more than Lin Yi. In his heart, he was also a little closer. Alright, then it won't be too late for me to save the person that Ji Xiao called who can't. Lin Yi retreated to the side, but he didn't panic in his heart. He realized that this Sun Fuqian's tuberculosis wasn't simple. The average doctor can't even tell, but the only ones who can see it are the few great physicians in Jinling. Afterwards, Yi Feng made a call to Director Wu, who was the director of the People's Hospital of Jinling City and the private doctor hired by the Yi family. His mother, Zhou Xuehua, has a bad heart and his father smokes and has bad lungs, so he helps with the care. After the phone call, Director Wu rushed over as fast as he could. In an ambulance, 10 minutes later. Yi Xiao, where is the patient? Wu Tianmin carried the ambulance box and walked in quickly. Seeing the visitor, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. How could it be him? Wu Tianmin was a famous doctor in Jinling, and his medical skills were many times better than his own. With him there, would he not be able to see that this old man, Sun Fuqian, is a lung lesion caused by practicing martial arts? Chapter 29 Golden Toad Successor. Fortunately, the patient is only unconscious due to an obstructed airway and lack of oxygen. I'm going to start administering. At a glance, Wu Tianmin could see Sun Fuqian's symptoms, including some other lesions he had because of his martial arts practice. With a wave of his hand, the nurse behind him rushed in, bringing a ventilator and 9 silver needles. Ventilator, oxygenate Sham Fu Kung. Silver needles, on the other hand, are used to puncture acupuncture points and to regulate the symptoms of fullness of qi and blood and dyspnea. Ha, I just recognized it. Isn't this Director Wu from the City People's Hospital? Wow, it's really Director Wu. Last time my dad was dying, he was the one who saved him. Little girl, your grandfather is saved. I found out that Yi Xiao's connections are so strong. One phone call and he actually called Director Wu over. After recognizing Wu Tianmin, the crowd praised him. Thank you, Director Wu. Thank you, young Master Yi. Sun Fangling cried with joy. Her heart was more grateful to Yi Feng, and she had decided not to marry him. There really wasn't any other way to repay his kindness than to give my body to him. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was filled with black lines. The opportunity that belonged to him to perform was again snatched away by Yi Feng. If the person who saved Sun Fuqian was himself, would the matter of giving his body in return still have anything to do with Yi Feng? Although it didn't necessarily have to be in favor of her body, Sun Fangling would definitely be a person who could be of great use in the future. Now that's the equivalent of picking up for nothing. Ahem. A few minutes later, Sun Fuqian opened his eyes and woke up, once again thanking Yi Feng. Young Yi, I really can't repay your great kindness. Please accept my Sun Fuqian's worship. With that, he was about to kneel. Elder Sun doesn't need to be courteous. Seeing justice and acting with courage is the duty of my generation. Yi Feng stopped him. Yi Xiao is also too nice. If all the rich second generation in Jinling were like him, wouldn't the earth be a wonderful paradise? Che, it's just a matter of being brave. I can do it too. Are you doing the right thing? You're craving a little girl's body. You bitch. That's just it. I'm too embarrassed to poke you. The crowd once again praised Yi Feng in droves. Young Yi, Elder Sun's illness is rather serious and requires long-term hospitalization. Wu Tianmin came and said to Yi Feng, alright, Director Wu will help arrange it. Yi Feng nodded slightly. Thank you, young Master Yi. Sun Fuqian was grateful. Young Master Yi is really a good person. It's absolutely right to betroth your granddaughter to him. What are Miss Sham's plans if the old man is to be hospitalized? Yi Feng asked towards Sun Fangling. Sun Fangling's pretty face was red. When Yi Feng rescued herself and her grandfather in public, in her heart, she was already Xiaoye's person. How about this? I see that Miss Sun isn't really a human being either. Why don't you give me a bodyguard? Just as well. I'm short on protection on my side. Yi Feng laughed. Bodyguard? This little girl, she's a practitioner? When these words came out, the crowd froze. This Sun Fangling looks small and delicate. How to look at it is also a soft woman. How on earth did you tell she's a practitioner? Mr. Yi? Sun Fuqian and Sun Fangling also froze for a long time. They were heirs of the southern border Golden Toad sect, but they have always lived in the rural areas of the southern border, living off the land, and their martial arts have always been hidden, never revealed. How did Yi Feng see it? This time he came to Jinling, In addition to seeing the doctor, Sun Fuxiang also wanted to help his granddaughter to find her father, the son of Sun Fuxiang. In the beginning, Sun Fangling was born in Jinling. Her father carried Sun Fangling back to his hometown in the southern border, and then returned to Jinling, and since then there is no trace. What the hell does this motherfucker Yifeng know? Lin Yi's eyes widened. At first he thought that Yifeng was just coveting Sun Fangling's beauty, but he didn't expect that his eyes were actually quite good. Last time, he robbed his own autumn geese and sunset picture, and this time, he robbed at Sun Fangling. This guy, could he be a hangman? What? No? Yifeng asked. Yes. Sun Fangling hurriedly nodded. From now on, I'll be 24 hours, close to protect Xiao Yi. Yifeng was a benefactor to himself and his grandfather. How could Sun Fangling not be willing? What's more, bodyguard is still a job, and you can support yourself in Jinling. So, Wu Tianmin took Sun Fujian to the hospital while Yifeng took Sun Fangling home. Young Master Yi? Seeing Yifeng leave, Lin Fengjiu was anxious. Didn't Ji Xiao come over to date Su Su today? Why are you leaving? Can it be that the new man is better than the old man, and he suddenly lost interest in Su Su again? And at this moment, Bai Susu was pinching food for Lin Yi, afraid that he hadn't eaten enough. Lin Fengjiu was furious, pulled Bai Susu aside and said with hatred, Susu you can grow a heart. If you go on like this, you can't even be a little san. Fengjiu, you, Bai Susu frowned deeply. This was a naked insult. At that moment, she no longer paid attention to her best friend and walked over to Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi, let's continue to go shopping at Xuanwu Lake. Good. Lin Yi agreed in one breath, finally having the chance to be alone with Bai Susu. As he was about to leave, the restaurant manager rushed up with a waiter and called out, several people. You haven't paid the bill yet. What pays the bills? Bai Susu froze and said unhappily, can't you see that we came with brother Yifeng, and you're still looking for me to collect money? We naturally don't dare to charge for the dishes ordered by Yi Xiao, but this guy, he ordered 27 dishes, and after rounding up and erasing the zeros, it came to $3,000. This meal must be paid for today, or you try. The manager got brutal and the waiters behind him directly surrounded towards Lin Yi. If he is a friend of Yi Xiao, of course the manager did not dare to ask him for money, but just now he looked carefully. This guy and Yi Xiao, obviously is a love-rival relationship, and actually tried to get his hands on Ms. Shum Fongling. Isn't this an opportunity to take credit for yourself? $3,000. Lin Yi swallowed his saliva. He just asked the company for an advance of more than $1,000. How could he afford to pay the bill? But without the money, it's clear that we can't leave today. He said to Bai Susu, Susu, can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back when I get paid. It's fine brother Lin Yi. I just happen to have 3,000 here. Bai Susu took out her cell phone, ready to transfer money to pay. Although the Bai family is almost bankrupt, but this amount of money can still be taken out. A big man, actually looking for a woman to ask for money. Do you want some face? Lin Fengjiu reached out her hand and snatched the cell phone away again, then ran out without looking back. Lin Fengjiu, how could you? Bai Susu was furious and hurriedly chased after him to ask for his cell phone. Hey! Lin Yi was dumbfounded, thinking that he hadn't offended Lin Fengjiu. Why was this woman always targeting himself? Kid, hurry up and pay up. The manager's eyes rounded with anger. Will an IOU do? Lin Yi proposed. Beat Nima. Do you believe that I will beat you up? The manager raged. Okay. Lin Yi had no choice but to take out his cell phone and make a call to his leader. The leader's name was Zhao Hongying, the Zhao family's golden lady, and Lin Yi said over the phone, Sister Hongying, can you advance me another $2,000? I have an emergency here. Chapter 30 Mr. Zhang. A trap. Ding. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the original story and plundering Lin Yi's chi, gaining 1500 reverse value. Ding. Lin Yi's hidden charisma value minus 100. Ding. Lin Yi's chi value minus 1000. System tip. Lin Yi's chi value has been reduced by another 1,000 and will be lowered by 1 notch. In the car, Yifeng was about to take Sun Fangling home when the system's voice suddenly sounded. What happens when you drop down a notch? Yifeng asked curiously. After lowering it, the male protagonist Lin Yi's chances will be greatly reduced, thus decreasing his wondrous encounters while also raising the host's level of chi. System tip. There are 5 levels of chi luck: reverse weather luck, god level chi luck, immortal level chi luck, human level chi luck, and ordinary chi luck. System tip. The host is currently in ordinary chi. The system returned. Stampo. How come my chi is so low? Yifeng was very dissatisfied. Back to the host. You're the big villain in the book. How can your chi be high? The system returned. Seems to make some sense. For a moment, Yifeng was speechless, but it doesn't matter. In the future, Lin Yi will be more close to you. May I ask if the host uses to exchange skills, attributes, items, etc. with the reverse value? System tip: the reverse value can be stored for emergencies. The system said, save it for now then. Yifeng didn't need to rush to redeem it for the time being. After all, the banknote ability, it was enough to solve most of the things. Save for a rainy day, and don't panic until you have food in your belly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for depositing the reverse value for the first time. The host will receive a random reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining attribute enhancement. Current properties. Name, Yifeng. Sex, currently male. Physical strength, 260 for normal people. Spirit, 150, 60 for normal people. Force, 150, 60 for ordinary people. Talent, 150, 60 for normal people. Charisma, 300, manly level. Reverse value, 1500. Skills, painting and calligraphy. Business specialization. Derived skills, compulsion. And this operation? With the strengthening of the physical state. Yifeng was shocked. There is this operating system actually did not say earlier? Yifeng asked. System, can I take a look at Lin Yi's? Don't look. He's the main character. His attributes are definitely stronger than yours. But the host doesn't have to feel inferior. The strongest ability is actually money. I would call it the money ability. The system said kindly. Yifeng. Driving back to the Yi family villa. Sun Fangling was now Yifeng's bodyguard, responsible for close protection, and naturally had to live in the Yi family villa as well. Today is the weekend. Mother Zhou Xuehua is also a rare day off. To see his son, led a little beauty home, was shocked, jumped up from the sofa. Feng, this is? Zhou Xuehua was dumbfounded. His son grew up so big, or the first time he brought a girl home from outside. Of course, in the past, Yifeng had given by Susu a dog and had no interest in other girls. Her son's sudden flirtation made her, as a mom, a little uncomfortable. Mom, this is the bodyguard I hired to protect me from now on. And of course, to protect you and Dad. Yifeng explained. Protect what? Zhou Xuehua was stunned, looking at the delicate and small Sun Fangling in front of her, and couldn't react for a while. Can you be a bodyguard with that body? Exactly who protects whom? Hello Auntie. Sun Fontaine greeted timidly. Hello, sit down. Zhou Xuehua responded enthusiastically. No matter what, she was the girl her son had brought back and had a pleasing appearance. Not as a bodyguard, but as something else. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xuehua pulled Yifeng aside and said, Little Feng, are you serious? Sure, Yifeng said. Our Yi family is the first mansion in Jinling. I don't know how many people miss our family's money. You and Dad are also big-hearted. Don't invite a bodyguard or something. Look at the 4 big families. The bodyguards they invite, each can form a reinforced company. In the 1990s, the son of one of the richest men in the country was kidnapped, and it took $1 billion to ransom him. And that is still 9 years of 1 billion. With the current purchasing power conversion, at least equivalent to 20 billion. This money can be Jinling 4 big families. Add up to buy again. The Yi family had a big tree in Jinling, so they might encounter the same situation one day. Of course, although the Yi family didn't hire bodyguards, the Yi family had many dogs that could come over at any time to protect their master. For example, Lu Wenbao last time. Don't look at him as just a restaurant owner, but he had a very unclean start. Of course it's more secure with a personal bodyguard. Who's discussing bodyguards with you? Zhou Xuehua rolled her eyes and said, I just think that little girl is so pretty. Don't move your mind, but don't apologize to Yun Xiang. Yifeng was speechless. Mom, you can't even trust your son? Bah! Don't you think you're a good person because you don't serve by Susu as a so-and-so? What goes around comes around, you know. So many boys start out infatuated as hell, and then they're just spendthrifts, seeing one and loving the other. What's the saying? In an avalanche, every snowflake is braving the elements. Zhou Xuehua said perkily. It is the time of the avalanche when no snowflake is innocent. Yifeng corrected. Yes, that's what it means. Little Feng, we can't be a licking dog, but we can't be a scum either. Zhou Xuehua continued. Without further ado, I'm going to clean up the room for that girl just now. She's coming to live in our house, so we can't condescend to her. With that, Zhou Xuehua turned to leave and suddenly turned back and asked, Is she sharing a room with you? Yifeng, didn't we agree not to be scum? In the end, under Yifeng's arrangement, Sun Fangling stayed on the 2nd floor. In this next period of time, under the operation of Li Yanhua, Ye's Clothing continues to negotiate with manufacturers and sign contracts with landlords. To the best of our ability and financial resources, we are going to poach Chang's Clothing. Soon, Zhang's Clothing in the channel, sales, lost 80% of the position. online store. It is not even attacked, because Zhang's clothing supply is insufficient. Let the customer pigeonhole, by the customer crazy report and brush bad reviews. In the end, because there were too many reports, the e-commerce site directly blocked Zhang's clothing store. Yip's Clothing, on the other hand, has seized the opportunity to rise above the rest. Noon. Zhang's group headquarters. Zhang Ziho ate hot pot and sang a song. Is considering the secretary tired of playing? Want to also to the Ministry of Finance has just come to the little beauty. Also rob a color. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. A middle-aged man came in and smacked Zhang Ziho in the face. You loser. What the hell are you up to? The laborer just left Jinling on the front foot and you've offended the Yi family. If I give you the family business in the future, sooner or later you will lose it. Why don't I just beat you to death right now? The visitor was none other than Zhang Ziho's father, Zhang Yuanshan, who was furious, revealing a casserole-sized fist. Dad, listen to me. Zhang Ziho touched his swollen face and hurriedly said, this is all my calculation. I deliberately set up a trap for Yifeng to drill. Chapter 31, There's a mole. Dad, take it easy for a minute. Put your fists down and hear me out. Zhang Ziho hurriedly stopped his father's uncivilized actions and said calmly, currently, we, Zhang's Clothing, have lost 80% of our positions, but this is only temporary. Yifeng got where he is now because of the money he burned, and because we didn't fight back. But Dad, think carefully. How much money can Yifeng have to burn? During this period of time, he's burned at least $200 million. In a month at most. I bet their Yi Clothing will be in an economic crisis. When the time comes, it's our chance to strike back. Not only can we regain our lost ground, but we can also make a counterattack because of the Yi family's economic crisis. By then, there should be 5 great families in Jinling, while the Yi family will not only be unable to be a powerful family, but will not even be able to be ranked as a family because of this loser. Yifeng. After analyzing it, Zhang Ziho was still a bit complacent, and his dad would definitely be impressed. No matter how much he was not competitive, wasn't he still better than Yifeng's thing? Zhang Ziho, UF** king thing. I should have shot you on the wall in the first place. Instead of subsiding his anger, Zhang Yuanshan became even angrier and slapped Zhang Ziho's face hard again. Dad. What? Zhang Ziho asked, shivering as he was beaten to the point of dizziness. You idiot, don't you know that in this world, there's a thing called a loan? And you dare to compete with the Yi family in burning cash flow? We've only been accumulating for 4 or 5 years, but the Yi family has been accumulating for more than 20 years. Zhang Yuanshan was furious. But didn't we sign a cooperation agreement with the Zhao family? So if a friendly army is in trouble, they can still ignore it? Zhang Ziho said. Ha, the Zhou family? You expect them to help you? Why don't you expect a few $100 billion to fall from the sky and simply smash the Yi family to death? Zhang Yuanshan was so angry that his body was shaking, and pulled out a photo from his pocket. Look at what this is. Yifeng? Zhang Ziho looked at the photo and wondered. Who's that big bald guy next to him? What bald big man? That's Jiangbei's Li Yanghua. Did you come out of a fucking pig's belly? Stupid eyes? Zhang Yuanshan was so angry that he cursed his deceased wife. Li Yanghua. Zhang Ziho's eyes widened. Why is he in Jinling? Jiangbei's Li Yanghua, a clothing giant, is no worse than the Zhang family in every way. But why did he come to Jinling to open up the frontier? It was actually with Yifeng. And since Li Yanghua entered and personally sat in command, he certainly didn't just let off 2 shots and leave. In that case, the Zhang family was indeed in great danger. You dumbass. You're actually in the mood for hot pot in the office. Hurry up and go apologize to Yifeng. It doesn't matter if he cedes land and pays money or whatever, as long as he is willing to withdraw his troops. I'll say it ugly up front. If you can't do it right, don't blame me for sacrificing you to your ancestors on the June 1st Children's Day next month. Zhang Yuanshan scolded. As the saying goes, why do you need to sacrifice your ancestors on Qingming Day? The Children's Day can still work. I'm on my way to. Zhang Ziho was trembling with fear, as if he had malaria, and he was wobbling there. The offensive situation was great, and Yifeng and Li Yanghua, among others, finally had a rare moment of leisure. Yifeng is actually okay with being a shirker and moving his lips. Specific things are by Li Yanghua personally. He originally people in middle age on the blossom, and now is more some overworked fat, as Zhang's Clothing did not counterattack and organize a defense, allowing the market position to be captured by Yifeng and Li Yanghua and other executives, opened a discussion, finally came to the conclusion that Zhang Yuanshan traveled to the field. The chairman is not in, and the young general manager, Zhang Ziho, is just a simple dish. Young Yi, the Jinling Business Daily site just called. They received a photo for submission. You and Mr. Li have a look. At this time, Yifeng's secretary, Tang Xuelan, pushed the door in. took out her cell phone, and handed over the photo. On top of the photo, it was the group photo of Yi Feng and Li Yanghua in the company's office, chatting and drinking coffee together. This directly revealed a message that the other 30% of Yi Clothing's shares were owned by Li Yanghua. Yi Feng and Li Yanghua colluded with the intention of annexing the entire clothing market in Jinling. Needless to say, the photo was submitted by Chang. Who took this picture? There's a mole in the company. Li Yanghua was furious and slammed the table, glaring at all the executives, who were also very puzzled. This matter is to be investigated immediately. I want to see who dares to collude with Zhang. Yi Feng said indifferently. This matter was not something he cared much about. What he cared about was the traitor. You should know that in order to keep Li Yanghua's existence a secret, the people in the company who had access to Li Yanghua were all from their Li and Yi families. The mole must come from one of them. Young Yi. What next? Li Yanghua asked that although the photo had been intercepted by the Jinling commercial daily, his identity had been revealed after all. In the original plan, in order not to arouse the suspicion of other merchants in the clothing market, Li Yanghua could not show up in advance. It's very well done. Soldiers come and go. Yi Feng said indifferently. Shui Lan, call and thank editor Yang of Jinling Business Daily for me, and if the photos are there, let him send them. Ha! Tang Xuelan froze for a moment. Even Li Yanghua froze. What kind of operation was Yi Feng doing? Let editor Yang write. Mr. Li Yanghua Li, visit and guide Ye's clothing. All Ye's staff, learn advanced enterprise experience from Mr. Li. Yi Feng said indifferently. I'll go. Yi Xiao is really absolute. What a will-o'-the-wisp. The crowd was shocked. A crisis that was originally a crisis was so lightly dissolved by him. If it was up to Zhang to accuse Yi Feng of colluding with Li Yanghua, I am afraid that it would be difficult to wash this sewage. But these words, if they were said by Yi Feng himself, it would be a different story. People, Yi Feng is an amateur, still not allowed to find someone to worship a master to learn? Looking down on the Yi family's connections or what? As for editor Yang, after all, their Jinling business newspaper is a private enterprise. Also need to eat. Afterwards, Yi Feng pulled Tang Xuelan aside and said alone. About the mole. You transfer people from Yi Group to check it out. I suspect that there is a traitor in our Yi family. Many of Yi Clothing's executives and mid-levels were veterans who had followed the Yi family for more than 10 years, and the lowest seniority, 5 years. It wasn't that Yi Feng couldn't trust them, but it was because, on Li Yanghua's side, he had brought just a few core backbones. They all have dry shares in Li's clothing, so there's no reason to be a mole. And Ye's business is so huge and the personnel are so mixed up that it's not hard to come up with a traitor. After all, these days, people are all about money, and it's only natural that they've been bought off. I'm on it. Tang Xuelan nodded her head and immediately went to Yes, pulling out people to set up an investigation team. Yi Xiao. Not long after, the company's security guard walked quickly. Zhang Ziho brought someone to see him. Zhang Ziho? Yes, he brought more than 30 bodyguards with him. I'm afraid he's coming for a bad reason. Will you see him or not? Of course I want to see it. Yi Feng smiled faintly. The corner of his mouth raised a hint of coldness. Not only do I want to see, but I also want to see all of them. Let Zhang Ziho's bodyguard come in with him. Chapter 32, Payment for Peace? Yi Xiao. Why don't I go find some people to come over? In case Zhe Hao makes trouble, we can also deal with it. The security guard offered. The company has a large staff, but most of them are ordinary employees, and most of the management is old. There are only 4 security guards and 2 of them are on rotation. Later on, if he moved to fight, he was afraid of losing out. No need to find anyone. I, Yi Feng, am right here. If he wants to beat me, I'll let him. If he wants to trash our company, I'll let him. Yi Feng's demeanor is contemptuous. He is worried that the conflict with the Zhang family is not sharp enough, and the people in the business community who are watching may not be willing to be completely convinced. He had to take the conflict and make it as personal as possible. Of course, if Zhang Ziho really came looking for trouble, he might not be able to smash this company. Sun Fangling alone could beat up a group of their bodyguards. She was Yi Feng's personal bodyguard, and wherever Yi Feng went, he brought her with him. Soon, Zhang Ziho took more than 30 security guards and walked into the company, but he was in the office lobby and refused to go to the office because the office couldn't fit so many people. Zhang Ziho, you're addicted to smashing companies. Yi Feng sneered. Come on, feel free to smash it. And if you smash it down, I'll even treat you to dinner. Ha! Yi Xiao has misunderstood. I have absolutely no such intention. Zhang Ziho snorted and laughed. His dad gave a dead order to come and apologize to Yi Feng. How could he have the guts to do so? The reason why he brought so many people was simple. He was afraid that Yi Feng would take the opportunity to beat him up. It's only been a little while since the last beating I took at the Meaningful Hen restaurant. Then fart if you have one. Yi Feng said in a cold voice. It's like this, Yi Xiao. Our two families, in fact, have always been well watered. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Saying that, Zhang Ziho took out a check from his pocket and said, there are $3 million in it. It's my compensation to my sister-in-law. I did something wrong. I apologize. The check passed through the bodyguard's hand. Zhang Ziho wanted to hand it over personally to show his sincerity, but he was afraid that it would be unsafe. $3 million? Ha, you're quite generous. Yi Feng sneered, collected the check, and told the finance lady to go to the bank to exchange it and call Gu Yunxian with the money. Last time, Gu Yunxian's loss of tables, chairs, equipment, etc., added up to only a few tens of thousands of dollars, and the new equipment was replaced with some good ones, and it was only more than $100,000. That's $3 million for practically nothing. Young Yi, since the compensation has been collected, then we can talk about business, Zhang Ziho said with a smile. Business? Yi Feng laughed coldly. Do you think that I spent so much money to set up e-clothing, together with you to fool around? Yi Xiao, how do you? Zhang Ziho's smile came to an abrupt end and his face changed dramatically. The payout is your due, and it's not for me, so are you trying to renege? But money is money, and hatred is hatred. I just want to KAM your Zhang family. Yi Feng was sharp. You fucking played me. Zhang Ziho was furious, pointing at Yi Feng and shouting sternly, you're in bed with Li Yanghua, not to take revenge, but to get your hands on the garment industry. What play? What does this have to do with Mr. Li? Yi Feng directly denied. He did not let Li Yanghua come out. Anyway, Zhang Ziho is just a mouth. Can he still talk through the sky? Xiao Yi, it was my ignorance that offended you before. I know it wasn't easy for you to set up e-clothing. It cost a fortune. Why don't we do this? Let's make peace. You let the manufacturer resume supplying us, and don't snipe at us in terms of the online store, and we'll talk to the landlord about the physical store ourselves. I won't let you work for nothing. We're willing to pay out $20 million, as well as the entire clothing industry, 10% of the market share. I still ask Yi Xiao to raise his hand. Zhang Ziho said with a hard look, this is completely down to blood. $20 million is a small matter, and the time delayed to make money is also a small matter. It's that 10% market share that's critical. Previously, in order to climb the Zhao family, he had already given up 10 points of his share, and now he was compensating and giving up another 10 points of his share. Today, Zhang's clothing, only 40 points of market share remain. It's a total blood loss, but he can't disobey his dad's death order, and there's no way out of the session. Yi Xiao, if you agree, let's sign and seal it. Saying that, Zhang Ziho took out the contract that had been drawn up long ago. Although it was said that Yi Feng had now burned $200 million, they were also hogging the market that originally belonged to Zhang, and the money could flow back, and you get 10% of the market share for free. He's earned it. Zhang Ziho, you don't have good ears. I said, I just want to cam your Zhang family to death. You can either fight me to the end in blood, or get out of Jinling, and perhaps you, the Zhang clothing, will have a way out. Yi Feng smiled coldly. Yi Feng, don't bully people too much. Zhang Ziho completely angry. This also apologized. Gas also endured. Money also lost. The land also cut. Yi Feng still want what? If the Zhang clothing moved out of Jinling, with their size, how could they possibly survive in Jiangnan and Jiangbei, which were surrounded by powerful enemies? Get lost if you're okay. Sure, you can trash my company if you want. Yi Feng said coldly. Zhang Ziho couldn't say anything for a long time. He did want to bring people to rush up and beat up Yi Feng, but then, the conflict would intensify even more, and the Yi family was afraid that they wouldn't stop until they fucked themselves to death. And, I guess I can't wait for the June 1st Children's Day. My father will have to kill himself to sacrifice to his ancestors. Zhang Ziho held his breath and looked behind him, and as far as his eyes could see, it was a handsome-looking youth wearing a casual t-shirt and long hair. Ha ha, Yi Xiao is really majestic. The youth walked out with a smile and said, I don't know if Yi Xiao still recognizes me. We drank once 2 months ago. Zhao Hongba, the youngest master of the Zhao family, what are you doing? Yi Feng looked at him. This person was the future heir of the Zhao family. He had only returned from abroad with gold plating earlier this year. Zhao Hongba is cunning and treacherous, and in the circle of rich second generation in Jinling, his reputation is very high, far better than the same level of Chen Zixuan. It's just a shame that he was also a villain in the original story, and because he messed with Lin Yi, he was hung up all the way and eventually got himself killed in the toilet. It was worth mentioning that his sister, Zhao Hongying, was heavenly and was even taken into Lin Yi's harem. Xiao Yi, I wonder if you can give me face and turn a war of words into peace. The Zhang family sincerely apologizes. If Yang Yi feels that the compensation is not enough, We can talk again. If you fight like this, it's easy to lose both and end up cheaper for others. Zhao Hongbao smiled and advised peace. Ha, last time your uncle, Zhao Wenquan, told me to rest my anger in the group, and you came back today to be a peacemaker. But I still say the same thing. I, Yi Feng, just want to KAM their Zhang family. Anyone who explicitly violates my Yi family will be killed even though they are far away, even though they are strong, even though they are broken, even though they have been killed by 10,000 robberies. Yi Feng was cold and horrible, pointing at Zhang Ziho, and added, the shopping mall is like a battlefield. There is a sentence inside the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I'll give it to you today. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't fight, then defend. If you can't defend, then go. If you can't go, then surrender. If you can't surrender, then die. Why should you wag your tail and beg for indemnity and peace? Chapter 33, Wanting to be a dog for the Yi family. Good you Yi Feng, you're trying to kill me. Zhang Ziho was furious, and at the same time, his heart chilled. If you go back by yourself, will you be beaten to death by your father? Good to know. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Then the big deal is that the fish is dead. Zhang Ziho aggressively walked out with his men, and Zhao Hongbao followed. After leaving Ye's clothing, Zhang Ziho still had a hard time getting over it. What the hell is Yi Feng thinking? He really wants to enter the entire clothing industry? Zhao Hongbao couldn't help but ponder. As a top Jinling rich second generation, he could understand Yi Feng's impulse to make a big deal out of it. But now Yi Feng can gain the advantage, all because of taking money to hit, as well as Zhang's clothing did not counterattack. Of course, other people don't know that Yi Feng colluded with Li Yanghua, and thought that Yi Feng was just a simple loser. Rushing to the red face, Zhao Xiao, you must help me in this matter. Otherwise I'll definitely be beaten to death by my father when I go back. Zhang Ziho begged for help with a sobbing voice. Don't worry, I definitely won't sit idly by in this matter. Zhao Hongbao agreed in one bite. After all, 10 points of the Zhang family's 60% market share was given to the Zhao family. Moreover, as long as Yi Feng would have to continue to burn several times his money once Zhang fought back, as long as the Yi family was brought into the war mud, it would then be an opportunity that belonged to the four great families. What's more, the Yi family was already the #1 powerful family in Jinling, and no one wanted to watch him continue to grow bigger. Although it was not too good to go against the Yi family openly, there was no problem in secretly sending some funds to the Zhang family. Zhao Hongbao added, did you vote for that last photo of Yi Feng with Li Yanghua? Don't worry young Zhao. I sent the photos to Yang Shang, the editor-in-chief of the Jinling business newspaper, a long time ago. If we say the word, at 6 p.m., it will be published. Zhang Ziho nodded his head in a hurry. This was also the backhand they had left behind, and it actually came in handy. It would definitely catch Yi Feng off guard. That's good. It's not in vain for us to pay heavily for Yi Feng's men. Zhao Hongbao also nodded slightly. As for Yang Shang, he didn't take less money from the Zhao family, so he had to work seriously? Afternoon, 5:40, Yi Clothing President's Office. Yi Xiao, Editor-in-Chief Yang has written an article there. Please take a look. Tang Xuelan, the secretary, sent the document to Yi Feng's work number. The title on it is called Jiangbei Li Yanghua, to Ye's clothing, to start guidance work. Inside the article, in addition to the photo of Yi Feng and Li Yanghua that was secretly taken by the mole, there are also many pictures of the former Yi clothing executives, listening to Li Yanghua's lectures. No matter how one looked at it, he was a teacher that Yi Feng had found, not some collaborator. Okay. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, by the way, send this article to Editor-in-Chief Yang. The article was written by Yi Feng himself, and the accompanying picture on it was exactly the same as Zhang Ziho bringing his bodyguards to Ye's clothing today. But the angle of the shot was tricky and completely turned the negotiation into a witch hunt. Yi Feng took the title, even more exaggerated, with Black Family Zhang Ziho, smashing Ye's clothing. Yi Feng said, fight with the evil forces to the end. Tang Xuelan took a look at it and straightened up. Yi Xiao is bringing the conflict completely towards a personal grudge, and there are pictures and evidence. Besides, Jinling Business Daily is a private enterprise after all, and they are worried about not having the opportunity to flatter the Yi family. They will definitely sell the publicity. Have Editor-in-Chief Yang post both articles in the headlines. Saying that, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth spread a smile. Zhang Ziho, you're worthy of playing dirty tricks with me behind my back. I'll see how you can take it. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the two headline articles of the Jinling Business Daily came out. The Jinling business community, public opinion was in an uproar. No way. Zhang Ziho is so arrogant that he dares to run to smash Ye's clothing? Why do I feel that instead Yi Feng is being cute? Zhang Ziho is definitely not good in the head. He really treats them all as a battlefield. Is there such a thing? Mud. A loser. A two fools. Even in the Jinling business war to fight, this is not a vegetable chicken pecking each other is what. Yi Feng is not a loser. There are so many dogs in the Yi family. Just putting a few up there would be able to get Zhang Ziho into ICU. But he didn't do it. What does that mean? It means Yi Feng is good at holding back and is a man of great deeds. That's right. What's the use of beating up Zhang Ziho? Bankrupting the Zhang family is the most relieving way. There's an old saying, hit the snake 7 inches, dig people up and dig their ancestral graves. The public opinion of the Jinling business newspaper is very unfriendly to Zhang's clothing, and they all think that Zhang Ziho is making a death wish. At the same time, it also washed a wave of Yi Feng's image, and if he was said to be a loser again, it was his own eyes that were bad. There's something wrong with this. When did I bring someone to smash Ye's costume? I brought my bodyguard with me purely out of self-preservation. I'm afraid Yi Feng will take the opportunity to beat me up. In the office of Zhang's clothing, Zhang Ziho was on the phone, explaining to the company executives one by one. These are all company elders, and Zhang Ziho has to call uncle when he sees them. After explaining a dozen times in a row, Zhang Ziho's mouth was dry from talking, and he hadn't explained it clearly. They also thought that Zhang Ziho was framed, but the key question was, what to do now? Just now Jinling city officials, also called to ask. Zhang Ziho in the end did not rely on violence to a legal competition. Zhang Ziho wanted to cry. Young Zhang. At that moment, a man in a suit walked in, and Zhang Ziho recognized him as his father's driver. The driver said, your father wants you to go downstairs. He has something he wants to ask you. Can you not go to? Zhang Ziho was trembling with fear. No. The driver shook his head. Your father said I could take coercive measures if you didn't go. Young Zhang, please. The driver was polite. Zhang Ziho was directly frightened and his body trembled. Sliding down from the sofa. Editor-in-Chief Yang, don't you fucking tell me that the signal is bad at your place. I know that you can hear me clearly. This young man just wants to ask you. My Zhao family didn't treat you badly. Why do you want to help Yi Feng? Zhao family villa. Zhao Honghua suppressed his anger and asked Yang Shang. Since you have to know so clearly, young Zhao, let me tell you directly and explicitly. Because I want to be a dog for the Yi family. On the phone, Yang Shang rationalized. Labor sees you as a real dog. You take less money from my Zhao family? Shabby stuff. And give the Yi family as a dog. Does the Yi family look at you? Zhao Hongbao was furious. It's because I couldn't see it before that I'm taking my chances this time. Okay, no more. I have to conceptualize how to help Yi Xiao write tomorrow's manuscript. Otherwise if I go late, this dog will be snatched by someone else to be the dog. Dodo. After saying that, Yang Sheng directly hung up the phone. Zhao Hongbao was even more furious and cursed hatefully. Yi family knows how to raise dogs is great? Let's just see what makes you Yi Feng km the Zhang family. Just you. Yi Feng, can raise dogs and go outside to bite people? Can't my Zhao family? Chapter 34, Choliang. Zhao Hongbao thought very clearly. Raising dogs definitely cannot raise the Yi family. After all, they are professionals. But when it comes to shaking people outside, there is no problem. The only ones who dare to arm wrestle with the Yi family and can't wait for them to fall are the 4 major families of Jinling. He gave Chen Zishuan a call. Brother, what are you doing? I just came back to Jinling. Let's get together tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the business street outside the company was brightly lit, and Yi Feng looked at the bustling scene from the window with a wariness. Li Yonghua and the others were still balding for the company's cause, while Yi Feng was waiting for news. Yi Xiao, we've found the mole. Secretary Tang Xuelan came and handed a photo to Yi Feng's hand. The group side has found out that this person often secretly contacts Zhao Hongbao. That means it's Zhao Hongbao who's behind me, isn't it? Yi Feng frowned. The person on the photo was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, called Lu Hao, the company's middle-level leader. However, Yi Feng was not familiar with him, and under the entire Yi family, there were too many employees and even more middle-level leaders. It makes sense to have a scumbag or two out. Yi Xiao, this Lu Hao didn't work overtime tonight, Tang Xuelan reminded. It's okay, I'll show him what happens when you're a traitor. Yi Feng said coldly, this Lu Hao is just a small person, not enough to worry about. It's this Zhao Hongbao who dares to do this behind the scenes. Is their Zhao family living too comfortably? The Yi family is the first powerful family in Jinling, followed by the 4 great families, which is the pattern of Jinling. Since the Zhao family doesn't know how to be nice, then I don't have to be polite. It's just the right time to take you guys and sacrifice you. If messing with the Zhang family and occupying the clothing market was just to break new ground, if you kill the Zhao family, then you will break the pattern of the 4 strongest in Jinling, and from then on, the Yi family will be the real hegemon in Jinling. Jingle bells. At this time, Yi Feng's cell phone rang, and it was a call from Chen Zishuan. Xiao Yi, Just now that guy Zhao Hongba called me and asked me for a drink to talk about something big. But I've heard that Zhao Hongba guy is getting involved with the Zhang group, so it might not be a good thing, Chen Zixuan said over the phone. I guess Zhao Hongba wanted to shake someone up to screw me. That's why he found you. Yi Feng nodded slightly, and as soon as he finished speaking, a charming perfume odor suddenly came from the side. Secretary Tang Xuelan attached herself to Yi Feng's ear and said in a low voice, Xiao Yi, just now the group side called. Traitor Lu Hao is preparing for a secret meeting with Zhao Hongba tonight, so did you promise? Yi Feng furrowed his brows and hurriedly asked towards the phone. Of course we didn't go. We're the brothers. Chen Zixuan immediately said. What a joke. Yi Feng was appreciated by Yan Wenjing. Of course he had to be tied to a rope with Yi Feng. You call Zhao Hongba right now, immediately, and say you're going to the appointment. Then send me the address. Yi Feng said. What's wrong Yi Xiao? You're not going to get him, are you? Yes. This. Chen Zixuan froze for half a moment, then added. Do you want me to bring a few people over? No. I'll take care of it myself. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng called again and asked Lu Wenbao to go and call a few people over. Don't have too many people so you don't spook them. Immediately afterward, Yi Feng turned toward Sin Fangling, who was sitting in the office, eating chili fries, and said, Fangling, come with me. Brother Yi Feng, where are we going? As soon as she heard this, Sin Fangling hurriedly put down the spicy noodles. It had been a few days since she had been working as a bodyguard for Brother Yi Feng, but she realized that Brother Yi Feng usually wasn't in any danger. Sin Fangling had the feeling of eating for nothing. Now that she could finally be of use, she was in the spirit. Imperial Court Entertainment Club. According to the location sent by Chen Zixuan, they were in the Imperial Hall box. Chen Zixuan was already inside, while Yi Feng led Sin Fangling, Lu Wenbao and a few others inside the clubhouse. Stop. What for? The security guards of the clubhouse were quite sharp, and at a glance, they knew that Yi Feng and the others were not coming from a good place. Immediately, several security guards surrounded them. Get out! Lu Wenbao was very arrogant, slapped the security guard on the face and shouted, I am Lu Wenbao. If you don't recognize it, you can go outside and ask around. It's actually Lu Wenbao. What does this guy want? Didn't I hear that after he defected to the Yi family, he opened a restaurant and became the owner, and has cleared his name? Is this going back to the old ways? What day? My brother Panther is so domineering that he even dares to smash the field run by the Zhao family. Many people knew Lu Wenbao, and in previous years, he was known for his fierce reputation. Several security guards were also stunned, especially the one who received a slap. They didn't dare to stop Lu Wenbao anymore. Go! Yi Feng continued to lead the people towards the Imperial Hall. Before he could take 2 steps, suddenly, a big man in front of him stopped and sneered. Lu Wenbao, you're not small in guts, running to the Zhao family's field to cause trouble. Qiu Liang, why are you here? Lu Wenbao was taken aback. What? He's Qiu Liang, was said, the number 1 hand in the Jianghu back then. Qiu Liang, he even defected to the Zhao family? Holy shit! Lu Wenbao has kicked the bucket and met someone even more ruthless than him. The crowd was shocked by Qiu Liang's appearance. Most of them, in fact, did not recognize Qiu Liang, but he was even more ferociously famous than Lu Wenbao. In the original story, Qiu Liang is a famous and very loyal character, but unfortunately, he messes with the male protagonist Lin Yi. Zhao Hongba was made to die in the toilet by Lin Yi, and Qiu Liang had his martial arts skills crippled by Lin Yi. Lu Wenbao, you and I don't have any grudges. Today I'm doing an errand for the Zhao family. It's not your turn to be reckless here. If you're here to spend money, I welcome you with both hands, but if you're here to cause trouble, get the hell out of here right now. Qiu Liang is not angry. He is very tall, his hair is very long, and his aura is even more suppressed by Lu Wenbao. We're just here to make trouble. What do you want? Yi Feng walked up and said gently, this must be Yi Xiao. Your Yi family and the Zhao family. There's no grudge. It's not like this. Qiu Liang said smilingly. He was prepared to be polite first. Oh, it's no grudge. Yi Feng sneered and said to Lu Wenbao and the others, let's continue walking inside. If anyone wants to block, just beat them up. Yes. Lu Wenbao led the order. Since he chose to be a dog for the Yi family, he must be loyal and protect his master. Even if the other party was Qiu Liang, he couldn't back down. What's more, since the young master dared to come, he must be prepared. Although Qiu Liang's appearance was indeed unexpected. Young Master Yi, did you not eat the scales before you had to make trouble here? I've gone easy on you guys, and I hope you won't make it difficult for me either. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Qiu Liang went up to stop him. There was no way he would let Yi Feng go to the Imperial Hall. There was a certain character in there that Yi Feng must not see. However, The other party was the Yi family's youngest master, so Qiu Lian didn't dare to do anything to him, but it was fine to block him without hurting him at the same time. Dare to take a shot at Yi Xiao? I'll fight you. Seeing this, Lu Wenbao hurriedly led his men and protected in front of Yi Feng. At the same time, a dainty voice rang out, "If you want to touch brother Yi Feng, pass me first." Senfrin slams his fist up. Chapter 35, How big a grudge must this be? No way. Yi Xiao actually needs a woman to protect him? Kong Jina, rich really big son, such a cute girl, are using their bodies to protect Yi Xiao. The crowd once again felt the benefits of having money, and also recognized the handsome-looking young man in front of them as Yi Feng. I don't hit women. Qiu Liang frowned, but didn't stop his attack. Let's fight first, Sun Fangling said with a frown. Then I'm offended. Qiu Liang snorted coldly and slammed his fist. As long as he didn't hurt Yi Feng, the others didn't matter. Anyway, the little girl came charging up on her own. He hated it so much. This kind of woman who didn't know how to die and was loyal to the rich second generation. Avalanche. Ah, my hand. At the first exchange of blows, Qiu Liang retreated backward and crouched on the ground holding his arm in a cold sweat of pain. Holy shit, this little girl is so powerful. Qiu Liang isn't even a match for him. Really? Thanks to you people. You thought that the other little girl was just a vase. Now it's a slap in the face. Us? Who was the person who just said that Yi Xiao's money is a big tan? What? Am I speaking wrong? If it wasn't for Yi Xiao's money and charisma, would he be able to find such a beautiful girl to be his bodyguard? Seeing Qiu Liang's defeat, the crowd clamored. Lu Wenbao was also shocked. He and Qiu Lian were both in the Jianghu in the beginning, and naturally knew how powerful he was. However, he was actually unable to defeat Sun Fangling's move. Then how strong should this girl be? Thinking about this, his offer Yi Feng as well as the Yi family went to another level. Go! Yi Feng didn't put Qiu Liang in his eyes. Sun Fangling was an heir of the Golden Toad sect. Beating him was a complete hanging. Immediately, Yi Feng led the people to continue to move forward. The security guards and other employees of the clubhouse. Seeing Qiu Liang like this, even more did not dare to go up to stop. Qiu Liang was loyal, but he had some minor fractures in his right arm that hurt when he moved. Imperial Hall. Bang! There was a loud bang and the door to the box was kicked in. Who is it that's so arrogant? Didn't Zhao Xiao say that no one is allowed to come in without his orders? Ha! Yi Xiao, how come it's you? There were several people sitting in the box, except for the mole Lu Hao. All of them were rich and famous people in Jinling. When they saw Yi Feng walk in with people, they were all confused. It wasn't that Yi Feng shouldn't be here, but the way he came in was a bit less civilized. If you didn't know, you'd think he'd come to pick a fight. Yi Xiao, what's going on here? The speaker was a svelte young man, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, very tawdry. This person was Zhou Wenbin, the young master of the Zhou family of the four great families, who was in a daze at the moment, just like the crowd. None of your business. Yi Feng ignored him and his gaze fell on a middle-aged man, who was none other than Yes traitor Lu Hao. When he saw Yi Feng barging in, he was so scared that he lost his 3 souls and wanted to go to the toilet. But Lu Wenbao made a preemptive move and directly grabbed him to kneel in front of Yi Feng. Yi Xiao, listen to my explanation. Lu Hao was trembling with fear. Pop! Lu Wenbao threw a slap on his face and angrily rebuked. You dog who eats and eats. The Yi family treats you not too badly. You even dared to collude with Zhao Hongba and betray Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, just let me get him killed. Lu Wenbao asked for instructions. We're all civilized people. It's better to do things civilized. Yi Feng shook his head. Yi Xiao, something for you. Chen Zixuan sat up from the sofa and handed a recorder to Yi Feng. Since Zhao Hongba firmly believed that the 4 great families would unite against the Yi family, that was why he had pushed his luck with Chen Zixuan without any doubt. Chen Zixuan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to record the evidence of Lu Hao being a commercial spy. Yi Xiao, seeing as I've been working for the Yi family for so many years, and I've done hard work without merit, please let me go. I have an old man and a young son, and my youngest son is still on N. Please. Lu Hao was in tears, hoping that Yi Feng would be merciful. He had just married his petite wife who was 18 years younger and didn't want to go to jail yet. Yi Feng didn't move at all and just handed the recorder to Lu Wenbao's hand. You know, to beg for forgiveness at this time, betraying the Yi family, you knew this was what you deserved. But don't worry, you're sentenced to 20 years at the most, and I'll raise your wife on my own, so you have nothing to worry about. Lu Wenbao is not a good person. Before he came, he inquired about Lu Hao's wife, but it is a big beauty like a flower. Anyway, Lu Hao's surname is Lu, and his own surname is also Lu, belonging to the same family. This husband, he can be Lu Hao, but he can't be? Lu Wenbao, you bastard. How dare you hit my wife? She won't betray me. Lu Hao was furious. Don't talk too much. You can betray Yi Xiao for money. How do you know your wife won't betray you for money? I'm fucking richer than you. Lu Wenbao is very confident. I stampo. Lu Hao became more and more angry, knowing that his wife is a gold-digging bitch, so he rushed at Lu Wenbao and cursed non-stop. Dead end for myself anyway. Lu Wenbao waved his hand, and his men rushed up and took Lu Hao to report to the police, delivering him to the authorities. A little something to make you all laugh. Yi Feng smiled and looked at Zhou Wenbin and the others. The crowd forced a smile. This Yi Feng was so ruthless. Although Lu Hao had betrayed him, retaliating against him alone wasn't enough. I can't believe I went and broke up his family. It's so hard to die in peace. Where's Zhao Hongba? Yi Feng scanned the circle and there was no Zhao Hongba. In the restroom. Been in there for a couple minutes. With that, Chen Zixuan went to kick the door of the toilet to give him a jar. Pop. The door was kicked open and Chen Zixuan froze. It was actually empty. Only an opened window. Damn, this is the second floor. Several meters high. Zhao Hongba jumped from here? Chen Zixuan shocked. Looking out the window. There is no one outside. But there is a car roof. Was dented. It didn't take any guessing to realize that this was Zhao Hongba's handiwork. Running pretty fast. Yi Feng did not care. He measured the height of the toilet window to the ground. Although it is not so bad to fall to death, but fall into the hospital to lie down for a few days, it should not be a problem. This Zhao Hongba is also a smart person. Knowing that he came, there is no good fruit for him to eat, so he learned the gecko to break his tail to survive. Xiao Yi. I dare to ask, what the hell is going on here? Zhao Xiao just returned to Jinling. You and him should have no previous grievances. Zhou Wenbin and the others asked curiously. They had just arrived not long ago, and were completely confused by the scene in front of them. Zhao Hongba was actually scared by Yi Feng and jumped from the second floor of the toilet. What a grudge! Even if he had poached someone in Yi Feng's company, it wouldn't be like this. Gentlemen, Zhao Hongba invited you here today. Don't you know why? Yi Feng looked at them. Not here for a drink? Said to pick him up. By the way, Zhao Xiao wants to invest and says he's going to take us into a big business. Someone thought about it, but it was still unclear what it had to do with Yi Feng. Isn't it true that the Zhao family and the Yi family don't interfere with each other? They do their own business. When Zhao Hongba said he was getting a big business, he was referring to helping the Zhang clan to deal with my Yi clan. As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, Zhou Wenbin and the others, their faces instantly changed dramatically. Chapter 36, The Hottest Boy in Jinling. Xiao Yi. We didn't know there was such a thing, or else we wouldn't have come. We have nothing to do with Zhao Hongba. At all. The crowd rushed to take a stand. Are you kidding me? Who has nothing better to do than to run off and offend the Yi family? Even if you want to mess with the Yi family, you can't do it openly. Not to mention that you don't have the heart to do it for the time being. Besides, Zhao Hongba, what kind of behavior is not clear to himself? You were so scared by Yi Feng that you jumped from the second floor of the toilet, and you're the one who's still messing with the Yi family. How do you get down someone so wimpy? Alright, I, Yi Feng, am not an unreasonable person. I believe that this matter has nothing to do with you. Yi Feng nodded slightly and added, I see that all of you are pretty boys from Jinling, friends worth socializing with. Our Yi clothing is ready to prospect. How about this? You all come and invest. At present, the Zhang family and the Zhao family have not yet begun to counterattack. The shopping mall war once started. Burning money can be a lot of places to go. Yi Feng did not want to use too much of the Yi family's money. Just now he can pull a wave of investment. Continuing, he said, let's start with $10 million each, and I'll take 1% of the shares out and give it to all 6 of you equally. 1%? The crowd froze. Yuya's clothing or something? A total investment of 500 million. 1% of the shares, but also only 5 million. 6 people here is $60 million. Yi Feng is playing the tycoon here? It's okay if you all find it difficult. I'll visit each one of you and clarify the reason why. To your uncles and uncles at home. I'm sure they won't refuse. Yi Feng said with a smiling face. How could it be difficult? Isn't it just $10 million? I, Wang Duo, will vote for this money. Yes. If Mr. Wang has voted, how can I, Mr. Xia, not vote? For a while, these 6 people have been bold. Mad. Not bold cannot. This Yi Feng clearly pit money. Moreover, this matter is also caused by himself. Nothing to run to drink with Zhao Hongba. What wine? Nima drank $10 million straight out of the bottle. Most importantly, if the elders of the family knew that they had offended the Yi family, they would not break their legs. This $10 million, all for the sake of breaking the bank. By the way, Zhou Xiao, your Zhou family is also one of the 4 major families in Jinling anyways. 10 million is a bit of a look down on you. Let's do it this way. You invest $50 million, so that you can take up 0.5% of the shares. And in the future, you have to be good to share the dividends. Yi Feng said with a smile. Yi Xiao, I'm just a poor baby raised by my stepmother. And I'm usually uncle and grandmother. You don't have to look down on me. I'm already honored to be able to vote for $10 million. Zhou Wenbin quickly refused. 0.05% of the shares. Is that a lot? And you're talking about dividends? You're not even starting to make a profit yet with your Yi clothing or whatever. Even if it's profitable, Jinling's clothing market is only so big. According to this ratio, when can you give me enough to share $50 million? In case Yi Feng can't handle Zhang, I still have to fold Ben inside. Mr. Zhou, you're welcome. You're the prettiest guy here. Investing $50 million. It's just a matter of talking and laughing. A certain guru said that the amount of money you invest determines how much moxie you have. In the future, once your father sees that you are so dignified, will it not be a matter of minutes before he chooses you as his heir? Besides, Zhou Xiao, your stepmother, is just a little less than 10 years older than you, and she's kind of the same age as you, so if you ask her for it, she loves you so much that she'll definitely support your career. After saying that, Yi Feng even walked up and patted Zhou Wenbin's shoulder. Zhou Wenbin face are green. Yi Feng, you a pit than things. Wool gathering, how to seize me a person gathers? However, there was one thing that Yi Feng was right about. In order to snatch the successor of the Zhou family from his brothers, Zhou Wenbin didn't spare any effort to please his stepmother, usually by anti-paper and so on. Are Zhou Wenbin to help buy? If he asked his stepmother for money, it shouldn't be a big problem, but if Zhou Wenbin ran to his old man for money, it would be a big problem. This heir identity, in the future, will absolutely have nothing to do with himself. Yi Feng is eating himself to death. Since Xiao Yi is so facetious, I'll definitely invest this money, but you have to give me some time. Zhou Wenbin forced a smile. Okay, brother Wenbin is really cool with his words, and he will definitely be the one to do great things in the future. Yi Feng appreciated him and said, within 3 days, I hope that brother Wenbin can finalize the investment. Line. Zhou Wenbin smiled more than crying. And Yi Feng is in a hurry to ask for money to go to the PC. The heart curses to curse, but this money Zhou Wenbin dare not out. Perhaps also because of the not good Yi Feng, the future to grab the position of the heir, otherwise offend the Yi family. Zhou Wenbin's last end. Most likely his father to his bank card to throw a couple of $100 million. Save a 20-year periodical. Every month he just eats some interest money. How tragic this must be. After pulling the 100 million investment, Yi Feng went back and also started to discuss with Li Yanghua about increasing the investment. In fact, 600 million. Enough to consume with Zhang, even if it is not enough. There is the bottom line to increase the investment, but the Zhao family's capital entry. In order to be sure to win, it is necessary to increase the investment. Maybe, in the meantime, we can drag the Zhao family into the war mud and bring him down. In the end, Yi Feng and Li Yanghua each invested an additional 200 million. And the company saved a total of $1 billion of capital disc before and after. 3 days later, all the funds arrived, including those of Zhou Wenbin and others. Yi Xiao, I've invested my entire fortune in this. I have to say it up front. If we fail, you'll have to marry my daughter in the future. Li Yanghua said seriously. Their Li family was about the same size as the Zhang family, and only had a family fortune of about $500 million. In addition to fixed assets that cannot be moved, Li Yanghua has basically no cash on his account, and he also took out a loan of 100 million. Rest assured, we shall not fail. Yi Feng is full of confidence. He has business expertise. The ability of this piece is enough to kill Jiangnan Zhengbei major cattle. He couldn't find a reason for his failure. In the next few days, the Zhang family secretly received an injection of capital from the Zhao family and began to counterattack the factories and stores that were originally robbed by Yi Feng. They also opened high prices to counter-rob. In terms of sales, they fought a price war, selling clothing at a lower price than Yi's clothing. Just one word, as long as you don't sell it at a loss, then sell it to death. Yi Feng's side is not ambiguous, and he has been waiting to burn money with you for a long time. So, Yi Feng took what the Zhang family had done and gave it another go. Moreover, the clothing samples designed by Gu Yunxiang's company had already started to be put into production, and both the quality and style of the clothes were hanging on the Zhang family. In the end, the manufacturer, the landlord, and the customer are full, and both companies are selling at a loss. In just 5 days, both sides lost more than $100 million each, and Yi Feng still grabbed 51% of Zhang's clothing position. It was 80% before, and the reason why it's going down is simple. How can Zhang burn money if he doesn't let the position go out? How can the Changs go bankrupt if they don't burn money? Soon, the battlefield between the two sides became white hot, and the entire Jinling business community was filled with smoke. After a few days, Zhao Hongbao secretly gave the Zhang family another sum of money, and the Zhang family began to launch an onslaught. Burn with him. There's still more than $500 million in the labor account just waiting for them. A Zhang family, a Zhao family, dare to compare money with labor. Yi Feng was fighting inside his office. Chapter 37, the Zhao family wimped out. KAM death to the Zhang and Zhao families. Mad. This period of time working overtime has exhausted the laborers. Isn't it good to surrender earlier to be acquired? You have to go against Yi Shao. In the office, the other executives are in a frenzy, killing it this time of year. With that, under Li Yonghua's command, the crowd began another round of fighting. Vow to screw each other. Jinling City Center Hospital. VIP ward. Zhao Hongbao, get your ass out here. The door of the hospital room was kicked open, and Zhao Wenwei, the head of the Zhao family, strode in with a furious voice, and the little nurses beside him were dumbfounded by the aura. Dad, I can't roll with this leg injury. Zhao Hongbao was startled. After escaping from the toilet of his clubhouse last time, he came to the hospital to lie down. It was determined that he had some fractures in his right leg and would need to spend a month or two in the hospital recuperating. Lying next to him was Qiu Liang, who had some broken bones in his hand. Seeing his father like this, Zhao Hongbao asked, Dad, what happened? Let me ask you, what did you do with the $300 million in our group's account? Zhao Wenwei asked furiously. Invest. Zhao Hongbao answered truthfully. Investments? Zhao Wenwei poo-pooed and scolded. I think you're just a loser. What do you care about the Zhang family's business? And go and spread coins with Yi Feng. I think you're really stupid. Dad, I don't like it when you say that. The Zhang family is just a pawn for me. My aim is to bring down the Yi family. Dad, don't look at the fact that the Yi family is richer than our Zhao family. But it's not just our Zhao family that wants to bring down the Yi family. Saying that, Zhao Hongbao handed over his cell phone with some of his chats on it. Zhao Hongbao continued. Chen Zixuan of the Chen family and Zhou Wenbin of the Zhou family are all ready to enter the game and help us mess with the Yi family. There are also some other clans, such as Wang Duo and Xia Zhu AI, who are also prepared to enter the game. Our capital disk is definitely bigger than the Yi family. As long as the Yi family dares to continue burning, they can just wait for death. Zhao Hongbao was very confident. Oh, they agreed to get in? Where's the money? Zhao Wenwei became even angrier. It should be here soon. I'll go and rush them. Zhao Hongbao froze and prepared to call. You're still making a hammer call. You've been tricked by Yi Feng. Zhao Wenwei said angrily, and threw a document on Zhao Hongbao's leg on the spot, causing Zhao Hongbao to suck in 3 mouthfuls of cool air in pain. Once he looked at the document, Zhao Hongbao couldn't even take into account the pain in his legs, and his face was green. How could this happen? How could these guys, Zhou Wenbin, Wang Duo, and Xia Shuai, invest in Yi Feng? Zhao Hongbao was dumbfounded on the spot. This is not scientific. We should all work together in unison to bring down the Yi family. That's what they said when they visited themselves in the hospital in the past few days. I don't know about Zhou Wenbin, but Chen Zixuan is wearing the same pants as Yi Feng. Chen Tianlei, the head of the Chen family, has a mysterious friend from Yendu, who is said to have a background as big as the sky. And this mysterious person is very appreciative of Yi Feng. Do you think the Chen family will go against Yi Feng? Zhao Wenwei was trembling with anger, and Zhao Hongbao was directly stunned on the spot. Zhao Wenwei has a son and a daughter on his knees. His daughter Zhao Hongying has long since started working in the family, while Zhao Hongbao is pursuing further studies abroad and came back not too long ago, a successor that he is optimistic about. As a result, this guy is actually no different from other rich second generation. No ability, but high-minded, want to eat a bite of fat out. Instead, it was arranged in a clear way by a sophisticated person like Yi Feng. Zhao Wenwei's disappointment was greater than his anger. Starting today, your privileges in the family are cancelled by me, and I'll give you $20,000 of pocket money every month. So behave yourself. Zhao Wenwei sighed and turned to leave the hospital room. Dad, let me explain. I can still. Zhao Hongbao freaked out and tried to go to keep his father, but he accidentally fell to the floor. Young Master Zhao, your leg can't be injured anymore or it will be ruined. The little nurse hurriedly went up to help Zhao Hongbao up. Zhao Hongbao was going to cry. He was almost wasted by his father. How could he still be in the mood to care about his legs? It's entirely his own loss of power. And Zhao Hongying's bitchy little man, Guju Chen Zixuan and Zhou Wenbin, dare to play tricks on the laborers. Laborers will get you killed. Zhao Hongbao roared with rage, and then he spun around and fainted in a rush of fire. Young Master Zhao, someone come quickly. Young Master Zhao has fainted. The little nurse screamed in terror. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Feng's office. Xiao Yi. Just now the family had called, and the Zhao family side said that the matter of funding the Zhang family had nothing to do with the Zhao family. and that it was the work of Zhao Hongba alone. Zhao Hongba's privileges are now revoked, and the Zhao family's side hopes to reconcile and even ally with the Yi family. The family had agreed to the Zhao family's request. Secretary Tang Xuelan said, "Alright, the Zhao family is quite smart after all. With an alliance, we, the Yi family funds, will be able to infiltrate the industries under the Zhao family. It's okay to take what you can get." Yi Feng nodded slightly. Although it was a bit of a pity that he didn't take the opportunity to drag down the Zhao family, he had also gotten a considerable portion of benefits. Yi family seeks to expand. Need to step into other never stepped into the industry. The four big families in the Yi family, and has never had any conflict of interest in dealings. With this alliance, the Zhao family was also considered to apologize for Zhao Hongba's irrational behavior and give up the benefits to the Yi family. Of course, if the fight really went on and the Yi family launched an offensive, the Zhao family would definitely not be an opponent, but the other three great families, too, would definitely not sit idly by. The pattern of Jinling was 1/4. No one wanted the balance to be broken. The Zheng family could fall, but not the Zhao family. The current Yi family did not have the strength to deal with the four great families at the same time, but that didn't mean that the Yi family would back down. What Yi Feng wanted was not only to dominate Jinling, not even only to dominate Jiangnan. What he wanted was to turn Yi into a business empire. And whether it is friend or foe, war or peace in the midst of it, is a matter of instantaneous change. The only thing Yi Feng cared about was that the Yi family could profit. Since only Zhang was left next, it was almost a sure win, and the company, as a whole, was relaxed. "Brothers, it's been a long time of hard work. Go to the reunion tonight." KTV singing, Yi Feng said to the company. During this time, they work crazy overtime and do need rest and recreation. Otherwise they are prone to sudden death. It wasn't like Yi Feng to eat human blood buns. "Alright, long live Yi Xiao." The crowd cheered. In addition to Li Yanghua and other executives from the Li family inconvenient to go, the company up and down more than 100 employees, all to participate in the reunion. Yi Feng booked the best golden hairpin Manhwa KTV in Jinling and chartered several rooms. At the same time, Yi Feng also called Zhou Wenbin and a few other small shareholders, who were picking up girls and didn't want to come, but didn't dare not to come. Chen Zixuan is not a shareholder. But Yi Feng also called on him. After all, when he messed with Zhao Hongba, he was the creditor. Just entered the KTV hall. Yi Feng suddenly saw a familiar person. The corner of his mouth called out, "Yeah, this is not Lin Yi students. How come you have money to come to KTV to find fun today?" Chapter 38, Bullying the Honest. Yi Feng? Seeing Yi Feng call himself, originally smiling Lin Yi, face swish a black. "How did you meet this disaster again?" "Mud. Every time I meet him, nothing good happens. Take the last tour of Xuanwu Lake for example. Dilly-dallying did not dilly-dally, and he also poured $3,000. Luckily, eventually Sister Hong Ying gave herself an advance on her paycheck." "You guys group build too?" Yi Feng walked up and realized that with Lin Yi, there were quite a few other people who seemed to be his colleagues. Wow, this brother is really a talented person. With the Rolls-Royce car keys hanging on his waist, he should be the young master of some family. "Lin Yi, this is where you're wrong. This friend of yours, no introduction?" "Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Du Jiangshou. I'm Lin Yi's colleague. Let's just say we know each other." Many of Lin Yi's co-workers came over to greet Yi Feng. In fact, they are very upset with Lin Yi. This guy has no ability, but by the company so many girls like, even Zhao Hongying Zhao, the general manager, looked at him in a favorable light. The crowd was envious and jealous, but it didn't stop them from flattering the tycoon. "Don't misunderstand, gentlemen. I'm not familiar with Lin Yi." Yi Feng laughed in a cloudy manner. "Holy shit, I told you, how could a loser like Lin Yi, who can wear a 9 yuan 9 inclusive body shirt for a month without washing it, know a tycoon? That's right, goods like Lin Yi are just poor looking for life." "Brother, actually, we don't know Lin Yi well either, but it doesn't affect us being familiar with each other." The last person to speak was Du Jiangshou, a bit chubby and fawning. "Lin Yi, I didn't say I was close to Yi Feng. How can you bring this on me? That's no way to lick a dirtbag." Especially that Du Jiangshou, who was usually lewd enough, was now more like a pug with a tongue out. "It's disgusting to watch. What are you guys staying here for? Do you want to go to the box?" Suddenly, a murderous aura came from the side, only to see a girl in a tracksuit with a ponytail approaching. She had a slim figure and long thighs, but unlike her hot body, her face seemed like a piece of ice that would not melt for 1,000 years. A full-on iceberg beauty. "Sister Hong Ying." The crowd rushed to silence and called out respectfully. This person was none other than the Zhao family's golden girl, Zhao Hongying. "He, so it's young Master Yi. It's really better to hear than to see." handsome and dashing then. Seeing Yi Feng, Zhao Hongying smiled skinlessly. She had originally looked at this kind of dude with displeasure. And this dude, who had also made her own incompetent brother lose $300 million to the family. He also caused his father to apologize to the Yi family, and also allied with them, opening up his side of the business channels to them. Although it was a desperate move, Zhao Hongying was deeply ashamed. My looks are alright, I guess. I'm still that much more handsome than the Lin Yi that Miss Zhao admires. Yi Feng laughed slightly. After all, he had 300 points of charisma, which was equivalent to a male god, while Lin Yi only had 100. The rest were a few hundred hidden charm values. Lin Yi, do not queue. Lin Yi is the right-hand man under me. Naturally, it's not as good as Yi Xiao. It's just that this person, it's still the skill that counts. I don't know how many dudes, who have reduced their father's family business to nothing. I don't know how many grassroots, who started with nothing, end up laughing at the wind and clouds. Yi Xiao should know that princes and lords are not born as noble breeds. Zhao Hongying laughed coldly, clearly lifting Lin Yi with one hand and belittling Yi Feng. Well said. Well said. Yi Feng couldn't help but applaud this woman. Looking at Lin Yi once again and smiling, I can admire the skill of Lin Yi's classmate in recognizing the autumn wild goose and falling sun picture at the antique stall. Lin Yi? Damn it. I said don't queue. Why are you talking about me again? I've almost forgotten about the autumn geese and falling haze. But you're bringing it up again. Do you really think you're an honest person to be bullied? The autumn goose falling cloud diagram. This is actually true. Zhao Hongying couldn't help but be shocked. She had heard of this matter but didn't believe it at first, thinking it was a fabrication. How could an uneducated dude like Yi Feng have this ability? But looking at Lin Yi's reaction, this statement should not be false. In that case, wouldn't what Zhao Hongying had just said just now become a slap in his own face? Zhao Hongying was a bit displeased. Ha, Ms. Cho. At this time, Chen Zixuan, Zhou Wenbin, and the others, who had also followed, recognized Zhao Hongying at a glance. So it's young Chen and young Zhou. Zhao Hongying greeted politely. Originally she had a good feeling about these two people. After all, they were the future heirs of the family. But the fact that they had followed Yi Feng to pit Zhao Hongba, that being, had caused Zhao Hongying, who was a member of the Zhao family, to develop some resentment towards them. However, on second thought, if there was no such matter, how would father have transferred the privileges belonging to Zhao Hongba to himself? While his father was disappointed in Zhao Hongba, he, himself, began to look up. That said, it's only fair to thank them. However, for Yi Feng, Zhao Hongying still couldn't like it, and immediately said, Young Yi, we still have a group building to do, so I'll say goodbye, and I hope we can have the opportunity to work together in the future. The word cooperation was said through gritted teeth by Zhao Hongying. She wouldn't forget the shame of the Zhao family or the $300 million that had been lost. You'll get it back yourself. Immediately, Zhao Hongying left with her people. Yi Xiao, I feel that this woman, Zhao Hongying, seems to have a problem with you, Chen Zixuan said. People favor Lin Yi's kind of talent. I can't, I only have money. Yi Feng sighed. Chen Zixuan, Zhou Wenbin, Yi Xiao, don't act like you're better than this Lin Yi in any way. I see Zhao Hongying. This bitch, is simply that the family was screwed by you and lost money, so she's harboring a grudge. Chen Zixuan analyzed. In fact, he was right in his analysis. Both the Yi and Zhao families lost money, but the Yi family was getting their money back. The Zhao family's money, on the other hand, belongs to White, and $300 million is a large enough sum to hurt the Zhao family. The assets of the four great families, on average, were only about $5 billion, excluding real estate. And if you only counted the cash flow, it would be very good if you could come up with $1 billion. But Yi Feng wasn't wrong. In the original story, Zhao Hongying did appreciate talented men before she was conquered by Lin Yi. Even when her half-brother, Zhao Hongba, was made to die in the toilet by Lin Yi, she did not hesitate to make an enemy of her father and die to protect Lin Yi. In the end, she even put down all her pride and married Lin Yi along with Bai Susu, and it still packs Susu being the big one and her being the small one. This plot, it's just plain Lin Yi's harem. Yi Feng's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He wasn't interested in Zhao Hongying at all, but after all, it was Lin Yi's harem. As long as it was someone or something related to Lin Yi, Yi Feng was interested. After all, reversing the male lead was the core element of his own rise. Chapter 39, Ferrari Limited Edition Supercar. There were more than 100 people in the company. 7 boxes were booked, and Yi Feng was in a room with Chen Zixuan, Zhou Wenbin and others. Wine is over and the atmosphere is thick. Yi Xiao, are you going to the drag race this year? Chen Zixuan asked as he played with his cell phone. Shit, I heard there's a car god over in Jiangbei. Speaking of this, Zhou Wenbin came to be interested. and even the golden glasses were flooded with excitement. What kind of car god? A storyteller? Chen Zixuan was disdainful and asked again. Are you going? Young Yi, this is a good opportunity for us to emerge. The south of the river and the north of the river are adjacent to each other, but separated by a big river, so that the north and south have a huge gap. Jiangnan since ancient times is the Z rule, culture, economic center, and Jiangbei nothing, and the cultural composition of the complex. Economic development is more Jiangnan held down on the ground burst hammer. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. Jiangbei's gang of rich second generation feel disgraced. In order to get back to the scene, they organized a racing meeting, said to be racing, but with the professional has nothing to do with, is a bunch of rich kids together racing PK show off. The northern side of the river is very united, and the challenge is launched every year in May. Jiangnan, on the other hand, is a bit annoyed that no one is convinced that they represent Jiangnan because of the lack of economic development in the provincial capital, Jinling. Plus, in the original, Yifeng's car skills are average and he's going to get hung up if he goes, so he finds excuses not to go every year. As a result, a rich young man from Gusu City in Jiangnan province was allowed to be the representative. If they win, the rich kids in Gusu flaunt their power, and if they lose, they scold the rich kids in Jinling for being breaks and not competing. Of course, not all rich kids are interested in this. After all, most of them like to have a career. But this time the racing will be a little special. Jiangbei side does have a car god. Will Gusu's rich second generation? Held down on the ground crazy friction. But the person who won the match was Lin Yi, who had originally followed Zhao Hongying to join in the fun. But it turned out to be a big hit. Not only winning the admiration of the rich kids in Jiangnan and Jiangbei, but also winning the favor of Zhao Hongying. From then on, she was more and more impressed with Lin Yi. It's a good thing that in the original, Yi Feng didn't go, or he would have been spared another humiliation. Yi Xiao? Seeing that Yi Feng didn't answer, Chen Zixuan continued to ask, are you going or not? If you go, I'll lend you a sports car. Why wouldn't I go for such a great chance at fame? Yi Feng smiled faintly, his fighting spirit rising. As the saying goes, it takes fame to make a name for oneself, and for the Yi family to expand. Fame is something that is indispensable. The Yi family's fame was now almost limited to Jinling. After all, these families in Gusu and Jiangdu are indeed big enough. As for the sports car, Yi Feng does not have it in his hand now. Usually he is more than 9 million to drive Rolls-Royce Phantom, but not so much as to borrow from Chen Zixuan. Yi Feng had his own ideas. 3 days later, it is a racing meeting. Coincidentally, the Commercial Street 4S store came a Ferrari F12 limited edition supercar. Yi Feng learned the news in advance and prepared to go buy a car. How do I sell this car? Yi Feng took out his business card. Directly to the point. He did not want to encounter what? Forest shopkeeper dog-eyed low and other drama. No fun at all. Yi Xiao. This car was ordered by someone else. The deposit was given, and the owner came over to pick up the car today. The beautiful clerk stammered. Who? Yi Feng was curious. Last name Zhu. Not recognizable. Yi Feng didn't remember that Jinling had this character. But there was a supporting character named Zhu Hong in the book. But wasn't he from Jiangdu City? How much is it? I'll just swipe my card. Yi Xiao. This car really can't be sold. The clerk advised. I said what's wrong with you shopkeeper? You won't even sell the car if Yi Xiao buys it? Go. Get your manager over here and tell him that I, Chen Zixuan, want to talk to him. Chen Zixuan said. The clerk had no choice but to call the manager. Yi Xiao. Chen Xiao. What's your business? A short while later, the manager rushed over. My brother's got his eye on this car. You get a 20% discount. Chen Zixuan said. Chen Xiao. This car. The manager was about to agree, but choked when he saw that the car was a limited edition Ferrari F12. What's wrong with you? I told you to sell a car. What are you doing here? Do you believe I'll have my second uncle fire you? Chen Zixuan was slightly angry. Yes. I'll give Young Yi the formalities. The manager was startled and rushed to do it. Your family owns this? Yi Feng was curious. No, my second uncle owns it, and he got tired of my dad regulating him too much. So he went out on a limb and went solo, and he's got a sports car club. Chen Zixuan said. Okay. Yi Feng did know that Chen Zixuan had a second uncle who did not do his job day in and day out, and was also a notorious playboy back then. Rather coincidentally, ran to him to buy a car. Yi Xiao. The original price of this car is 9.8 million. 7.8 million after 20% discount. I'll erase the change for you. Shortly after, the manager came with the contract with the POS. Swipe. Pick up the car. Yi Feng drove the Ferrari F12 limited edition supercar and left the 4S store beautifully. Walking down the street, It's all about the envy of the girls. This car, handsome, mud. I'll have to order one someday when I've saved enough pocket money. Chen Zixuan said enviously. Young Zhu, welcome to Jinling. On Commerce Street, Zhao Hongying stood at the intersection in a flamboyant manner, and in front of her, a commercial vehicle was parked. In the car, a small fat man walked down and said with a smile, Sister Hongying, you personally came over to greet. How is this good? We're friends. We should be. Zhao Hongying smiled faintly. The other party was Zhu Hong, the young master of the Zhu family in Jiangdu, and Zhao Hongying's classmate from elementary school to high school. At first, Zhu Hong had pursued Zhao Hongying, writing a dozen fleshy love letters in a row, but Zhao Hongying thought he was fat, so she didn't agree. Later, Zhao Hongying grew prettier and prettier, and Zhu Hong felt ashamed of himself and felt that he was a pig chasing China, so he gave up. But he became Zhao Hongying's chief escort. Zhao Hongying hadn't been using him as a shield. As far as feelings are concerned, the two are in pure friendship. After all, one is ashamed of the other's ugliness and the other knows that he is ugly. Young Zhu, the car you ordered has arrived. Let's go take a look. Tonight, it's up to you to show off your power and fight for first place for us in Jiangnan. Zhao Hongying smiled and led the way ahead, not far from the 4S store. Ha ha, when it comes to the big show, I'm not going to lose to that son of a bitch Chuiren this year. They, from Gusa City, have both won the championship twice in a row. Trin must not know that I've been practicing my car skills hard behind the scenes, Zhu Hong said excitedly. He was actually a miserable rich second generation. The girls he paid to pick up didn't interest him much. The girls he was interested in, again, always rejected him. So, he thought about whether he could get good at driving and add some glamour to himself, so as to usher in a love of your own. When the duo arrived at the 4S store, they were told that Zhu Hong's Ferrari F12 limited edition supercar had been bought by someone. What do you mean? We ordered this car, we gave the deposit, and you sold it to someone else. Call your manager over? I'd like to see which son of a bitch is so arrogant that he even dares to take my friend's car. Zhao Hongying shouted indignantly. Chapter 40 Anchor Woman Who Doesn't Worship Gold? Ms. Zhao, I'm really sorry, we're helpless too. The manager was trying to explain, but Zhao Hongying just lost her temper and continued to scream. Oh, your 4S store is so bullish. My friend's car dares to be sold. Tell me, sold to which bullpen booming guy? I'd like to see who the hell is so arrogant. Zhao Hongying shivered with anger, and the chill on her face grew thicker. It's Yi Xiao. The manager had no choice but to report Yifeng's name. What? Yifeng? Zhao Hongying froze, then became furious. What do you guys mean? Could it be that if Yifeng can't be messed with, I can be messed with? Ms. Zhao, we didn't want to sell it, but young Master Chen is also here, and we're part-timers after all, so we don't dare go against his wishes. The manager couldn't breathe a word, so he had to shrug it off. Oh, so Chen Zixuan also had a part in it. Okay, all of you. Zhao Hongying's face became more and more ugly, even though his father had repeatedly declared that it was forbidden to mess with the Yi family again. But this revenge, he himself has made a note of it today. At the same time, she felt guilty about Zhu Hong, who had come to Jiling to order a sports car in preparation for tonight's racing meeting because he believed in himself. Unexpectedly, it was actually intercepted by Yifeng. Young Zhu, I'm really sorry about this. Why don't I borrow a sports car for you? Zhao Hongying apologized. It's okay, any car can run the same as long as it's good. Although Zhu Hong was upset and wanted to punch Yifeng, he could only do so in the moment. Yifeng's name, Zhu Hong had heard of it, and was an unapologetic loser. He used to find all sorts of reasons to put off the racing meetings. Why did he figure out this time that he wanted to go and humiliate himself? As long as he dared to go, Zhu Hong had absolute confidence to humiliate him. After all, his own car skills, comparable to a professional racer. The start time was chosen to be after 12 p.m., as the race meeting prohibited disturbances. The address was chosen on the Yangtze River Highway, a lane with hardly any traffic. Those attending, racing or not, will be required to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 per person, as well as an entry fee of 100,000 as a reward to the winner. The enrollment fee is not much, even if a rich kid living on pocket money can afford to save up. After all, it would be nice to go and get acquainted and get on good terms with other rich kids. Racing clubs, apart from racing, another important function is to socialize, but you have to pay an entrance fee to enter. Soon, the jackpot money piled up to over $10 million. This is, in addition to the rich kids who participate in racing, there are some other circles of people, many of whom are also girls. Their purposes vary. Some are looking for investment, others are simply trolling. On both sides of the Yangtze River Highway, there is a sea of people. and even the uncles and aunts who sell late-night snacks have rushed over at the news for fear of starving these pampered rich kids. Yi Xiao, why don't you bring a girl with you? Where's sister-in-law? And where's your super-able bodyguard girl? After entering, Chen Zixuan asked curiously. Although he didn't race, he had brought a girl over to socialize. Yun Xiang has been working too hard this time. I'll let her rest after work. As for Tsin Fangling, she has to practice at this hour. Yi Feng leaned against the side of the car and said indifferently, this is young Yi, isn't it? He's really as handsome as the rumors. Hello Yi Xiao. My name is Tang Xiying. I'm an anchor of Do Entertainment Ooh. The beautiful woman beside Chen Zixuan was generous and extended her hand to greet Yi Feng. Hello. Yi Feng politely went to shake her hand. Suddenly, he felt Tang Xiying's fingers hooking in his palm. It's a very titillating move. After their hands parted, Tang Xiying acted like a nobody, only revealing a sweet smile. Yi Xiao, isn't Ms. Tang pretty? I wouldn't let normal people shake her hand, Chen Zixuan said with a smile. He treated Yi Feng as a brother, not to mention that Yi Feng had a girlfriend. He didn't mind this kind of action. Your girlfriend? Yi Feng was curious. Not yet. Chen Zixuan replied that he was currently chasing after Tang Xiying, but it was only one step away from success. There were a lot of people on the scene, and between the traffic, there were no white people, except for the vendors selling late-night snacks. Tang Xiying also met her best friend who was also an anchor and was chatting together. This Tang Xiying is fishing for women? Yi Feng looked at Chen Zixuan curiously. No, she's not a gold digger, quite a talented anchor. Honestly, I've only swiped a couple super rockets at her place. It's still my own charm that makes me able to ask out and play. Chen Zixuan was a little proud. There's no shortage of women for rich kids. What's missing is real women. Alright. Yi Feng was also too lazy to think much. As the day wore on, the people on both sides of the driveway became more numerous, dark and full of heads. Sister Hongying, I didn't realize that this little old man in your company actually has such great car skills. I resign myself to that. Not far away, Zhao Hongying and his group walked and chatted, with Zhu Hong praising Lin Yi. Young Zhu is polite. I'm just lucky. And of course Sister Hongying's car is good. Lin Yi laughed modestly, which made Zhu Hong like this little old brother even more. In fact, Lin Yi didn't think much of Zhu Hong, just this guy's car skills. He also had the nerve to say that it wasn't inferior to a professional racer. If it wasn't for the fear that he would lose too badly and make Sister Hongying look bad, this little fatso wouldn't even be able to see his own ass on the bike. Lin Yi, I really didn't expect you to be so good at driving. Why haven't I seen you say that before? Zhao Hongying realized that this Lin Yi was really a treasure boy. There was almost nothing he wasn't good at. Sister Hongying, mainly I don't have a car either, Lin Yi said in a low tone. Alright, as long as you help us win the competition in Jiangnan, I'll go back and send you one, Zhao Hongying generously promised. Thank you Sister Hongying. Lin Yi could be happy. With his car skills, it would be easy to win this race, wouldn't it? Lin Yi was laughing happily when suddenly he saw a person in front of him and his smile instantly froze. What's wrong? Curious, Zhao Hongying followed Lin Yi's gaze, and was instantly struck with a chilling expression. Surprisingly, it was Yi Feng. Walking up, he gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Yi, what a coincidence we have. Not coincidentally, I've met several of the Jinling rich kids. Yi Feng casually replied back and suddenly saw Lin Yi behind him and smiled brightly. Student Lin Yi, we meet again. Lin Yi, for some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. It was better to stay away from this guy himself. This must be Yi Xiao. Xu Hong walked up and said with a cold face, and this chubby little brother is? Zhu Hong. Xu Hong's face grew deeper and deeper, staring at the Ferrari F12 limited edition supercar not far away from Yi Feng, hating itchy teeth. What? Yi Feng asked knowingly. I ordered this car. You're robbing my car? Yi Feng, how many times do you mean? Xu Hong pointed at the Ferrari and questioned in a stern voice. Chapter 41, Who's going to be the wrongdoer? Shit. Who is this little fatty? So arrogant. How dare he yell at Yi Xiao? I recognize him. His father is a tycoon in Jiangdu. He has 10 buildings in the city center. Wow. The charterer. Unfortunately it's just a little runtish looking. Not as good looking as Yi Xiao. So I'll stand for Yi Xiao in this wave. The melon-eating masses have not yet figured out what the situation is. In line with the principle of who is handsome and who is reasonable, the first to stand in line with Yi Feng. When Zhu Hong heard this, his eyebrows blew up in anger. Is justice still in the hearts of the people? So you ordered this car? Yi Feng smiled faintly and slowly looked towards Chen Zixuan, saying, he said he sold me this car. You find him. So what if I bought it? You bite me? Chen Zixuan was particularly rigid, shouting, who the hell told you to order a car in my second uncle's store? I want to buy it. Crowd. Good guy. This singing together is trying to make Zhu Hong angry with high blood pressure in advance. People are already fat enough in the first place. Zhu Hong was furious and confused. His heart was full of expletives, but his mouth couldn't say a word. Chen Zixuan's words were surprisingly irrefutable to himself. Seeing this, Zhao Hongying huffed and pointed at Yi Feng, gritting her teeth. What? It's illegal to buy a car? Yi Feng asked. Oh, less posturing here. Zhao Hongying called out. Don't you want to participate in tonight's racing meeting by robbing Young Zhu's car? Dare you come and compete with us? Not coming. Yi Feng shook his head. You. Zhao Hongying was furious, saying that this Yi Feng, how could he not follow the rules at all? People Yi Xiao is definitely here to fight on behalf of Jiangnan. How old are you guys? That's right. If I were Yi Xiao, I wouldn't come either. The crowd chimed in and continued to stand up to Yi Feng. Zhu Hong's face was angered into a pig's liver color. He took a step forward and shouted, Yi Feng, I think you're just gutless. If you're really capable, have a match with me. If I win, you give me back my car and get on your knees and apologize. If you win, I won't argue about this car. I'll pay you back what the original price was and get down on my knees and call you daddy. Zhu Hong was very arrogant, and to put it bluntly, he looked down on Yi Feng. This kind of dude, what's the use of being handsome, and deserve to compare with himself? That's fine. The car is $10 million. Since the other party had said so, Yi Feng immediately stated his position. $10 million? You're kidding. Didn't you buy it for over $7 million? Zhao Hongying coldly questioned. This was clearly extortion. Don't look at Zhu Hong's family as a rent collector, but the money he bought the car, or to ask his mother. Zhu Hong himself a year's pocket money plus bonuses, only less than $1 million. Yi Feng is going to eat 10 years of someone's income with one mouth? People can get a discount for buying a car from Mr. Yi. Can you guys get a discount for buying a car? The original price of the Ferrari is 9.7 million, rounded up to exactly 10 million to the nearest whole dollar. Chen Zixuan returned. Zhao Hongying was once again exasperated enough. She hadn't realized that this Chen Zixuan was actually so eloquent. Fine, $10 million is $10 million. I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. Zhu Hong clenched his teeth. He did not think he would lose. So why not? Yi Feng helped himself to buy a car. Don't worry. So many people are watching. Yi Feng smiled and said, the circle of rich second generation, the most afraid of being looked down upon. Otherwise, there would be no racing meetings. There are so many other places, other than on top of money, that can be compared. Immediately, Yi Feng was ready to have a match with Zhu Hong first. On Jiangnan's side, many people's gazes, too, gathered on the two. Yo, the rookies are pecking each other. At that moment, an ill-timed voice rang out. The crowd looked over and saw a rich young man with sunglasses and an arm around a pretty girl walking. Who is this kid? How dare he provoke both Yi Xiao and Zhu Xiao? Throw, isn't this Chui Run, young Master Chui of Gusa City? I've heard that the Gusa Chui family is especially rich, not inferior to the Yi family at all. More than that, the other Chui Xiao represented Jiangnan twice in a row, and put Jiang Bei's gang of car racing rich kids on the ground with explosive hammers. No wonder he dares to say that Yi Xiao and Zhu Xiao are rookies and chickens. So he's got skills. After recognizing Chui Run, many people became respectful. Tonight's theme is drag racing, and the other guy, Choi Shu, has won the championship twice. Chui Run, you're arrogant as a hammer. If you're capable, you'll have a match with your grandpa Zhu. Zhu Hong angrily said that in his first 2 years, he had been hung up by Chui Run, which was why he had made up his mind to practice hard on his car skills. He was confident that of all the people present, other than Lin Yi, he didn't lose to anyone. Fine, but I'll be honest, you'll have to buy me a car even if you lose. Chui Run looked over toward the Ferrari with a smile on his face and complimented. That's a nice looking car. It's nice, but not for you. It's a limited edition. Yi Feng lazily replied. This must be Yi Xiao from Jinling. How come he figured it out this year and came to be humiliated? Chui Run said with a grin. Whether it's an insult or not, we won't know until we've competed. Yi Feng continued. Let's do it this way. We 3 people race. The loser pays for a car each, and the winner takes it all. Okay. Chui Run smiled back. The arena gets hotter with the entrance of Choi Yin. According to the old rules, whoever finishes 100 kilometers first wins. Winning netted $20 million, which is more than the purse for this race. Someone smacked their lips. The track bonus is just a lottery. The point is to place the bets. Okay? Do you think a bunch of rich kids come running to race for this $10 million prize money, in addition to competing for fame? That's right. I'll bet on Chui Xiao first. Whoever the fuck is hosting, hurry over and collect the money. The rich kids in the arena were very excited. It's not a bad idea to buy Chui Xiao anyway. Mud. What's wrong with these guys? They all go for Trin? Chen Zixuan frowned as he held his bank card. He also wanted to buy Chuiren. Everyone wanted to buy Chuiren, which resulted in no one sitting on the bank. It's a damn thing. Who gives money without a dealer? Chen Xiao, you go sit in the bank. Yi Feng said. Yi Xiao, don't joke. I'm not an ingrate. Chen Zixuan said with a straight face. You're scared shitless. You go sit on the bank and bet on me. Yi Feng also said with a straight face. Yi Xiao, it's true that we are brothers, but brothers are brothers, and cha money is cha money. Why are you punking me? Chen Zixuan complained that if there was no Chuiren, he would have bet on Yi Feng. After all, people Chuiren 2 consecutive champions. The ability is there. Not to bow down, was said. You listen to me. Just go sit on the bank and bet on me, and I'll take the loss. Yi Feng screamed and cursed. If it wasn't for the fact that in order to prevent cheating, players were prohibited from placing bets or sitting in the bank, he would have been the banker himself. Although in the original story, Yi Feng's car skills were very average, but the current Yi Feng never even thought that he would lose. That's fine. Let's go 50-50 if we win. Chen Zixuan gritted his teeth and said, since the loss is counted as Yi Feng's, it's okay for him to be the wrongdoer. Didn't I say it was on me if I lost money? Why is it still 50-50? It must all be mine too if I win. If you want to make money, place your own bets. Yi Feng said. What a joke. This win income at least more than 100 million. Can with people 50-50 split? Chapter 42, Yi Xiao. You're too pretentious. Although he didn't know why Yi Feng was so confident that he didn't give himself a share of the money after winning, Chen Zixuan still did as he was told. In fact, with Chuiren around, Chen Zixuan didn't expect Yi Feng to win. After all, you don't have to subsidize yourself if you lose money. Think of it as being a toolman for Yi Feng. When Chen Zixuan announced that he was sitting on the bank, or the banker was betting on Yi Feng, the whole room boiled over. Hundreds of heads and dozens of rich kids all looked at him like he was a bogeyman. I go. Chen Xiao atmospheric. Spreading coins are so refreshing. I declare that your Chen family will henceforth be the head of the 4 great families of Jinling. A certain master said that the amount of wasted money you've spent determines how big a temperament you have. And I see that young Chen has a pretty big temperament. That's right. From now on, Chen Xiao is my buddy. Whoever goes against him is going against me. Looking at the crowd's cynicism, Chen Zixuan's face darkened. He had known that he would be mocked, but I didn't realize that being mocked was so hard. Start betting, Chen Zixuan said impatiently, and then the crowd began to place their bets. Due to the predominantly recreational nature, the bookmaker only needed 1 to 2, but spare a thought. The money wagered had already accumulated to $150 million. Even people who weren't rich kids were placing bets. Even the auntie selling fried rice bet $1,000 on Chuiren to win. Poor Yi Feng. There was no one to ask, and those who knelt down to lick Yi Feng were nowhere to be seen. In a fit of rage, Chen Zixuan took out his own money, found someone to help him, and angrily bet $2,000 on Yi Feng. The man who helped Chen Zixuan bet is also embarrassed. Chen Young, why you bet $2,000? You're making me look like I'm going to be mocked. This group of brutes. Let's see how Raoji hangs Chuiren, Zhu Hong said in a depressed manner. This group of guys, all bet on Chuiren to go. Surprisingly no one bet on himself. In the end, Zhao Hongying took the lead and drove Zhu Hong into custody. Dude, are you with me? Zhu Hong looked towards Lin Yi. That's for sure. Lin Yi pulled $50 out of his pocket and said awkwardly. It's just that I don't have much money. It's okay, I'll finance you. After saying that, Zhu Hong was very righteous and gave Lin Yi 5,000 yuan. After Lin Yi thanked him, he went to bet. Except for Zhu Hong, he bet $50. The $5,000, he all bet on Chuiren. Are you kidding me? You Zhu Hong can win? Big deal. I'll pay you back with 5,000 later. After the bets were placed, the game was about to begin. Chuiren was the first to sit in the sports car, and in the passenger seat was the pretty girl he had brought with him. Zhu Han also found a girl from somewhere and sat in his sports car. When it was Yi Feng's turn, the crowd looked at him because Yi Feng hadn't brought a sister. How about picking one on the spot? It was suggested. There were especially many girls present, and it was especially simple for Yi Feng to find a female companion. What's more, his sports car is a Ferrari F12 limited edition supercar, easily the most hoity-toity in the house. That's fine. As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, many girls rushed over. Pick me. Yi Xiao picks me. Pick me. The scene was instantly like an emperor choosing a concubine, and many sisters scrambled over. Many of them are fishers of women who come for the purpose of trolling. A girl with about 8 points in her makeup ended up in front of Yi Feng due to her fast running. This kind of posture was enough to be a goddess in the eyes of many licking dogs. After all, a girl with more than 9 points like Gu Yunxiang was very rare. Alright, after all, it was just a female companion, so Yi Feng didn't care too much. That girl, as if she had won the lottery, was particularly happy, and looked at the group of girls behind her with bragging eyes. Isn't this woman the one on the internet? When will women stand up? Last time she fought, it seems like she was even disliked. Seems like it's her. Didn't she say she started her own business after 3 divorces and is now worth $10 billion? Shit. No. I believe you guys when you say that this woman has been divorced 3 times. But a fucking $10 billion is outrageous. Tens of billions of plutonium, I think. I just burned it for her. A lot of rich kids began to spray wildly. Marred. This boxer made making money look easier than eating. $10 billion worth. It can be called a mansion. The Yi family's assets are no more than that, right? If you have this kind of money, why do you still need to kneel to Yi Feng? The girl with the online idea of when will women stand up suddenly changed her face, explaining to Yi Feng, Yi Xiao, the internet is all talk. I'm not divorced. I don't even have a boyfriend. Or forget it. Yi Feng was speechless. It was better for him to stay away from her. He was ready to find another female companion again. First rule. You can't have the punch. However, soon, Yi Feng realized that these girls were not boxing, but worshipped gold. Come to think of it, a girl who specializes in trolling is not a good girl. Yi Feng still liked a more normal girl like Gu Yunxiang. Young Yi, if you don't mind, can I be your female companion? While Yi Feng was still settling on a candidate, a girl came to Yi Feng's side, her voice slightly familiar. Turning back to look, it was actually that Dou Entertainment anchorwoman Tang Xiying that Chen Zixuan had brought over. Ha! Yi Feng was speechless. Wasn't this Tang Xiying asked out by Chen Zixuan? At this moment, Chen Zixuan was also confused. Just being a female companion, racing first is most important. Tang Xiying is also mainly for Yi Feng's sake. Rich second-generation racing. Without a girl, easy to be despised. Alright. Yi Feng turned to Chen Zixuan and said, Chen Xiao, lend your friend for a while first. Chen Zixuan? Yi Xiao. I'm acting as a toolman for you. You go racing with my favorite girl? He and Tang Xiying were just friends and could not restrict Tang Xiying's freedom. It's just a cameo as a female companion. But damn, I'm jealous. Yi Feng's reason for choosing Tang Xiying was simple. This girl looked cleaner. Not as hot as the fishing girl. Furthermore, Yi Feng really only wanted to find a female companion to race with, and did not mean to find a small San. Gu Yunxiang was the one Yi Feng liked. Now that the sister has chosen, let's get started. Cui Ren raised his eyebrows lightly and continued. I was the champion in the first 2 editions. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you guys run 5 kilometers first. Wow. Cui Xiao is so awesome that a 100-mile race can make 5 kilometers as well. Worthy of being Cui Xiao. This is called confidence. Many people expressed shock, but spare a thought. No one thought he would lose. Drag what drag? Zhu Hong was furious, but he didn't dare to let 5 kilometers. After all, if he lost, how disgraceful. Yi Xiao, I know you have average car skills. If you think 5 kilometers is not enough, I can make it 10 kilometers. Cui Ren continued to despise Yi Feng. His family was a powerful family, while Zhu Hong was just a worldly family, and he only saw Yi Feng as a rival. Okay, you let it. Yi Feng did not care, and said, but I also have to let you. Let's be courteous. I'll choose a second car. After all, as you know, the Ferrari F12 specializes in racing. Saying that, Yi Feng walked towards the uncle selling fried rice next to him and said, Uncle, I want to race. Can you lend me your Wuling Hongguan? Crowd? Fried rice seller? Chen Zixuan, Yi Xiao. You're too pretentious. Chapter 43, The 100 Miles Competition. Finally, under the stunned gaze of the entire audience, Yi Feng borrowed the Wuling Hongguan. It's a fucking van. You race this thing? Can this race? It can't. It doesn't have that. You know. Yi Feng, what do you mean? Looking down on me? Cui Ren's face was black. This nasty win is not honorable. As long as the car is good, it will run the same for anything else. Yi Feng was calm and confident, and asked Tang Xiying beside him, don't mind the van. Don't mind. Tang Xiying really didn't mind. It was just a little awkward. Fine. Just don't make a fool of yourself. Cui Ren angrily got into his sports car. The reason why he gave up 10 kilometers, in addition to pretending to be a good driver, but also his own car skills are over the top. But what does Yi Feng have? A van race? That's what you want to be embarrassed about? 2 idiots. Both of them are killing themselves. Isn't this a sure win for the laborers? Zhu Hong happy flowers. He asked himself car skills do not lose Cui Ren. This guy and since let 10 kilometers out. As for Yi Feng, not to mention that he used a van, even if he flew an airplane, he would still win steadily. Soon after, the game was played. Young Yi, are we okay? Sitting on the passenger side of the van, Tang Xiying was a little worried. No problem. Yi Feng casually replied back. His current was looking for the system to exchange the car skill proficiency. He had seen this skill before when he was browsing the system store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming vehicle skill mastery. Consuming 1,000 reverse value. Remaining reverse value, 500. Vehicle proficiency, the host will have the level of a top professional race car driver. Within a short time, Yi Feng had fused the skills, and he himself now had no problem racing single-handedly, let alone dangling these two amateur-level rich kids. Buckle up, we'll be driving soon. After Yi Feng finished speaking, his foot stepped on the gas, and the Wuling Hongguang directly scurried out. Xu Xiao, I can't imagine that people look like you are so easygoing and your car skills are so good. I really love you. Zhu Hong's car. The beautiful woman next to him fawned one by one. Although Zhu Hong is fat and ugly a bit, but cannot help his family has money, but there are 10 suites of it in the city. Savvy it is. Zhu Hong has never seen this kind of gold-digging woman. He wants pure love. All his attention is now on the racing. It was almost 10 kilometers, and although he held first place, he couldn't afford to be careless, and soon Treren was going to start running. As for Yi Feng, driving a Wuling Hongguang is totally for laughs. Ha! Young Zhu, look behind you. Suddenly, the beautiful woman beside Zhu Hong shouted. What? Zhu Hong froze, subconsciously looked in the rearview mirror, and was so scared that he drove the car to the side. Is this Yi Feng crazy? Zhu Hong stopped the car and looked at Yi Feng, who was riding in the dust. The fastest speed of the Wuling red light is at 250 kilometers per hour, and this guy raced at 220 at least. The whole thing is wobbly and almost crashed just now. It's really scary. Vom. In the van, Tang Xiying held the greaseproof paper pocket and dry heaved so hard that she could almost vomit her stomach out. Yi Xiao, you're driving too fast. I'm getting dizzy. It's a good thing I'm wearing a safety TAO, otherwise, I'd be in deep shit. No, it's harnessed. Tang Xiying's head was in a daze, and she was now starting to regret a little bit getting into Yi Feng's car. This van, to be precise. Where does that happen with a sports car? But Yi Feng, who was in the driver's seat, didn't have a problem at all, maintaining a speed of 220 kilometers per hour all the way, and even traveling with ease. Brother, can't you see that the car is shaking? I'm afraid if you're not careful, the car will fall into the Yangtze River. However, Tang Xiying also became more curious about Yi Feng. This top-rich second generation of Jinling seemed to be completely different from what he thought. Zhu Hong, what the hell are you doing? Driving so slow, and you call yourself no less than a pro? I can fucking hang you with one hand. Cui Ren caught up and raised his middle finger at Zhu Hong. What are you mad at me for? If you have the ability, go after Yi Feng. Zhu Hong shot back. Just now Yi Feng's lifeless driving style had scared him silly. Damn it, anyone with Feng in their name is really crazy. Oh, the vans are overtaking you. You're too much of a dish. Treren was amused. How fast could the van go? Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for you to surpass him? So, Cui Ren increased his speed and chased after him. However, he stiffly did not see Yi Feng's car. Mud. This guy didn't fall into the Yangtze River, did he? Treren couldn't help but speculate. Cui Xiao, look ahead. The beauty beside her pointed to the intersection in front of her. Yi Feng's van was parked there. Yi Feng, what are you doing here? Trin stopped and asked curiously. Waiting for you. Wait for me? Treren was a bit puzzled. Hey, time race. I got to the finish line a long time ago. Yi Feng reminded. What? Treren was so shocked that he snapped out of it and asked in surprise. It's only been half an hour. How many yards did you drive? 220 miles per hour. Yi Feng said indifferently. Are you kidding me? This crappy van, can it run 220? Cui Ren's scalp was numb, realizing that his sports car, too, was only going 180 miles per hour. This is the fastest speed one can manage, and there are a lot of curves on this highway. Why don't you Yi Feng fall into the river? Then, Cui Ren saw that Tang Xiying was squatting next to her and dry heaving, definitely shaken by Yi Feng. Okay, count your blessings. In the end, Trin had to admit it. Okay, call the money. Yi Feng smiled and extended his hand. Trine. Although Cui Ren lost to Yi Feng who drove a van, he still transferred $10 million to Yi Feng. With so many people watching, he still wants to save face. Not long afterward, Zhu Hong also came. Yi Feng continued to ask him for money. So, a combined total of $20 million came to hand. Young Zhu, haven't you forgotten something? Yi Feng reminded him. What? Zhu Hong was in a bad mood and replied nonchalantly. Get down on your knees and call your father. You said it yourself. A lot of people are listening. Yi Feng said. Zhu Han. He did say this, but who would have thought that Yi Feng's car skills were so slutty? Young Zhu, If you refuse to call out, I'll spread the word about you, haha. This is the father you recognized. Choyan ran the car and lost another $10 million, directly taking it out on Zhu Hong. You guys, Zhu Hong was so angry that his liver hurt, which called the shame. Not called and was despised. How to be ridiculed. He pondered for a while and thought it would be better to put the matter to rest. Yuzing walked up and said, Yi Xiao, I can call, but you have to promise that you won't spread this out. I promise. Yi Feng nodded, and he saw Cui Ren next to him, pulling out his cell phone. Dad, didn't hear you. Don't you know we old people have bad ears? Zhu Hong was furious enough, but he clenched his teeth and called out again. Dad, you're not on your knees yet. Yi Feng reminded again. Zhu Hong's heart was running wild, and he said, Yi Feng, you are playing with me. But then he snapped to his knees and screamed, angry and humble. Dad, okay, the shooting is done. Next to him, Choyan shouted excitedly as if he was Zhu Hong's father. Chapter 44, tearfully earning more than $100 million. Mr. Choi, I'm your ancestor. What are you doing? Zhu Hong was so angry that his face was so horizontal that he couldn't wait to eat Cui Ren alive. This guy, actually playing peekaboo. Afterward, he looked at Yi Feng with anger. What are you looking at me for? I didn't take the picture? Yi Feng is an honest person and has always kept his word, saying that he won't spread the word. He turned to Treyron and said, send me a copy of the video. Okay. Although he lost $10 million and was very upset with Yi Feng, but one thing was for sure, Yi Feng's car skills were indeed bullpen. As for the video of Zhuhan kneeling down to recognize his dad, it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Cui, I'm going to get you killed. Zhuhan charged towards Choyan. Hey, what are you doing? I'm calling the bouncer. Shit, the bodyguard didn't follow me when I was racing. Treyron was shocked. In the end, the two twisted together and beat them up, scaring the two girls next to them silly. Yi Feng, on the other hand, hid his merits and fame deeply and returned the same way with Tang Xiying. Yi Xiao, are the two of them alright? In the car, Tang Xiying looked back at Zhu Hong and Cui Ren, who were fighting fiercely in the back, and was a little worried that things were getting out of hand. What's the matter? What's wrong with taking a beating for having thick skin? Yi Feng was not concerned about his own business. He now only wanted to go back to count his money. Just now betting. He expected to win more than 100 million. After Yi Feng slowly returned to his original position, not long after, Zhu Hong and Cui Ren followed him. The two beat each other's nose and face, and even their clothes were torn. Pimply, living like a beggar. You guys crashed? Seeing this, some people couldn't help but venture a guess. Poof. Cui Ren snorted coldly and sent the video he had just recorded, directly to the major circles of friends. Wow. Zhu Xiao, what's your situation? Racing on racing, why do you still recognize the father? Don't know anymore. Just now, Zhu Xiao made a bet with Yi Xiao. If he loses, he'll call his father. So looking at it this way, young Zhu definitely lost. So who is the winner? Look at the group. Yi Xiao first. What? Yi Xiao. After mocking Zhu Hong, the crowd realized that something was wrong. They had just bet all on Cui Ren. Turns out the guy lost. Is there any mistake? You're a two-time champion. Will you lose to Yi Feng? Son of a bitch. Zhu Hong was so angry that he died. Originally called it, as long as it is not outwardly on the line. But the result is that this Cui Ren is good. Directly let himself die socially. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to play the devil and I don't know how to retaliate? Immediately, Zhu Hong ripped out his voice and called out, Gentlemen, do you know why Cui Ren let 10 kilometers out? And do you guys know why Chen Zixuan ran out to sit on the bank? These two words, directly let the spirit of the crowd shook up. Damn, so look, together with you Cui Ren and Yi Feng in the money, $150 million, although it's spread out evenly, but people don't lose much, but damn you guys make a lot. Hey, don't get me wrong, my driving skills are really not as good as Yi Xiao's. People run in vans. Cui Ren was startled, and his hands were busy explaining. However, the angry crowd pressed on. Good, you surname Cui. You damn well deserve to be the Gusa Cui family's powerful young man. You're really a business genius. Surname Cui. You Stampo, don't fall alone or I'll get you killed. Stampo, pay back. The angry crowd scared Choi Yan so much that he was lucky he had enough bodyguards with him. Otherwise he would have been in danger. No meaning, bullying honest people. Obviously I ran first by strength. How to become Cui Ren intentionally watered it. Yi Feng sat on the sidelines and sighed pretty boy style. He held his bank card in his hand, checking the balance inside, which were all the money he had just won as a banker. Adding the previous $20 million, it was $170 million, and there was an extra $8,000 in change. Yi Xiao, just you still honest people. How I look and feel. You are clearly an oldingby. and you have the nerve to sigh. Watching Yifeng counting his money, Chen Zixuan was envious. He also wanted to tearfully earn more than 100 million. If I had known that I would have bet more. $2,000 to bet out. Only 6,000 back. But not as much as Yifeng's change. Are you sure you didn't conspire with Choyan? Chen Zixuan couldn't help but be skeptical. Elder brother Lin Yi, I'm sorry, I lost your $50. Too. After calming down, Zhu Hong apologized to Lin Yi, who wouldn't have bet if he hadn't pulled his weight. He had just asked Zhao Hongying about it, and this 50 was Lin Yi's breakfast money for a week. But helplessly, after Zhu Hong lost $10 million, he had 2 dimes left on him, so I guess he still had to let Sister Hongying treat him for the midnight snack. It's okay Xiao Zhu, we're brothers. We don't talk about that. Besides, with Sister Hongying around, I won't go hungry. Lin Yi is also very straight. Zhao Hongying guffawed. She valued Lin Yi. Of course she supported him. Zhu Hong also thought, why don't we go back to our buddies and borrow some money to hang on to Lin Yi's life? Yikes. Mr. Lin Yi, so you're here. At this time, Chen Zixuan walked over slowly, followed by Yifeng. Lin Yi's face went cold with a swish. What did he say before? When he met this Yifeng, it would not be good. The original 5,000 that Zhu Hong gave himself, he took all of it to bet on Chui Ren, and without Yifeng, he was able to recover 15,000, netting him 10,000. Then this month, it's all about the food and the drink. Now you have to drink the northwest wind. What are you doing? Zhao Hongying frowned and said that she was very unimpressed with these two. Don't get me wrong. I have something to look for Mr. Lin Yi. After saying that, Chen Zixuan pulled out a receipt from his hand, on which was the note that Lin Yi had written when he had placed his bets, and he had made a save here. Chen Zixuan handed over the receipt and said with feigned regret, Student Lin Yi, what a pity. The one you bet on Chui Ren he lost. Zhuhan? Zhao Hongying? The two of them looked over toward Lin Yi in unison. He bought Sueren? Shouldn't he be buying Zhuhan? And that $5,000? It's still from Zhuhong. Lin Yi, if you lose, you lose. Why did you have to come here to tell me that? Any way I look at it, I think you're here on purpose to screw up. Right. Lin Yi was about to get angry when Chen Zixuan suddenly turned around and left, so Lin Yi could only curse at his and Yifeng's backs. Brother Lin Yi, explain. Is that how you support me? Zhu Hong blackened his face. He gave the money himself. He was asking Lin Yi to bet on himself, and if he won it was on him, if he lost it was on him. This guy went behind his back to buy Choi Yen. I'm sorry I thought of him as a brother. Lin Yi, you've gone too far. Zhao Hongying also frowned. This was the first time she felt disappointed in Lin Yi. She kind of sympathized with Zhu Hong. Don't look at him as fat, but he was very righteous and very sentimental. On the surface, Lin Yi was right to buy Chui Ren. He just wanted to make some money, but in reality, he cheated Zhu Hong's feelings. Sister Hongying, Xu Xiao, listen to my explanation. Lin Yi was a bit flustered and was about to explain when suddenly there was a commotion in front of him. A very arrogant voice rang out. Was Stampo ah, you guys in Jiangnan are worthy of being an infighting province. We haven't even come yet and you guys are already competing? I say Chui Ren ah, you are really unscrupulous in order to make money. You actually pretended to lose to Yifeng. Where is Yifeng? Why don't you dare to come out? I heard that you drive the van extremely well. The one who spoke was a stout man, at least 1 meter 8. He looked around, wanting to find Yifeng out of the crowd and humiliate him. Chapter 45 Lin Yi's Participation. F***CK. What kind of background do you have? So you dare to call out Yi Xiao's name? Chen Zixuan looked at him and was very upset. Both are rich second generation. Why are you so arrogant? Oh, what's my background? The big, stout man sneered, and the dog legs behind him, then condescendingly introduced. Look carefully, this is our Han Tianlong of Jiangbei Huainan, young Master Han. Wow, he's that car god Han Tianlong from Jiangbei. It's rumored that Han Xiao has raced against professional racers and won 3 races in a row. There's one thing to be said for young Han. He's handsome and comes from a wealthy family. He's not inferior to young Yi at all. Yes, Huaiyan is the capital of Jiangbei and Jinling is the capital of Jiangnan. It would be embarrassing if Yifeng lost. Throw, you Jiangbei this bunch of stuff. Here in the king's wife to sell melon. Laborer's real name station Yi Xiao. He, not to mention Yi Xiao. I guess Cui Xiao can even beat him in seconds. And he is the champion for 2 consecutive times. As soon as Han Tianlong appeared on the scene, there were quite a few rich second-generation people from Jiangbei who gave him a boost. Mainly, Han Tianlong represents Jiangbei, and he's not too well known, mainly because he's been abroad for years and only returned last year. However, this also caused dissatisfaction on Jiangnan's side, although it was not known whether Chui Ren had watered down or not, but Yifeng did win. Chui Ren can't. He's too trashy. If you don't want to humiliate yourself, you should obediently dodge aside when you hear my name. Han Tianlong sneered. The purpose of his visit was simple, to make a name for himself. Make a name for yourself in the circle of rich kids. Boa status. With status, you have connections. With connections you have business. With business, those brothers and sisters in the family. Why should they steal the air with themselves? Hear your name? Chui Ren countered. Last year, when Jiangbei swept I heard that you were caught red-handed. What? PC Han Tianlong was arrested? I lost it. I'll have to check. Naya, it's still true. I say, young Master Han, if you're horny, I'll introduce you to a young model. How unhygienic is PC? The crowd rushed to rise. Han Tianlong. River North crowd. You, Chui Ren, are in intelligence work, right? You even know such secretive information. Han Tianlong's face is green. He originally wanted to come to pretend to compare, but the result of pretending not to be able to be see. This shame is a big disgrace. Chui Ren, don't get smart with me here. We're here to compete in car racing today. Soldier against soldier. General against general. My opponent is Yifeng. Han Tianlong called out with a cold face. Where's Yifeng? Don't hide. Hurry up and come out. Do you want to fight on behalf of Jiangnan now? Hey, I say, have you been whoring around too much? Your eyes are bad. Haven't I been here the whole time? Yifeng said in a breathless voice. Han Tianlong. Han Tianlong really didn't notice that Yifeng was diagonally across from him. The first time he approached him, it was Han Tianlong who pressed his eyes to look at people so that he could appear to be pushy, and just got a little confused by trying messing with his mind. Worry, this is the car god of Jiangbei? The wheels are headed for a woman's belly, aren't they? The Jiangnan crowd continued to taunt, messing with their minds like this. Say, how do you want to compare? Yifeng opened the door. The usual rules apply. Whoever finishes the 50 kilometers wins the race and the prize money for the race goes to them. This year, too, as usual, the stakes are $300 million, Han Tianlong said. The betting is actually a bit unusual in that this is split into camps, with both sides negotiating an amount and then paying out or dividing it up according to the odds of 1 to 3, in proportion to the purchase. As a representative player in the competition, then you cannot bet, but you can take an extra 10% if you win. This money, too, is subsidized additionally by the one who loses. The prize money for the tournament has to be over $10 million. It's just a small amount. No one cares about the money. The reason why it's given to the winner is so that there's a place for this money for the entry, for the competition. As for the big head, it's this 10% draw. In previous years it was $300 million. The losing side paid out $900 million, and the draw was $90 million, plus $10 million from the prize money. Just over $100 million. But this amount of money, Yifeng obviously do not see. He just won 170 million. Young Mr. Han is known as the god of cars. Is that all the ambition he has? Yifeng smiled faintly. What do you mean? Han Tianlong was a bit puzzled. He came here to make a name for himself, and winning that 100 million was already a lot. Okay, a pro racer, running for 10 years wouldn't make that kind of money. I mean, you and I alone bet $100 million on whoever loses. Yifeng said with a smile. Han Tianlong didn't realize that Yifeng was thinking that this 100 million was too little and wanted to make another 100 million. It was just that, although he was a son of a rich family, he wasn't an only child like Yifeng, and he simply couldn't take out $100 million. Wipe. This Yifeng is quite bullish. Don't be a wimp. Han Xiao, we'll get this money together for you. Yes, isn't it just 100 million? Let's put it together again. It's not impossible to get it. Jiang Bei's side of the bravado. After all, Han Tianlong's car skills, they are very confident. Since there were over 100 rich kids of all sizes on each side, it wasn't hard to shell out the money together. Soon the matter was finalized. If Yifeng wants to spread coins, then of course he should be accompanied to the end. Soon, the match was about to begin, with Yifeng and Han Tianlong, representing Jiangnan and Jiangbei respectively. At the same time, each side has more than 20 rich kids also participating in the competition. Instead of competing, you should run with them and interfere with each other in the process. After all, to win or lose, it's still up to the players chosen to represent each side. Young Zhu, are you still in the war? On the other side, Lin Yi asked. Zhu Hong was a bit hesitant. After seeing Yifeng's car skills, his confidence was hit. Some don't want to go. If you don't go, can you give me your spot? Lin Yi pleaded that if he won the championship, he would not only get $200 million, but he would also make a name for himself. It's not a dream to go to the top of your life from here on out. All right. Zhu Hong was not a petty person, and immediately gave him the spot. As for the sports car for the competition, it was originally provided by Zhao Hongying. But there's another problem. Lin Yi doesn't have a girl. The entry is to take a girl in the passenger seat. Otherwise no entry will be allowed. After all, it's a matter of rich kid dignity. Sister Hongying, can you be my female companion? Lin Yi cheekily pleaded. As long as I compete, I'll definitely win the championship. You can win the championship? Really? Zhao Hongying asked. It's definitely possible. Sister Hongying, please trust my driving skills. Lin Yi was very sure. Well, Zhao Hongying pondered for a while. She was in a superior-subordinate relationship with Lin Yi, and the fact that Lin Yi had just bet on Shui Ren made her a little uncomfortable. But for Lin Yi's car skills, Zhao Hongying still believed in it, and immediately said, "That's fine, but it's okay if you can't win the championship. Do your best." That being said, Zhao Hongying also wanted Lin Yi to win the championship, which was better than Yi Feng winning the championship. What's more, it can also combat the arrogant flames of Jiang Wei's side. Ding! System alert, the protagonist Lin Yi is going to compete. If the host chooses to stop it, it will change the original plot and gain 1000 reverse value. But if you don't stop it and surpass Lin Yi to win the championship, you'll receive 2000 reverse value and a chance for an attribute enhancement. Does the host choose to stop it? Suddenly, the system's voice sounded from Yi Feng's mind, and Yi Feng was immediately delighted. Chapter 46, by Susu's alumni. Does the host choose to stop it? Hearing the voice of the system, Yi Feng's heart was happy. For what to stop? Isn't Lin Yi his own experience baby? Not long after, Lin Yi walked out with Zhao Hongying. Ms. Zhao Hongying, you're going to compete too? But can you bring a better looking male model? This guy looks so low. Some people were pontificating about Lin Yi. He's the one who's going to compete, and I'm going to be his date. Zhao Hongying said faintly. Holy shit, what the fuck? Ms. Zhao, if you've been kidnapped just blink your eyes and we'll do it for you. Mad. How this kid looks is a low pen. Why can you let Ms. Zhao give him as a female companion? The crowd in Jiangnan, especially the rich second generation from Jinling, almost all of them dropped their glasses. You have to know that Zhao Hongying is known for being high and cold, and she can't even look at a rich second generation like Yi Feng. But this Lin Yi, what's his charm? Though a female companion doesn't have to bring a girlfriend, a temporary cameo to hold up the fort isn't out of the question. But Zhao Hongying giving support to a poor loser like Lin Yi was a damn sight to behold. Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, let's get started. It's a little after midnight, Lin Yi reminded. Okay, let's get started. Han Tianlong immediately nodded his head. He wasn't interested in Lin Yi. He was only interested in defeating Yi Feng or Cui Ren and winning the championship. There's no rush. At this time, Yi Feng suddenly stood out. What do you want? Han Tianlong and Lin Yi, in unison, asked. Han Tianlong was curious, while Lin Yi was confused. Marred, this Yi Feng has a belly full of bad water. It's bound to be no good. Our Jiangnan side won 2 championships in a row, while the previous 2 champions were my losers. And I don't want to bully the little guy with the big one, so I'll tell you what. I'll just let you have one hand and I'll race one-handed, Yi Feng said indifferently. You Yi Feng screwed up. This track is super curvy. You're not afraid to drive into the river single-handed? Don't even fish for it when the time comes. Yi Xiao, are you kidding? You're fighting for our Jiangnan. Yi Xiao, please think twice. If you lose, we'll have to pay for our deaths. Yeah, I even pawned my pants to support you. Jiangnan rich second generation. All shocked. This is 300 million beta, lost to pay 990 million. However, Yi Feng had acted in his life. Why did he need to explain to others? With that, he let his right hand be tied behind his back. The crowd was completely speechless. Just who gave Yi Feng confidence? Liang Jingru? I'm going to go. Yi Xiao, you're really showing off. Just drove a van. Now I'm driving a Ferrari one-handed. What can I say? This is fucking brilliant. Disperse. Yi Xiao will surely go peacefully later. Remember to go and invite the Swana player. Mud. We can only count on Shui Xiao. But we can't lose. The Jiangnan crowd was about to cry out, while Yi Feng was calm. His own level is comparable to that of the best professional racers. So what's wrong with one-handed racing? So many disabled people, still racing on 2 feet. Oh, whatever. Han Tianlong felt insulted and was upset, but he also knew that there was no need to show off with Yi Feng. Being able to win was the most important thing, and by then Yi Feng would only be reduced to a laughingstock. By the way, this student Lin Yi's car skills are no worse than mine, so I suggest letting him race single-handedly as well. This makes it seem like we're more sincere in Gangnam. Yi Feng said smilingly. His purpose was to drag Lin Yi down as well, to snuff out Lin Yi's hopes of winning. I'll go. This kid has deep pockets. No wonder he was able to be scratched by Ms. Zhao's. I agree with what Yi Xiao said. Let this kid have a single hand as well, or else cancel his match. Yeah, this kid is single-handed too, or he's not allowed to compete. Many people had expressed their approval. Originally Zhao Hongying giving Lin a female companion had made them jealous. What's more, Yi Feng made the match as if he was messing with it. They were speechless, but they couldn't stop it. But damn, cannot cure Yi de Xiao. Cannot cure you, a poor loser. I can't thank you enough. Lin Yi's heart seems to be sitting on a teddy. I have long known that Yi Feng is not good. I did not expect you to mess with me like this. He asked himself if he was a good driver, but one-handed racing was something only a bogeyman could do. Deception. Zhao Hongying frowned, his face chilling, and said to Lin Yi, let's not compare. Let these guys play by themselves. Yi Feng's own one-handed racing belongs to death. Lin Yi had hopes of winning, but these rich kids were playing dead. Since they want to lose the game so badly, let them. They only have to pay out a few tens of thousands of dollars themselves if they lose in the end anyway. Doesn't matter. Sister Hongying, what a pity to give up just like that. Why don't you let me try? Lin Yi was a bit obsessed with that 200 million. Lin Yi, don't be brave. We'll give up if we can't. Zhao Hongying was still angry. Sister Hongying, although I haven't tried one-handed drag racing, with my car skills, it still won't be a problem to take the championship. Lin Yi was still very confident, and confidence came from strength. Inside the original, Lin Yi's car skills, originally hanging Han Tianlong, let a hand actually no harm. It was just that he didn't know that his current opponent wasn't Han Tianlong, but Yi Feng. Are you sure? Zhao Hongying, who had a cautious personality, inquired. Okay, Lin Yi said with confidence. That's fine, I trust you. In the end, Zhao Hongying agreed to Lin Yi's single-handed participation. With 10 minutes to go to kick off, both sides began to strategize on how they must create obstacles for the other side, as the focus was on the representative players. But with a caveat, no infractions, something like hitting someone's car, just wash your hands of it. Originally, Cui Ren planned to run with him, but since Yi Feng was going to drive the Ferrari single-handedly, he felt that this was his chance. Your fucking van beat me because I gave up 10 kilometers, and you're going to fucking win this time single-handedly? Just be thankful that you don't race into the river when you turn a corner, okay? Choi Yan's goal now is to beat Han Tianlong for the title. Soon, the game officially began. Ms. Tang, if you're scared, it's not too late to get out of the car. Sitting on the Ferrari, Yi Feng looked at the co-pilot, the somewhat unnatural Tang Xiying. It's true that the fear is a bit, but if you don't care, young Yi, then I'll naturally lay down my life. Tang Xiying smiled calmly. Yi Feng's life could be worth much more than her own. Besides, looking at Yi Feng's stance, it didn't seem like he was fooling around. Okay then, sit tight. After Yi Feng said that, he was ready to hold the steering wheel with his left hand and step on the gas with his right foot. Yi Xiao, I actually have a question for you. The reason why you raced single-handedly, is it deliberately targeting Lin Yi? Townsend asked. You know all this? Yi Feng looked at her curiously, although what he had just done was indeed a bit obvious, but at this point in time, no one should be paying attention to Lin Yi. That, after hesitating for a moment, Tang Xiying said, actually, Bai Susu and I are alumni, both studying at the Jinling Art Academy. Only, she's in the music department and I'm in the dance department. I know that Bai Susu is close to Lin Yi's classmates. So, young Yi, it's because of Bai Susu that you want to take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge on Lin Yi, isn't it? Chapter 47, Mr. Han, playing tricks. Your alumni with Pak Susu? Yi Feng was surprised, not realizing that Jinling was so big, but the circle was actually so small. It's alumni, but not that close. Tang Xiying blushed and said, actually, this time I would come over. Mainly because I also heard from Chen Xiao that you would come here. I want to see what a infatuated man like you really looks like. Tang Xiying hurriedly swallowed back the word dog licking. It's just like that. It's still closer than Guo Fucheng. It's mainly just more wealth and more billions. Yi Feng didn't really want to explain about Bai Susu, pressed the car key and the Ferrari's engine roared. Sit tight, I'm going to drive. Aha. Tang Xiying nodded her head obediently. She had long ago strapped in her seatbelt, but she was still careless. Just see Yi Feng one hand holding the steering wheel, one foot on the gas pedal. Ferrari whoosha soar out. So fast, especially when Yi Feng was racing with one hand and still overtaking. It felt as if he was rubbing shoulders with death. Throughout the match, almost all of them were trying to protect the two representative players, Yi Feng and Han Tianlong, and were trying their best to create disturbances for the other side. There are exceptions, however, as Lin Yi and Cui Ren are both running for the title despite being in the Jiangnan camp. Lin Yi, why don't we just withdraw from the race? It's just too dangerous to race one-handed like this. Zhao Hongying sat on the co-pilot, his heart fluttering straight to the heart. Just now when he turned the corner, he almost collided with a car in front of him, and at that time, he directly scared Zhao Hongying to the point where her face turned white. "Don't worry, Sister Hongying, it's fine." Linny laughed confidently as he realized that he was actually under little pressure to race single-handedly, and that his opponents were all too good. The only one who puts him under a bit of pressure is Han Tianlong, who has a better sports car that runs like a thief and has someone to escort him. Thinking of this, Linny raised his speed. Suddenly, bang sound. In the corner, a car in front of the sudden change of lane, Linny directly hit. The front and rear chases of the two sports cars crashed right into each other. Sacking shit. How do you drive a car? Get the fuck out of there. The owner of the front car burst into a rage and, plowing through his bat, charged out. Choi Yen, Linny and Zhao Hongying were dumbfounded, not expecting a car accident so soon, and it was Choi Ren who hit them. It was no exaggeration to say that on Jiangnan's side, the two people who had the most hope of winning the championship were both completely accounted for. What's more, Choi Ren had always been at odds with himself and Zhu Hong, and he definitely wouldn't let up. How do you drive? Did you get a license? Can you just change lanes on a turn? Linny got out of the car and frowned in question. Stampede. You're a brakeman, aren't you? It's a racing competition. If you want to talk about the rules of the road, then you still run, you spicy next door. Choi Ren's was trembling with anger, and the bat in his hand, at any moment, could have smashed on Linny's body. Linny actually knew in his heart that this kind of racing competition, as long as you don't crash, you almost don't have to talk about any rules. But in any case, the momentum of this piece cannot be abashed. He was about to continue to find Choi Ren theory. Choi Ren directly called out, "Say nothing. My sports car is a Lamborghini. The repair cost is at least $500,000. $500,000. Why don't you go grab it?" Linny was furious, then asked, "You can't report it to the insurance? You poor loser. What's wrong with you? Why should labor give you insurance? Not a penny less than $500,000, or I'll get someone to kill you later. Of course it's okay if you don't pay for it. Someone has to pay for the laborer's car repairs." Saying that, Choi Ren looked at Zhao Hongying. "Ms. Zhao, why don't you help him pay for it? I remember this sports car of his seems to be yours. You can pay for it, but after you pay for it this has to go." Zhao Hongying is worried that Choi Ren is going to retaliate later. Retaliation? It's simpler for labor to get this Lin surname killed than to pinch an ant. Make it quick and don't delay the laborers from continuing the game. Choi Ren hurriedly urged, and Zhao Hongying could only helplessly transfer the money to him. Afterwards, Choi Yen stopped a runner from the Gangnam side and borrowed his car to continue the race. But in a 500-mile race, every minute and every second is precious, and he was delayed for almost a minute, so he was afraid that he would never have a chance with the champion again. If it weren't for this Choi Ren, we wouldn't be in this situation. Linny complained, while cursing Yifeng 100 times in his heart. This thing has nothing to do with one-handed racing, and you're one-handed if you're one-handed. You damn well have to be with him yourself. That's not sick. Looking at the front end of the car that had been smashed to pieces on his side, Linny asked, "Sister Hongying, what should we do with this car?" "I'll fix it." Sorry to have to break your bank again." Linny sighed. The sports car wasn't that expensive, but it should cost more than $100,000 to repair it. Breaking the bank? Zhao Hongying snorted coldly and said, "Linny, I told you to quit if you can't. You have to show off. Can I do it if I don't pay the bill?" "Sister Hongying, this can't all be blamed on me. You just saw it. It was that Choi Ren who drove recklessly." Linny explained. "Of course you're not to blame. It's all my fault." "All right." After saying that, Zhao Hongying left without looking back. She now regretted supporting Linny very much. Yifeng wants to single-handedly racing. That is his own death. But why do you want to agree with Linny to follow the death? Losing money and repairing the car are trivial. And $600,000 to $700,000 is nothing to Zhao Hongying. But what happened put her in a terrible mood. She was also incredibly disappointed in Linny. If he hadn't been so greedy for the winnings and the betting money, this would never have happened in the first place. If you don't have a diamond, why do you want to work with porcelain? Sister Hongying. Seeing Zhao Hongying suddenly become strange, Linny was very nervous. At this point, he didn't know whether to go apologize to Zhao Hongying or to drive the broken car back first so that it wouldn't turn into a roadblock and get hit again. Oh, Linny and Choi Ren crashed? In the car, Yifeng was showing off his car skills while listening to the exchange on the radio channel. He had originally just wanted to create some difficulties for Linny so that he would be eliminated naturally, but he hadn't expected any surprises. But this Choi Ren was a force to be reckoned with, and his only regret was that he didn't run Linny over. Then next, Yifeng had only one goal, to surpass Han Tianlong and become the champion. Yifeng, he's catching up? Isn't he racing one-handed? I can't believe he's still going so fast. Stampede. This guy has something. No wonder he dares to race one-handed. Soon, Yi Feng was about to catch up with Han Tianlong. All of you stop him. It's almost the end of the line. In the broadcast channel of Zhongbei camp, Han Tianlong exclaimed, realizing that his car skills, indeed, were not as strong as Yi Feng. People are racing one-handed, and they're all running so fast and steady. Soon, 7 or 8 cars occupied the lane and stopped Yi Feng completely, and it was so slow that in all likelihood it would have to crash if it had to rush through their defenses. For Han Tianlong, as long as he could win the game, what was the point of not speaking martial arts? I go. This Han Tianlong is too despicable. Right. People Yi shall single-handedly run with you. You can't even run. Play dirty tricks? Martyr. This surname Han, why not go to play soccer? With his method, 11 national football team in a circle, is not directly win the championship? Whatever. For the sake of victory, I'm going to crash it. Guys, remember to call me for the repair money. In Jiangnan's camp, many people broke into tears. Some of the cranky old brothers even yelled that they wanted to crash into it to open the way for Yi Feng. Oh, playing tricks on me? Yi Feng laughed and once again said to Tang Xiying next to him, sit firmly. Tang Xiying froze, thinking that she hadn't always sat very steadily. Both hands were holding the armrests. Suddenly, she saw Yi Feng fling his right hand, and the Qilin arm, which was tied back, broke free. Chapter 48, Rejecting Zhao Hongying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Feng, hands on the steering wheel, ran out of an S shape, lightning through the front crossbar vehicles. Tang Xiying was shaken to the point that her head was dizzy, and she wanted to vomit but couldn't, which was even worse than a pregnant woman. Throw. This Yi Feng is an eel turned right, so able to drill? Seriously, if it were me, I just crashed the car. Mud. Yi Feng's car skills are ridiculously strong. He's from MT Qiuming, isn't he? No, Yi Xiao is two-handed. When did he free his right hand? While the crowd was communicating in the radio channel, someone discovered Yi Feng's drag race in real life. Soon, the Zhongbei side started cursing. Yi Feng, this person is really untrustworthy. He said he would use one hand, but now he's actually using both hands. That's right. This kind of person should be boycotted. Whoever does business with him in the future, who has bad luck in 8 lifetimes. Jiangnan side shot back. What's wrong with you guys? You're all playing the rascal. We still have to spoil it? Point face okay. Yi shall single hand that is let you guys really take it as a rule? There's one thing to say. Your Han Shaishan's car skills are really not good. Even Yi Xiao can't run with one hand, and he actually stops people with the one character formation. I still say that Han Tianlong should play soccer. With his method, the national soccer team will win the championship. The two groups of people from Jiangnan and Zhongbei were arguing heatedly, while Yi Feng quickly caught up with Han Tianlong. At this point, it was less than 20 kilometers to the finish line. Han Tianlong was unusually nervous. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Yi Feng's racing was fast and steady. At this rate, he was going to lose sooner or later. Young Han, you have to hold steady. Don't let Yi Feng win. Young Han, lift up your pants for one last booty call and I'll introduce you to the twins if you win. Young Han, you're the hope of our village. If we lose, we'll be kneeling 3 times in a row. In the broadcasting channel of Zhongbei, those rich second-generation people hurriedly shouted, causing Han Tianlong to be stressed out as well. Seeing that Yi Feng was getting closer and closer to the championship, Han Tianlong made up his mind and increased his speed some more, risking the danger of falling into the Yangtze River to race with Yi Feng. Phew! Suddenly, Yi Feng also accelerated and rode away, stopping at the end of the 50 miles. He waited a full minute before Han Tianlong followed. Meanwhile, the radio channels in Jiangnan cheered wildly, while the channels in Zhongbei, to Han Tianlong's ancestors, each greeted the other. Han Tianlong became infuriated and questioned, Yi Feng, you damn well said one hand. What do you mean by 2 hands? Oh, I was going to ask you what you meant by having people lined up to block me. I let you have one hand just because I didn't want to bully the small with the big, which is considered very martial. But what about you? If you're not as skilled as you are, get the hell back to practicing more. You think you can win with some petty tactics? In the face of true strength, you are simply ridiculous. Yi Feng laughed coldly. These words directly swallowed Han Tianlong back. He was so angry that he wanted to hold Yi Feng down and beat him up, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it. In the end, Yi Feng won 200 million amidst the cheers. Countless people admired Yi Feng's car skills, and his championship was well deserved. Even a professional player may not be able to drill out of the opponent's defense line in an S shape like lightning. As for your question of why Yi Feng needs both hands, you're kidding. You invite a world champion over here, and he can't break through one-handed. okay? Moreover, this kind of behavior of Han Tianlong, although not explicitly prohibited, was also frowned upon. If it wasn't for this Yifeng, it would have been me who won the title tonight. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had a hard time getting over the $200 million, and still couldn't forget about it. But right now, the most important thing was how to calm Zhao Hongying's anger, which had kind of pissed her off tonight. Yifeng, don't be arrogant. One day, I'll teach you well. Han Tianlong stepped forward and put harsh words in Yifeng's mouth. He had lost a lot of money in this match, and it had also brought him a bad name in the circle of rich kids in Jiangbei. He hated Yifeng to the extreme. Ha, you're still not convinced, are you? How about this? You and I have another match alone, and I'll still let you have it one-handed. If you lose, pay the other side another $100 million. Yifeng said smilingly, and with no one interfering, he hung Han Tianlong with one hand. Throw. Yi Xiao is too arrogant. Don't be a wimp. Han Xiao, I'll support you. Compare it to Yifeng and teach him well. I think $100 million is too little. Bet $1 billion. The rich kids on Jiangnan's side were up in arms. Han Tianlong was choked to the point of almost having a myocardial infarction. He just wanted to put in some harsh words to get back some face. He didn't think his driving skills were better than Yifeng's. Bastard Han Tianlong. Still jumping. On Jiangbei's side, they all took it out on Han Tianlong. In the end, Han Tianlong can only gray exit. He was afraid that he lost the game. Jiangbei's side of someone to screw him, and finally he was carrying the sports car back. Yifeng was also ready to go back to sleep. This match almost lasted until 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Tonight's revenues are not bad either, totaling $370 million. This is absolutely a huge sum of money. Many listed companies cannot earn so much money in a year. Come back next year yourself. Yi Xiao, let's add a contact. As the show breaks up, Trin walks up. Okay. Yifeng is very quick. Added Cui Ren. After all, this guy is also his own tonight's rich man. And with the strength of the Gusu Cui family, there might be a lot of cooperation in the future yet. Yi Xiao, let's also add one. We, the rich second generation of Jiangnan province, should be united. Do you know Yi Xiao? In Jiangnan province, only our Jinko city recognizes you Jinling as the boss. The other cities don't obey it. So add a contact. You will be my boss from now on. For a while, many rich kids surrounded Yifeng and took turns asking for contact information. Surprisingly, he even pushed Chen Zixuan out from Yifeng's side. This Yifeng, Zhao Hongying was in a complicated mood. She actually disliked Yifeng, thinking that he was just a playboy who could do nothing but lose his family and be a licking dog. But now, he's actually won tonight's race meeting. On the contrary, Lin Yi, who was on the side, was just like a fool. Finally, she added Yifeng's WeChat through the circle of rich friends in Jinling. On the verification message, Zhao Hongying wrote, "Father said that the Zhao family and the Yi family are allies, so they should contact each other more often." Ha, this Zhao Hongying is finally not hostile to the laborers. Looking at the verification message, Yifeng's heart was happy. Sure enough, this woman, she still appreciates men with talent, but Yifeng still thought that he was simply handsome and rich. Mo get talent. So he rejected Zhao Hongying's friend request. Ding! Congratulations to the host, changing the original plot and having an effect on the subsequent plot. Ding! Congratulations host, Zhao Hongying's favorability towards Lin Yi has decreased. Ding! Congratulations to the host, he has gained 2000 reverse value, as well as a chance to add points to his attributes. Current reverse value, 2500. Ding! System alert, male protagonist Lin Yi's chi value minus 1000. Ding! System alert, the hero Lin Yi's chi value has decreased, and is currently at the divine level of chi. Ding! Congratulations, the host's chi value has been raised to human level chi. The host's chances will be greatly increased. Hearing the pleasant voice of the system in his head, Yifeng revealed a heartfelt smile. He looked over in Lin Yi's direction, the corner of his mouth once again revealing a smile of wanting to brush up on his experience. Chapter 49 Gu Yunxiang falls sick. The reason Lin Yi was able to be the male lead in the original story was all because he was blessed with reverse weather luck. Although currently Lin Yi's chi value had decreased, while his own chi value had increased. However, there was still a considerable gap between a divine level and a human level. Don't look at the fact that several times in a row, Lin Yi had suffered defeat at his own expense. But Yifeng, who was familiar with the small white texts on the internet, was clear. As long as one possessed chi, one could rise to power at any time, and he, himself, would still be the poor villain. Lin Yi, it seems like we'll have to get closer again, in the future. Yifeng sneered. Nowadays, Zhao Hongying had only developed some feelings of disgust towards Lin Yi, but in the original story, She was Lin Yi's harem after all. Feel free to brush the favor back anytime. What Yifeng wanted to do next was to completely make Zhao Hongying loathe Lin Yi and rob him of his chi. Si Ying, it's so late. Let me take you home. On the side, Chen Zixuan wanted to be courteous. Just now when the car was racing, Tang Xiying continuously gave Yifeng 2 times as a female companion, which made Chen Zixuan have a sense of crisis. He wanted to take her down as fast as he could, and Tang Xiying was still hesitating, ready to find an excuse to reject Chen Zixuan. After all, being able to come here tonight was all about wanting to meet Yifeng. After all, God owed her a smitten dog licker. 2. Was Stampo. What time is it and you guys aren't going back? Yifeng was ready to drive back to rest. In another 3 hours, it was dawn. Okay? The people on the scene, they were all gone. Yi Xiao, is your home near Commercial Street? Suddenly, Tang Xiying asked. Yes. Yifeng replied that the Yi family villa was bought near the Commercial Street, mainly for the convenience of going to work. It's no secret in Jinling. So, I'd like to go to Commerce Street. Can you give me a ride? Townsend pleaded. You're not going back to school? Yifeng asked. He remembered that Tang Xiying was a resident student. No, our company is also on Commercial Street and I have to work tomorrow. Tang Xiying playfully spat out her tongue. I don't want to be late. Alright then, as long as you're not afraid of getting carsick again. Come on up. Yifeng didn't care. Okay. Tang Xiying followed Yifeng's footsteps. She was indeed confused when she raced the car just now. But that's just drag racing. People are so good at driving. What do they have to worry about? But really, when you think about it, it wouldn't be so bad if you did get carsick again on the way back. Yi Xiao is so nice. He wouldn't care about himself. Thinking of this, Tang Xiying's smile grew sweeter and sweeter. Hello? Chen Zixuan completely froze. The midnight river breeze was not cold. It was even a little hot. Chen Zixuan's heart, however, was cold. Alone, in the wind. On the way back, Yifeng and Tang Xiying added each other's contact information. After sending her to the Commercial Street, Yifeng was also ready to go back to sleep. In addition to harvesting money and status from tonight's racing competition, Yifeng had also harvested 2,000 reverse value, and a chance for attribute enhancement. Yifeng first saved the reverse value and then chose attribute strengthening. View properties. Leaf maple. Physical strength, 360 for normal people. Spirit, 260 for normal people. Force, 260 for ordinary people. Talent, 260 for ordinary people. Charisma, 300. Luck, human luck. Reverse value, 2,500. Skills, proficient in calligraphy and painting. Skills, business specialization. Derived skills, compulsion. Skills, vehicular proficiency. Attribute enhancement, with 50 added to each of the remaining 3 items, except for the physical strength value, which was added to 100. Yifeng felt that he was still in high spirits now. Woke up after 3 hours of sleep at home. I can't believe you woke up so early after coming home so late last night. You're not going to get any more sleep? His mother, Zhou Shuehua, was cooking breakfast and was especially friendly when she saw Yifeng. No sleep. I'll be at the office later, Yifeng said. Now that Zhang's clothing is without the Zhao family's capital injection, it is already in his pocket. He needs to pick up the pace. You made a lot of money yesterday. Suddenly, the mother asked mysteriously. Ah, you know all this? Yifeng said casually. Of course, there's talk in the circles now that you're some kind of Akamason car god. Zhou Shuehua was doubly proud. Yifeng had grown up so much. This was the first time that she had felt a light on her face. But she was still a bit puzzled and asked, that MT Akira, what is that place and how many car gods are there? Yifeng didn't know how to explain. After all, this was a stunt played by young people. Immediately digressing, he said, Mom, I'm off to work, so wish me luck with the flag. Okay, Zhou Shuehua nodded. Of course she was happy to see her son so motivated. Suddenly, she remembered something and instructed, Yifeng, don't leave Yunxiang out in the cold. During this period of time, she didn't get off work until 12 o'clock at night several times in order to help you. You have to treat people well. Don't worry, Mom, Yifeng responded. During this period of time, in order to keep up with the pace of clothing production, Gu Yunxiang's design company, almost lights on, in order to keep a check on the quality. Many modifications of the design styles were made by Gu Yunxiang alone. Everything she did was not for the sake of making money, but she simply wanted to help Yifeng. Let's just say, what more could you ask for in a girlfriend? The company had Li Yanghua in charge, and Yifeng remained relatively idle. In the morning, he bought some snacks and pastries and prepared to go see Gu Yunxiang. After arriving at the company, Yifeng was told that Gu Yunxiang went back last night and fell ill, and is now lying in the hospital. Sick? What's going on? Yifeng asked in a hurry. Chief Gu. She has been working overtime for a while and is too tired. It's not a big deal. Zhou Ting, the company's assistant, said. We also advised Mr. Gu. But Mr. Gu didn't listen and wanted to design all the clothing styles. Earlier. In which hospital? Yifeng asked in a hurry. Municipal People's Hospital. When Yifeng arrived, he looked for Director Wu and asked about Gu Yinxiang's condition, and learned that it was just exhaustion and only needed a few days of rest and recuperation. Only then did Yifeng put his heart down. I'll have to tell this girl later that the body is the capital of entrepreneurship. With that, Yifeng was ready to go to the second floor ward and visit Gu Yunxiang. Immediately a man's voice came out as he walked to the door. Yun Xiang, you're really such a big person. You don't take good care of yourself. I bought you some supplements that I had my dad, specifically, bring back from overseas. I know you're not one to take things from people, but we've been together for years. You can't deny me that. You just missed breakfast. Let me peel you an apple. Hearing this voice, Yifeng frowned and prepared to walk straight in. Find out who the man inside really is. Suddenly, two bodyguards wearing sunglasses came out from the side and said, This is our madam's ward. You are not a doctor or nurse. You can't enter. Chapter 50, Licking Dog Sun Yun. Your wife? Yifeng frowned and stared at the two dogs wearing sunglasses. Our wife, Gu Yunxiang, and our young master were classmates in college. Kid, who do you think you are? Don't presume that a toad will eat swan meat. The bodyguards laughed coldly. They had followed the young master for many years, so naturally they were clear that Miss Gu Yunxiang was particularly popular throughout her university days. At a glance, this guy in front of him knew that he was Miss Gu Yunxiang's suitor. Who am I? The corner of Yifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and his smile grew colder and colder. I'm your young master's father. The bodyguard froze, then shouted. You're fucking looking for death, aren't you? Brothers, give him a long memory. When Yifeng came, Sun Fangling hadn't gotten up yet, so he didn't bring her today. But after all, Yifeng was a person whose attributes had been strengthened twice, and his force value was as high as 200, so it wasn't easy to deal with these two dogs in front of him. Inside the ward, young master's son, can you stop this? The doctor said I'm just overworked, not a serious illness. Why did you buy so many supplements? Also, I'm not hungry right now, so stop peeling apples. Gu Yunxiang frowned, looking very impatient. When she was in college in Yendu, this Sun Yun was stalking her and had been explicitly rejected by herself many times. I didn't expect to go back to Jinling, but this guy actually ran over from Yendu again. Gu Yunxiang was very speechless. Yun Xiang, you don't eat like this and you don't replenish your body. How is that going to work? Sun Yun straightened up, and suddenly his complexion became warm again, saying, I am also concerned about you. You care? Suddenly a cold laugh rang out. What need do you have to care about the laborer's woman? What man? Seeing someone push the door in, Sun Yun was furious and stared at him unhappily. In order to properly spend time with Gu Yunxiang, he had his bodyguards, guarding the outside. How did this guy get in here? Brother Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng, Gu Yunxiang was first delighted. Then remembering something, she hurriedly explained. Brother Yifeng, don't misunderstand. He and I are just college classmates. Of course I believe you. Yifeng smiled and walked over. It's just a licking dog. It's not like I mind. In the original, Sun Yun is a small rich second generation in Yendu, and there are actually quite a lot of beautiful women around him, but it's as if he's possessed, licking Gu Yunxiang furiously all the way. Unlike Bai Susu, a green tea whore who hangs on to people as her brother, Gu Yunxiang clearly expressed her refusal, but Sun Yun continued to do what she wanted. Even after Gu Yunxiang became Yifeng's woman and had a substantial relationship, Sun Yun still licked hot. Every time when Gu Yunxiang was bullied and cheated and used and was heartbroken, he always appeared at just the right time and dug in one way or another. Luckily, Gu Yunxiang was very loyal to love and didn't fall into his way. When they first met today, Yifeng was very disgusted with him. Kid, who are you? Stay away from Yun Xiang. Sun Yun said angrily. I'm Yun Xiang's boyfriend. You're the one who should get the hell out of here. Yifeng sneered. Boyfriend? Sun Yun's jaw dropped as he looked at Gu Yunxiang. Obviously unbelievable. But Gu Yunxiang obediently snuggled into Yifeng's arms. This directly made Sun Yun's eyes spit fire as he pointed at Yifeng and said, Oh, what kind of a man are you? You actually tired Yun Xiang to the point of hospitalization. Yun Xiang, stay with me. I'll let you live a life of fine clothes. I can support you in starting your own business. I can give you anything you want, but you don't have much of a future with this kind of trash. Sun Yun said in a serious tone. As the words fell, suddenly his face hurt, and it was actually Yifeng's slap that called out. You dare to hit me? Sun Yun was even more incredulous that he, the young master of the Yendu Sun family, had been beaten up. What's wrong with hitting you? Yi Feng said in a chilling voice. How I am with Yun Xiang. That's between us. It's not your turn as an outsider to dictate. If Yun Xiang feels tired of being with me and she wants to leave me, that's her freedom. But what kind of a thing are you, Sun Yun, that you dare to poach me? Today's slap is a lesson for you. If you don't accept it, we can continue to touch each other. You, Sun Yun was furious, and at the same time, he also saw the entrance to the ward, the two bodyguards lying there. He knew the guy in front of him was not easy to deal with. Okay, you wait. With that, Sun Yun walked out in a huff. Although this is not Yendu, and Sun Yun's hands are tied in doing things, it doesn't matter. He has acquaintances here. After leaving the hospital, he went to a phone call to his friend, Zhou Xiao. I'm Sun Yun. I'm in Jinling. Do you have time to have dinner together tonight? Fine. It's been a while since we've gotten together as brothers. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Wenbin laughed, then asked, what's the matter with coming to Jinling? It's not much, just trying to chase a girl, then go after it, and try to get an early date. Ugh, you don't understand. That girl has a boyfriend. Speaking of which, Sun Yun sighed. What? Zhou Wenbin froze. Good you Sun Yun, digging people as corners. But when it comes to this, Zhou Wenbin also came to the interest. Brother, this thing I'm good at what do you need? Just mention it. Ward, brother Yi Feng, the reason why I was hospitalized is because my body itself isn't very good. Besides, I'm happy to have helped you, and I have absolutely no desire to leave you. After Sun Yun left, Gu Yunxiang hurriedly explained. She was afraid that Yi Feng would misunderstand this relationship, which was not easy to come by. Of course I know, but you don't need to work so hard. Your body is what makes a business. In the future, the huge Yi family, you don't help take care of it. Do you want to tire me out? Yi Feng joked. Sure help, Gu Yunxiang hurriedly said, her face blushing when she heard the word Yi family. Brother Yi Feng, is this an intention to marry yourself in the future? Tisk. Suddenly, Yi Feng stared at Gu Yunxiang and smacked his lips. What's wrong? Brother Yi Feng, what are you staring at me for? Gu Yunxiang was curious. I can't believe you look different in a hospital gown. For some reason, a movie suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's mind. Hospital patients. RMVB from a certain island. Gu Yunxiang lowered her head, her face as red as a monkey's butt. Brother Yi Feng is so annoying, actually tuning 11 himself. Just as Yi Feng was about to go further and see what was inside this hospital gown, suddenly, the cell phone rang. It was Zhou Wenbin who called. Yi Xiao, do you have time tonight? I have a friend who came to Jinling to play and wants to get to know you. On the phone, Zhou Wenbin said. What friend? Yi Feng didn't really want to sell Zhou Wenbin's face. Don't look at him as a son of the Zhou family and a shareholder of his own company. But he was in no position to climb into friendship with himself, unless he can become the future heir of the Zhou family. From Yendu, surname Sunday, Zhou Wenbin said carefully. Last name Sun? Yi Feng's mouth smiled and said, okay, I will definitely come tonight. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yunxiang also received a call. It was actually Sun Yun who called. Gu Yunxiang didn't know whether to pick it up or not. She was more concerned about Yi Feng's feelings. Chapter 51, Pretty Boy Zhou Wenbin. Answer it. What bad thoughts could Sun Yun have? Yi Feng said with a smile. Really? Really? Hurry up and answer it. I'm not happy if you don't. Hearing this, Gu Yunxiang was speechless and could only pick up the phone. Yun Xiang, I'll be leaving Jinling soon. Is it convenient to have dinner together tonight? You call your boyfriend too. I think he's got some misunderstanding. About me. Sun Yun said. Forget it Sun Xiao. We don't really want to go. Gu Yunxiang refused outright. Yi Feng, on the other hand, took his cell phone and said, Sun Yun, are you going to treat us to dinner? We will definitely come tonight. Good. Hanging up the phone, Sun Yun was confused for a while. Gu Yunxiang didn't agree. Her boyfriend actually agreed? Does this guy want to rub it in? Humph. Let's see if labor won't let you embarrass yourself at the dinner table. Sun Yun was so proud. Just now Zhou Wenbin said that he had invited a great young man over tonight. It's also said to be the young master of the Yi family, a powerful family in Jinling. Brother Yi Feng, why did you agree to go to dinner tonight? Gu Yunxiang asked in disbelief. Because I want to eat dog meat. Yi Feng smashed it and said, you're not a dog lover, are you? Dogs are so cute, why eat them? Saying that, Gu Yunxiang laughed. Of course, Gu Yunxiang knew that the dog Yi Feng was referring to was Sun Yun. After all, like Spittles, everyone's a loser. It's just that this Yi Feng brother, has a lot of bad thoughts day by day. Zhou Wenbin had also called Yi Feng just now, and that young master's son in his mouth. He didn't need to think to know that it was Sun Yun. However, since Zhou Wenbin wanted to stand up for Sun Yun, then Yi Feng was just in time to go and see how capable he was, that he dared to invite for dinner as well. Although the Yi family could not suppress the four great families, in Yi Feng's opinion, if the four great families had a hint of insubordination, then they must be knocked down and suppressed. 5 p.m., Lightyear Hotel. This was one of the most upscale hotels in Jinling, and the boss behind it was none other than Lu Wenbao, who was a dog for the Yi family. Among them, the Yi family held 51% of the shares. Zhou Xiao, this is too righteous of you, coming to such a nice place for a meal? Looking at the opulent decorations inside the hotel, as well as the menu, with its sky-high prices of food, Sun Yun could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It's okay, I know the owner of this store well, he gives 20% off. Speaking of this, Zhou Wenbin couldn't help but smile. This place, but it's someone's Yi Xiao's own home, so let's just watch us perform tonight. Many thanks to Zhou Xiao. Sun Yun was grateful, but let me be clear, it cost me money to build you up, and after you get that girl, you're going to have to let me enjoy it too. Zhou Wenbin said, that won't do, I have true love for her. Sun Yun was not happy. Well then, I'll be the good guy, Zhou Wenbin said with a smile, but his heart is also very unhappy. You Sun Yun happy a hammer, you think I'm helping you chase girls? This is Jinling, the land of the laborers, and the other girls are also from Jinling, believe it or not. When you get your hands on her, I'll eat dumplings again. Thinking about this, Zhou Wenbin began to become excited and felt very stimulated. Why hasn't Yi Xiao arrived yet? Seeing that it was 5:30, Zhou Wenbin went to Yi Feng to make a phone call. Young Zhou, is it your treat tonight? Yi Feng asked. On me, of course, Zhou Wenbin said smilingly. Can you bring some people? Yi Xiao asked smilingly. Sure, the more people the better. Zhou Wenbin agreed in one bite. He didn't care about this meal money, but since Yi Xiao was able to pull people over, the momentum building would definitely be better. It's sure to scare the shit out of that girl's boyfriend. Let him see the power of Jinling's high society. Okay, young Zhou is really atmospheric. Yi Feng smiled and hung up the phone, then went to Lu Wenbao. Come over for dinner tonight. It's your Guangyan hotel. Zhou Xiao's treat. You bring some people over. Bringing people? Are 10 enough? Lu Wenbao asked. 10? How about you fucking look down on Zhou Xiao? Bring 100 over to the laborer. Also, vacate your Supreme box. You've been playing multiple sports in there day in and day out, as if labor doesn't know about it. Yi Feng cursed. In the box, Zhou Wenbin and Sun Yun, waiting for almost 10 minutes. Suddenly, the waiter came over and said, Young Master Zhou, my boss asked you to move to the Supreme box. The Supreme box. Hearing this name, Zhou Wenbin came to energy. It is said that Lu Wenbao's Supreme box, only for internal use, never open to outsiders, and Lu Wenbao was a member of the Yi family. So it seems, then wouldn't it be that in Lu Wenbao's eyes, he and Yi Feng were on the same level? Thinking of this, Zhou Wenbin, who was not valued in the family, suddenly looked magnificent. Elder brother's son, do you know what this Supreme box means? What? Sun Yun does not understand. He is the first time to come to Jinling, do not understand anything. Let me tell you, this Supreme box, it's basically not open to the public. Those who can go inside to eat are, without exaggeration, members of Jinling's top high society. With all due respect, that girl you're trying to chase has absolutely no business being in there, Zhou Wenbin said with a smile. Hey, that's for sure. Sun Yun knows that Gu Yinxiang's family, in fact, is very general. Do not look at the business venture took out hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this amount of money, in the eyes of Zhou Wenbin and the others, is just a hair's breadth. Tonight, just take her to see a long time. After all, women, without eyesight, it's easy to be abducted by who knows what. To abduct, but the Yi Xiao in Zhou Wenbin's mouth, actually so powerful, it seems to have to make a good friendship. Maybe, he could even use the funds from Jiling to help his son family grow. Zhou Wenbin and Sun Yun led the people to the Supreme box and were dumbfounded. The place was opulent and decorated like a palace. And, the table is so large that there are at least hundreds of seats. Ha ha, Zhou Xiao. Sorry for the poor hospitality. At this time, Lu Wenbao came over with a smile. After receiving Yi Feng's call, he rushed over it the first time. As for the 100 men he called, they're on their way now. Good day, Boss Lu. Zhou Wenbin greeted with a smile and looked at the environment of the box, saying, would it be too empty to eat here? It's not empty, it'll be crowded later. Lu Wenbao said smilingly. Where is Yi Xiao? Zhou Wenbin asked. It's in the back, come right in. Just as Lu Wenbao's words fell, Yi Feng walked in with Gu Yunxiang. Lu Wenbao wanted to go up to greet him, but suddenly, Yi Feng said, this must be the owner of the Light Years Hotel. Nice to meet you, Lu Wenbao? Yi Xiao. Are you blind? I'm Lu Wenbao. You're Yi family's dog, don't you recognize me? Lu Wenbao was particularly nervous. Yi Feng ignored him and continued to be falsely demented as he said to Zhou Wenbin. This must be Zhou Xiao. As the rumors say, he is really a pretty boy. Zhou Wenbin? I stampo. Yi Xiao, don't call me pretty boy. I'm not, and I don't have money to pick you. The last time Yi Feng called himself a pretty boy, he got $50 million. No. Zhou Wenbin then reacted and looked at Yi Feng, breaking out into a cold sweat. Can't it be that the girl that this guy, Sun Yun, wants to chase is Yi Xiao's woman? Chapter 52, 100 bottles of Lafite to gargle first. Why doesn't Zhou Xiao talk to me? Alas, it's all my fault for not being able to mix it up. Xiao Zhou doesn't care about me. Yi Feng said smilingly. This move to act crazy was mainly to knock Zhou Wenbin. If you want to stand up for Sun Yun, be prepared to be slaughtered. He, what is the status of the other Zhou Xiao? What is your status that they would take care of you? Sun Yun was nonchalantly sarcastic. Back when she was in college, Gu Yunxiang had said she had a favorite, as if he was the son of some mother's best friend of hers. Therefore, Sun Yun subconsciously concluded that Yi Feng was not a rich man. That's right, I'm just here to dabble. I really don't deserve to climb up the ranks of the powerful. Yi Feng said smilingly. Whirling around, he added, Sun Yun, it's your treat today, isn't it? I'm going to eat with an open stomach. Eat? Sun Yun looked at him with this unseen look and became angry. I really don't know what's so good about him that Gu Yunxiang is so obsessed. What part of himself is not better than him? In that case, let's start ordering. Zhou Wenbin handed the menu to Gu Yunxiang's face, and the name of tonight's dinner was to invite Gu Yunxiang for dinner. You order. Gu Yunxiang handed the menu to Yi Feng again. This drew Sun Yun to be even more upset. For some reason, it always felt like a fire in the belly. Tonight, although it was said that Zhou Wenbin was giving money, it was his own damn treat. But angry, Sun Yun is not discouraged. Later people arrived, began to praise their own, to see if you can still be cheating up. Yi Feng was not in a hurry to order food at this time because the people had not arrived. But soon, the 100 men and women Lu Wenbao called, all arrived. Hello Boss Lu. Hello young Zhou. Hello young Sun. Treating you to dinner tonight. This young Sun, I think he just arrived. At a glance, he has an extraordinary demeanor. That's right, young Sun is just too handsome. If I had a daughter, I would definitely recruit him as my son-in-law. Since young Sun is treating me, I'll be polite. Otherwise I'm not giving face. The crowd surrounded Sun Yun and praised him fiercely. Sun Yun, on the other hand, smiled and returned each and every one of them. This is the status. It is to give himself a boost. Yi Feng, which knew that the dabbling contraption would never be able to enjoy this kind of treatment in his life. Zhou Wenbin cursed in his heart. Sun Yun is an idiot. Right. You think people are really praising you. When you're a rich kid, it's called hiding a knife in a smile. Don't you understand? As expected. As Zhou Wenbin expected. These guys order up the food well afraid of not ambiguous. After Yi Feng finished ordering, he ordered for these 100 people, and in half an hour, a total of more than 500 dishes were ordered. These dishes, in total, are worth over $500,000. If this money was used to raise hogs, he could open 2 hog farms. Brother, you're so powerful that you actually called so many people to come and support you. Sun Yun said prettily. Giving? Zhou Wenbin's face went black. He sort of understood that Yi Feng was just coming over to fix people. He also deliberately pretended not to recognize himself, just waiting for Sun Yun to take the bait so that he could pit his money. I say, the food is ordered. We should serve some wine. Zhou Xiao, let's go upscale and drink some 82 Lafite. Yi Feng said with a smile. Oh, you know how to drink red wine too? Sun Yun was up there, very disdainful, and said softly to Gu Yunxiang. Yunxiang, what do you want to drink? Just order. My boyfriend says drink Lafite. So drink Lafite. Gu Yunxiang smiled back. Your boyfriend? Sun Yun frowned. Why are you so womanly? However, in order to continue and avoid Gu Yunxiang walking away with Yi Feng, Sun Yun still said cheerfully, then let's drink the 82 Lafite. Okay, so let's each start with a bottle of gargle. Yi Feng snapped his fingers, and Lu Wenbao was very quick, calling the waiter, and then led the people to carry the wine. Zhou Wenbin is not happy. Damn, a bottle of 82 years of Lafite. The market price was fired to more than 50,000. 100 bottles. That's $5 million. Zhou Wenbin hurriedly said. Let's order some less. There's so much wine. We can't finish it. What can't finish drinking? Zhou Xiao, you look down on me, right? District red wine. I can blow 3 bottles in one breath. Zhou Xiao. I can't get drunk from 1,000 cups. I'm nicknamed the immortal in wine. Are you afraid of getting me drunk? Zhou Xiao. You wouldn't have no money to come out and show off in poverty, would you? If I had known I wouldn't have come. The crowd protested. Zhou Wenbin wanted to retreat. Damn, Yifeng is here to pit himself. Sun Yun, this idiot thing, why did he mess with Yifeng? Got myself in a dilemma now. Okay, 1 bottle each then. For now. Sun Yun was very generous, afraid of losing face in front of Gu Yunxiang. After all, beautiful women love strong men. Stampo, you're not the one paying the bill. You're blind GBA. Are you? Zhou Wenbin pulled Sun Yun aside and cursed. You dog coin thing, pit me right. Young Zhou, why do you say that? Didn't you invite all the people? Besides, didn't we agree that as long as we wait for Yi Xiao to come, as soon as we start the dishes, we'll give that boyfriend of Yunxiang a hard time? Sun Yun said. You're fucking. Zhou Wenbin was so angry that his heart hurt. People, Yi Xiao is right in front of you. You still fucking wait for Yi Xiao? Never seen a rich kid as idiotic as you. Zhou Wenbin is going to withdraw, saying that nothing is not a wrongdoer. Suddenly, Yifeng stepped forward and said, Zhou Xiao, is today your treat? Not me. Zhou Wenbin immediately denied it. Seeing this, Sun Yun pulled him aside and said, Brother, you're not being generous. I'm not being generous. Labor can't afford to pay the bill. Zhou Wenbin gasped. Tell you what, let's split it in half. A few million at most for a meal is a hair's breadth. I'll owe you a favor if you help me get the girl. Sun Yun said. Ha! Zhou Wenbin wanted to slap this guy. How he looked so indebted. However, he realized that Yi Xiao didn't seem too eager to let himself leave and asked if he was paying the bill. Could it be that he wants to trap himself along with him? Not to mention, this is Lu Wenbao's territory. Whether he can walk out or not. Even if you walk out, what if Yi Xiao retaliates later? It was said that in the past few days, because of Yi Feng's targeting of Zhang's clothing, Zhang Ziho was beaten by his dad at home day after day. It seems to be on the verge of a psychotic fight. Zhou Wenbin is a little afraid. In case he goes back, what if he also this end? After all, at home, Zhou Wenbin is really not favored, and it is only the stepmother who pities herself. So, he didn't dare to back out either. He could only go hard. Sure is a good brother. Atmosphere. Sun Yun gave Zhou Wenbin the nod, but he didn't notice the tears flashing in Zhou Wenbin's eyes. Marred. Had I known that I wouldn't have been greedy for beauty, and was slaughtered by Yifeng along with Sun Yun. In a short time, the wine and food were served, and the crowd dined. There's one thing to be said for these people Lu Wenbao called, whether they're men or women, they're all super drinkable. Soon, 100 bottles of Lafite were drunk. Why is there no more wine? 100 more bottles. This wine is damn good, worthy of $50,000 a bottle. Yeah, and it's still 82. It's not often you see 82 Lafite on this market. Young Zhou is atmospheric. Young Sun is atmospheric. The crowd screamed for more wine. When Zhou Wenbin heard this, he almost fainted. How can he still drink this? No matter how stupid Sun Yun was, he could see that something was wrong. Especially when he was with Zhou Wenbin and the meal money was 50-50. He started to get heartbroken. Young Sun, can you have some more Lafite? Yun Xiang and I aren't full yet. Yifeng stepped forward and looked at Sun Yun with a gaze that was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts provocation. Chapter 53, Eat her flesh, drink her blood. Seeing that Sun Yun was too scared to speak, Yifeng continued. Sun Xiao, I thought that you kind of tycoons spend money like water. So a little Lafite. You're scared? Ugh. You even said you'd invite Yun Xiang and I to dinner, but it turns out you don't even care about enough wine. If you don't have the money, don't treat yourself and call so many people. After saying that, Yifeng also said to Gu Yunxiang, if you're not full, let's go eat some ramen later. Yeah, Gu Yunxiang spoke with a smile. You, look, no, up, me. Sun Yun was trembling with anger, but 100 bottles of Lafite, but 5 million plus the previous order. This is 10 million. $10 million for one meal? Even an equal share would cost $5 million, and he felt that if he went back, he would be beaten to death by his dad. He walked over to Zhou Wenbin and asked, Brother, what's your situation? Shouldn't the people you called over listen to us? Also, when is that Yi Xiao coming? I don't know. Zhou Wenbin directly rolled both his eyes and directly ignored this bogeyman. In the end, Sun Yun was helpless. He didn't dare to order more alcohol, but there were so many people on the field, like wailing children. He smiled and pacified. Brothers, as you know, there aren't that many Lafite on the market, and these Lafite, all of them, are Boss Lu's stash, so you can't give them to him to drink away. I'll go. Bro, you looking down on me? I have a lot of Lafite here, not to mention thousands of bottles, so feel free to order. Lu Wenbao waved his hand in a very bold manner. The crowd sang along and shouted, Boss Lu is domineering. Sun Yun? Thousands of bottles of 82 Lafite? Why don't you say your family owns Chateau Lafite Rothschild? Just now I've been polite enough. Why don't you, Lou, get on with it? How many Lafites are there in China? How many do you have in Jinling? You're selling fake wine in empty Lafite bottles and you think you don't know? Sun Yun had thought that Lu Wenbao should be toward himself, but now it seems that this guy is a master who forgets justice when he sees profit. You're trying to screw me out of my money, aren't you? Zhou Xiao, what should we do now? Sun Yun hurriedly asked Zhou Wenbin for advice. He didn't want to be an ingrate and didn't want to lose face in front of Gu Yunxiang. I don't know. Zhou Wenbin threw that out again. Ha! Sun Yun froze. Brother, you don't know anything. How can I pay the bill later? I don't know. Zhou Wenbin rolled his eyes. Eating a bully's dinner. Big deal. Get a beating. Zhou Wenbin completely in a dilemma. Can only stabilize and not speak. Anyway, they did not agree to point again. Sun Yun to point. Just give money yourself. As for the $2.5 million that belonged to his due, he could still afford to pay it. Sun Yun is speechless. Damn you, Zhou Wenbin said, good tonight to support yourself and help yourself to get a girl. Turns out the people you called were unreliable. How come even you yourself have gone rogue? Young son, more wine to order? Everyone is waiting. Yi Feng asked smilingly. Sun Yun clenched his teeth and angrily rebuked. Kid, you're just purposely punking me. Right. Lafite is not cheap. You want to drink yourself to order. Oh, no money, just say it directly. And say I pick you. Really? After saying that, Yi Feng said, Boss Lu, another 100 bottles of Lafite. Okay. Lu Wenbao immediately went to order the waiter. I don't care if you ordered Lafite. Sun Yun was a little stunned, afraid that this wine money counted on his head. I ordered it. Yi Feng said to Lu Wenbao again. I'll pay for these 100 bottles of wine later. Where did you get the money? Don't let Yun Xiang help you pad it when the time comes. I'm telling you, it's not easy for Yun Xiang to start a business, and it's not even if you, as a boyfriend, don't help you out, but you're still screwing around like this. It's not easy for Yun Xiang to start a business. You're eating Yun Xiang's meat and drinking Yun Xiang's blood, Sun Yun said with righteous indignation. Not so much, huh? Yi Feng was amused. Even Gu Yunxiang couldn't help but smile. That's a good point. Unless you pay for it first. Sun Yun obviously didn't believe Yi Feng. And in the end, it was still his own heartache for Gu Yunxiang. What are you talking about? People come to my place. Can I charge them for drinks? Lu Wenbao took the opportunity to say, with a wave of his hand, I'll just give him a free pass. Sun Yun? Exempt? When you were fucking with me, you were so money grubbing. How come he got a free pass? Sun Yun couldn't help but ask, Kid you hua, a little to come ah. My last name is Yi, of the Yi family. Of course, my Yi family is only a $10 billion mansion. Not as good as young son in Yendu. Yi Feng said smilingly. Yi. Sun Yun was shocked and pointed at him. Are you Yi Feng? Before he came, Zhou Wenbin had told himself that he wanted to introduce himself to Grand Young Master Yi Feng. But now, everyone had arrived, except for one Yi Feng. But I didn't realize that he was right in front of me. Sun Yun was stunned. No wonder everyone here was supporting him. Even Lu Wenbao and Zhou Wenbin had defected. Sun Yun asked himself that his family had a few small sums of money, and he himself was a rich second generation, although he was in Yendu, but he couldn't compare to the Yi family. For a moment, he hung his head low, his face swollen and red. Young Yi, can I go first? I have nothing to do with this. Zhou Wenbin went up and said that he knew that his friendship with Sun Yun was over, and he didn't care about that. He only begged Yi Feng to let himself go and stop punking himself. Yi Xiao, just put away your magic power. I can't stand it. Go out and wait for me. Yi Feng said indifferently. Thus, Zhou Wenbin left the box and could only wait at the door. He didn't dare to leave without authorization for fear that Yi Feng would retaliate against him later. Young son, which one of you will pay the bill? Lu Wenbao asked for the bill and threw it in front of Sun Yun. A total of over $5.5 million was spent. I'll put up half, and Zhou Wenbin will give the rest. Sun Yun swallowed his saliva. He didn't have the heart or dare to have any thoughts about Gu Yunxiang right now. He just wanted to deal with the present first. People have left Zhou Xiao. How can I find him to ask for it? Just tell me whether to buy it or not. I'm open for business, so I'm not afraid of a bully like you. Lu Wenbao said angrily, and the hotel security guards also rushed in immediately, with an iron bar in their hands, specializing in this kind of people who don't want to pay the bill. I'll take. Sun Yun was shocked by the gesture, and also felt humiliated to the extreme, and his hatred for Yi Feng grew stronger in his heart. However, looking at the bill, he felt like he was having a heart attack and asked, You didn't get a 20% discount here even though you said you would before. Beat the hell out of you. That's all the money. Hurry up and pay up. Lu Wenbao smacked him upside the head. Sun Yun had no choice but to take out money, but he only had $5 million on him, missing $500,000. He couldn't afford to pay out anymore, and he didn't dare ask his family for it. Ask your friends to borrow. Everyone is rich, but their wallets, cleaner than their faces. Lu Wenbao forced his way out. Sun Yun walked towards Gu Yunxiang and awkwardly said, Yunxiang, can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back once I go to Yendu. Interesting. Didn't you say just now that it's not easy for Yunxiang to start a business? I'm eating her flesh and drinking her blood. How come you have the nerve to ask Yunxiang for money? Besides, you're fucking borrowing money from your girlfriend? You think you can borrow it? Yifeng coldly smiled and nonchalantly rebuked. Chapter 54 Yifeng's Avatar. Surname Yi. What do you want then? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the Yi family's youngest. You guys can get me killed today if you can. Sun Yun was completely enraged. He felt like a bogeyman, being played by Yifeng from the beginning to the end. If you weren't pretending to be a pig, would I have ordered so many drinks? And now you're left to pay for it all by yourself. You're kidding. What's in it for me if I get you killed? Yifeng laughed. People Lu boss open door to do business. You do not pay the bill can? Of course not. Lu Wenbao rubbed his fists. He is a rough man, only knows how to fight, and used to be a famous red stick in the jungle, but since he followed Yi Xiao, he realized that he didn't need to use force to clean up people. Anyway, there were ways to get the other party killed, and he wanted to see what Yifeng's tricks were this time. How about this? And don't say I'm screwing you over. This $500,000, I'll give you time to get it together. Write an IOU first, and don't blame us for being ruthless if the money doesn't come in by 6 p.m. tomorrow. Yifeng said smilingly. Okay. Hearing this, Sun Yun hurriedly agreed. That's what you, Yifeng, said yourself. A mere $500,000 and you want to make it hard for me? When we get back to Yendu, I'll find a way to clean you up. Sooner or later. Gu Yunxiang was her own. After writing the note, Sun Yun left. Yi Xiao, you're just going to let him go? Lu Wenbao asked in disbelief. He felt that this was not Yifeng's person. Moreover, the other party had dared to hit his sister-in-law. The last person who hit on Gu Yunxiang's idea is now on the verge of having his family bankrupted by Yi Xiao. If he could have gotten $500,000, he would have just now. Why wait until tomorrow? The corner of Yifeng's mouth was contemptuous. $500,000 is nothing to a rich kid. But the money came from the rich kid's family, not his own money. If Sun Yun obediently explains this to his father, he can indeed pay back the $500,000. However, Sun Yun apparently didn't realize this. As expected, Sun Yun left and went around borrowing money, but his friends, whose pockets were cleaner than their faces, had no money to lend him. Sun Yun also did not dare to tell his father that he had been pitched $5 million for dinner. So, it dragged on until 6 p.m., and it never got paid back. However, Yifeng and Lu Wenbao didn't bother with him, so then Sun Yun was ready to buy a plane ticket back to Yendu. As a result, he was told that he could not buy an airplane ticket. Why can't I buy it? What do you mean? Sun Yun was holding his breath in his heart and was directly on fire. Sir, you are a defaulter and are not eligible to purchase. The salesman said coldly. To put it bluntly, Sun Yun is an old scoundrel. Surely owes people money and has not paid, and has been enforced. So Sun Yun made a scene at the airport business office and was finally thrown out by the security guards. Sun Yun went to buy train tickets again and was told he was not eligible to buy them. In the end, he bought an unlimited bus ticket, which turned out to be a black car that charged him $10,000 and took 10 days to bring him back to Yendu. When he returned, Sun Yun became very ill. Since Lu Wenbao has been refusing to collect the $500,000, Sun Yun can only keep on being an old rascal. His dad broke Sun Yun's leg in a fit of rage when he found out what happened, while beating and cursing. I told you to covet the beauty of other people's girlfriends and beat you to death. You son of a bitch. These are all afterthoughts. It was also the result Yifeng expected. That night, after Sun Yun left, Yifeng called Zhou Wenbin in. Zhou Wenbin, you're quite good, are you? Last time you helped Zhao Wenbao mess with me. This time you're helping Sun Yun out. I don't think you're the heir of your Zhou family either. Why are you jumping so much? Yifeng asked as he smoked a cigarette. Yi Xiao, I was wrongly accused. Zhou Wenbin wanted to cry, which he had the courage to go against Yifeng. The last time with Zhao Wenbao, was not aware that he set up a situation to try to mess with Yifeng. And this time, even more so. At the very beginning, Sun Yun did not even know that he was going to dig Yifeng's corner. Yi Xiao, no matter what, I also invested $50 million in your Yi clothing. Size is also a shareholder. Begged to be spared. Zhou Wenbin knelt down and begged Yifeng to hurry up and take away his divine ability. An unloved child like yourself can't afford it. Funny, you're just 0.5% of the shares. You're a fucking shareholder. Yifeng was speechless. Zhou Wenbin even more speechless. 0% of the shares. You charge me 50 million. You conscience will not hurt? Sign it. Saying that, Yi Feng handed over the share transfer contract that he had prepared in advance. Is this Yi Xiao's way of taking the money from the shares and returning it to me? Zhou Wenbin was suddenly surprised in his heart. Compared to the shares, he certainly chose to take $50 million. But after seeing the contents, Zhou Wenbin was dumbfounded. It is written, the company is not well run, is now on the verge of bankruptcy. The shareholder Zhou Wenbin voluntarily transferred 0.5% of the shares to Yi Feng, valued at 100,000. 100,000? Zhou Wenbin stayed like a wooden chicken. Pit dad you. 50 million into 100. 000. You really do it? Why don't you give me $10? Don't you? Yes, clothing and all. You're about to screw the Zhang family. You've seen the effects of the money you've burned. And you guys are still broke? Let's just say it's turned or not. And if it's not, I'll go talk to your dad. Yi Feng repeated his trick and moved Zhou Wenbin's father out. But Zhou Wenbin was partial to eating this. He is not favored at home and relies on his good relationship with his stepmother to have any hope of competing for the heir position. But being messed up like this by Yi Feng, not to mention that he would be beaten to death by his father if he went back, it was estimated that even his stepmother would have to stay away from him in the future. Buying auntie's wives and all that. I don't think I'll let myself go again. I sign. So, with tears in his eyes, Zhou Wenbin signed the equity transfer contract. Don't forget to come to the office tomorrow to get your money, haha. Yi Feng kindly reminded. Yi Xiao, you are so sweet. Zhou Wenbin cried out with a wow. Nima had dealt with Yi Feng twice and was directly pitched to death. In the future, one must stay away from this calamity. This trip, Yi Feng is full of harvest. Messing with Sun Yun and so on, are small things. The main thing is still this 0.5% of the shares. This is the $50 million that Zhou Wenbin spent and bought the shares. That's going back to get that 50 million out. How can you be upset about something that's white peas? In this way, Yi Feng's income in these 2 days was $4.2 billion. You know, the amount of money that Yi Group put into Yi Clothing is only $4.5 billion. Under rounding, Yi Feng had almost earned a company. After sending Gu Yunxiang back to the company and forbidding her to work overtime in such a desperate manner, Yi Feng also returned to the company to preside over the big picture. Next, Yi Feng was ready to launch an offensive against Zhang's Clothing and take over the positions that they were holding onto, as well. Since the company account, there are still several $100 million, so it is smooth sailing all the way to the business war. In the past few days, the Zhang family claimed that Yuan Shan was having a very depressing time, and went back to tie up Zhang Ziho and beat him up again, and he let out a harsh word saying, "If Zhang is finished, I will kill you first to sacrifice to my ancestors." Zhang Ziho was so scared that he shivered and came to the Jinling underground gambling house late at night. This was the place where the 3 religions and 9 streams gathered, and the person Zhang Ziho was looking for was a person called Wu Tian. Wu Tian, as his name suggests, is lawless. You're the only one looking for me? Wu Tian's face was ferocious. He was in a bad mood after losing the money just now. I've come to talk to you about a business deal, Zhang Ziho said with a smile. Okay, go ahead, hit whoever. Wu Tian was a famous double-flower red stick in the Jianghu, formerly on par with Qiu Liang, who had defected to the Zhao family. Wu Tian is a good gambler, and although his income is good, he has never had much money on him, so he wants to take any order. Yi Feng, I need Tian to help me tie him up. Zhang Ziho handed out a $20 million check, which was all the money he, himself, could use at the moment. Yi Feng, right. Wu Tian nodded his head and accepted the check, and suddenly jumped up violently. Who the hell do you want me to tie up? Chapter 55 Zhang Ziho's counterattack. Yi Feng, Zhang Ziho reiterated. Of course I fucking knew you were going to kidnap Yi Feng, but do you fucking know that the Yi family is the #1 family in Jinling? Raising more dogs than my men. I'd have to be tied up and I'd have to be bitten to death by those crazy dogs in his house. Wu Tian frowned. Even if he was the famous double-flower red stick in the Jianghu, he didn't dare to provoke the Yi family. They say that Brother Tian is a man who can do great things, but when I see him today, I'm too disappointed. With guts like yours, why don't you learn from other people's Qiu Liang and find a family or a powerful family and work as a bodyguard for someone? Oh, I forgot. Tian has a case of beating his employer. No one would dare take you. Zhang Ziho sneered. Stampo, surname Zhang, you came to me to pick a fight. Do you believe I'll get you killed right away? Wu Tian was furious, and his men rubbed their fists, ready to swarm. You can get me killed. Anyway, if you don't, my dad is going to get me killed in a few days. Either way, it's just a pity that you don't dare to do such a good business. Brother Tian, Zhang Ziho pretended to sigh, and said, I remember you borrowed Tiger 5 million. Right, this interest rolled interest. It has to be tens of millions of dollars. Right. C is about to expire. Day brother, you are not anxious? Wu Tian was speechless, and his anger turned into fear. Tiger was the underground hegemon of Jinling. Even if he was a notorious double-flowering red stick, he wouldn't dare to owe Tiger money and not pay it back. But the problem is, he has no money now, and the 2 million he just had, he still lost it all. He looked at Zhang Ziho and suddenly became polite. What are you doing kidnapping Yifeng? Even if you kidnap him, he won't be able to give up on taking over your Zhang family's clothing market. Brother Tian really does have ears on all sides and knows about my family's feud with Yifeng. But I kidnapped Yifeng purely for blackmail. Let Yifeng spit out more than $1 billion. You and I take the money and go far away. The world is so big. Where can't we go to have a good time? Zhang Ziho spilled out his purpose. You want to reenact the old story of a group of robbers who kidnapped the son of the richest man on Hong Kong Island back in the 90s? Wu Tian asked. Yes, Zhang Ziho said. We have this condition. Because the Yi family has a lot of dogs, they will not think that anyone will lay hands on them. And it is true that no one dares to do so. But I am now an outlaw. We went down with a great deal of certainty. Grasp? Wu Tian admitted that he was moved, but still shook his head and said, You're overthinking it. Yifeng has a female bodyguard, and the last time Qiu Liang fought with her, he didn't catch a single punch from her. I know about that woman, but she's just one person after all, whereas you have a bunch of people under you. Tian. Speaking of this, Zhang Ziho's eyes became shining. What's more, we can't just go after Yifeng alone. His father, Yi Longzhou, is actually the best target. What did Tin think? The following night, it was 11 o'clock at night before Yi Longzhou got off from Yi Group. After dealing with the affairs of the day, Yi Longzhou had a sore back. Chairman, you're so successful. Why are you still working so hard? A lot of things can actually be left to your subordinates. Taking care of your health is the most important thing, Driver Sui said with concern. At the same time went to give Yi Longzhou a back pounding to help him relieve his shoulder pain. He had been Yi Longzhou's driver for more than 10 years and had also pinched his back for more than 10 years. But this time, Yi Longzhou's shoulder pain, more and more serious, especially when it comes to rainy days. It is even more painful. You can't handle it without taking care of it yourself. There are some things that you have to do personally. It's also for the sake of the company's growth. Yi Longzhou said smilingly and sighed again. The people praise me as a business wizard, but what I can do is simply to take the Yi family and hold them up as the #1 mansion in Jinling. But you know about Jinling's business, and only Jinkou City, in the huge Jiangnan province, has Jinling's business community in its sights. Cities like Jiangdu and Gusu, not to mention pressing us in Jinling in terms of economic development. Even their historical and cultural heritage is no worse than ours, especially Gusu, heaven above, Suzhou and Hangzhou below. A lot of investors are running over there. Yi Longzhou is also doubly helpless. He has developed the Yi family to the first in Jinling, but Jinling's economy in Jiangnan is just so. He had to engage with the outside world if he wanted to go further. The cities of Gusu and Gangtok, on the other hand, are mountains that cannot be bypassed. Even the richest man in Jiangnan came from Gusu. I can fight the mountains and rivers, but the opening of the frontier can only be left to little Feng. When he thought of his son's recent changes and that he had fought so beautifully with Zhang's clothing, Yi Longzhou was filled with relief. The young master is truly a wizard when it comes to business. Sui also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He realized that during this period of time, the chairman had become extraordinarily motivated, as if he had returned to his teenage years. The impetus for this all came from the change in the young master. He looked on and was filled with joy. Chairman, let me send you home to rest. It's getting late. After pinching his behind, Sui said. Suddenly, he keenly sensed that there were people approaching around here. They carried a murderous aura, and there were quite a few of them. What a guy! Sui was shocked and immediately got out of the car. At the same time, more than 20 men armed with iron rods and steel swords surrounded them. Fuck off! We're only looking for Yi Longzhou, the leader of the group called out. Looking for the chairman? Do you want to kidnap someone? Sui was furious. He knew that some people in the business world like to use unclean means, and immediately shouted sternly, with me here, you can't move the chairman by a single bit. Might as well just try it. Yip's clothing. Fangirl, stop brushing up on your drama and go home. The company was getting off work one after another, and Yifeng was ready to go home. At this time, Xin Fangling was watching a TV series called Come Together in a Thunderstorm, and kept calling the heroine sister. Yifeng was speechless and hurriedly told her to go home. She had to practice at 12 o'clock at night. And what's so great about this thunderous drama? You don't call people sisters. You don't even call them moms. Only when she saw Yifeng urging her, did Xin Fangling reluctantly put down her cell phone. Walking out of the company not 2 steps, suddenly, he received a text message from his father, Xiaofeng. Be careful. Someone wants to deal with you. Not good. Yi Feng's heart was shocked. His father has always been a stable person, and if he can make a phone call, he will never send a text message. The fact that he's texting means that on his end, something's going on, too. At the same time, a group of big men rushed out, and the one at the head called out, "Young Master Yi, come with us." "Who are you?" Yi Feng frowned and asked. "Don't you care? Just come with us, or else we'll hurt you." "How unattractive," the man at the head said coldly. "Try it then." Yi Feng's face was cold. This group of people might be attacking his father as well. So the question arises, are they their own enemies or their fathers? "If you want to touch young Master Yi, go through me first." Sun Fangling protected in front of Yi Feng and angrily stared at the group of people rushing up. There's someone else hiding in the shadows who hasn't come out. Yi Feng's spiritual power was as high as 200, which far exceeded Sun Fangling's, and he discovered the heresy. Chapter 56, Sun Fangling's father. The gang quickly made their move, and Senfrance fought them. Although they didn't lose the wind, this group of people had a measured offense and defense. They weren't idle, and for a while, Sun Fangling couldn't take them all down. "Young Master Yi, isn't it too careless for you to have just one bodyguard?" At this time, a voice sounded behind him, and Yi Feng turned around to find a big man, with a dozen people, charging up again. "I admit that female bodyguard of yours is very powerful. Even Xiao Liang is no match for him. But these men of mine are using the formation of the army, and although they are still no match for that girl child, they can still stall for a while." The man at the head of the group laughed. Sound and fury. Good strategy. Yi Feng couldn't help but applaud this guy. "Aren't you panicking? Yi Xiao is so handsome. Aren't you afraid that this knife in my hand will cut your face?" The man at the head of the group sneered coldly. This person was none other than Wu Tian. "Who sent you?" Yi Feng asked. "That you don't need to know." Wu Tian shook his head. "If young Master Yi doesn't want to get hurt, he'd better come with us." In order to avoid the villain dying from too many words, Wu Tian waved his hand and his men rushed up towards Yi Feng. I have to say that this guy, Zhang Ziho, still has some brains. Not only did he attack Yi Feng and Yi Longzhou at the same time, he even thought of the point of sounding out Sun Fangling and transferring him away. Wu Tian felt that more than $1 billion were beckoning to him. "Ah, Ka-ching!" Suddenly, Wu Tian heard the screams of his men. Surprisingly, 2 of his men were knocked to the ground by Yi Feng. Wu Tian was a bit shocked. These were all his good fighters. Yi Feng actually won so easily. "You're such a vegetable. You're going to fight me too?" Yi Feng sneered. The force of an ordinary person. Only 60. Although these people can fight 5, or even 7 or 8 alone. But the force, at best, is only 100. And Yi Feng's force value was as high as 200. Even if they all went together, they were no match for Yi Feng. "Seek death. Don't blame me for being rough if you dare to resist." Wu Tian let out a cold shout and rushed up towards Yi Feng. Force value, 220. Yi Feng saw his attributes and didn't expect the system to have this function, but when he looked back at Senfrance, he couldn't see it again. The system should only allow itself to be seen by people who are not much better than itself. "System, can I beat him?" Yi Feng asked. This is the first time the host has ever fought someone, and Wu Tian has been in many battles and has a higher force value than you. But if the host learns close combat, he can blast him. The system replied. Redeem fighting mastery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring fighting mastery. Consuming 1,000 adversity values. Current remaining adversity values, 1,500. Fighting mastery, the equivalent of an 8th degree black belt, as well as a variety of fighting arts. Soon, countless fighting knowledge and techniques were poured into Yi Feng's mind, as well as tons of fighting experience. Wu Tian came with a set of fast punches, yet in Yi Feng's hands, there were breaks everywhere. That's the difference between professional and unprofessional. Yi Feng stepped forward and swept away with a left whip leg and another over-the-shoulder slam, directly dropping Wu Tian to the ground. Ah! Wu Tian was thrown so hard that he couldn't get up. Tin! No way! Brother Tian was also seconded by this guy's move. The crowd was scared silly, and had come to this special tackle in order to kidnap Yi Feng. As it turned out, Tian was actually no match for Yi Feng at all. Yi Feng, this rich second generation. How could he be so powerful? Young Master Yi, Senfangdeling was also shocked, but quickly reacted with the fastest method possible, knocking the gang in front of him to the ground, then quickly ran towards Yi Feng. Wu Tian is it? Yi Feng looked at him and smiled coldly. This was the name that the system had just reported. What? Wu Tian was shocked that this Yi Feng knew him. Say it, who asked you to mess with me? Our Yi family? It seems like we don't have any hatred with you. Yi Feng asked smilingly. Humph, kill or die as you wish. I will not betray my companions. Wu Tian was tough. He knew that falling into Yi Feng's hands would definitely not end well. Yi Feng is so powerful. He planted himself. Anyway, there is still a team of people. To surprise his father. You may not lose yourself. Yi Feng didn't ask too many questions. The Yi family had plenty of interrogation methods. Then, he called Lu Wenbao and asked him to come over. Half an hour later, Lu Wenbao rushed over in a van, and he was followed by a group of people. They are also a bit of Yi family raised underlings, with Lu Wenbao are more or less the same nature. What are all these people doing here? Yi Feng was a bit curious. He had only asked Lu Wenbao to come over to help him with the interrogation. Feng, are you okay? Another car? The father Yi Longzhou down from the car. The driver Sui also followed. Shui was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. He was alive and well. Dad, did you guys get attacked too? Yi Feng frowned and probably knew the situation. Father, beside this Sui, is retired special forces, a fight dozens of no problem. But his father was worried about Yi Feng, so he let Lu Wenbao and the others come to support Yi Feng. The result was the scene Yi Feng saw. I don't know what did it. Yi Longzhou nodded and said, this matter, I will definitely investigate to the end. For many years, no one had ever dared to go against the Yi family like this. The fact that it rose to the stage of force, and that it was directed at kidnapping, is already very bad in nature. It's this guy then. Yi Feng pointed towards Wu Tian on the ground. He and his accomplices had been captured. Wu Tian, Yi Longzhou walked in to take a look and said with a gloomy brow, thanks to Mistson this time. Otherwise Xiao Feng would have been in trouble. Although Yi Longzhou was not a Jianghu person, he had heard of Wu Tian. It was also true that only a lawless person like him dared to lay hands on the Yi family. Sun Fangling was a bit embarrassed. He was beaten down by the young master. I didn't put in much effort. Little Feng, you still have this skill? Yi Longzhou is dumbfounded. You know, when he was in school, Yi Feng didn't fight with people. Sometimes he didn't win, but he still relied on the name of the Yi family to make people submit. Let's not discuss that. Yi Feng said indifferently and said to Lu Wenbao, this guy is given to you for interrogation. I want to see the result before tomorrow morning. Yes. Lu Wenbao took the lead and took Wu Tian and the others away to be interrogated separately. Young master, you're so capable. Why do you need me as a bodyguard? Back at home, Sen Fontaine asked curiously. Last time at the Xuanwu Lake restaurant, Yi Feng could tell that she was a martial arts practitioner, but Sun Fangling didn't expect that young master Yi Feng was actually so capable of fighting. It's just close combat. Learned it watching TV. Not as good as your Golden Toad sect. Yi Feng smiled faintly. You? How do you know? Sun Fangling covered her small mouth in surprise. She was the last of the Golden Toad sect's lineage and the last heir. How did Yi Feng know his identity? Immediately, Sun Fangling asked, Xiao Yi, your mansion has a wide range of connections. Do you know my father? His name is Sun Ziqing. Chapter 57, Don't worry, you'll be miserable. Sen Fontaine has always lived in the mountains with her grandfather and has never been born. But young Master Yi Feng knew that he was an heir of the Golden Toad sect, so there was only one explanation. He knew his father. Sun Fangling hurriedly said, Yi Xiao, as long as you tell me where my father is, not to mention letting me give my body in return, even if I have to work for you as a cow, I'm willing. You take it easy for a moment. Yi Feng hastily stopped her irrational behavior. Such a good girl. How come her brain is full of body in return? Besides, you're only 16 now. Can't you wait a couple years before you bring it up? Yi Feng continued. I don't really know your father, but I promise you that as long as I find out your father's whereabouts, I will definitely tell you at the first opportunity. In the original, there is no such person as Senziking. To be precise, he was no longer called by the name Sun Ziqing. He's a piece of the hero Lin Yi's machinations, and Sun Fangling hasn't yet reached the point where their father-daughter bonding is a thing of the past. Yi Feng also couldn't take him for the time being and went directly to her father. But the only guarantee is that they will be together as father and daughter. Again, I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night and woke up at 6 o'clock or so the next day. Since Yi Feng's stamina value was as high as 300, he could recover his energy well almost without much rest, comparable to a certain multisport dance king. Soon after, Lu Wenbao called, saying that Wu Tian had confessed, and the person who made him strike was none other than Zhang Ziho. Yi Feng rushed over. At this time, Wu Tian was already like a dead dog, curled up in the corner, covered in blood, not moving, falling into the hands of Lu Wenbao. He was in trouble. Although Lu Wenbao's fighting strength is average, he is very good at this aspect of torture to force confessions. Zhang Ziho, right? Can you find out where he is now? Yi Feng asked. We couldn't find it. He didn't go back to the Zhang family. Lu Wenbao said. But Wu Tian's men, but they are greedy for life. We can use him. Okay. Yi Feng nodded his head. Within a short time, Lu Wenbao gathered a group of people and pulled one of Wu Tian's men to let lead to Zhang Ziho, Jinling Underground Gambling House, 9 Days Casino. After the all-night entertainment, the crowds receded, but many others stayed right here to eat and drink. Think of this place as a second home. The Zhang Ziho that Yi Feng was looking for was here at this moment. Stop. It's closed now. Come back in the evening. A security guard with dyed yellow hair went up to stop Yi Feng and the others. Roll. Lu Wenbao threw a slap across his face and shouted, Yi Xiao is here, and you dare to stop him? Yi Xiao? The security guard froze and trembled in fear. The Yi family was the #1 family in Jinling, and the owner behind this underground gambling house is the Jinling Wang family. The Wang family was only one of the 4 great families, while the Yi family was a powerful family. Even the Wang family's own family didn't dare to neglect the Yi family members yet. I'm looking for your steward, Yi Feng said directly. This place has several floors, because of the simple environment and remote location, so it is not worth it, but surprisingly large. Yi Feng did not want to scare the snake, so he directly looked for the convenience of the steward. Soon, a middle-aged fat man arrived in front of Yi Feng. Young Master Yi, may I ask what's up? I'm looking for Zhang Ziho, the young master of Zhang's clothing. Go get him. Yi Feng opened the door. This, fatty Wang manager. Some hesitation. Yi Xiao, this is a little inappropriate. We here cannot divulge the customers. Pop. Before he could finish, Yi Feng directly slapped and threw a slap on his fat face. You're damn well here using official words to stall me. You casino what place? You do not know. Jinling's food and drink P gambling, which you do not dip. Talking about rules with me here? If you piss me off, I'll smash your Stampos casino today. Or you can try. Yi Xiao. Wait a moment. Manager Wang was scared half to death. He thought Yi Feng could do this, and if he did it, the Wang family would more than likely put it to rest. He was just a manager, and although his name was also Wang, he was not the core and did not dare to take on such a responsibility. Not long after, the casino was blocked off in layers. Quite a few security guards were called up to go and pull out someone called Zhang Ziho. Young Zhang, run. Yi Feng has brought people to arrest you. In a corner on the 2nd floor, someone tipped off Zhang Ziho. What? Zhang Ziho was shocked. He had wanted to wait here for Wu Tian to come back, but now it seemed that things had been defeated. I don't know. Brother Sky isn't back either, so you should run first or you won't be able to leave later, the man said in a rush. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziho decisively got up and looked out the window. If you jump from the 2nd floor, you can escape, but you can also break your legs. Last time, Zhao Hongba, after doing so, is still lying in the hospital, but Zhang Ziho had no choice but to do so. However, immediately afterward, Zhang Ziho saw that outside the window, a security guard rushed and stared at him through the window, trying to run. A creepy voice rang out, and Zhang Ziho broke out into a cold sweat, realizing that Yi Feng had brought people with him. Standing behind him, Pop, Lu Wenbao rushed up and slapped him on the ground, cursing angrily, Zhang Ziho, after knowing you for so long, I have underestimated you. You still dare to find someone to lay hands on Xiao Yi and the chairman. It's just a pity that spawn of Wu Tian isn't much use. Ha ha, so what? Zhang Ziho laughed out loud and shouted like a madman. Yi Feng, you probably never thought that no one would dare to challenge your Yi family, much less move directly, but I dare. I only regret that I didn't take care of that bitch Gu Yunxiang. I shouldn't have just smashed her company. I should have QJ'd her. Let her carry my seed and then you, Mr. Yi, raise it for me. Seek death. Lu Wenbao gave Zhang Ziho a fat punch, and it was at this time that he still did not know how to die. It's here in the YNM. Yi Feng, if you have the ability to kill me, I don't want to live anyway. Zhang Ziho spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his stomach, and said in a trembling voice, Oh, why aren't you all afraid of death? Last night Wu Tian wasn't afraid to die either, but he still didn't survive the interrogation. I see. You guys are saying that because you know you won't survive, right? Yi Feng laughed. However, I won't let you die. There is a saying that the people are not afraid of death, so why should they be afraid of death? Death did not make Zhang Ziho feel fear. If he dared to attack himself and his father, Yi Feng would make his life worse than death. Call Zhang Yuanshan and tell him I'm asking him to meet. Just come to this 9 Days casino. Yi Feng gave the order, and soon, Lu Wenbao called Zhang Yuanshan. After hearing that it was about his son, Zhang Ziho, Zhang Yuanshan agreed to go. Yi Feng, it's useless for you to find my father. I'm not afraid of him, and he's trying to get me killed, too. I'm not even afraid of death. What do you think I'm afraid of? You want me to fear and surrender? Dream on. Zhang Ziho laughed madly. Yi Feng, however, was bashful and said, "Don't worry. I'm only talking about business matters with your father. As for you, you don't have to worry about what will happen to you, because it's going to be miserable." Chapter 58. Let's try a toast. The reason why Zhang Ziho was bent on death was because he knew clearly in his heart that Yifeng could not possibly give him a way out. But he thought wrong. Yifeng just wanted to let him live. Only alive can deeply realize what is the human purgatory. In only half an hour, Zhang Ziho was curled up on the ground, his body convulsing, begging Yifeng to give him a pain. "I told you, I'm not going to let you die. I've always been a peace-loving person." Yifeng stared at him with a cold smile, and manager Wang beside him couldn't help but shiver. Yifeng's approach was simply to make the other party beg for life and death. Being his friend was not necessarily very happy, but being his enemy would definitely be horrible. "Young Yi, Zhang Yuanshan is here," Lu Wenbao came to report. Immediately, at the entrance of the second floor of the 9 Days Casino, Zhang Yuanshan brought his secretary and walked quickly with his briefcase. Originally, Zhang Yuanshan did not want to come, but after all, his son was in his hands. Even Zhang Yuanshan hated to slap this beast to death, but it was impossible to really not care. "Yifeng, how do you want to talk?" Seeing Zhang Ziho curled up on the ground like a dead dog, Zhang Yuanshan's eyebrows twisted into a ball. "Your son spent $20 million to pay off Wu Tian to try to kidnap me and my father. How are you going to handle this?" Yifeng opened his mouth and asked, "What do you want to do with it?" Zhang Yuanshan's face grew deeper and deeper. "Simple. I'll give you two choices. First, your Zhang family will pay $100 million in compensation for this matter, while I will no longer pursue the matter. Second." Before Yifeng finished his words, Zhang Yuanshan directly said, "Then do whatever you want. I don't want this son. I'll give it to you. You can clean him up any way you want. If you don't think a son alone is enough, I'll give you my wife again, and you can break my family all you want." Zhang Yuanshan's face was cold and terrifying. Currently, the Zhang family had been made to look like this by Yifeng, and the cash left was only a few tens of millions. Compensation of $100 million. This has to sell the family property. Is completely give up the market share to Yifeng. Half of his life's work had come to nothing, something Zhang Yuanshan could not accept. And this Zhang Ziho, if the Zhang family is gone, Zhang Yuanshan feels that he may really want to get him killed. He continued, "Even if Xiao Yi doesn't make a move, I still want to get this beast killed, so Xiao Yi be my guest." Beautiful. Boss Zhang is worthy of being a man of great deeds, the son of the district, of course, must be abandoned. After saying that, Yifeng's words changed, "But Zhang Ziho's matter is all a small matter. I asked you to come over today, mainly because I want to talk about it." "Talk about what?" Zhang Yuanshan asked himself that he had nothing to talk about with Yifeng. Zhang's clothing was made to look like this by Yifeng. It was either you die or I live. Boss Zhang is a smart man, and as you know by now, your Zhang's currently only accounts for 18% of the clothing market share. The Zhao family has already withdrawn their capital, and Zhao Wenba has been cut off from his power, so you won't be able to hold out much longer. What I want is market share. All you have to do is to be willing to sell the company to me, and our business ends here. Otherwise it's not good for anyone to continue. Yifeng said indifferently, "The current market that Yi Clothing has is all burned out by spending money." Zhang Yuanshan solidly defended the remaining positions, although Yifeng was also able to take them, but had to continue to burn money. But if it can be taken without bloodshed, then there is naturally no need to keep burning. Acquiring Zhang's clothing would be beneficial to each other, depending on how Zhang Yuanshan thought about it. "How much are you offering?" Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a long time, and although he was reluctant, he still asked, "How much do you want?" 500 million. "You're fucking dreaming." Yifeng laughed coldly. Jinling's clothing market is not big. One is affected by the impact of online stores. The second is the Gusu side to grab business. Zhang Yuanshan had struggled for several years, and his entire assets were just over 500 million, and he opened his mouth for 500 million. What is this if not a fool's errand? And how much do you give? $30 million. Yifeng said, "I think you're dreaming." Zhang Yuanshan gas shaking cold, excitedly said, "Our company more than 100 storefronts. Rent do not money? Goods do not pay? Artificial water and electricity which is not money? Boss Zhang, let me be clear with you. I'm giving you $30 million so that you can take the money and retire, or the fight goes on, and you'll have a broken home. I can keep burning money, and as soon as I'm done grabbing the market, the money will come back quickly. As for you, there is only death." Yifeng said grimly. "Be my guest then." Zhang Yuanshan didn't want to talk anymore and directly turned around with his secretary and walked away. As for Zhang Ziho, he has given up on this son. It didn't matter if he was screwed by Yifeng or by himself. "Young Yi, just let him go? Lu Wenbao asked. There are rules in the business world. Don't use your tactics indiscriminately to bring dishonor to my Yi family. Yi Feng glanced at him. This is no longer the era of fighting and killing. Lu Wenbao, this kind of rough man, all washed ashore for so long, how can you still not see it? However, for the Zhang family, Yi Feng had ways to deal with him. Toast, since he wouldn't eat it, then he had to be made to eat it. Out of the 9 days casino, the morning sun was comforting. After returning to the company, Yi Feng began to work with Li Yanghua on matters of offense. The old rules, still relying on burning money to rob Zhang's suppliers and stores. As long as the market can be successfully captured, everything will be fine. As for the cash, Yi Feng is not worried about this now. There are still several hundred million on top of Ye's clothing, and he won several hundred million last time at the racing meeting. As for the Yi family's books, there were still over $1 billion in cash as well. If you really don't have enough money, can't you still get a loan? With this world, the most top business knowledge, Yi Feng is not afraid of not getting money, and not afraid of not being able to build their own business empire. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Feng suddenly received a phone call, and fixed his eyes to see that it was actually Cui Ren who called. After the last racing meeting, the two added each other's contact information, but I didn't expect him to be so quick and reach out to him. Cui Xiao, is something wrong? Yi Feng asked. Yi Xiao, I have some good news here. Do you want to hear it? Trayvon sold out on the phone. Say what you have to say. Fart what you have to say. I've got a whole lot going on here. Yi Feng didn't have the heart to guess riddles with him. Okay, Cui Ren said. I've heard that you're fighting Zhang's costume. You're in the final state of attack now, aren't you? You've asked around quite a bit. Yi Feng said lightly. This is an open matter in the Jinling business world. It is not difficult for Cui Ren to know this. In that case, I have good news for you that you will love to hear. Didn't Zhang Yuanshan marry a wife named Su Shanfang? And half of Zhang's clothing is owned by this woman. Su Shanfang has no reproductive function and has been worried that Zhang Yuanshan is screwing around outside. And coincidentally, I have a video here of Zhang Yuanshan harboring a small san outside. Trayren said triumphantly. That's fucking great news. Yi Feng's eyebrows were happy. Perhaps he could end the final battle with Zhang clothing early. Chapter 59, creating a high-end commercial street. Cui Ren had been traveling in Jinling for the past 2 days, and after the last racing competition, he was quite interested in Yi Feng. So, he inquired about something about Yi Feng. That's why there was this scene on the phone just now. At the Cui Zhuxian clubhouse under the Yi family, Yi Feng had an appointment with Cui Ren for tea. It's hard to see that Zhang Yuanshan was so rigid outside, but it turned out to be less than 3 minutes. Yi Feng couldn't help but mock after watching the video provided by Cui Ren. As long as this video was shown to Su Shanfang, it was expected that the Zhang family would be in turmoil. It is indeed better to force the attack from the outside than to let them divide internally. Yi Xiao, am I interesting enough? This video is what I asked my friend to tune the surveillance to come. The guy didn't think it was a good idea to give out customer information at first, and he was dead set against it. Trayren smashed his lips together. It feels like that friend of yours isn't doing any serious business. Yi Feng joked. Dry secretly photographed. Can be what serious business? However, this also allowed Yi Feng to see the connections of their Gusichui family and the intelligence network they could receive. Due to the Yi family being nestled in Jinling, their intelligence network couldn't cover the whole of Jiangnan. But the Cui family is different. The intelligence network not only covers Jiangnan, but even Jiangbei. Take the last time Han Tianlong's PC was arrested. It was intentionally covered up by the Han family, but it was still known by Cui Ren. Yi Feng continued to ask. You're helping me so much. Surely you're not simply trying to make friends? Young Yi is really smart. Cui Ren snapped his fingers and said. Young Yi is the only son in the family. There must be quite a lot of resources that he can call upon. I would like to partner with Young Yi in business. Oh, Yi Feng looked at him curiously. I'm not like Yi Xiao. I have several other brothers in my family. Each of them are very capable and have their eyes on the heir position of the Cui family. My father was a man who liked to raise compulsion and he passed the family business on to whoever was the most capable. But my ability is actually quite average, so I have to rely on Yi Xiao to help me. Trayren got right to the point. How can I help you? Yi Feng asked. As long as in addition to borrowing money, between the great young men of the mansion, it does not really matter to help. I have a project here to build an upscale commercial street. Bidding on the land and construction side, a total of $3 billion is needed. We have a total of $1 billion here. For the remaining $2 billion, Yi Xiao help me think of a way. Trayren said. Where the fuck do I get that kind of money? Yi Feng was shocked. Damn you, Trayren appetite is actually not small. The cash flow of the entire Yi family's account is not this much money. Okay? Is it hard for me to get a loan or sell my assets? That's why it needs Yi Xiao's help. Trayren was helpless. In addition to using the family's funds, He almost exhausted his interpersonal relations, looking for all kinds of investment to get this billion. But without the remaining $2 billion, the project, it will have to be given away. At present, there are a lot of people over in Gusu who are eyeing this project. Chui Ren continued. Apart from Jinling, Gusu can be called the most crowded city in Jiangnan and is connected to Hangcheng, the capital city of Zhejiang province. If things get done, we are the Jiangxia zone, the best commercial street. When the time comes can certainly attract the most traffic in the second province. When the time comes, all the silver for nothing will flow to us. After Chui Ren finished, he was still mesmerized. To him, this commercial street, besides being able to make money, was also his competition for the air, the biggest bottom line. So, he wanted to do this very much, spending $3 billion to create a commercial street. Although high grade, but the genus is also a bit expensive. But it does attract traffic from Jiangnan and Zhejiang provinces, as Chui Ren said, so it's also good value for money. It does make money too. If the Yi family wanted to expand and plant their flag abroad, it was also a really great opportunity. Chui Xiao, there's still too much money. My Yi family must secure sufficient funds. But don't worry, I'll take care of the investment. Yi Feng thought for a while. Business expertise skills knowledge told him that this matter can be engaged, but not a person to carry the 2 billion. Any business nature, the essence is competition. Yi Feng needs teammates, to charge with himself. Alright, worthy of being Yi Xiao. I appreciate your vigor. Chui Ren hurriedly praised, as he became more and more impressed with Yi Feng. Can a man who dares to race a car with one hand be mortal? Cut the ass kissing. Yi Feng asked. When will you bid for the land? Early July, I think. Chui Ren replied. Shit, it's just over a fucking month away. Yi Feng was shocked. It was now almost the end of May, and bidding for the land at the beginning of July, which meant that he had to pull in $2 billion of investment within a month. Even if you move 600 million from the Yi family's account, and then 400 million from your own, there is still 1 billion. Although time is tight, Yi Feng does not panic. As long as the mind does not slip, the solution is always more than the difficulty. However, for the time being, the most important thing was to quickly end the battle with Zhang's clothing first. Soon, Yi Feng inquired about the location of Zhang Yuanshan's wife, Su Shanfang. She doesn't have many hobbies in her life. She just likes to play cards. Gold Creek Entertainment Club, one of the top leisure clubs in Golden. Su Shanfang played cards all afternoon and lost more than $100,000, and her heart was very uncomfortable. At that moment, the waiter came over and said, Mrs. Su, there's someone over there looking for you. Whom? Su Shanfang looked over and realized that the person looking for him was none other than Yi Feng. Although Su Shanfang didn't care about things, she knew how badly Yi Feng had harmed the Zhang family. Even Zhang Yuanshan's son, Zhang Ziho, had fallen into Yi Feng's hands and suffered a lot. Mrs. Su, we can talk. Seeing that she didn't move, Yi Feng walked up. Between you and me, there shouldn't be anything to talk about. Su Shanfang directly blackened his face. Words can't say that. I'd like to ask you, ma'am, do you think this man, Zhang Yuanshan, is really a good man for you? Yi Feng asked with a smile. My husband and I have a good relationship with each other. You don't have to pick a fight. Su Shanfang sneered. Yi Feng, I know what you're thinking. You want to eat the rest of my husband's market share, but you're overthinking it. I'm just a woman. I'm not that ambitious, and you don't have to work at me. After saying that, Su Shanfang wanted to continue playing cards. She was not in the mood to spend time with Yi Feng. After all, he was her husband's enemy. Although Su Shanfang usually watched idol dramas, she wasn't stupid. Wouldn't easily fall for Yi Feng's trap. Mrs. Su, a woman like you, who is dedicated to her husband, is too rare. But I have a video here that you might want to take a look at. I'm sure you're interested. After saying that, Yi Feng did not wait for Su Shanfang to react, and directly took out his cell phone and played the passionate scene of Zhang Yuanshan's battle against Xiao San. Chapter 60, Zhang's Endgame. I say ye young people how to be like this. At least you are also the rich second generation of Jinling. How to still engage in H-color in public. If you're going to get into this mess, go to one of those young lasses. No, we're over 40. Are you still interested? Seeing the content of the video that Yi Feng had put up, a few noble women who were playing mahjong, all blackened their faces, although they were outwardly rebuking angrily. In fact, in their hearts, they couldn't wait for Yi Feng to look at them, not as a wife, but as a little San. After all, the Yi family was the #1 family in Jinling, while their husbands were not even considered a family. No, Mrs. Su, how come it's your husband in this video? 3 minutes? How can it be so fast? Mrs. Su, your husband he. Several of the noble women playing cards stared at Su Shanfang with jaws agape. On weekdays, Su Shanfang always says how much better her husband treats her and that he is physically strong. But now, no doubt, it's a slap in the face. Mrs. Su, I think you love your husband so much that you don't mind all this. Yi Feng smiled faintly and turned around to leave after saying that. Su Shanfang froze in place, and the hand that was pinching the cards couldn't help but tremble. Usually her husband did treat her well, and because she was a widow and unable to bear children, she always felt ashamed of Zhang Yuanshan. Aside from taking her own business and merging it with Zhang Yuanshan, she almost exclusively acted as a broad wife. Even Zhang Ziho, she treated him as her own son. What I never thought was that my husband, who is so perfect in his own mind, would actually bred a mistress outside. No wonder every time he pays his rations, he's out of his depth. Turns out the food went to his vixen out there. Mrs. Su, where are you going and are you still playing cards? Mrs. Su, you have to be calm. Don't be impulsive. Seeing Su Shanfang leave in a rage, a few noble women hurriedly advised them, but in their hearts, they were waiting to watch the show. In the evening, Zhang Yuanshan returned home from work. Today, the Yi family began to launch an offensive, and Zhang Yuanshan was busy and irritable. When he returned home, he originally wanted to lie down and rest, but he realized that his wife, Su Shanfang, was sitting coldly on the sofa, not at all as enthusiastic as it was at the beginning. Honey, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuanshan asked. Oh, what do you think? Su Shanfang sneered to himself and said, Zhang Yuanshan, I damn well underestimated you. You're quite capable. What do you mean? Zhang Yuanshan frowned. Usually Su Shanfang had a small temper, but most of the time she was still understanding. What is this madness today? Before Zhang Yuanshan could fully react, Su Shanfang said, Surname Zhang, this is the divorce agreement. Sign it. What are you doing? Zhang Yuanshan was shocked and asked, I'm already tired from being out here. Can you stop messing around? I screwed up? Su Shanfang continued to sneer. You're not quite happy about having a fucking affair outside, are you? Go find your pretty young lass. This marriage must be divorced today. The company's shares, half of which belong to my Su family, were signed immediately after signing the divorce contract. After saying that, Su Shanfang directly threw the contract in Zhang Yuanshan's face. Zhang Yuanshan's face became more and more ugly. How did she know about the matter of his bread and butter little San outside? You have to know that Zhang Yuanshan has always been cautious in his work, and that little San, but he is a person from Gusu. However, the matter of divorce is no longer up to Zhang Yuanshan. He's not afraid of divorce, he's only afraid of losing his half of the shares. In this way, Zhang Yuanshan only holds 9% of the clothing market. Yi Feng was going to get himself killed with no effort at all. Jingle bells. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanshan's cell phone rang. Surprisingly, it was a call from Yi Feng. Boss Zhang, how are you tonight? Yi Feng asked smilingly. Yi Feng, it's you who's up to no good. Zhang Yuanshan was furious. The matter of his own package of small sand was stabbed out by Yi Feng. He cursed, Yi Feng, you scumbag. I won't rest until I die with you. I mean, wasn't it you yourself who said it was all casual even after you got your family killed? Now that I'm just making good on my promise, you can't handle it? It seems that you and your son Zhang Ziho aren't much different. Both are just hard-mouthed, but actually unbearable. Yi Feng sneered. He called over specifically to mess with Zhang Yuanshan's mind. Zhang Yuanshan's mind was indeed about to explode as well. The next day at work, he was also listless, and then he learned that Su Shanfang, at a price of $10 million, will bid at 9% of the market share. Low-priced cheap sale to Yi Feng. This loser bitch, does she know what she's doing? Zhang Yuanshan was so angry that he smashed the wall with his fist and broke the skin. Chairman. The secretary's voice trembled, wanting to report the matter, but seeing Zhang Yuanshan's frightening expression, he wanted to speak. Say, Zhang Yuanshan asked, what do we do now? Since we lost that half in the cash, almost every manufacturer and landlord has terminated with us. We, no longer, have any channels, and there's a problem with the cash on the books. At this rate, we're only going to die, the secretary said warily. Oh, a dead end. Zhang Yuanshan seemed to age 10 years in an instant. The so-called wall fell down and people pushed it, and the drum broke and people pounded it. All the partners started canceling their cooperation, which meant that in their minds, the Zhang family had fallen. Originally, Zhang Yuanshan wanted to hold on to the position of 18% market share, but with Su Shanfang's divorce, as well as the sale of shares to Yi Feng, everything, all finished. Zhang Yuanshan's career and hard work had all gone up in flames. All that awaits is destruction. Yi Feng, I have underestimated you. I'm not going to make your life so comfortable. Though, the corner of Zhang Yuanshan's mouth spilled out a cold smile, and commanded, sell the company. only sell it to peers. As long as it can be offered. It doesn't matter if the price is cheaper. In the end, Zhang Yuanshan sold the entire company for $30 million in capital. 9% of the shares in his hands were then divided among his market peers. After getting the money, Zhang Yuanshan directly took a plane and ran away. This Zhang Yuanshan. In the end he gave me this hand. At the end of the day, it's not $30 million to sell the company. In Yi Clothing's office, Yi Feng lamented that the price of $30 million was indeed low, but Zhang Yuanshan did have no choice. However, the fact that he spent $10 million to receive 9% of the market share from Su Shanfang's hands was indeed an unexpected pleasure. The bitch can't do business and is disillusioned with life, so she's not that obsessed with money, either. A hole was drilled for Yi Feng. Young Yi, what next? Li Yonghua asked. The Zhang family has fallen. The current Yi group, a total of 51% of the shares of the clothing market. Zhang Yuanshan's death does not really matter. The key is that there are still lost lands that have not been recovered. Chapter 61, Supporting Zhou Wenbin. The next step, of course, is to regain lost ground. Those who want to participate in splitting up Zhang's costume will all have to spit out their market share. Yi Feng threw his voice. In the original plan, in order to create the illusion that it was not targeting the entire clothing industry, one of Yi Feng's strategies was to get these people involved in splitting the bodies. But now that the Zhang family is gone, Ye's Clothing is sitting on 51% of the market share again. Moreover, behind Yi Feng, it was the #1 mansion in Jinling. These people in the clothing market are not to be feared at all. Within a short time, Li Yonghua and the others organized a piece of information and said, Yi Xiao, there are a total of a dozen or so that are currently dividing up Zhang's clothing, and there are 2 of them who are dividing it up the most aggressively. These 2 are second only to Zhang's Clothing's Hua Qiyang and Zhou Junxian, who now own a total of 25% of the market share. 25%. Yi Feng pondered for a while. Before Zhang Yuanshan only had an 18% share, so he locked up his defense and resisted. If Yi Feng wanted to eat this 25% share, of course he could, but he would also need to pay a small price. Also, behind Hua Qiyang and Zhou Junxian is the Jinling Wang family. Li Yonghua added, it's the 4 great families again. Just how much power have they cultivated in the dark? Yi Feng's brows were tightly locked. Originally he was considering whether to let these 2 guys off the hook. Just make them spit out the market share they ate. But now it seems necessary to knock on the door. The Wang family originally had no involvement with the Yi family, but they were in the way of Yi Feng's expansion path. Although the Yi family was a powerful family in Jinling, yet it was not the overlord of Jinling. In Yi Feng's plan, the 4 great families would either submit to the Yi family or be annihilated by the Yi family. Thus, Yi Feng asked Li Yonghua to start dealing with the duo of Hua Qiyang and Zhou Junxian. After getting off work, Yi Feng went to give Chen Zixuan and Zhou Wenbin a call and invited them to come to Cui Zhuxian for tea. Chen Zixuan readily agreed, but Zhou Wenbin was a bit hesitant. Honestly, he didn't really want to deal with Yi Feng. Every time he met this guy, it was bound to be no good, but he didn't dare to anger Yi Feng, so he could only agree stiffly. Yi Xiao, what are you looking for us for? Within a short time, the 2 arrived at Cui Zhuxian. Chen Zixuan greeted with a smile and congratulated again. I heard that Zhang's collapsed. Even Zhang Yuanshan ran away. Congratulations to you, Yi Xiao. What's the use of congratulating me? You're not a shareholder. You don't get your share of the dividends. Yi Feng replied smilingly. Ah, this. Chen Zixuan was helplessly related. He actually wanted to invest, but his father refused. However, Yi Feng was able to mess up Zhang's, and his father, Chen Tianlei, was indeed a bit surprised. Don't look at the Yi family's wealth, but business wars aren't just about taking money and smashing it. Why the Zhang family can occupy 60% of the shares of the clothing market. In addition to marrying and merging companies, there are also their means. Zhang Yuanshan was definitely an enemy that was not easy to deal with, so even the 4 great families could only draw in, never encroach. But Yi Feng did it, and, with less than $1 billion, he ate 51% of the entire clothing market. Although it was said that there was Li Yonghua sitting in command, the 24-year-old Yi Feng, who was able to manage Li Yonghua, was a skill in itself. Well, to get down to business, I'm looking for you 2 to come over this time. Mainly thinking of a project. Yi Feng said. Yi Xiao, you say, how much? I'll go back and ask my dad for it. Chen Zixuan said hurriedly, since his father's opinion of Yi Feng had completely changed. In his father's eyes, Yi Feng was already a role model for Chen Zixuan to learn from. Moreover, Yi Feng, this guy is not an idle person. Chen Zixuan is considered to see that following him can eat meat. Not much. 2 billion. Yi Feng said indifferently. What? Chen Zixuan almost jumped up from the sofa in shock. Zhou Wenbin was even so scared that he dropped the cigarette in his hand. Good man. Do you have a big appetite? Don't be in a hurry. Yifeng told the duo about the project of creating a high-end commercial street that Chui Ren had said before. Then he said, my Yi family will pay 1 billion, and you guys figure out the rest of the billion. Yi Xiao, don't be difficult for me. If you really want to engage in, I will go back and tell my father. 300 million is no problem, but 1 billion. Chen Zixuan was helpless. Okay, 300 million then. Yifeng nodded his head. Originally it was also impossible to make the Chen family pay so much money. Where did they get so much cash on their books? In business, whether you are starting a business or investing, there are risks involved and no one is foolish enough to put their eggs in one basket. First of all, Yifeng wouldn't. Good. Chen Zixuan nodded his head. He felt that there was no problem with this. Zhou Xiao, what about you? Yifeng looked at him smilingly. Yi Xiao, I absolutely support you in your project, and I think that this project is really something. Zhou Wenbin hastened to state that this is not flattery. In the case of Yifeng does not pit himself. He feels that creating this high-end commercial street is really profitable. But then, Zhou Wenbin's words turned. Pretty boy style sigh. Yi Xiao, you also know, I'm not favored at home. Last time the $50 million, I look for my stepmother to ask for? She to the present are quite a word to me at Yuzhou family. Who has the authority to take out $300 million now? Yifeng asked. Neither. Zhou Wenbin shook his head and said, I have 2 brothers above me, but they have average abilities, and my father doesn't feel comfortable with them messing around, so neither of them have permission. I stampo. Why are you guys so miserable? Yifeng was speechless. It seemed that it was still his only son who was happy. What about being a lickspittle and being able to just embezzle the family's money? Young Yi, as long as you help me become the heir of our Zhou family, I will absolutely invest. Zhou Wenbin said casually, feeling that he was actually a bit whimsical. Okay, Yifeng thinks it can be. Zhou Wenbin, this person no great ability, relatively good control. Zhou Wenbin was shocked and looked at Yifeng incredulously. Yi Xiao, you're really willing to help me? You're not kidding, right? Of course not, but there's a condition. In the future, you have to be an ally to my Yi family. If there's a stab in the back, I'll absolutely get you killed. Yifeng said with a smile. Zhou Wenbin smiled awkwardly. How could he have the guts to do this? His biggest dream was to become the heir of the Zhou family. Young Yi, how do you plan to help me? Zhou Wenbin asked curiously. Who does he listen to the most? Your dad? Yifeng asked. It goes without saying. My stepmother's words. Of course, Zhou Wenbin said. Aren't you on good terms with your stepmother? Buying anti-towels. You're the one helping out. She doesn't help you blow pillows? Yifeng was curious. It's not that simple. My 2 brothers, they're very attentive too. Zhou Wenbin was helpless. Got it. Yifeng snapped his fingers. As long as Zhou Wenbin's stepmother was taken care of, basically his position as the heir to the Zhou family was also taken care of. Thinking of this, Yifeng went to Chui Ren and made a phone call. Chui Xiao, help me check the Zhou family's current main mother. Her name is Tan Mingjia. Chapter 62 Dark Horse Club. 10 minutes later, Chui Ren sent over the information about Zhou Wenbin's stepmother, Tan Mingjia. Without looking, Yifeng's eyes dropped. I go. Zhou Xiao, this stepmother of yours is quite raw. Raising a dozen little white boys outside. Also participated in large multiplayer sports with fields of up to 300 people. Looking at the pictures and information sent by Chui Ren, Yifeng said that it was very insightful. And Chen Zixuan also looked at it with great interest. I'm fucking. Zhou Wenbin didn't know whether he should be elated or angry. Joyful that it was so easy to catch your stepmother in the act? Angry that her father doted on her so much and she was screwing around outside the home. Young Yi, I've long said that the upper class is actually quite nasty. Chen Zixuan commented. Afterwards, Yifeng went to Chui Ren and asked her to check where Tan Mingjia was now. Cui Ren immediately went to work on it. 10 minutes later, Chui Ren replied. Jinling Dark Horse Club. Bullpen. Yifeng praised. This Chui family's intelligence system. It was a bit too powerful, right? When you have the chance, you have to have the whole thing yourself. Where is the Dark Horse Club? I've never heard of it. Chen Zixuan was a bit confused. I don't have one either. Zhou Wenbin also shook his head. He asked himself to visit all the flowers in Jinling, but only did not know this name. I know. Yifeng smiled faintly. This Dark Horse Club is a duck store owned by Tiger. A big shot in the jungle. This clubhouse, mainly for the upper class noble women, is therefore all about membership. Other than the members and others, no one knew where the Dark Horse Clubhouse was, and even Chui Ren could only find out the name Dark Horse Clubhouse. So it was normal that Chen Zixuan and the others had never heard of it. Maybe they had someone in their family that was a customer of this store. And Tiger, as a Jianghu bigwig in Jinling, naturally wasn't afraid of offending the four big families. In the original story, the male protagonist, Lin Yi, hadn't dealt with this tiger much, and had also utilized the Dark Horse Clubhouse to gain a lot of connections. However, Yi Feng did not know Tiger. He had to find someone who could introduce him. Otherwise, not to mention the Dark Horse Club, I guess it was not very easy to find even this tiger. With that, Yi Feng went to Zhao Hongying and made a call. Hey, who are you looking for? On the phone, Zhao Hongying asked nonchalantly. I'm Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Hearing this name, Zhao Hongying on the other end of the phone, apparently froze for a moment, coldly asked. Yi Feng, what do you mean? Last time I fucking added your WeChat, you gave me a rejection. This time run to call me? Got something for you. Yi Feng said. Exempt. Zhao Hongying was very straightforward in her refusal. After the last racing competition, Yi Feng won the championship and impressed Zhao Hongying. She had thought of easing her relationship with Yi Feng, but the other party didn't cherish it, then she would never give him a second chance. Your Zhao family is my Yi family's ally, and you're still exempted from talking when I'm looking for you for something? Yi Feng frowned. You? Zhao Hongying remembered this and said angrily. Then what do you want to do? My young master Yi, lend me Qiuliang. Yi Feng said directly. Ha? Zhao Hongying froze again. Just lend it to me. Yi Feng didn't want to explain more. Because of Zhao Hongba's matter, the Zhao family had to show goodwill to the Yi family to ease the relationship. Therefore, Zhao Hongying couldn't borrow someone even if she didn't want to. Half an hour later, Qiu Liang arrived at Chuizhu Xian. Yi Xiao, you're looking for me? Qiu Liang was equally puzzled. He had only just been discharged from the hospital after being injured by Fangling last time. For Yi Feng, he actually had a grudge, but after all, the Zhao family was an ally of the Yi family, so he had no choice but to do Yi Feng's bidding. You used to be a famous red stick in the jungle, take me to Tiger. Yi Feng opened the door. Yi Xiao, what are you looking for Tiger for? Hearing this name, Qiu Liang's face looked a bit strange, not to Yi Feng, but to Tiger. The people in the Jinling Jianghu, more or less, all had some fear of Tiger. Previously, Wu Tian's desperate attempt to help Zhang Ziho kidnap Yi Feng was also mainly for the purpose of repaying Tiger's money. Just take me to him. You don't need to know anything else. Line. Qiu Liang lowered his voice. But let me say this first. Tiger doesn't always buy my face, so be prepared. No harm done. Yi Feng nodded his head. Then he went to Fangling and asked her to go with him to find Tiger. Tiger wasn't at the Dark Horse Club, which was mostly full of ducks, and he had no interest in male sex, even some distaste for it. Tiger's passion is combat, and he owns a combat gym, Golden Tiger Fight Gym. Tiger is a bullseye. He's won 13 matches in a row. I'd say that Tiger is the #1 combatant in Jinling. No one should object. Not only is it the first in Jinling, it's also the first in Jiangnan. Tiger is so awesome. I want to give you a monkey. Wow. I'm so happy that Tiger looked at me. Golden Tiger jumps out of the ring, wipes the sweat off his body, and sits down to rest. Golden Tiger was not handsome, even a bit ugly, and his expression was still fierce, but there were still numerous men and women who cast adoring glances at him. He was becoming immune to it. Tiger, Qiu Liang is here. At that moment, a hand came down to report. Qiu Liang? Jin Hu frowned. I remember correctly, he defected to the Zhao family, right? Yes. The henchman responded and asked, so see or don't see? If you're not from the jungle, what are you seeing? Jin Hu waved his hand and said, I don't have any interest in the four great families. If I go to my company to spend money, I welcome it. Meeting is exempt. Brother Tiger is not interested in the people of the four great families. But what about my Yi family? At that moment, a voice came. Golden Tiger turned around and saw that it was Yi Feng's 5 people who were slowly walking towards him. You're Yi Feng? Golden Tiger stared at him. Yes. Yi Feng replied indifferently. The whole of Jinling is calling you a lickspittle and a fop. But everyone has underestimated you. Not only did you mess up Zhang, even Wu Tian fell into your hands. Golden Tiger sneered. Tiger is pretty well informed. Yi Feng laughed softly. You think I'm being polite with you? After saying that, Jin Hu slapped his hand on the table and shouted. Wu Tian owes labor tens of millions of dollars. If you get him killed, who will labor get the money from? Isn't it $5 million? Yi Feng responded with a smile. Shit, you're fucking looking for death. Dare to talk to Tiger like that. Yi Xiao is it? Don't leave today. No one can protect you. I said. Under Tiger, a big bald man, rushed up and made a direct move. A fist slammed towards Yi Feng. Well, Fangling blocked in front of Yi Feng and swung his fist over, directly smashing the big bald man several meters away. Baldy. The crowd was shocked, only to see the bald man passed out on the ground, with 2 rotten teeth spitting out of his mouth. Baldhead is Tiger's man. the #1 general. This girl child is so strong. Looking at Sun Fangling, the crowd was shocked, knowing that even Tiger couldn't knock out a bald head with one punch. But this girl did. This must be the girl who broke Xiao Liang's bones with one punch. She's really powerful. The golden tiger smirked. So, can we talk about something now? Yi Feng walked up and sat directly on the sofa. Chapter 63, Young Master Wang causes trouble. What is it? Golden Tiger asked in a deep voice, and his men went on alert, closing the doors to the fight gym. In Jinling, no one had ever dared to threaten Jin Hu, even if the other party was a powerful young master. No. The business world is the business world. The jungle is the jungle, and each has its own rules. I'm looking for someone at your Dark Horse Clubhouse, Tiger. Yi Feng said. Looking for someone? Golden Tiger and the others, all of them were stunned, knowing that the Dark Horse Clubhouse was Golden Tiger's cash cow. Even the address of the clubhouse was an absolute secret, not to mention the staff or guests inside. This is absolutely not okay. Who am I to help you? Golden Tiger asked in a chilling voice. You have to help. Yi Feng lightly grinned at the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Damn it, how do you talk to Tiger? Looking for death you. Tiger's men couldn't stand it anymore and rushed up to beat up Yi Feng. No one had dared to talk to Tiger like that in Jinling. Golden Tiger stopped him and said. The other Yi Xiao is protected by this little girl. How can you be an opponent? After saying that, Jin Hu pulled out a cigarette, and instead of being angry, he said, Yi Xiao, is this your attitude of asking for help? That's my attitude. Yi Feng said lightly. In Jinling, many people are afraid of Jin Hu, but Yi Feng is not afraid. More than people, Golden Tiger has many men under his command, and the Yi family has many dogs. Compared to force, Jin Hu would not be a match for Sun Fangling. Similarly, Jin Hu also saw this, which was why he put up with Yi Feng's temper and didn't tear his face off easily. Jin Hu hooked his finger towards Yi Feng and said, I'm a Jianghu man. The rule of Jianghu is force. You fight with me and I'll help you if you win. Shit, aren't you a bully? I stampo. Surname Jin, you don't talk about martial arts. Chen Zixuan and Zhou Wenbin said angrily. And even Xiao Liang couldn't help but worry about Yi Feng. How could a pampered young master like Yi Feng be a match for Jin Hu? Only Sun Fangling wasn't worried. She had seen Yi Feng's force with her own eyes. He had taken down Wu Tian in one move, so he didn't see that he was inferior to Jin Hu in terms of force. Okay. Yi Feng got up and said, I'll go. Kid, you're looking for death. Dare to fight Tiger. That's right. You'd better hide under the stone skirt of that little beauty beside you. Don't come out to disgrace yourself. Tiger, why don't I go fight him? So we don't say we bullied him. On the Golden Tiger's side, the crowd jeered. Jin Hu, on the other hand, revealed a smile, not realizing that this rich second generation, so unaware of death, just as well. It seems that they in the business world have been arrogant for too long, so it's just right to rule them today. Get in the ring. With that, Jin Hu walked up. Yi Xiao. At that moment, Xiao Liang suddenly called out. Although he had a grudge against Yi Feng, he didn't want to watch Yi Feng die. Jin Hu hit people, never distinguishing between light and heavy. He was afraid that Yi Feng would be killed here. At that time, even if the Yi family wanted to take revenge, they might not be able to help the Golden Tiger. A mere Golden Tiger. I haven't put it in my eyes. With that, Yi Feng walked up. Ding! System alert. Golden Tiger's force value is as high as 800. Host, please respond carefully. At this point, the system suddenly warns. Seriously, it should be fine. Yi Feng remained calm. Although his force value was only 200, he had a fighting specialization after all. In terms of combat experience and skill, it almost finished off Golden Tiger. Just as the two of them were about to cut, suddenly, the closed door was suddenly opened, and a person hurriedly ran in. Tiger, something big is going on. The man called out. What is it? Golden Tiger asked with a frown. The Wang family, they swept up our bar, the man said in a rush. What the hell is going on? Golden Tiger jumped out of the ring and asked in a hurry. It turns out that the girlfriend of Wang Xiaocheng, the young master of the Wang family, was harassed last night when she was bouncing in a bar. When Wang Xiaocheng learned of this, he took his men to the bar to beat up the harassers. The bar stepped in to stop. After all, Wang Xiaocheng, this belongs to the trouble, but also affect the bar business. As a result, Wang Xiaocheng directly swept the bar with his men, causing many injuries. Marred. This Wang family is looking for death. Golden Tiger became furious, copied an iron rod and smashed it on the empty table next to him. Bang! The table was smashed open with a loud thud, while Jin Hu's hands trembled. No one at the scene dared to speak. Anyone could see the anger of the Golden Tiger. But that's not the point. The point is that the Wang family bullies people too much, but Jin Hu doesn't quite dare to retaliate. Of the four families, the Wang family was a little different. They had only been making their fortune for 10 years, and many of their businesses were less formal. To put it bluntly, the Wang family is half of the jungle. All of Golden Tiger's former nemesis had switched to the Wang family after their defeat at his hands. The Wang family had robbed the Golden Tiger of a lot of business, including underground gambling houses of the nature of the 9 Days Casino. And that, in turn, was one of the reasons why Jean who didn't like the 4 great families. Tiger, what should we do? After a long time, someone asked. Jean who didn't say anything. Jingle bells. At this time, Jean whose cell phone rang, and the caller called out, "Brother Tiger, it's not good. Wang Xiaocheng has brought people to our bar on Financial Street to cause trouble, and the brothers can't hold out any longer." What? Jean who was alarmed. He had 2 money trees. The first was the Dark Horse Club and the second was that bar on Financial Street. Wang Xiaocheng was completely aiming at Jean who's lifeblood. Jean who could no longer sit still and said, "Brothers, hurry and follow me over." He, laugh me to death. The hallowed Golden Tiger, the big man of the jungle, was actually cleaned up by the Wang family like this. Yi Feng laughed out loud. "Surname Yi, what do you mean? Don't think that your Yi family's mansion is any better. It's just more money. If your Yi family fights with the Wang family, your Yi family will be no match as usual." The crowd looked towards Yi Feng one after another. They were right. The Yi family was good at business, not fighting. The Wang family had enlisted so many Jianghu people to do their work for them that their fighting strength was second to none in Jinling. Even the Golden Tiger didn't dare to touch it easily. But so what? Yi Feng said coldly. In terms of force, it's true that my Yi family is inferior to the Wang family, but ask that young master of the Wang family if he damn well dares to go against my Yi family. If he dares, I, Yi Feng, will stand and let him beat him up, and I'll pay all the medical bills myself. At these words, the room fell silent. They realized that Yi Feng had a point. The Wang family was even more bullish, but after all, it was also a family that had to do business to make money, and in the business world of Jinling, the Yi family is the first to be recognized. Jean who could only use force if he wanted to deal with the Wang family, but Yi Feng only needed money and status to deal with the Wang family. It's all about the different circles and the different differences they make. Golden Tiger, it just so happens that I see the Wang family as a bit of a problem as well. Why don't we do this? I'll help you get rid of Wang Xiao Cun, and you help me get the person I'm looking for in the Dark Horse Clubhouse out of the way. Yi Feng stepped forward and said, Chapter 64, Golden Tiger is my brother. Okay. Jean who sighed. There was nothing else he could do when it came down to it. He felt it was more important to keep the bar on Financial Street than to sell out his clients' information. Call me Big Brother, Yi Feng said. What? Golden Tiger froze. Call Big Brother, or how can I help you out? Yi Feng gave him a blank look. You, Jean who couldn't really call out. Forget it if you don't call. You go and firefight with the Wang family yourself. Yi Feng sat down on the sofa again. In the original, Jean who, a big man in his 30s, recognized Lin Yi as his big brother. Yi Feng did so, one because Jean who this person. More talk about the righteousness of the Jianghu. Do not look at him to outsiders vicious, but to their own brothers, really 2 ribs. Otherwise, with Golden Tiger's wealth, it was impossible to have so many people working for him. After all, in this world, everything is about money. And the second point was that Yi Feng wanted to plunder Lin Yi's chi. Okay. Golden Tiger stomped his foot and called out in shame. Big Brother. Since I called this Big Brother, I'll help you out and go. After saying that, Yi Feng stood up. Chen Zixuan and Zhou Wenbin looked dumbfounded. Yi Xiao, you can even do this? You've taken Tiger as your brother? Nice guy. I'm fucking nice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for subjugating the Golden Tiger. Gaining 500 reverse value. Current reverse value, 2000. A voice came from the system. The rewards aren't too great, but they're better than nothing. In the original, Golden Tiger's role was not heavy, so it did not have much impact on Lin Yi. But for Yi Feng, it was essential to take in the Golden Tiger. Himself and Lin Yi took different routes. This Golden Tiger was behind, and there were many wonderful uses. Moreover, don't look at the number of dogs the Yi family has, but none of them can compare to the Golden Tiger. 6 p.m. Financial Street, Golden Tiger Bar. It was the time when the bar was in full swing, and the Golden Tiger was bustling with activity. Because Wang Xiaocheng, the young master of the Wang family, is causing trouble, and he's still causing trouble at Tiger's Bar. Worthy of being Wang Xiaoa, is bullish. I have long said, Golden Tiger can only be arrogant in their circle. This to bullish, but also have to look at the Wang family. That's not true. What era is it now? Jean who just knows how to fight and kill and talk about buddy righteousness. No brains at all. Yes, The opponents of the Golden Tiger in the past have all defected to the Wang family. Many people watched to see what was going on, and they worshipped the strong and praised Wang Xiaocheng. Wang Xiaocheng enjoyed this state of affairs, especially the adoring gazes of the girls. You've got 3 minutes to go shake someone or I'll keep the smashing going. Wang Xiaocheng pointed at the bar manager and screamed. He had just smashed half, but the other party did not dare to resist. He felt tasteless. Isn't Golden Tiger a great man in the jungle? Let's meet tonight. You, don't be so arrogant. Tiger will be here soon, the manager said angrily. Golden Tiger is nothing in my eyes. Wang Xiaocheng spat and called out. I'll give you 10 minutes to get Jin Hu to roll over and die. Sent to die? Young Wang is so wild. At that moment, a chilling sound rang out. Tiger is finally here. The bar crowd was overjoyed to see Golden Tiger leading the way. The crowd that was watching the show also set up their small stools and bought melons. You come to a bar to drink and bounce, and you get to see this kind of show. Yo, here it comes. Wang Xiaocheng looked over and said in a chilling voice. I was waiting for you to come so I could catch a turtle in a jar. After saying that, outside the bar, a large group of people poured in. A black mass of about 200 people. These were all people raised by the Wang family, many of whom were Jin Hu's nemesis. This gesture, directly to the onlookers, have looked silly. All dare not make a sound. On the other hand, on the Golden Tiger's side, apart from the dozen or so watchmen from the bar, the Golden Tiger had brought more than 20 people with him. Both sides were outnumbered almost 1:9. Even if Golden Tiger could fight, he couldn't carry it. Golden Tiger, today I'll waste you. Get out of Jinling. After Wang Xiaocheng said that, he was ready to let the people do it. Suddenly, a slap sounded, and in front of the bar, 5 people came forward, and none of the people under Wang Xiaocheng actually dared to stop. Yi Feng? When he saw the visitor, Wang Xiaocheng was a bit stunned, and besides Yi Feng, Chen Zixuan and Zhou Wenbin were also there. These two guys, when did they get mixed up with Yi Feng? Wang Xiaocheng frowned and said, Yi Xiao, this shouldn't be any of your business. What are you doing here? I'm sorry, but Golden Tiger is my brother, and I can't care if you come to his bar and cause trouble? Yi Feng smiled faintly, then rebuked, take your people and roll. Shit, who is this? Quite arrogant. Believe it or not, young Master Wang will directly beat him into a psychopath with an order. I stampo, I think you're the one who's crazy. Didn't you hear Mr. Wang say that this is Yi Xiao? What Yi Xiao? Sabi, how many other Yi youngsters are there in Jinling? Of course it's the Yi family's Yi youngster. The crowd was talking. Yi Feng's fame was actually quite high, but the number of people who had seen his true face on Mount Lushan was very few. At this time, Wang Xiaocheng's girlfriend Xiaoye is on the head, only to feel that the world on their own boyfriend Cao Pen, other people are shabby. She stepped forward and pointed at Yi Feng and shouted, who are you so arrogant? Who are you talking to? So what if Jin Hu is your brother? Even if you are his father, you can't protect him. I said, pop. Suddenly, under Golden Tiger, a woman covered in tattoos, directly slapped him. This was something that Golden Tiger had explained earlier, and anyone who dared to be rude would not have to be polite. As it happened, she looked at the woman as being rude. Everything that happened tonight was her doing. You dare to hit me? You covered her red face in disbelief. How about beating you? Do you believe I'll rip your mouth off? With Yi Xiao backing her up, the tattooed woman was arrogant. He himself is now, how to say, also a person on Ye's side. You guys count as a ball. Honey, you have to help me get revenge. Xiao Yu cried towards Wang Xiaocheng, very aggrieved. However, Wang Xiaocheng laughed and said, you just scolded Xiao Yi. Why don't you go apologize to someone? Apologize? Apologize for what? Young Wang, I'm the one who got hit. Disgruntled, you muttered. I'll fucking make you apologize. Wang Xiaocheng snapped, a slap over, and directly smacked Xiao Yu on the ground. Sabi woman, I can't believe she doesn't even know about Yi Xiao. Deserved to be used as a toy. Yi Xiao, those who don't know what they're doing. I'll clean it up for you. But now it's a personal feud between me and Golden Tiger. It's not too appropriate for you to intervene. I've always had a lot of respect for your Yi family, and I hope you'll give me face as well. Wang Xiaocheng smiled slightly as he asked himself that he was already very polite. Hopefully, too, Yi Feng will behave. Pop. Suddenly, Yi Feng slapped his face and said, Labor said, Golden Tiger is my brother. If you fucking look for trouble with him, you're looking for trouble with me. Chapter 65, Male Model's Birthday. This slap on Wang Xiaocheng's face was hot and painful. After half a minute, he reacted and stared at Yi Feng in anger. My god, this young Master Yi is too. The other Wang Xiaocheng is already very polite. What the hell is he, Yi Feng, doing? Whoever slaps me in front of all these people, I'll definitely find him and fight for my life. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. The 200 or so people that Wang Xiaocheng had brought with him were all staring at Wang Xiaocheng as well. Honestly, they were all confused as well. If it was someone else, they would have been the first to beat the other party into a fool. But Yi Feng is not someone else. He is the Yi Xiao of the #1 mansion in Jinling. Yi Xiao Niu. Chen Zixuan couldn't help but marvel at this, and he asked himself that he wouldn't have the guts to slap this worthy of being Yi Xiao. Zhou Wenbin realized that Yi Feng stepped on people without even looking at who the other party was. Wang Xiaocheng is the heir of the Wang family. He is all this treatment. Then before being pitched twice by Yi Feng, suddenly became relieved. Even, he admired Yi Feng a little. Yi Feng. Wang Xiaocheng reddened his eyes and gritted his teeth. I've been very polite to you. Don't you dare to do this to me. Do you really think that because you are the Yi family's youngest, you are lawless? Yes. Yi Feng did not hide it and sneered. Just now, I think you might not have heard clearly. Jin, who is my younger brother, he is working for my Yi family. You've come to fucking smash Golden Tiger's venue. You've come to slap my Yi family's face. Your Wang family is very bullish on you. What do you want to do with that look? Want to hit me? Come on. I'll stand here and let you fight. Didn't you bring more than 200 people? Why don't you fucking do it? Yi Feng poked Wang Xiaocheng's forehead and said. Wang Xiaocheng held his hatred, but he hardened himself and did not dare to make a sound. Young master. Many people from the Wang family went up to pull Wang Xiaocheng, fearing that Wang Xiaocheng would fight with Yi Feng. You have to know that as long as the Wang family still has a day in mixing the Jinling business world, they can't go against the Yi family. The reason for this is simple. The Golden Globe has a 1/4 format. The Yi family couldn't annex the 4 great families because the 4 great families protected each other. But there wouldn't be any family that would run to challenge the Yi family. Young master, don't forget Zhao Hongba of the Zhao family, someone reminded, instantly waking up Wang Xiaocheng. It's because Zhao Hongba came back from studying abroad with a high I, and ended up crashing into Yi Feng's gun. It's still lying in the hospital, not to mention the fact that even the position of heir apparent has been taken away from him. Although Wang Xiaocheng was now the young master of the Wang family, there were still a few half-brothers who had their eyes on his position. Immediately, Wang Xiaocheng completely calmed down and said with a smile, what Xiao Yi said was right. It was me who did wrong. I apologize to Xiao Yi. Apologize? Yi Feng laughed coldly, smashing a bar. Just a word of apology? Why don't I smash your Wang family's 9 days casino some other day as well? Apologize for this. In a word, and I will. Yi Feng snapped his fingers. $1 million. What? Wang Xiaocheng was shocked. Pay up, or I will not rest in this matter. You smashed Golden Tiger's bar, but you slapped my Yi family's face. Yi Feng said coldly. Good lord. Yi Feng is cha crappy money. I stampo. Should I pay for this? I don't know. The Kiwen Jin who became Yi Feng's younger brother? Jin who is in his 30s and Yi Feng is only in his 20s. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Xiaocheng was trembling with anger. He had already conceded defeat, but Yi Feng was actually still aggressive. Really think you don't have a temper at all, do you? Young Yi, this is $1 million. Please take it. Behind Wang Xiaocheng, an older man handed up a bank card and said with a smile, today is a misunderstanding. Please don't mind too much. Young Yi, don't mind. You guys go. Yi Feng accepted the bank card and waved his hand. Thus, Wang Xiaocheng, filled with anger, was led away. It's over. And the people watching are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Second floor of the bar. Office. Yi Xiao. I really admire you a little. Jin who looked at Yi Feng with more reverence. No matter how forceful Yi Feng was, he didn't dare to underestimate this young man anymore. Like I said, this world is no longer a world of fighting and killing. As long as there is still a day for my Yi family to overpower their Wang family, he, Wang Xiaocheng, will never dare to mess with me. To give up without a fight is the way to go. Yi Feng said. Jin who thought deeply. No wonder so many people want to climb the Yi family. It is indeed good to ride under the big tree. Immediately, he hurriedly said, Xiao Yi, over at the Dark Horse Club. I've already greeted them. I have to take care of something here. I'll have my men take you there. In addition, I owe you a favor today, and I will absolutely go to the fire if there is any dispatch in the future. Jin who was a very sentimental person. Yi Feng had helped him this time. Then next time, he could sell his life for Yi Feng. This was the reason why Golden Tiger was able to gather so many hardcore henchmen. And that, in turn, is why he can only hang out in the jungle and never get out of the ring. There is no one who does great things who is not ruthless. Okay, Yi Feng answered and led the people to the Dark Horse Clubhouse. The location of the Dark Horse Club was very remote, actually inside an abandoned neighborhood in the suburbs. Who the hell would have thought that? Unlike the desolation of the neighborhood, The inside of the clubhouse was gilded and lavishly decorated. Quite a few beautiful men and women, all of them in a frenzy. Today, it's the 28th birthday of Kevin, our clubhouse male model, and a woman who loves him has prepared 28 birthday gifts for him. The hosts were selling out and shouting on stage, and the stage was full of envy. Many male models were jealous of this guy named Kevin, who obviously had a plastic face, but was liked by rich woman Tan Mingjia. Rich woman Tan Mingjia is only in her 30s, the age when the peach is ripe and especially charming, and these 28 gifts must be worth millions of dollars. Especially that Audi. Look at it with envy. How many rich women do you have to accompany yourself to have that kind of income? And the man called Kevin wrapped his arm around Tan Mengjia's waist, an elegant smile radiating from his face. He screamed in his heart. Everyone only knew that he had received a lot of gifts, but who could know how he had been spoiled by the wire ball? What man? At that moment, the door of the clubhouse was opened and a handsome young man walked in. It caught everyone's attention for a moment. Wow, this little hottie is so handsome too. I feel like I'm going to fall in love. Manager, is this your club's new male model? This is too proper. Just like a star. It's just a male model. Look at all of you flamboyant. Let's see how I'll take him down. Sister. Yi Feng's appearance instantly attracted a lot of people's gazes, with 300 charisma added to his charm. Yi Feng's charm, but it was male god level. These water ex-Yanghua noble women, naturally cannot hold. Who are you looking for? The manager brought someone up to ask about it, and he remembered that the company hadn't hired any new male models recently. And how did the other side, in turn, find this place? Damn, you're blind. See who the laborer is. Suddenly, behind Yi Feng, a strong man's voice rang out. The manager was startled and hurriedly went up with a smile. Brother Teen Yo, why are you here? Is Brother Tiger he okay? I say, are you out of your fucking mind? Tiger asked you to greet Yi Xiao. What are you doing? Brother Teen Yo was so angry that he slapped his face. Chapter 66. Another slap on the face of the Wang family. Yi Xiao? The manager then violently remembered the matter. But it couldn't be blamed on him. After last night's spring night with the rich woman, he was now fighting with his legs, and his memory had plummeted, so he had actually forgotten about the matter. He hurriedly said to Yi Feng, Yi Xiao, Brother Tiger greeted me before. If you have any orders, please feel free to mention them. The manager was actually a bit puzzled. With Yi Xiao's strength, what kind of women can't be obtained, but ran here to pick these broken flowers? Is it possible that Yi Xiao also likes a heavy mouth? I'll go. He's actually Yi Feng of the Yi family. I can't imagine that his family is so rich, and he's also so handsome. Better than that deadbeat in my house. I don't know where to go. Who do you guys think Yi Xiao will be looking at? If only I had. I would have satisfied Xiao Yi. Many noble women exchanged words. After all, everyone understood what the nature of the Dark Horse Club was. When you come here to play, you can do it without a mask. But after all, it's a windy field, upper class, often very nasty. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Feng walked towards Zhou Wenbin's stepmother. Tan Mengjia, come over here with me. Tan Mengjia froze, then said, Xiao Yi, sorry, I'm happy that you're looking at me, but I have someone I like. When she finished, she looked at Kevin beside her with deep affection. He's my boyfriend, and I love him, to the bone. Good you Tan Mengjia, spending my old man's money and actually looking for ducks outside. Still fucking playing with love. You're quite good at it you. With a loud shout, the crowd saw that a young man rushed in. Tan Mengjia was scared out of her wits. What? Wenbin, why are you here? Pop. Zhou Wenbin slapped her across the face and angrily cursed. Don't 13-face dog thing, that's how you treat my father. Although he knew from the beginning that she was this virtuous, after seeing it with his own eyes, Zhou Wenbin still fought for his father. Immediately, another slap was slapped on Tan Mengjia's face. In normal times, Zhou Wenbin would not dare to do this. He flattered Tan Mengjia too late. Thus, a thrill also arose in his mind. After just beating Tan Mengjia, Zhou Wenbin was still not relieved and said to Tai Nyo, Brother Nyo, can you lend me some people? You can use any security guard in the company. Tai Nyo quickly said. After all, he was on Yi Xiao's side, so naturally he couldn't refuse. Soon the security guards came over. Beat this dog to death for me. My show family's money is not so easy to take. Zhou Wenbin took the security guards and blasted Kevin. As he didn't have a light hand, Zhou Wenbin was careless and stepped on something, and Kevin fainted. For a moment, everyone was trembling with fear. The male models are objectified and fear that this has happened to them. The noble women, on the other hand, were afraid that their families would also run to catch the women dry. After venting, Zhou Wenbin then dragged Tan Mengjia to the office, and Yi Feng and Chen Zixuan, among others, hurriedly followed. Wenbin, Let me explain. Tan Mingjia couldn't stop crying. She was scared to death at this point. Don't look at the fact that she was very favored in the Zhou family and several young masters surrounded her. But she was the one who put the hat on the head of the Zhou family. Maybe what will happen when we go back? You explain shit. Zhou Wenbin's ghostly fire bubbled up again and he slapped Tan Mengjia's face. At this time, Tan Mengjia's face was swollen. Well, stop fighting and don't forget business. Yi Feng speechless, said you Zhou Wenbin usually at home in the end how depressing, actually cannot see. You also have a tendency to violence. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenbin immediately retreated to the side. After all, Yi Xiao's words could not be disregarded. Seeing Yi Feng walking, Tan Mingjia crawled to Yi Feng's feet and said, Xiao Yi, please don't expose my matter to the public. I know that you have a crush on me. As long as you let me go, I can be good to you. Tan Mingjia is still very confident in her looks. Otherwise she would not have put Zhou Wenbin father. Fascinated. Although a brat like Yi Feng has a lot of beautiful women around him, it is a well-known truth that brats love less f. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yi Feng was speechless and hurriedly retreated 3 steps, lest she dirty her shoes. Then said, you'll have to do something for me if you don't want things to get out to your husband. Yi Xiao please speak. Tan Mingjia was completely scared. It turned out that Yi Feng was not coveting his beauty. There was nothing she could do but let it happen. Afterwards, Yi Feng's gaze flicked to Zhou Wenbin. Yi Xiao, you mean, let me accompany Wenbin. But, Tamanya was a little embarrassed. Not in a bad way, just a little unorthodox. Reason, Yi Feng? What is this woman thinking all day long? No wonder so many hats were put on the Zhou family head. What I mean is for you to raise Zhou Wenbin to the position of Zhou family heir. I'll give you a month. You have to do it for me or suffer the consequences. Yi Feng said coldly. Yi Xiao. Tan Mingjia was shocked and said, it's not for me to decide this. My husband never allows me to meddle in these matters. I'm asking you to do it. So there's a reason to do it. Doesn't Zhou Wenbin have 2 other brothers? You're so windy yes. Go and seduce them. They won't be able to hold it. And then, you go and tell them that they misbehaved with you. Isn't that right? Yi Feng said with a smile. Young Yi, this plan of yours is too good. Zhou Wenbin was ecstatic. His biggest worry was that he wasn't good enough for his father to see him. But if you're better than those 2 brothers, isn't that the end of it? What's more, father valued this woman so much that he would never allow anyone to get their hands on her. The current Zhou Wenbin was already going to kneel down to Yi Feng to repay his favor. So outlawed. Chen Zixuan was a bit worried up. He was the heir of the family. His own brother. Would he screw himself like this? I'll try. In order to keep her position, Tan Mingjia could only agree. For those 2 boys, Tan Mingjia was still very confident. Last time, they were caught by themselves peeking at certain movies from the island. As Tan Mingjia subbed into the characters in it, she also slapped each of them. With Tan Mengjia's handle, Zhou Wenbin's position as the head of the family was no longer a problem. In this way, with an investment amount of $2 billion, Yi Feng had almost finalized 600 million. There's another 400 million. Hardly a problem. Moreover, as far as the current situation was concerned, the Zhou and Shen families were in favor of the Yi family, and they could be drawn in. The Zhao family is also currently in an alliance and are teammates for the time being. As for this Wang family, it still needs to be hammered. When Wang Xiaocheng goes back, although he doesn't dare to have a seizure, he will be unconvinced. It doesn't matter. I'll give your Wang family another slap in the face soon. At the corner of Yi Feng's mouth, he revealed a smile as if he was an old fox. Chapter 67 Boycott Yi Feng? Going to the company the next day, Li Yanghua drew up a plan to deal with Huo Qiyang and Zhou Junxian. It's similar to the tactics used against the Zhang family, relying on money to smash. But this time it will smash harder and try to screw them at the earliest possible time. As long as you eat 25% of their share, there will be no more rivals for Yi Feng in the Jinling clothing market. According to Li Yanghua's estimation, the share of Ye's clothing by that time would be more than 80%. It's even stronger than the Zhang family back then. This was also the result that Yi Feng wanted to see. In the next few days, Li Yanghua sent people to secretly troll, and since the Zhang family had fallen, Yi Feng was the only one who was in charge and gave the most money, so no one would refuse. A few days later, things were almost done. Yi Feng threw a party, inviting more than a dozen bosses of the garment industry who have a reputation, to have a meal together. 12 noon. Lu Wenbao's Light Years Hotel. Brothers, do you know what this Yi Feng called us for dinner for? In the box, while Yi Feng hadn't arrived yet, Huo Qiyang asked. That goes without saying. The Yi family burned so much money to screw over the Zhang family, only to occupy 51% of the market share. They must not be willing to do so. He must be trying to get that other 9% back. 2. Zhou Junxian analyzed. The crowd agreed. The Yi family had burned several $100 million, more than the total assets of the Zhang family before. They didn't have the desired effect, and they certainly weren't happy about it. Brothers, we are a 100-foot pole. It's hard to go further. We mustn't wimp out. Huo Qiang said. We must be united and keep our territory. Don't become the next Zhang family. What elder brother Huo said is true. I'll definitely back you up. Zhou Junxian hastened to state that he and Huo Qiang ate the most market share, so of course he wasn't happy to spit it back out. The others, who followed suit and ate a little, were not naturally willing to do the same. Therefore, the crowd then began to unite to boycott Yi Feng. Sorry I'm late. Not long after, Yi Feng walked in with his secretary Tang Xuelan. After Yi Feng's arrival, the table was also opened. At the table, the crowd just ate, not talking much at all. Yi Feng opened his mouth and said, Gentlemen, I invited you here today to talk about something. As you all know, we've burned a lot of money fighting a business war with the Zhang family, and as a result, we only took up 51% of the market share. It's a lot, but the other 9%, it deserves to be in my Yi family's pocket. So, how much Zhang Yuanshan offered to sell his share to you guys? I hope you all sell it back to me. After that, the atmosphere became even more silent. Yi Xiao, you're young, so I'll take it that you don't know any better. Let me put it to you this way. The mall is like a battlefield, and it's always been a battlefield. I'm deeply impressed that you messed with the Zhang family. The person who spoke was none other than Huo Qiang, who added, but the market share, it's Zhang Yuanshan who sold it to us, not you Yi family, so how can there be any reason to sell it to you at the original price? What elder brother Huo said. Zhou Junxian followed suit. Young Master Yi, you're joking. I'm not kidding you. You guys have to cough up this share. Yi Feng's face suddenly became morose. However, Huo Qiang and the others also had a countermeasure, and were determined not to mess with Yi Feng, lest they fall into the hands of others and say that they had provoked the Yi family. Anyway, just smile. If you're so capable, you screw us too. The Zhang family will collapse because the Zhang family has no backstage. Plus the Zhao family is unreliable. But Huo Qiang and Zhou Junxian are from the Wang family. If Yi Feng dares to grab a share, you are moving the Wang family's cake. If it was a small matter, the four great families would indeed give in to your Yi family. But this is not a small matter. If you're capable, you Yi family keep burning money. Take a step back and say, even if you burn money with the Wang family and win, you burned a total of $1 billion before and after. May I ask what you do about your Yi family's cash flow? Going for a loan? Oh, you guys really think I'm kidding you. Yi Feng smiled coldly and called towards the door. Mr. Li, come in. Hello, gentlemen. Li Yanghua walked in with a smile. Li Yanghua, why is he still in Jinling? That's not right. The information I got is that Li Yanghua is only teaching Yi Feng how to do business. How come he's working for Yi Feng? Could it be that what Zhang Yuanshan said is true? Yes, clothing Li Yanghua also has shares. The crowd was a bit alarmed. They quickly reacted that the Yi family was not dealing with the Zhang family for personal grudges. He was running to steal the market. Huo Qiang and Zhou Junxian frowned as they wanted to see what tricks Yi Feng could play. Gentlemen, I've discussed this with Yi Xiao. If everyone returns their market share, then we'll be friends, and Yi Clothing's expansion will end here. But if you don't agree, you could end up like these two. Li Yanghua smiles and looks towards the Huo Qiang duo. He exposed his identity at this time in order to suppress this group of disobedient cowards. The reason why Zhang wanted to fight a business war with the Yi family was because there was no choice and they wanted to make peace. But for those present, they could be completely unafraid of Yi Feng because he was an amateur. But you can't help worrying about Li Yanghua, who is a veteran of the garment industry. It wouldn't be a problem for him and the Yi family to join forces and eat up the entire clothing industry. But the problem is that it was discovered too late. Li Yanghua, what do you mean? Huo Qiang frowned and asked. No sooner had his words left his mouth than his cell phone rang. Boss, it's a big deal. All of our vendors, they all refuse to work with us. Also, all the landlords have suddenly broken their leases and all our stores are gone. Our online store has also been heavily reported and all products, all of them, have been taken off the shelves. Hearing the words in the cell phone, Huo Qiang people stupid, do not need to think all no. This must be Yi Feng to engage in a ghost trick. He was, surprisingly, playing dirty behind the scenes. Yi Feng, you're too arrogant. You're even starting a business war. Do you think that I, Mr. Hua, am really easy to bully? We don't have a store in the mall, but we have money in our hands, and we're united and ready to rise again. Huo Qiang said angrily that he had only been cut off from his suppliers and stores, but had suffered no loss of assets. What's more, he had the Wang family behind him. The Yi family's expansion without rules. The Wang family would definitely not ignore it. That's right, elder brother Hua. I support you. Zhou Junxian immediately took a position as well. How are you going to stand up, when you can't even stand up for yourself? Yi Feng let out a cold laugh. Subsequently, Zhou Junxian also received a call, the content of which was almost exactly the same as what Qi Yang's. Your Yi family is too arrogant. Don't be afraid. Everyone, fight against their Yi family, as long as we are still around. Even if the market share is taken by him, it's only temporary. We can counterattack any time. I'd like to see how long the Yi family can burn money. The crowd was united, realizing that it was impossible for the Wang family to leave Huo and Zhou alone. It was true that the Wang family's assets were not as good as the Yi family's, but if they really burned up their money, the Yi family would have to spend several times as much to keep their market share. As soon as their Yi family's funds went wrong, then it would be their end. Don't forget, when the walls fall, the drums break. Just you guys, are you worthy of boycotting me? Yi Feng laughed coldly. I'll only say one thing, and I'll only say it once. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. Live or die. Think for yourselves. Mr. Li, release our company's financial report and let them see how much money we spent to bring down Zhang. Otherwise, there will always be some people who think we are incompetent and need to spend several times as much money to attack. Chapter 68, The Wang Family's Attitude. This is our company's financial report for this period of time. Let me briefly explain. We burned a total of $800 million with Zhang, and about $700 million on Zhang's side. Li Yanghua smiled and handed over the financial report. Everyone, dumbfounded. This can't be right. This battle loss ratio is close to 1 to 1. How did they do it? Zhang's side of the family itself is very strong, and also got Zhao Hongba's $300 million of investment. It was so messed up by the Yi family? Burned $800 million, which means Yi Clothing still has $200 million in cash. After reading the statement, the room erupted. Although they already knew that Li Yanghua was the shareholder of Ye's Clothing, they had never thought that he was actually this tough. This commercial battle is so beautifully fought that it is almost a crushing situation. Everyone, if there is anyone else who wants to be my Yi family's opponent, I, Yi Feng, will definitely accompany them. But everyone think clearly. Huo Qiyang and Zhou Junxian. That's what's going to happen. Yi Feng laughed softly. Yi Feng, what's the point of being arrogant? If it wasn't for Li Yanghua, you would be able to have today. Surname Yi, I, Zhou Junxian, will definitely not rest in peace with you. Hua and Zhou were so angry that they were trembling. Yi Feng was purely a villain. Without Li Winghua, he could have broken into the clothing market? Normal people burn money, at least have to burn a 2 billion out. As for him Yi Feng, at least burn 3 billion to start. Don't misunderstand the two of you. The big strategies and tactics were all formulated by Yi Xiao. I'm just giving Yi Xiao a hand, Li Yanghua said indifferently. Although he was responsible for sitting in charge of the company, Yi Feng was actually the core head. Li Yanghua has been in the business all his life, and asked himself that his business ability does not lose to anyone, but only lacks some luck and resources. But after meeting Yi Feng, he realized what it meant to be a business genius. Yi Feng, that's impossible. He's just a dude. Everyone's jaws dropped once again. If the credit was all Yi Feng's, it was beyond their imagination. As much as I don't want to believe it, there is one thing that doesn't make sense in any way. Li Yanghua and Zhang Yuanshan's strength, equal and equal. How did he fight close to a 1:1 record out? Leaf Maple. Hua and Zhou looked at Yi Feng with complex and ugly expressions. Don't the two of you have the Wang family as a backer? Then go to the Wang family for help. I'd like to see if they dare to go against me. Yi Feng, with the Zhang clan's case here. As for the two of you's market share, I, Yi Feng, will eat it. Yi Feng laughed and his voice threw a sound. Hua and Zhou's bodies shivered violently, and they wondered if it was too late at this point. They knew that Yi Feng would never be able to take the market share he had eaten and spit it out again. That's the kind of thing they don't want to do. Except for Hua and Zhou, all of you present need only sell Zhang's share back to me at the original price. I, Yi Feng, won't make things difficult for you either. Yi Feng said indifferently. Xiao Yi, we are willing to return the shares, and from now on, you will eat meat and I will drink soup. From now on, the clothing industry in Jinling looks up to young Yi. All of them took a stand, afraid of becoming the second Zhang family, or Hua or Zhou. The bastards, Huo Qiyang duo, bursting with anger, had just been united, but ended up falling back so quickly. And Yi Feng eats the meat and you drink the soup? Do you guys have soup? Licking the bowl is more like it. The crowd's good behavior. Yi Feng was very satisfied. The business war had reached this point. Yi Feng's side had burned a lot of cash, although half of it was Li Yanghua's funds. But still, the Yi family had to ensure enough cash flow, and there was no point in burning money on a war that wasn't too profitable. And Yi Feng's ambition is only the clothing market. But in this way, More than 80% of the clothing market was clutched in Yifeng's hands. It can be a big win, but as losers, Hua Qiyang and Zhou Junxian were bound to be unwilling to have their market seized by Yifeng. After leaving the hotel, they called Wang Tianpeng, the head of the Wang family, for help. Don't worry, both of you. My Wang family will definitely consider this matter carefully. Hua and Zhou said a lot, but Wang Tianpeng only replied back, and hung up the phone after that. Dad, do we not care about Hua Qiyang and Zhou Junxian anymore? They have always been quite loyal to our Wang family. Wang Xiaocheng, the youngest member of the Wang family, asked curiously from the side. Help? Wang Tianpeng shook his head. Even if the four great families are combined together, they may not be able to share the same level with the Yi family. Do you think that by relying on our Wang family's small amount of money, we can start a business war with the Yi family? Wang Xiaocheng was silent. The last time he was slapped by Yifeng in public, he hated him to death. However, one had to admit that Yifeng's strength was indeed very strong. Hyo-sung, I know you young people have high spirits and defy everything, give a horsewhip and you dare to go against the grain. But you should be clear about what happened to Zhao Hongba. He was the one who took Yifeng too lightly, and that's why the Zhao family lost 300 million in cash. The Zhao family also had to be forced to cede their interests and ally with the Yi family to put things to rest. Wang Tianpeng sighed helplessly. If it was a matter in the Jianghu, he definitely did not wimp out. But the business world is a much bigger jungle, and if you're not as strong as someone else, you just have to bow down. Then, Wang Tianpeng asked, Xiaocheng, did you mess with Yifeng last time? It was Yifeng who bullied people too much. Wang Xiaocheng hurriedly told Yifeng about his meddling with Jinhu. Okay, just don't have a grudge. Wang Tianpeng added, I heard from my friend that Yifeng has recently gotten very close to that Chui young man in Gusu, and seems to be working on a project that still lacks a little investment. In a couple days, you go and look for Yifeng. What? Wang Xiaocheng was shocked. Friends, together as friends, make friends, you take the money. Yifeng has no reason to refuse you, Wang Tianpeng said with a smile. Wang Xiaocheng was speechless. Yifeng was not a fool, of course he would not refuse, but the question was, why should one go and give money to Yifeng? Just now, Hua and Zhou approached us for help, but there was one thing that they concealed. Do you know whose handiwork is behind the business war between Ye's clothing and Zhang's clothing? Wang Tianpeng asked. Isn't it Li Winghua's? Mentioning this, Wang Xiaocheng despised Yifeng. This scumbag is playing a conspiracy to keep everyone in the dark. But I can't say that Yifeng is smart. But the matter of rushing to the red face is really in line with Yifeng's character. Li Winghua? Wang Tianpeng lightly chortled and said, Li Yanghua doesn't have that kind of ability. Ye's clothing can occupy so much share of the clothing market in such a short period of time, relying on Yifeng. Yifeng is the commander-in-chief of this business war. Chapter 69 Youngest member of the Zhou family? This can't be right. Wang Xiaocheng died not believing that Yifeng could still have this ability. He was just a dude. Before that, he even ran away to be a licking dog for a woman named by Susu. Usually, the rich second-generation party are behind the back to make fun of Yifeng. Hearing his father say this, Wang Xiaocheng only felt like his three views were going to be blown through. No way? Wang Tianpeng looked at his son and said, how much do you know about Yifeng specifically? What I got here is first-hand intelligence. You can have no confidence in our Wang family's intelligence system, but you have doubts about the intelligence network given by Lydian? Lai Tian. Hearing this name, Wang Xiaocheng was stunned for a moment. He didn't really know much about Lydian. The whole of Jiangnan knew that it was a mysterious organization whose leader seemed to be a Southlander, but they are so godlike that they mainly sell information, and their information is absolutely true. Even the Gusichui family, which had done a particularly impressive job with their intelligence network, relied heavily on them. Immediately, Wang Xiaocheng didn't dare to have any more doubts and helplessly believed what his father said. Xiaocheng, you have to remember that Yifeng can only befriend but not offend. You have to learn more from Chen Zixuan on this point. It took 10 years for our Wang family to rise, and now it's difficult to inch forward. But then you must know that only by holding on to your thighs can you run farther. Wang Tianpeng sighed and said in a serious tone, in the next 2 days, Yifeng didn't stay in the company much. All affairs, with Li Yanghua in charge, Hua and Zhou, can be destroyed at the snap of a finger, due to the income in the Jinling side, not worse than Jiang Bei, and embraced the Yi family's thighs. Li Yanghua received his family to Jinling, but also bought a house in this side. Yifeng, on the other hand, began to work on the issue of investment. Chui Ren's Gusa Commercial Street, a total of get down to spend 3 billion. Chui Ren's side can be out of 1 billion. Yifeng is ready to out of 1 billion. Chen Zixuan offered 300 million, and Zhou Wenbin could also offer 300 million if he successfully became the heir. The The remaining 400 million, in fact, is not difficult, but Yifeng has to consider who is coming in and chewing this fragrant bun together. After all, this business thing, Yifeng must take the initiative position, and among the shareholders, there must be harmony, and harmony makes money. Young Master Yi, the young master of the Wang family, is here. In the afternoon, Yifeng was drinking tea with Chen Zixuan and Zhou Wenbin, in Shui Zhu Shen, when suddenly, the waiter came over and said, "Wang Xiaochang, what's he doing here?" The two of them, Chen Zixuan, frowned. Last time, in order to help Jin Hu out, Yifeng had smacked him in public, and, cha-cha, they had $1 million lousy dollars. There was absolutely nothing good about Wang Xiaocheng's visit at this time. "Yifeng, your beautiful bodyguard isn't here. Why don't I go call some people over?" Chen Zixuan was a little worried. No harm done. If Wang Xiaocheng dared to move me, he did last time. Let's see what he's up to first. Yifeng said indifferently. In fact, he was not afraid of Wang Xiaocheng's retaliation. After all, with a force value of 200, punching him was the same as punching a couch pillow. Not long after, Wang Xiaocheng walked over with a group of men, and miraculously, they actually carried leather boxes. Yifeng took a look and there were actually 20 boxes. "You guys are?" Yifeng was confused, and Chen Zixu and Zhou Wenbin was also confused. "Yi Xiao, we didn't fight before, and when I went back my father educated me. I've also thought very clearly that our rich second generation in Jinling should be honored by Yi Xiao," Wang Xiaocheng said with a smile. "What do you mean? You want to be Young Ye's brother too?" Chen Zixuan couldn't help but be curious. Yes, although Wang Xiaocheng felt shame in his heart, he still bowed his head and said, "Yi Xiao, don't mind having more than one brother. What the hell do you want?" Yifeng was speechless and asked directly to the point. "I want to do business with Yi Xiao and raise the prestige of my provincial capital of Jinling. This is $200 million. No matter what you do, Yi Xiao, take me on. You can use it as you like. I don't ask." When Wang Xiaocheng said that, the people under him opened the leather boxes one after another, and for a while, they blinded the eyes of the crowd. This guy, Wang Xiaocheng, actually brought 200 million in cash over. "I stampo. Showa." Chen Zixuan's eyes widened. "Young Wang, you will be my half-brother from now on." Yifeng was touched inwardly. It's a real snooze with a pillow. This guy invested $200 million and didn't even ask what it was for. And their Wang family wasn't weak. May I ask, is there a better quality investor than this? Big brother, little brother. Yifeng and Wang Xiaocheng were both in tears. I say, last time when Wang Xiaocheng was slapped by Yi Xiao, he hated his teeth so much that he put me on hold here and performed a Sichuan opera face change. Chen Zixuan lamented. Those who knew thought they were worshipping. Those who didn't thought they were long-lost father and son. It's probably because, like me, after being cleaned up by Yi Xiao, I've only seen his charisma. Zhou Wenbin analyzed that there is one thing to say. Yifeng is handsome and his charm value is really high. Ha, you're not fucking right. Stockholm Syndrome? Chen Zixuan was shocked. The first incoming investment was finalized and the crowd went to the bar to get dandy at the end of the night. Chen Zixuan, the three rich kids, called a lot of girls, saying that it was to liven up the atmosphere. Among these girls, Yifeng saw an acquaintance, the very same girl who was there when Wang Xiaocheng smashed Jin Hu's field last time, and also Xiao Yu, one of Wang Xiaocheng's many girlfriends. Yi Xiao. Seeing Yifeng, Xiao Yu was a bit embarrassed and scared. She didn't know Yifeng before, that's why she made a big deal out of it, but she knew now. Yifeng was actually a rich second generation who was even more bullish than his boyfriend. Speaking with him, Yu's voice trembled. Yifeng didn't care much about her. After all, she was just an insignificant minor character. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere of the entire box, all reached its peak. Yifeng, alone, drank and vomited Chen Zixuan, Zhou Wenbin, and Wang Xiaocheng. Now Yifeng had a physical strength value of 300. Not only was his sleep comparable to that of a certain multi-person sports dance king, even his alcohol consumption had become particularly good. Young Wang, it's bad. Something big has happened. Suddenly, a girl hurriedly ran into the box. She was also one of the sisters called by Wang Xiaocheng. What's so urgent? Wang Xiaocheng asked. Just now, Xiao Yu and I went to the restroom to use the toilet, and we were surrounded by several people who insisted that we drink with them and molested Xiao Yu. Koyuki was so angry that she slapped the man on the spot, and then Koyuki was, at that point, the girl didn't dare say any more, but we all know how it ends. Mud, how dare you move the earth on the head of the Taiyang? Are you tired of living? Wang Xiaocheng was furious. Don't look at him as a younger brother in front of Yifeng, but he was actually a dynamite barrel. After all, when the second generation of rich people still have little temper, it is only Zhou Wenbin this kind. It's this box, isn't it? Wang Xiaocheng's words fell, and suddenly, the box barged in with a group of people. The leader shouted, "Mard, that bitch scratched my face. If you people in this box don't compensate 10 million, no one will want to leave today. So what if I don't pay?" Wang Xiaocheng asked grimly. "I'll kill you if you don't pay." The man said angrily, "I am Zhou Chonghao, the youngest master of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families of Jinling, so go out and ask around. Who the hell dares to mess with me?" Chapter 70 Yang Tang, the Zhou family's youngest? Hearing this, Yi Feng subconsciously looked at Zhou Wenbin beside him. What a coincidence, there's a Chao family youngster here too. Zhou Chonghao, what's gotten into you, running here to cause trouble? Zhou Wenbin stood out and shouted in exasperation. Opposite his half-brother, Zhou Chonghao, the eldest son of the Zhou family. "Yo, so it's Zhou Wenbin." Zhou Chonghao glanced at him and directly laughed, saying, "You stinking bitches, you scratched my face, you must pay for it today. Don't say that I, as a brother, am difficult for you guys. You'll pay 9,999,999. For your face, I'll give you $1 less. When this statement was made, the whole room looked at Zhou Wenbin. The opposite side is his brother, but his face, actually only worth $1. That's a fucking insult any way you look at it. Zhou Wenbin has 3 brothers, because the 3 are no good, so their father has not been set the heir position. As the eldest son in the family, Zhou Chonghao always thought that he was the crown prince, but unfortunately for him, his 2 younger brothers, they also had the intention of seizing the throne. Zhou Wenbin, in particular, was often at his stepmother Tan Mengjia's ass, behind the stock, robbing himself of the opportunity to buy auntie's napkins several times. Zhou Chonghao usually looked at him particularly unpleasant, this time just to give him a downward spiral. He held his head high and reiterated, "If you don't pay up today, don't blame the laborers for being rude." "Oh, labor to pay you back?" Labor is the Wang family's eldest young man, namely Wang Xiaocheng, the future heir of the Wang family. "How dare you ask labor for money? Believe it or not, I'll take your legs off and serve you as pig's feet tonight." Wang Xiaocheng huffed and puffed. If it is Yi Feng extorting himself, forget about it. After all, his family bullpen, D is too big to take him. But what kind of a thing are you, Zhou Chonghao, and you dare to reach out and ask for money? All day, 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 all day. Young Master Wang, you have to do it for me. Xiao Yu cried and cried. Although she wasn't seriously hurt, she was really frightened just now. You're Wang Xiaocheng? Zhou Chonghao's eyes widened, getting a little closer and fixing my eyes on it. It was actually true. Zhou Chonghao, I'm here too. Chen Zixuan also hurriedly stood out, fearing that the lights of the box would be too dim for him to see himself. "Why, you 3, Zhou Chonghao's jaw dropped, and he had to know that Wang Xiaocheng was a violent temper, and their Wang family started out very unclean. Chen Zixuan is another little fox, and his dad is known as the old fox, and Zhou Wenbin is just an honest man. How could he get mixed up with them? Zhou Xiao, what's your situation? This scene you are scared. Don't be afraid. Brothers to support you. Yes, I'll be the first to say no if you dare to scratch and spend young Zhou's face. What's Wang Daoxiao and Chen Daoxiao? Even if the eldest son of the powerful Yi family comes in person, our young master Zhou is not afraid." Behind Zhou Chonghao, the gang of foxes and dogs began to wave the flag to support. Anyway, watch the fun. And didn't Zhou Chonghao often brag about how awesome he was in Jiling and how he could hang all kinds of disobedience? How can you wimp out in this situation? Zhou Chonghao feels in a dilemma. On one side is Zhou Wenbin with Wang and Chen too young. On the other side is his own fox friends. In and out. If he wimped out, then in the future, his position in the circle would definitely be in tatters. After all, he was not the true heir of the Zhou family. "Zhou Xiao, can you handle it? Do you want a brother to help you out?" At that moment, a man with a scar on his face spoke up. "Thanks a lot, Yang." Zhou Chonghao hurriedly thanked him. This Yang Tang was not simple. In the Jianghu of Jinling, there were 2 big brothers, Jin Hu and Yang Tang. With him out there, this scene can definitely be subdued. It's just a little costly to pay him as a brother, I guess. Aside from young Wang, young Chen, and this brother of young Zhou, all of them were exterminated for me. Yang Tang waved his hand and his men immediately rushed in. What he meant by destroy was to beat him up and put him in the hospital. Yes, soon. Yang Tang's men quickly rushed in. "Yang Tang, what do you mean, causing trouble in my bar?" At this time, Tang Yo, the bar's watchman, rushed over with his men. He was Jin Hu's henchman, i.e. the one who brought Yi Feng to the Dark Horse Club last time. He held an iron rod in his hand and looked solemn, knowing that Yi Xiao could still be inside. Roll. Yang Teng instantly slapped him and shouted, "What kind of a thing are you? How dare you get in my way? Tell Jin Hu to come over and talk." You, Tainyo received a slap in the face. His chest was filled with indignation, but he didn't dare to fight back, because only Tiger is qualified to sit and speak with him on an equal footing. Should I really call him? But by the time Tiger came, this Yang Tang would have long since run away with his men, right? Also cannot be for this matter. Set off a great war in the Jianghu. This is also inappropriate. At most, scolded 2 sentences, and then Yang Tang casually make amends. Tainyo gritted his teeth and said in a deep, angry voice, "Yang Teng, I advise you not to go too far. I'm just over the top. What can you do about it?" Yang Tang waved his hand and called out, "Keep doing it." Another reason why he helped Zhou Chonghao stomp on people was that the bar was owned by Jin Hu. The last time Jin Hu caused trouble in his bar and beat up one of his important customers, the next day he called to ask him about it and he actually played amnesia. Yang Tang wanted to retaliate back. In the bar, the whole place was tense. Wang Xiaocheng wanted to be powerful, but he didn't have enough people around him. There's no way to sweep up the Golden Tiger's bar like you did last time with over 200 men, but if he forced his way out, although Yang Tang didn't dare to make a move, he really couldn't stop him himself. "Ha, this little white boy has this look on his face, and it looks pretty beat up to me." The leading man, jealous of Yi Feng's handsomeness, swung over with a slap on the spot, but soon, he let out a scream and was kicked to the wall by Yi Feng. "Ha, kid's got some balls, how dare you resist?" Yang Tang sneered, took the iron rod from his men and aggressively walked towards Yi Feng. "I am Yi Feng, the Yi family's youngest, come and try to move me." Yi Feng also stepped forward, and the two of them were close to each other. Yi Feng? At those words, Yang Teng froze for a moment, and the iron rod, which was held high, froze. One must know that although he, Yang Teng, was a big shot in the Jianghu, he didn't dare to touch the people of the 4 great families. Not to mention, the other party was also the youngest member of the Yi family, a powerful family in Jinling. "Young Yi, I think this is a misunderstanding." Yang Teng hurriedly compensated with a smile. He had seen Yi Feng a few times before in photos. After determining that it was undoubtedly him, Yang Teng put down the iron rod. Pop! Suddenly, Yi Feng slapped him in the face. The sound of the slap was clear and loud, and everyone's heart thumped. Everyone saw that Yang Teng's face was twitching and had a 5-finger print on it. His face, even more difficult to see. "Put the crowbar up and hit me." Yi Feng frowned and called out. Seeing that Yang Teng didn't move, he kicked him in the stomach again. "I'll fucking let you smash. What are you doing freezing for me?" Chapter 71, Zhou Chonghao's IOU. Brother Yang. Everyone in the room was surprised when Yang Teng was kicked, not expecting Yi Feng to dare to directly move against Yang Teng, only to see Yang Teng being kicked in pain, one hand propped up on the ground, his expression twitching, the scar on his face, looking particularly hideous. His men, too, rushed up at the first opportunity and glared at Yi Feng, trying to do something. Seeing this, Wang Xiaocheng, Chen Zixuan, Tainyo and the others, also protected in front of Yi Feng. In terms of the numbers and battle strength of both sides, Yang Teng was at an absolute advantage, but no matter what, Yang Teng could not be allowed to retaliate against Yi Feng. "Surname Yi, don't be too arrogant. Our brother Yang is already polite to you. How dare you make a move? Do you really think that your Yi family is the sky of Jinling? I'm going to get you killed today." Yang Teng's men shouted with indignation. Who dared to be disrespectful to Yang Teng and Jinling? Even if Jin Hu was as arrogant as he was, he didn't dare to directly move against Yang Teng. "Stop!" Just as the group of his men were getting excited, Yang Teng slowed down and hurriedly stopped them. His force value was about the same as Golden Tiger's, but after all, he had been kicked in the stomach without any defense, and was still suffering from severe pain. He said, "Young Master Yi, I have always respected your Yi family, but I, Yang Teng, am not one to be bullied. You kicked me in the face. How can you give an explanation?" Anyone could hear that Yang Teng was holding his anger, and the reason why he didn't make a move was because he was afraid of the strength of the Yi family. Otherwise, a different person would have died a million times over. But Yang Teng was not a good person to deal with, and he would never let this matter go. "So what? What do you want?" Yi Feng returned lightly. In Jinling, even the 4 great families did not dare to easily provoke Yang Teng. Even Jin Hu, who was also a great man of the jungle, could not suppress him, his junior, but was forced to sit on an even keel. But Yi Feng was different. He didn't need to take Yang Teng too seriously. As Yi Feng's words fell, Wang Xiaocheng, Chen Zixuan, Tainyo and the others also hurriedly said, "Yang Teng, if you have resentment, You can retaliate. I, Wang Xiaocheng and Yi Xiao, will fight you to the end. Although my Chen family is not a Jianghu person, if you retaliate against Xiao Yi, my Chen family will not sit idly by. Surname Yang, I can warn you, Yi Xiao is our tiger's big brother. If you dare to touch him in the slightest, we'll definitely fight you to the death. If you don't believe me, just try it. Boss Yang, this was supposed to be between us and Zhou Changhao. You had to get involved. And who's to blame if you get kicked in the face? Finally, Zhou Wenbin, who had always been a bit of a wimp, also took a stand. For a while, the atmosphere of the whole room was silent. Not only Yang Tang was surprised, even Zhou Changhao could not figure it out. The heirs of the Wang and Chen families, as well as Zhou Wenbin of the Zhou family, supporting Yi Feng was already unbelievable enough. I didn't expect that even a guy like Jin who had no one in his sight, had recognized Yi Feng as his big brother. Tainyo was Jin Hu's direct subordinate, and it should be impossible for the words coming out of his mouth to be false. Yang, what now? A henchman hurriedly came to Yang Tang's ear and asked. Yang Tang frowned. Zhou Wenbin could be ignored, but the Wang and Chen families were definitely not to be messed with, especially the Wang family, who were originally counted as half of the Jianghu people. Even if it was a golden tiger, they dared to fight hard. Even if today, he took revenge on Yi Feng, but behind him, he would surely usher in the crazy revenge of Yi, Wang, Chen, as well as the golden tiger. Yang Tang's rise to power was only a few short years ago, and although he had stabilized his roots in the Jianghu of Jinling, this era was ultimately a commercial society. Having money is the way to go. Then, Yang Tang looked at Yi Feng, lowered his tone and said, Young Yi, this time it was my eyes that did not recognize in the tie, and I bumped into you. Please do not take it to heart. I will set up a banquet to make amends to you some other day. Go. After saying that, Yang Tang beckoned and left under everyone's gazes in ashes. Yang Tang actually wimped out. Brother Yang, Zhou Changhao hurriedly called out. The person who panicked the most from Yang Tang's departure was him. A moment later, Wang Xiaocheng and Zhou Wenbin rushed up. Zhou Changhao, let's settle the score. You bullied my girlfriend. How do you settle the score? Wang Xiaocheng glared angrily. Why don't you pay out $10 million as well? And for the sake of you being my brother, I'll ask Wang Xiao to give you $1 less. Zhou Wenbin smiled grimly. Although they are all members of the Zhou family, the money is from Zhou Changhao, his personal money. Of course, Zhou Changhao could embezzle the family's money, but if his father knew, he would definitely break his dog's legs. As long as the heir is not decided, then the three brothers of the Zhou family can only receive a little pocket money every month. There has to be a formal and reasonable reason to use the family's money. Zhou Xiao, I remembered that I still have kanji cooking at home. I'll go back to check the fire first. Yeah, my mother-in-law got bitten by a dog. I have to go see her. I'm leaving too. Why are you all leaving? Can't you see that Zhou Xiao is in a mess? Forget it, I'll leave too. Not long ago, Zhou Chonghao's gang of fox friends, gone clean. Pop. A loud slap sounded on Zhou Chonghao's face. It was Xiao Yu who had just been stunned. She said angrily, how dare you guys touch my lady? I'm Young Wang's woman. If you don't pay $10 million, you won't be able to leave today. You, Zhou Changhao cursed the stinking bitch in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Today, even Yang Tang has been goaded. What can Zhou Changhao do? Well, don't be so aggressive. At this time, Yi Feng came and said, Yi Xiao, today is a misunderstanding. Our Zhou family and the Yi family don't interfere with each other. Just let me go. Zhou Changhao begged for mercy in a hurry. Bah, with you you're also worthy of representing the Zhou family. Zhou Wenbin cursed. This dog days, really take himself as the first son? Letting you go is fine, but you have to write an IOU. You caused trouble today and beat up young Wang's woman. It's not too much for us to ask you for $10 million. I remember you just now, asking us to pay out this much too. After saying that, Yi Feng let Tainyo go and get a pen and paper. Matters forced, cannot afford to Zhou Changhao not to sign. Otherwise he is not a simple matter of losing face today. He was also afraid of retaliation, especially Yi Feng's retaliation. Wang Xiao, you take this note in a couple days and look for the Zhou family's head of the family for the money. Yi Feng casually gave the note to Wang Xiaocheng. Will he give it? Wang Xiaocheng was puzzled in his mind. I don't think so. My dad, I guess, has a terrible temper. Zhou Wenbin said. He is not concerned about this $10 million, but this money, really cannot be asked. You can only ask Chao Chongho for it. Oh, is it the $10 million I'm aiming for? Yi Feng waved his hand, holding Zhou Wenbin's back and said, what I want is to help Zhou Xiao obtain the position of the Zhou family heir. Today, Zhou Changhao just happened to run into the gun, so I must not find a reason for the Zhou family head to waste him. Chapter 72 Zhou Wenbin's rise to power. Yi Xiao, you're too considerate of me. From today onwards, you're my own big brother. If I can really become the Zhou family heir, in the future, our Zhou family will absolutely look up to you. Zhou Wenbin was so excited that he almost knelt and kowtowed to Yi Feng on the spot. Among the three brothers of the Zhou family, none of them can become a success, and the second of the Zhou family is even a rotten gambler, often causing trouble for his father, Zhou Minkai, and the heir of the Zhou family must not be him. Therefore, Zhou Chonghao was Zhou Wenbin's greatest rival, and he was also the eldest son of the family, and the one most likely to become the heir of the Zhou family. However, Yi Feng thought deeper. Just letting Zhou Chonghao fall out of favor may not be enough to determine Zhou Wenbin's heir position. What if, on a whim, he has another son? It's not uncommon to have children in old age. So, there has to be a bright spot in Zhou Wenbin's body. Under Yi Feng's authorization, early the next morning, Wang Xiaocheng went to Zhou Group and asked Zhou Minkai for money. Learning that his son had caused trouble outside and had written a $10 million compensation note, Zhou Minkai was so furious that he kicked the bookshelf down. Company executives have been silenced. All dare not make a sound. In the beginning, Zhou Mingjia had created the Zhou Group with his own strength, but his three unproductive sons were his greatest shame. The Zhou family's second oldest, last month engaged in gambling, owed more than $1 million usurious loan. As a result, this time the boss of the Zhou family, Zhou Chonghao, even more cheating, directly wrote a $10 million note. Zhou Mingji's lungs were now bursting with anger. Uncle Zhou, don't get excited. The relationship between our two families, it doesn't matter about money or anything else. But Zhou Chonghao molested my girlfriend. I just can't swallow this breath. Wang Xiaocheng said smilingly. When the crowd heard this, it was also true that if Zhou Minkai's beautiful wife, Tan Mengjia, had been molested, he definitely wouldn't be able to let it go. It's my fault for not disciplining him. I'll go back and clean him up, and we'll make up for the damage we've caused you. Zhou Minkai, after all, is in the wrong, although it is not possible to pay $10 million, but a symbolic compensation point, to maintain the relationship between the two families, or very necessary. Uncle Zhou, you're welcome. It's mainly because Zhou Chonghao has gone too far as a human being, but for the sake of Zhou Wenbin's face, let's forget about this. Wang Xiaocheng continued to enter the scene, which was what Yi Feng had instructed him to do. Only by stepping on one and pulling on the other can Zhou Wenbin's weight in Zhou Minsai's heart be elevated. Zhou Wenbin? Hearing this, Zhou Minkai, as well as the company executives, all visibly froze for a moment. It wasn't that Zhou Wenbin was anything special, but he actually called himself a brother to Wang Xiaocheng. Yes, he's good buddies with me and Xiao Yi and Xiao Chun. Wang Xiaocheng added. Alright then, thanks to Young Wan for being magnanimous. Zhou Minkai nodded slightly, and after sending Wang Xiaocheng away, the company executives, too, all gathered around. Dong Zhou, the third young master, has made a name for himself. This young master of the wine family is notorious for his short temper and would actually sell the third young master's face. The crowd compared Zhou Chonghao to Zhou Wenbin, one who only knew how to mix circles and stirred something up at any time. The other, on the other hand, called himself a brother and entered into friendship with several of the top young men in Jinling. It's totally a day and a night. Zhou Chonghao couldn't even compare to a hair on Zhou Wenbin's head. Well, this man, Wenbin, has always been loyal and honest. Zhou Minkai also smiled and nodded. He actually did not see much in his heart last Wenbin, only felt that he was a wimp. But looking at it so much today, this young son of his may have skills he didn't expect. Although the eldest son was not competitive, the youngest son really surprised Zhou Minkai. So throughout the day, Zhou Minkai was smiling. Near the end of her shift, she was kind enough to go and pour a cappuccino for her cleaning lady so she wouldn't work too hard. Jingle bells. Suddenly, Zhou Minsai's cell phone rang. A look at the phone. Actually, as the loving wife Tan Mengjia called. Baby, what's wrong? Zhou Mingjia asked with a smile, guessing that it must be because he had been busy with work during this time and had left her out in the cold. The last thing a woman in her 30s can tolerate is being left alone. Woohoo! Tan Mingjia was on the phone, crying her heart out. Baby, what the hell? Zhou Mingjia heard the cries and asked in a hurry. Zhou Chonghao. Tan Mingjia cried even more. What the hell? Zhou Minsai's heart, all of a sudden tensed up. Is Zhou Chonghao this loser, again outside to cause trouble for themselves? However, it was only when Tan Mingjia told him the truth that Zhou Min was dumbfounded on the spot, followed closely by monstrous anger. Zhou Chonghao actually at home to watch some kind of island country movie. Sea Rise, substituting into the role, actually wanted Tan Mingjia to do something untoward. It was only because Tan Mingjia fought to the death that she didn't let this beast of his have his way. That son of a bitch. I have to get him killed today. Zhou Minkai was furious and rushed back home in a hurry. His wife, Tan Mengjia, is crying, but Zhou Chonghao denies it and insists that Tan Mengjia seduced him. In the end, it was only after Tan Mengjia's denunciation that Zhou Min found 10 T's of island movies in Zhou Chonghao's computer hard drive, and it's actually all of the kind that puts hats on Zhou Minjie. You stampede beast, how could I have a son like you? If I had known, I should have shot you on the wall in the first place. Zhou Minkai was furious, copied the arm-thick iron rod, and greeted Zhou Chonghao. One didn't pay attention and broke Zhou Chonghao's leg on the spot. After the gas dissipated, Zhou Min only smoked a cigarette and contemplated. Zhou Chonghao is, after all, his own son, cannot really get him dead, and then took him to the hospital to pick up the bones. But in Zhou Minsai's mind, Zhou Chonghao can no longer continue in this family. As for the heir, it is even more impossible. Yi Xiao, your 2 sets of ploys in a double-barreled manner are really superb. At the Cui Zhuxian Leisure Club, Yi Feng was drinking tea with Wang Xiaocheng and Chen Zixuan, and 2 hours ago, Zhou Wenbin was called back by his father, saying he had something to discuss with him. When Zhou Minkai, the head of the Zhou family, died to his eldest son, Zhou Chonghao, the only heir he could pick was Zhou Wenbin. Yi Feng laughed lightly. Zhou Wenbin will be able to become the heir of the Zhou family. It is just a matter of how long it will take. But with Tamanja there to blow the pillow, time wasn't an issue. And with Tan Mengjia's black information in Yi Feng's hands, he wasn't afraid that she wouldn't help him out. This time, framing Zhou Chonghao was also authorized by Yi Feng. Yi Xiao. Not long after, Zhou Wenbin ran over with a red face. Chen Zixuan and Wang Xiaocheng looked over toward him and curiously said, "Your kid has really become the heir of the Zhou family? Just now, we were still discussing this matter, that's for sure." Zhou Wenbin raised his head and proudly said, "My stepmother is blowing me out of the water at my dad's place. Of course, this is all thanks to Yi Xiao. It's all Yi Xiao's favor." Zhou Wenbin thanked from the bottom of his heart. "Thanks and all that, cut the crap. You should know what I want," Yi Feng said indifferently. Since Zhou Wenbin has become the heir, the next step is to start the matter of letting the Zhou family invest. Xiao Yi, that's what I wanted to say. Zhou Wenbin laughed. "My father approved $300 million for me to follow you to invest in Gusu. If it's not enough, I can ask my dad for more." After a pause, Zhou Wenbin added, "Yi Xiao, how much are you still missing? Just say a number." Chapter 73, Tang Xiyin has fallen. "No way, old iron. How come your family is so good at asking for this money? Are you going to be the heir apparent? Or are you just taking your dad's place now?" Wang Xiaocheng and Chen Zixuan's eyes widened. The only reason one of them could come up with 300 million and the other 200 million was because their father authorized it. The Chen family felt that Yi Feng's investment was promising, while the Wang family wanted to follow Yi Feng and eat meat. "But what does Zhou Minjie want?" "It's probably because my dad feels indebted to me," Zhou Wenbin said awkwardly. At first he was a little hesitant when he mentioned the investment matter to his father, but soon, he slapped his thighs and decided. On the one hand, Zhou Minkai felt that Zhou Wenbin was the only heir to the family now, and that he had to be exercised. On the other hand, Zhou Minkai, over the years, has been taking Zhou Wenbin as a wimp, feeling indebted to him. The Zhou family's account has a relatively sufficient cash flow. $300 million can be taken out, and a little more is certainly fine. Mainly, or when exercising Zhou Wenbin. "Young Yi, do you still need money?" Zhou Wenbin asked again. He truly admired Yi Feng, so he also believed that his investment must be a steady profit. The money invested, it's enough, Yi Feng said indifferently. Gusu Commercial Street, a total investment of 3 billion. Chui Ren's side can come up with 1 billion, and their own side, to solve 2 billion on the line. Yi Feng's own money on his body, and then some from Yi Group's account, can have 1 billion, and Zhou Wenbin's 3 people, also have 800 million. For the remaining 200 million, Yi Feng had a candidate. It's time for the Zhao family to put in some effort. Yi Feng secretly said in his heart, if the Yi family wants to expand, and if Yi Feng wants to dominate Jinling, the first thing he has to do is to face the 4 big families directly. The 4 great families would either bow down and submit, or they would have to be cut off by Yi Feng. But, it is only by joining forces and rolling the dumplings together that we can make them bigger. And as for cutting them out, that is a last resort. It seems like we need to find a time to talk to the Zhao family's side. Yi Feng had made up his mind. Now that the Zhao family was an ally of the Yi family, it wasn't really too difficult to talk about things. After Yi Feng returned home, he asked his father Yi Longzhou to make a phone call to Zhao Wenwei, the head of the Zhao family, to discuss the matter in detail. The other party said that they agreed to invest, but this period of time is too busy. It will have to be a few days by the Zhao family's heir, Ms. Zhao Hongying, to discuss in detail with the Yi family. In this way, Yi Feng's $1 billion investment was all taken care of. Simply talk to Hongying Zhao for more details. Time. 2. dwindled to the beginning of June. Ye's Clothing, also completely in Jinling, took more than 80% of the share. Young Yi, starting from this month, our company can already start making profits. In the office, Li Yangwo reported to Yi Feng and said, but with all due respect, there are actually quite a lot of rich people in Jinling, but the Jinling clothing market, however, is very low-end. I know. Yi Feng nodded. Jinling, this city, in fact, very difficult to say. You say it is not economic development. Right, there are a lot of rich people. You can say it has a good economy, but the real industry is not very good, and the tourism and service industries are top-notch, and the apparel industry, which is part of the manufacturing sector, is also very crotch-pulling. For one thing, people on this side of Jinling like to run to Gusu, Jiajiang, Hangzhou and these places. Jinling's GDP is a serious outflow, coupled with the impact of online stores. Jinling's clothing industry is shrinking. Secondly, the impact of foreign big brands of local clothing brands, resulting in the high-end market cannot do. To do it can only be sold on behalf of others. Now, Yes Clothing mainly do two kinds. One is the resale, the other is self-developed brand. The profit of reselling is very high, but the market in Jinling is small. The market of self-research is big, but the price is low and the profit is thin. Yi Xiao, right now we have two choices. One is to be a big brand and smash money to make the clothing market in Jinling, but with all due respect, we have just over $100 million in the company account right now, and bleeding back is the main objective, Li Yonghua said. Anyway, he has not much cash. Yi family has money, but it is not possible to keep smashing into the clothing industry. Seeing that Ji Feng didn't speak, he continued. Secondly, the clothing market in Jinling is just like that. Even though we account for more than 80% of the market share, the net profit for a year is only 200 to 300 million. We have to go back 3 years. My suggestion is that we market nationally, but we've got to get an anchor to carry the goods. In this regard, we still have to rely on Yi Xiao. After Li Yonghua finished speaking, he looked at Ji Feng with bated breath. Anchors and stars with goods. This is now considered the trend of the internet. But in fact, Yi Feng does not know the people of the entertainment company. The Yi family mainly operates in the tourism, service and manufacturing industries, and is not involved in the entertainment industry. However, speaking of anchors, Yi Feng recalled one person. He went to a phone call to Tang Xiying. Xiying, why are you free to go back to the dormitory? Aren't you going live? Jinling Art School, girls' dormitory. The roommate curiously looked at Tang Xiying, who was nestled on the bed playing games. Don't you know? Xiying is being disturbed by the leader Sao and has been avoiding him for the past few days. Just the fat manager? Who else can there be besides him? Horny as a pig in a poke. On the basis of being the boss's brother-in-law. Not less slutty. Disturbing the female anchors under the company. Xiying, if you don't want to be an anchor woman, just quit. With your looks, it's definitely not hard to find a rich and handsome man. I remember that young master of the Chun family. Wasn't he quite interested in you? Roommate girlfriends have been hitting it off, and no one wants a flower on a cow's turd. At this time, Tang Xiying was looking at the cell phone screen. Stunned, young master Yi Feng actually gave himself a call. Ever since the two added their contact information after the last racing competition, Yi Xiao had not contacted Tang Xiying. Tang Xiyang did want to contact Yi Feng, but she didn't know on what grounds. She thought she was born beautiful, but beside young master Yi Feng, there should be no shortage of beautiful women. Supposedly, he also has a particularly beautiful girlfriend. After freezing for a few seconds, Tang Xiying picked up the phone. A minute later, Tang Xiying jumped out of bed, went to change her clothes, dressed up and went out. Xiying, what are you going to do in such a nice outfit? No Xiying, you can't be submerged by that piggyback just to continue being an anchor woman. Rules it's over. It's over. Xiying can't hear what we're saying at all. Tang Xiying has fallen. Sisters, do you think I should fall too? Other people Xiying fell because they were pretty. What about you? Me? Oh, I'm a woman who can play rhythm ambassador with her tongue. Tang Xiying really didn't notice what her roommates were saying, and had just talked to Yi Feng on the phone about the situation, and that he was coming to the school to look for himself. Now, Tang Xiying had to wait for him in front of the school. Tang Xiying had just walked to the entrance of the school, when a Rolls-Royce business car was parked there, attracting the attention of many students. Isn't this Yi Xiao's favorite car? He came to our school? Could it be that he's here to find Bai Susu? It's possible, yo. There are still a few days before Bai Susu takes her piano exam. Yi Xiao might be here to wave the flag for others. Chapter 74, Self-Indulgent Bai Susu. Yi Xiao is definitely here to look for Bai Susu. He's still like this even though he has a girlfriend. He's really one of the few infatuated strange men in the world. Boing boing, the heavens also owe me a smitten high roller. Yi Xiao, this Rolls Royce looks so handsome. I want to sit on it and give Yi Xiao as a pet. What do you want to be? Yi Feng's Rolls Royce parked in front of the entrance of the Jinling Art School and quickly attracted attention. Previously, Yi Feng often came to the school to look for Bai Susu, so there were not a few students who knew him. However, at this moment, Yi Feng was sitting in the car, but he was looking for Tang Xiying. I can't help it. There are so many people here and so many beautiful girls from the art school. It's really not easy to find. Susu, come with me. There's good news. In the music department's classroom, Lin Fengjie ran over to her best friend Bai Susu with gusto and pulled her up from her seat. What? Bai Susu was busy preparing for her piano exam in a few days, and was a bit disinterested. Yi Xiao has come to look for you. Come with me. Lin Fengjie didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime great opportunity and pulled Bai Susu away. Brother Yi Feng. Hearing this name that was once incredibly familiar, Bai Susu even ghostly allowed Lin Fengjie to pull her. For some reason, Bai Susu also wanted to see Brother Yi Feng. It's been a long time since he's come to himself yet. I really don't know what kind of madness Yi Xiao has gone through that he would actually look at a woman like Bai Susu. Yeah, we're no worse than Bai Susu. We have all the parts she has on her. Humph, who cares? Maybe Yi Xiao came to the school, not to look for her at all. In fact, the argument is somewhat untenable, because many times before, when Yi Feng came to the school to look for Bai Susu, he hadn't greeted her in advance. He just stood in front of the school and waited until Bai Susu got out of school, sometimes even until 10 p.m. For this, everyone can only be envious and jealous. Look, you guys, here comes Bai Susu. At the entrance of the school, between the crowd of people, Bai Susu's two daughters walked quietly. It's really strange. Didn't Bai Susu used to not come out until school was over, saying that she wanted to get serious about her studies? What the hell? Those who are serious about their studies will read Jinling Art School? That's right, or else how could we, the scum of the earth, meet here? What's so strange? It must be that she panicked when she realized that Yi Xiao had a girlfriend. Amidst the jealous voices of the crowd, Bai Susu finally came out after 1,000 calls. Yi Feng's Rolls Royce, parked in that familiar spot. Bai Susu wanted to be reserved, but was pushed forward by her best friend Lin Fengjie. In a low voice, he said, Susu, hurry up and grab it. Don't let Yi Xiao wait for a long time. Feng Jiao, why are you here again? Brother Yi Feng and I are just. Before Bai Susu could finish her words, Lin Fengjie rolled her eyes and pushed her to the door of Yi Feng's car. It also pushed her under everyone's gaze. Everyone wanted to see, would Bai Susu still reject Yi Feng this time? It was not a secret in the school to know that Yi Feng was a licking dog. Ah, this, Tang Xiying, who had just arrived, was so shocked that her mind went blank when she saw the scene. She subconsciously glanced at the call log from a few minutes ago. That's right, young Master Yi Feng is here to find himself. What's Baksu doing here? Brother Yi Feng, what's the matter with you? Seeing that Yi Feng didn't open the door and was playing Tetris with his head down inside the car, Bai Susu gathered her courage and knocked on the door. She had just decided that if Brother Yi Feng was asking himself out for dinner, she would just say yes, just in time to ease up on him. After all, Brother Yi Feng, who used to be quite good to himself, is a very good friend at. Yi Feng came back to his senses and realized that the person by the car window was not Tang Xiying, but Bai Susu, and asked, what is it, Brother Yi Feng? Didn't you come to find me? Bai Susu was greatly curious. The onlookers, too, froze. Lin Fengjie was even pinching the hem of her skirt, more nervous than Bai Susu. No, what do I want with you? Yi Feng also felt curious. He had just been playing a game in the car to pass the time and didn't notice the situation outside. Good lord, there are actually so many people gathered around to eat. At the same time, Yi Feng also saw Tang Xiying in the crowd and hooked his finger towards her. Young Master Yi Feng. Tang Xiying walked in style. Her makeup was exquisite and her short JK skirt showed off her hot body. Isn't this Tang Xiying from the dance department? This is a famous big beauty in our school. It's rumored that Tang Xiying signed up with the Netflix incubation company and works as an anchor at Do Entertainment, and now she has several million fans. Oh my god, could she be Yi Xiao's rumored girlfriend? Yi Xiao came here to look for her. I'm a curious baby, and I want to know how young Yi and Tang Xiying met. One student had a big brainstorm and took the others with him in shock. But it has to be said that Tang Xiying is not worse than Bai Susu. Bai Susu does not cherish this kind of rich man like Yi Feng. There are people who cherish it. Good guy. My damn straight good guy. No wonder this girl Tang Xiying went out with her makeup on. She actually went on a date with Yi Xiao. Come on people, bring up the old lady's Italian. Spaghetti. I am afraid that my family Xiying is hungry. Tang Xiying's roommate and best friend followed up and saw the scene, and they were all in a state of shock. No wonder this girl couldn't even look at young Master Chun Zishuan. She actually hooked up with young Yi. Nice guy. What a nice guy. Go. Yifeng opened the car door and let the somewhat unnatural Tang Xiying sit on the co-pilot, then stepped on the gas and left the campus under the envious gazes of the crowd. It came and went in a hurry, not giving Bai Susu time to react at all. Ha ha, so Yi Xiao isn't here to find Bai Susu. I thought Yi Xiao wanted to continue being a licking dog. People, Yi Xiao originally didn't say that he came to find Bai Susu. Ah, can't you see that it was Bai Susu who made a fool of herself and licked her own face to come over? Humph. Bai Susu must still think that Yi Xiao is going to continue to be a licking dog for her, not realizing that he already has a goddess sister like Tang Xiying. I have to say, Tang Xiying and Yi Xiao, they're really talented and beautiful. The Moon Old Man is also too good at pulling the red thread. For Tang Xiying, most of the girls express their blessings because people are really good. The most important thing is that people Tang Xiying and did not hang Yi Xiao's appetite, unlike some women. Now play off the bar. Su, are you okay? Lin Fengjiao went up to comfort her best friend. She really cannot be harsh on Bai Susu, who knew that halfway killed a Tang Xiying. Most importantly, Bai Susu, a person with a good face, was now disgraced and ridiculed in front of so many people. She must not feel good inside. Brother Yifeng, I hate you. Bai Susu had tears in her eyes. Her appearance was aggrieved and pitiful. It was so hard for myself, only to gather the courage to decide to go out on a date with him. And he actually. Bai Susu stomped her foot and turned to leave. Susu, wait for me. Lin Fengjiao hurriedly followed and continued to comfort her best friend. On the way, she used her own cell phone and made a call to Yifeng. Since her previous phone had been blacked out by Yifeng, she had bought a new phone card specifically for this purpose. Phone call connected. Lin Fengjiao said, Yi Xiao. Susu is now sad and crying non-stop. I can't comfort her. Can you help and comfort her together? Chapter 75 Manager Zhang's Tactics. The reason why Lin Fengjiao called Yifeng was actually very clear to see. Now that her best friend is in a sad state, if Yifeng has even a little bit of compassion, he will not be indifferent. She was betting that Yifeng couldn't possibly have no feelings for Bai Susu at all. He's been a lickspittle for a few years now, and there's no way he's going to change drastically overnight. Sorry, not available. Yifeng replied back, then hung up the phone and once again blacked out Lin Fengjiao's phone. It's a no-brainer anyway. Yi Xiao, Bai Susu, is she alright? On the co-pilot, Tang Xiying asked curiously. Our business is important. Yifeng returned lightly. He was here to find Tang Xiying to help him bring goods. Not to childish. Even if it was, it couldn't be with Bai Susu, but with Gu Yunxiang. Our business. Tang Xiying repeated the phrase, a little wistfully. When I was at the school entrance just now, there were a lot of students who misunderstood their relationship with young Master Yifeng. Unfortunately, however, this is not the case. Tang Xiying sighed and continued, Yi Xiao, I have a problem in the company. If you can help me fix it, I'll bring you free goods in the future. It's not uncommon for anchors to bring in the goods. Although Tang Xiying is a face anchor and focuses on talent, she also helps some merchants to sell their goods. And the conversion rate is pretty good. He didn't ask in detail on the phone before, and on the way to Tang Xiying's company, Yifeng learned the details. The reason why Tang Xiying didn't go to the company was all because she was being harassed by the manager of the company in the past few days. Disturbed. Their manager is also a talent. Fat as a fat pig, and actually likes to send people topless photos. Some small anchors, in order to flatter him, actually complimented him on his body. After this fell on Tang Xiying's head, her first reaction was to black out the manager and avoid him. But it didn't work too well, and it wasn't long before the fat manager offered to go to the movies with her. In a fit of rage, Tang Xiying also stopped broadcasting and nestled in the school to hide from the fat manager. In fact, wherever there is a bunch of beautiful women, it is inevitable to meet this kind of thing. The difference is that some of them are voluntary, while others are forced. Of course Yifeng had to help her take care of this matter. After all, she was a big anchor with millions of fans. Yifeng still had to count on her to bring him goods. The Netflix company that Tang Xiying is working for, in the southern district of Jinling, has registered capital behind it, not from Jinling, but from the Yendu side. At the same time, their company is also one of the best Netflix companies in Jinling, and has produced several big verses at the level of 10 million fans. As soon as they arrived at the company, several female anchors who had a good relationship with Tang Xiying greeted them and said, "Si Young, where have you been the last few days? The boss is throwing a tantrum. My little ancestor, if you don't come, the company should sue you for breach of contract. You shouldn't play missing even if you hate manager Jiang. Honey, come inside with me and prepare for tonight's live broadcast." These few girls, in fact, intended to do it for the good of Tang Seeing. After all, in this line of work, it is normal to be disturbed. Disturbed is also a very normal thing. A lot of head of the network read also face this situation. Let's just say, get used to it. After all, Tang Seeing is still young, and there are still more curves in this business behind. Does she run away from things? Oh, I haven't even settled the score with that fat bastard yet, and they're good enough to sue me. Tang Seeing was furious. She was not a good master to be taken in the first place. Forget it, after all, people are the bosses. We are the anchors and netizens, to put it nicely. But to put it bluntly, we are just a laborer. How can you fight the boss when you're a laborer? Someone continues to advise. But the stock was sitting on the company side. What a hitter. At this time, Yifeng could not help but applaud her. Immediately said, I remember the work is to sell labor, not sell sex. You, since the awareness is so high, but also when what anchor? Go to the boss as a love F does not smell? Ha, who are you? Seeing, is this your boyfriend? Talking so arrogantly. He's a good-looking man, but I just don't know how many silvers he can get out of his pocket. Many people surrounded Yifeng and sized up his Rolls-Royce key, put it in his pocket, not so old-fashioned, don't on the waist. Plus, they didn't know Yifeng himself, so they started to dog-eye it. Yifeng didn't bother with them, and directly let Tang Seeing lead the way, to find their boss. With these working dogs have what to say, believe it or not, their identity, they can perform on the spot Sichuan opera face. Only, it was too much of a drop for Yifeng. It's not like pretending to be more than they are. Manager Jiang, Tang Seeing has returned to the company. In the office, an anchorwoman came to air out the situation. Oh, finally back. Manager Jiang, who was chatting with the girl online, was in high spirits. The reason why he would come all the way from Yendu to Jiling to open a Netflix company, besides making money, was to pick up girls. He smiled coldly. Tang Seeing, you can't escape my five fingers mountain. Manager Jiang has his own set of pickup. He knows that he is ugly, so he can only rely on means. Either take the money and smash it until the other side gets weak in the knees. It's either that or rely on intimidation. And there are a lot of potholes in there when Netflix signs a contract with a company. Manager Jiang swaggered out of the office, and at the corridor he bumped right into the Tang Seeing duo. He lifted up his big belly, pointed towards Tang Seeing and called out, Tang Seeing, your continuous absenteeism in the past few days has caused a lot of losses to the company. We're ready to sue you, so do yourself a favor. This statement also attracted a lot of spectators. No way. This is going to be prosecuted. People Tang Seeing usually live broadcast are very hard and serious. I think it's just that this dead fat pig is looking for nothing to do, trying to force Tang Seeing into submission. This dead fat pig surnamed Jiang is too disgusting. I'm just a cleaning ant. He actually sent me his kind of pictures last time. It's really humiliating. Most of the company held a favorable impression of Tang Seeing. Usually this girl child sweet-talking and hardworking. As for the river manager, most people scoffed. Fine, go ahead and sue me then. Since I dared to come here today, I'm not afraid of you. A dead fat pig. Tang Seeing frowned and cursed, and after cursing, he instantly felt relaxed. He had previously been continuously harassed by Manager Jiang. Disturbance, or almost being whole depression. Okay, that's what you said. I'll contact the legal department. Manager Jiang was furious. He had to give her a bitter taste today. Don't make contact. Get your big boss out here before it's too late. I don't want to waste time. Yifeng said indifferently. Oh, boy, who are you? So drag. This company is you open? Manager Jiang said disdainfully. This kind of white boy is only good-looking skin, but nothing else. This ignited the desire for conquest in Manager Zheng's heart even more. Why should beautiful women be paired with handsome men, and honest men like yourself be forced to darken up in order to taste the sweetness? My name is Yifeng. Yifeng declared his name to himself, and when this statement was made, all gazes looked at him incredulously. Some even pulled out their cell phones to Baidu. Oh, I don't care if you're called Yifeng or something else phone. This company laborers make the main. Before Manager Jiang finished his words, he suddenly realized something, stared wide-eyed, and exclaimed, What? You're actually Yifeng. Chapter 76, Let's make money together. It's actually really the Yi family's eldest young master, Yifeng, and he's actually as handsome in person as he is in the photo. My goodness, Tang Seeing is actually on Yishao's side. No wonder she dares to go against Manager Jiang. Che, if it were me I'd dare. Anyway, this dead fat pig has kicked the bucket today. The crowd looked at Yifeng, and their words were filled with reverence. That's exactly what the banknote capability, the derivative capability that comes with it, is all about. Even the few female anchors who were dog-eyed before had lowered their heads, calculating that afterward, They would go and invite Tang Xiyin for dinner. They worshipped the strong and they worshipped the women around the strong. Are you really Yifeng? Manager Jiang froze for a long time, came back to his senses, and gave a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. The high and mighty look just now was instantly piled up with a fat smile. Yi Xiao, I don't know what instructions your excellency has come to give. Why don't we go to the office to talk? Talk to you in the office. Who are you? Yi Feng's face didn't change as he continued. Go and call your big boss out. I'll say it again. I don't want to waste time. Okay. Manager Jiang didn't dare to go against it. As long as one was hanging out in the business world of Jinling, there was no one who hadn't heard of the prestige of the Yi family in Jinling. At this point, Manager Jiang can only hope to put things to rest. Yi Xiao. Hello, I'm Nye Kai Shang, the president of our Jinling Wenjun Media Network Company. Not long afterward, out walked a man wearing glasses, around 50 years of age and somewhat balding. He stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Yifeng. However, Yifeng treated it as if he didn't see it and questioned. Mr. Nye, I'd like to ask, my friend is working as an anchor in your company, and your manager Jiang sent her topless nude photos. What's going on? At these words, Nye Kai Shang froze and looked over towards manager Jiang. I'm not working out and losing weight, am I? Wanted to show everyone my results. Manager Jiang smiled cheekily. What about you showing Nima you? You think I don't know the tricks you usually pull? Last time you even sent it to me by mistake. You fucking forgot. Nye Kai Shang was furious. He couldn't wait to slap this guy. He had known that this guy would cause trouble. He didn't expect that he would actually cause trouble to Yifeng's head. But after all, he and manager Jiang were brothers from Yendu, and it was impossible to really do anything to him. He smiled and said to Yifeng, Xiao Yi, I will definitely handle this matter impartially, and with Ms. Tang being an anchor here with us, this will definitely not happen again. With Yifeng as the backstage for Tang Xiyin, even if he borrowed 10 of manager Zhang's guts, he wouldn't dare to do it again. But other girls, it's hard to say. That's it? Yifeng sneered. What other instructions does Xiao Yi have? Nye Kai Shang asked. He was respectful on the surface but wary on the inside. Although he couldn't afford to mess with the Yi family, he actually didn't have any dealings with them. There is no interest involved, and it will not be taken so easily. Tell him to get the hell out of the company. I'm pissed off just looking at the fat fuck. Yifeng said. Young Yi, I'm afraid this isn't quite appropriate. Nye Kai Shang was a little difficult, while manager Jiang was a little worried. He wasn't afraid of Nye Kai Shang telling him to get lost, but he was afraid that Yifeng wouldn't let it go. Inappropriate? Yifeng laughed and removed Nye Kai Shang's glasses in front of everyone. Mr. Nye, get it straight. Is this your attitude of talking to my Yi family? You might as well ask the Zhao and Zhang families what happened to them after they angered my Yi family. They're not even in a position to beg for mercy. After saying that, Yifeng put the glasses back on him, wearing it crooked though. The crowd looked on, and their hearts were shaken. You know, Nye Kai Shang is a big boss in the company, but now he is like an elementary school student. Letting Yifeng take his hand, Nye Kai Shang was dumbfounded, hardened and without any temper at all. However, the fate of the offended Yi family, especially this Yi family's youngest, was almost predictable. The Zhao family's youngest master, Zhao Hongba, had his leg broken and was still lying in the hospital, and the Zhao family had even been forced to make alliances and concessions in exchange for a settlement. The Zhang family is even worse. Zhang family young master Zhang Ziho lives a life worse than death. Zhang Yuanshan even ran away overnight and fled Jinling. Although Nye Kai Shang came from Yendu, he was still a younger brother in front of the Jinling gentry, and he didn't dare to have any bit of temper. Mr. Nye, you don't need me to teach you how to do it. Yifeng smiled faintly. Nye Kai Shang, however, had his scalp numb, pointing at manager Jiang and shouting, you go to the finance immediately, cash in your shares, and behave yourself. Mr. Nye. Manager Jiang was so scared that his face was stuck white. Now the company was in a rising period. The shares in his hand were not much, but they were worth more in the future. Moreover, there are so many beautiful MMs in the company, waiting for him. He doesn't want to lose it all. He hurriedly said to Yifeng, young Master Yi, it was me who had eyes but didn't recognize him to Tai before. Please let me go. I really don't dare to mess around. Spare you? Yifeng smiled. It's okay, I'm a very nice person. You just need to sell me the shares in your hand. This, manager Jian looked embarrassed, and Nye Kai Shan was shocked in his heart. This guy, Yifeng, was actually running for manager Zhang's shares. The shares in manager Zhang's hands are not much, only 30%, and they are worth a few $1 million. But as the company grows, it's not a problem for it to appreciate to become tens of millions of dollars later on. But most importantly, if Yifeng used this to enter the Netflix industry, or even enter our company, then Nye Kai Shang's status would drop. Although he accounted for the majority of the shares, he absolutely did not dare to call Yifeng's bluff. Either cash in on the shares and get the hell out of here, or sell them to me and keep your position as finance manager. If you do a good job, you'll still get a little bonus every year. Weigh yourself. Yifeng reiterated. The lesser of two evils. Manager Zheng's goal is to pick up girls. In Jinling, he can be a little bully, but back in Yendu, he is a dirt fat man. In the end, he had no choice but to sell his shares to Yifeng for $3 million. Nie Kai-shang saw it in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do about it. With Yifeng's character, it was either follow him or be killed by him, and he had that strength. I don't know much about the Netflix industry, so I don't meddle in the company's affairs. After signing the equity contract, Yifeng said, "Many thanks to Yi Xiao." Nie Kai-shang had a complicated expression, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. His greatest fear was that his power would be checked and balanced, and then he would be governed by outsiders over insiders. The good thing was that he was actually unaffected in this matter, and perhaps the company could even get better because of Yifeng's intervention. It's just that in this form, it's not really acceptable to the average person. Since I'm a shareholder of the company, I have two requests that I can mention, right? Yifeng added. Yi Xiao, please speak. Nie Kai-shang didn't dare to slow down this great god. First, the company's resources need to focus on smashing on Tang Xiying. The potential in her. I'm sure Mr. Nie is aware of it as well. Yifeng said indifferently. That's natural. Nie Kai-shang nodded his head in a hurry. Originally the company had planned to build Tang Xiying into a multi-million-dollar internet celebrity. The resources that had been dropped on her before were not a few in themselves. Secondly, Mr. Nie must also know that we, the Yi Group, have just eaten 80% of the clothing market. But the market in Jinling, it's just like that, and we can't open these markets in Gusu and Jiuzhou. So we need to seek the power of the network. But as you know, online stores are killing it right now, and anchor carries are the new wave. I hope that the company's anchors are more cooperative and help us sell clothing. There's money to be made. Let's make it together. Chapter 77, Walking Horizontally in Jinling. There's money to be made together. Nie Kai-shang's expression twitched for a moment. Good for you, Yifeng. I thought you just coveted our company's shares. I didn't realize you were actually trying to use us as tool people. Nie Kai-shang's Wenjun Media. Indeed. We'll also take orders for live streaming with goods, but all will only choose quality goods. Things like selling fake alcohol online, Nie Kai-shang resolutely refused to do, which would cause irreversible damage to the anchor's reputation. After pondering for a moment, he said, Xiao Yi, we can help you sell the clothes, but the premise is that we have to inspect the quality. This is the bottom line that Nie Kai-shang can back down. Otherwise this Netflix company, there is no need to engage. Okay. Yifeng nodded. I'll let Mr. Li from our company come and talk to you. Then, Yifeng went to Li Yanghua a phone call, saying that the network with the goods of the company found. Let him bring clothing samples over. Soon, Li Yanghua drove to Wenjun Media. Most of the clothes he picked were designed by Gu Yunxiang herself, and they were also Yes Clothing's finest clothing products. It is no exaggeration to say that. Removing the material, a factor controlled by the cost, the style and design style alone is absolutely no worse than the big foreign brands. The only thing missing is fame, but it just so happens that the brand's reputation, too, is the most critical issue. Mr. Nie, how is it looking? Is the quality up to par? Yifeng asked. At this time, Nie Kai-shang was leading people, inspecting the table, like a small mountain pile of clothing. Their gazes, too, changed from skepticism to surprise. Young Yi, if the finished product is also as excellent as the sample, we certainly have no problem, and it's definitely a great opportunity to make money. Nie Kai-shang said with some excitement. These garments, it can be said that they completely hang the same price products on the network. He had felt that Yifeng was a devil a moment ago, but this moment, he felt that he was an angel. Of course it's the same. My Yi family does business and walks the talk. Yifeng said indifferently. The business knowledge in his head told him that fudging could earn for a while, but after that, he would definitely be spurned until he was swept into the garbage. Therefore, Yifeng only made quality products, which was also the important reason why he let Gu Yunxiang, at first, work overtime to recruit people to design clothes. Borrowing Li Yonghua's previous words, Jinling's clothing market is too small. Yifeng's journey will be the whole country, even out of the country. The quality of clothing, on the other hand, is something that must be guaranteed. In the end, the two sides negotiated that according to the clothing sold, Wenjun Media could take a cut. Since Yifeng was also a shareholder of the company, a large surcharge was saved in this network with the channel. Yifeng can be said to be easy to take, and in the hands of Jiang manager, but also bought 30% of the shares. Yifeng just needs to sit back and wait for the appreciation. Young Master Yi, I really admire you. Mr. Nye is so cunning and overbearing, but you actually took care of him so easily. On the way to send Tang Xiying back to school, the girl adored Yi Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Feng was driving, she probably would have been able to excitedly go and throw her arms around Yi Feng's neck. It's not that I handled him easily, but my Yi family prestige is here. The reason why my Yi family is called a powerful family, besides the $10 billion family fortune, is because we can walk sideways in Jinling. Yi Feng smiled faintly. A person like Nie Kai-shang needed to be looked up to in Tang Xiying's eyes, but in Nie Kai-shang's eyes, how could the Yi family not be an existence that needed to be looked up to? This was the additional ability that Yi Feng brought to the mansion in addition to his own business ability. And the biggest gap between the gentry and the families is that what the families can handle, we gentry can handle. What they can't handle in their lineage, we can handle in our mansion. But above the gentry, there are the behemoths of business empires and plutocrats. In order to be on top of 10,000 people, in addition to plundering the protagonist Lin Yi's chi, he also had to cross these barriers and gradually make the Yi family up. Sent Tang Xiying to the door of the dormitory. This niece only readily got off the car, smiled at Yi Feng and said about another day, then ran into the dormitory. At this time it was already very late. Yi Feng's high physical strength value, in fact, does not matter. But Tang Xiying has been sleepy and could not be stopped. But what she didn't expect was that the three girlfriends in the bedroom, actually very energetic, one by one, not sleeping at night, wait until Tang Xiying came back, to start a variety of interrogation. Xiying, you honestly explain, are you and Yi Xiao boyfriend and girlfriend or not? Why are you guys home tonight? Shouldn't you be at a hotel? Hearing these words, Tang Xiying was speechless. If you want to talk about the most cerebral creatures in the world, it's not your own BFF. I'm with Yi Xiao. Tang Xiying didn't know how to introduce herself. She had a bright idea and said, he's my boss. Blow it off. What an employee. Picking up and dropping off. Good you Tang Xiying, hooking up with a rich second generation behind our backs and actually hiding it. It's not like we're robbing. The roommates were in disbelief. Only if you can grab it. Tang Xiying hummed and felt regret in his heart. After 2 times together, he realized that Yi Xiao actually had no interest in her. Tang Xiying really wanted to meet that legendary young Ye's girlfriend. What kind of woman, exactly, would get his favor? However, Tang Xiying was not discouraged. The rich second generation in the TV series, are not they all merciful in every way? An excellent man like Yi Feng, Tang Xiying didn't mind sharing with others. However, in front of her girlfriends, Tang Xiying was helpless. Let her how to explain her innocence with Yi Feng. They actually did not believe. In a fit of anger, Tang Xiying directly said, Yi Xiao is my boyfriend. Are you guys satisfied? You can stop now. Good you Tang Xiying, you finally admit it right. The girlfriends had smug looks on their faces. What Tang Xiying didn't expect was that early the next morning, the news spread throughout the entire Jinling art school. Since everyone saw with their own eyes yesterday that Yi Xiao came all the way to pick up Tang Xiying, they didn't suspect anything. Looking at the rumors flying around and seeing the smug expressions of her girlfriends, Tang Xiying, Su, something's wrong. Lin Fengjiao flew to the classroom and came to her best friend who was practicing piano. Stop, Bai Susu impatiently said. Feng Jiao, I know what you want to say. Are you going to say that Tang Xiying, that beach, actually really became Brother Yi Feng's girlfriend? If that's the matter, I'm not interested at all. And I've got a grade coming up, so you don't want to keep me from practicing. Also, I hate Brother Yi Feng now, and you shouldn't mention his name to me again. Bai Susu is still angry about what happened yesterday. I can't believe I embarrassed myself in front of so many people. Su, I was actually going to say that your dad came to the school looking for you, and that something big has happened to your white family. Lin Fengjiao hesitated for a moment, but still said, moreover, this matter is related to young Master Yi Feng, and it really needs to be related to that. Chapter 78, Desire for Love? Feng Jiao, make it clear to me, what do you mean by having to get involved with Brother Yi Feng? Could it be that without Brother Yi Feng, I'm going to fail the exam and the world is going to end? Bai Susu said angrily. She was really annoyed with this BFF sometimes. You hope to evening the rich second generation. You go on your own why must pull yourself air? Lin Fengjiao was intimidated by Bai Susu's aura. Although Bai Susu was a green tea, it was good that she had a gentle temper. Lin Fengjiao could only say patiently, your father said that your Bai family will go bankrupt if you don't have any more funds to inject. What? Bai Susu was shocked, so scared that she sat on the floor. She sat down on the floor. Good thing there weren't many people in the classroom. Otherwise she would have been embarrassed again. She rubbed the sore spot and hastily asked, what the hell is going on? In this regard, Lin Fengjiao could not explain clearly, and could only pull Bai Susu to go to the school gate to see her father Bai Jianhao. Bai Susu realized that during this time, his father had been raising money to inject blood into Bai's building materials, but unfortunately, none of them would contribute. Even those dear friends of my father's who couldn't even get through on the phone. The most important thing is that his father, Bai Jianhao, is still in debt for a few $1 million, although it is not much, but the current Bai family simply cannot take out so much money. If this continues, not to mention the Bai family is finished, by next month, even his father's name will appear on the credit blacklist, commonly referred to as the old man, and this will also have a serious impact on Bai Susu's music career, as well. Right now, the only person who could save the Bai family was Yi Feng. Su, Dad has explained this situation to you now. You must help Dad. On the way to Ye's clothing, Bai Jianhao repeated his instructions. He was now at his wit's end, and only Yi Feng was the last savior, and all of this can only be asked on the daughter Bai Susu. Dad, I'll do my best. Bai Susu sighed. In fact, she wasn't sure if Yi Feng would help. Ever since that time at the meaningful Xian restaurant, when he refused Yi Feng's brother's invitation to watch a movie, it was as if he had changed into a different person, and even in this situation, Bai Susu still can't sacrifice her looks to please Yi Feng. In an apprehensive mood, the trio arrived at Ye's clothing. Who are you looking for? The security guards stopped them outside. Let's find young Master Yi Feng and say that Miss Bai Susu has something for him. Bai Jianhao said with a shameful face. Alright, I'll go and give a briefing. The security guard gave him a wary look. As someone drawn from the Yi group, he was well aware of young Master Yi Feng's involvement with the Bai family. Although Yi Xiao wasn't being a dog licker now, it seemed that the Bai family had licked backwards instead. A moment later, the security guard said, Yi Xiao said he can see you. Go up. Thank you big brother security. Here, smoke a wazoo. Bai Jianhao's smile was extremely pleasing, and he hurriedly handed out the cigarettes. You know, in the past, this kind of small security guard, he would not even look at it in the eyes. Bai Susu saw his father's eyes. The heart is not too good. If it is not in order to pull the investment, his father will not be so humble. She made up her mind. Later on, even if she made a little sacrifice and let brother Yi Feng take advantage of it, she would help her father to get the investment down. Moreover, if his father did once become a scoundrel, his own music career, too, would be greatly implicated. After accommodating the security guards, the three of them, Bai Jianhao, came to wait for Yi Feng in the president's office. Since concluding the cooperation with Wenjun Media yesterday, Yi Feng and Li Yanghua had been having meetings. A few hours later, it was already 5 p.m. and time for the end of the shift. Only then did Yi Feng come to the office slowly. It's been a long time. Yi Feng greeted with a smile. Soon wait. Bai Jianhao was flattered, and it was already a great grace for Yi Feng to agree to see himself. And now that we've met, I'm sure it's not hard to invest. Looks like he still can't get over Su. Thinking of this, the smile on Bai Jianhao's face also brightened. Su, come on. Seeing her best friend dazed, Lin Fengjiao stabbed her with her arm. Bai Susu hurriedly stepped forward and handed over a Hermes belt. Brother Yi Feng, I have a gift I want to give you. It occurs to me that we've known each other for years, and I haven't gotten you a decent gift yet, and please don't mind. The Hermes belt, worth over $5,000, is already considered a name brand in terms of value. However, the belt Yi Feng wore was worth tens of thousands of dollars, but it was a gift from Bai Su, after all, and the belt had the added meaning of binding the man he loved. By doing so, Bai Susu was clearly hinting at Yi Feng. Belts and all that, just dispense with it. Yi Feng was unmoved, sitting on the sofa, and asked, Mr. Bai, what is the reason you came to see me today? This, Bai Jianhao froze a bit. There was something wrong with the script. According to the previous conception, when Bai Susu gave out the belt, Yi Feng because greatly moved, and then reunited with Bai Susu, and then, he continues the offense, and he himself makes a hit, so that they can have their lovers. If you can't be the original spouse, you can't be the little San, but it's good to be a little four. But Yi Feng actually didn't even pick up the belt. Didn't you buy it for nothing? Bai Susu and Lin Fengjiu were also a bit embarrassed, and Bai Susu was even more aggrieved and wanted to cry. It was with great difficulty that he had summoned up the courage to persuade himself to please Yi Feng, but he did not expect that he would not even look at the gift he had sent. Brother Yi Feng, why have you become like this? What the hell's going on? I'm going to leave if I don't. Yi Feng urged. That's right. Bai Jianhao gathered his mood and said, it's like this Yi Xiao. Isn't our Bai's building materials short of investment? I hope Yi Xiao can be generous and give relief. After all, the relationship between our two families, a mere 200 million is not enough, right? Bai Jianhao didn't die and still wanted to use his daughter to trap Yi Feng. He just couldn't believe it. Yi Feng could really be indifferent to his daughter? You don't even want it? Friendship is friendship. Business is business. And my Yi family's $200 million is not something that comes from the wind. I've also told Susu before that investing in buys building materials is being an ingrate. Mr. White, I look a little bit like a bogeyman to you. Yi Feng looked at him smilingly. Ken White, unlike. Oh no, it's true that the rich second generation can't be relied on. Susu really played it off. Lin Fengjiao screamed miserably in her heart, finally recognizing the reality. Now, it was no longer something that could be solved by Susu taking the initiative. Susu, on the other hand, felt more and more aggrieved, as if Yi Feng had completely turned into a stranger. She wanted to leave this place and go to brother Lin Yi to cry. Well then, excuse me, Jianhao sighed. Since Yi Feng had said so, there was really nothing he could do. Blame it on your own idiot daughter for not having this life. It can't be said that Susu doesn't have that destiny. When God gave her the chance, she was blind herself. Don't be in a hurry, Mr. White. Yi Feng called out to them. I haven't finished talking yet. You guys don't want the money? Ha! The three of them, Jianhao, were all shocked in their hearts, and then they were overjoyed. Is it possible that Yi Xiao has changed his mind? Or maybe he was already trying to get the better of Susu. Chapter 79 Acting Bitter with Yi Feng? Yi Xiao, as long as you're willing to invest, no matter what the conditions are, you just mention them. Jianhao turned back and said excitedly. Susu, on the other hand, was hesitant in her heart. What if the condition that brother Yi Feng had offered was to get herself? Knowing my father, I would most likely agree. What should I do with myself? Investments? Yi Feng shook his head and said, Mr. Bai, you've misunderstood. By giving money, I mean I want to acquire your Bai's building materials. Acquire? Acquire? At those words, Jianhao was stunned on the spot. Susu was also dumbfounded. She really didn't need to think about Yi Feng hitting on her now, because the other party didn't even mean it. During this period of time, Jianhao around to pull the investment, but the investment did not pull. Take advantage of the fire want to buy white building materials as a whole lot of people. Jianhao swallowed his saliva, obviously unwilling to accept such a situation, and said, Yi Xiao, it's not so bad between us. Anything can actually be talked about. Talk? Yi Feng nodded slightly and said, that's true. The acquisition price thing really should be talked about. Yi Xiao, I'm not talking about. Jianhao was anxious, and when he said talk, he meant talk about favors. Before he could finish his words, Yi Feng waved his hand and said, as of now, the only thing that your Bai family can make me look at is Bai's building materials. Now that the investment on his side has been taken care of, he is waiting for next month to go to Gusu to develop the commercial street. When the time comes, there will be fewer raw materials for construction. The reason why Bai's group has gotten into this situation is mainly because of the damage to the sales channels, coupled with the broken capital chain. Their company, however, is hoarding a lot of raw materials. Yi Feng wants to buy it, and then develop the commercial street, or make a profit. After all, the fertilizer does not flow to the outside world. This, Jianhao was dumbfounded. He really couldn't think of any other tricks that could persuade Yi Feng. He wasn't playing any kind of lustful game at all. He's trying to take advantage of the fire. Brother Yi Feng. At this time, Susu stood out and said, Brother Yi Feng, count on me to beg you. $200 million is nothing to you, but to my father, it is the medicine to bring back the dead. I know I shouldn't have turned down your invitation to the movies that night, but I really had something going on that night. I'll admit my fault to you, and if I can't, I'll kneel down for you, okay? Saying that, Susu was about to kneel down and plead for mercy, and together with the tears in the corners of her eyes, she looked both aggrieved and pitiful. At this time, but any normal point a little bit, will pity the man, cannot be indifferent. According to the normal script, the moment Susu was about to kneel down, Yi Feng should have stopped her. However, Yi Feng was simply indifferent. Honey, when do you get off work? At this moment, the office door was pushed open and Gu Yunxiang walked in. Seeing this scene, she covered her small mouth in surprise, obviously didn't react to what was going on. Originally, tonight was free and she was going to go to a movie with Yi Feng, but she never expected that once she came in, she actually saw Susu kneeling in front of Yi Feng, with tear stains at the corners of her eyes. At this time, Susu was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to make a hole in the ground. She admitted that she was acting out a bitter scene, and in the past, brother Yi Feng, didn't he kinda eat this set? But what's the point of having her girlfriend see her like this? In Susu's heart, she became more and more aggrieved. What was even more aggravating was that Yi Feng actually turned a blind eye to her, but slowly walked towards Gu Yunxiang and said, it's already after work. Let's go have a meal first. Aha! Gu Yunxiang smiled sweetly and interlocked her fingers with Yifeng. Bai Susu's face burned hot, and she dared even less to look at Yifeng, especially not Gu Yunxiang. During her father's birthday party last time, Gu Yunxiang had made a big splash showing off her zither skills, and was even recognized by Master Huang. Bai Susu was a bit ashamed of herself. At the same time, Bai Susu began to hate Gu Yunxiang in her heart. If it wasn't for her appearance, all of brother Yifeng's goodness should have been only for himself. Hate this beach. Lin Fengjiao beside her sighed slightly. She knew exactly what her best friend was thinking. It's just that, Su, if you had known it would come to this, you wouldn't have had to do it in the first place. Yifeng has given you many chances. It's you who, time and time again, think he's not as good as Lin Yi. Lin Fengjiao also wondered. Yifeng, this kind of top-rich second generation. How come it's not like Lin Yi, that poor D-Silk? Mr. Bai, I have to accompany my girlfriend here, so I'll give you some words directly and explicitly. I'm willing to spend $10 million to acquire your white's building materials. If you're willing, feel free to contact well. Think about it, what you've lost is just the company, while what I, Yifeng, have lost is a whole $10 million. After saying that, Yifeng held Gu Yunxiang and walked out. Goddamn, losing 10 million. After Yifeng left, Bai Jianhao couldn't help but curse. Bai's building materials are worth $200 million. And these guys who are taking advantage of the fire want to buy out their company for $10 million? This is his life's work. But Bai Jianhao also had to admit that if he couldn't get any more money, he was going to become an old scoundrel, and the price given by Yifeng was really quite fair. Still, he couldn't accept the ending. If my daughter had fought for her life, where would she be now? When he thought of his daughter, Bai Jianhao pointed at Bai Susu, who was kneeling on the ground, and scolded. You're addicted to kneeling, aren't you? Yifeng is gone. Who else are you crying for? Uncle Bai. Susu's heart isn't feeling good either, so please say less. Lin Fengjiao is still heartbroken about her BFF. She was crying silently, but you could feel her sadness. She has the face to cry? Don't want a good rich second generation, but want a poor student. I really can't figure it out. Bai Jianhao, was wise for a lifetime. How did I give birth to such a *king thing? I'm warning you, if I ever see you hanging out with Lin Yi again in the future, I'll break your dog's legs. Bai Jianhao was in a hurry and cursed everything. Bai Susu cried and became even more heartbroken. What's all the noise about? No noise in the company grounds. Go home and argue if you want to. At that moment, a passing employee, displeased, said, Yes, we're on our way. Bai Jianhao laughed shamefully before giving Bai Susu another hard stare before the father and daughter left the company. Evening, 9 o'clock. In the movie theater, the latest comedy movie was playing on the screen, and people around the room were laughing their asses off. However, Gu Yunxiang was lying in Yifeng's arms, sleeping soundly. During this period of time, it really exhausted this girl, and last time, she even got sick from exhaustion. Yifeng couldn't help but barf her. With such a good girl as his girlfriend, what more green tea whore do you need? Gu Yunxiang could ignore anything for her own sake, and such a girl was the only one worthy of Yifeng's love. Is it over? It was only when the movie broke up that Gu Yunxiang woke up sleepily. She found herself lying on top of Yifeng with a little bit of petulance. Let's go too. You go back and get some sleep. Yifeng pulled Gu Yunxiang and prepared to leave. As they were leaving the mall where the movie theater was located, a few dribbling delinquent men with colorful dyed hair whistled at Gu Yunxiang. Come play one. Pretty girl. I've just seen this girl at the movie theater. Mud. I was trying to get her contact information at the beginning. This world is so damn unfair. Such a good-looking girl. Actually cheap, this little white boy. We brothers usually can only get a few broken shoes. At a glance, this little white man knows that he's an embroidered pillow, so I guess he can't even satisfy this sister. Sis, better come and play with your brothers. These street skaters continued to whistle. Looking for death? Hearing this, Yifeng furrowed his brows and a chill ran down his face. However, Gu Yunxiang pulled Yifeng's hand. Chapter 80, Go and invite Brother Yang. Brother Yifeng, let's go back and ignore them. Gu Yunxiang was a good girl who didn't like to cause trouble, and even less for Yifeng, though it seemed like the street skaters were pretty beat up. But for flies, Gu Yunxiang was too lazy to care. It wasn't the first time she'd been targeted because she was pretty. Hey, what did I say? This kid is an embroidered pillow. He doesn't even dare to fart when we tune 11 his girlfriend. That's right, this kid is just a good-looking skin, not a real man. Little girl, what's the point of being with this kind of guy? It's better to have fun with your brothers. You're guaranteed to have an eye-opening experience. Seeing that Gu Yunxiang was easy to bully, several street sneaks became more and more rampant. You guys, Gu Yunxiang was so angry that she frowned. It was just that these people spoke out against themselves, but they even dared to insult Brother Yifeng. Gu Yunxian's nature was already soft on the outside and rigid on the inside. She only hated that she didn't know martial arts, otherwise she had to rush up and teach them a lesson. However, Yi Feng had already acted and directly walked up. Kid, what do you want? I advise you not to make a scene. Look at your thin arms and legs. I'm going to go down with my fist. Before he could finish his words, he let out a scream, and Yi Feng directly slapped him, knocking him to the ground. He spat out blood and lost 2 front teeth. Brother Yi Feng. Gu Yunxian was a bit surprised, unable to see that brother Yi Feng was so capable of fighting. Gu Yunxian's heart was warm. She already trusted Yi Feng unconditionally, and at this time, she was even more secure. Dog. You okay, dog? The man with dyed green hair, named Dog, struggled to get up and stared angrily at Yi Feng. Due to the loss of 2 teeth, he leaked the wind and said, Kid, how dare you hit me? You don't want to leave today if you don't pay for the money. The laborer is a dog in the south of the city. You dare to mess with me? What? He's actually Dog. It's rumored that Dog is the right-hand man under Master Cat, and no one in the south of the city dares to mess with him. Is this young man sort of planted? Or is he broken? What kind of world is this? Flirting with someone's girlfriend and looking for them to pay for it. A bunch of hot chickens. Seeing someone fighting, many people came over to watch, and there were also people who spoke up for Yi Feng, but they were silenced by his companions pulling on their clothes and signaling for silence. Dog, this person greedy money good essay, to put it bluntly, is a street sneak. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of. The scary part is his big brother, Master Cat. It's said that Master Cat is still a beloved member of Yang's staff. I don't care what kind of cats and dogs you are. I've always been the one to find people to pay for things, and I've yet to see anyone who dares to ask me for money. If your moves are bright enough, feel free to let them go. My money is not that easy to come by. Yi Feng snorted coldly. He was not in the habit of compensating money, even if it was for medical expenses. Brother Yi Feng, why don't you call some people over? Gu Yunxian was afraid that Yi Feng would suffer, and she also knew that Yi's family kept a lot of dogs. No, I'll manage, Yi Feng said softly. His own force value is at least as high as 200, while ordinary people are only 60. Beating them is not the same as beating for fun. As for them shouting for people, this was exactly what Yi Feng wanted. He remembered that this part of the south of the city was Yang Tang's territory. Last time he didn't teach him enough. This time it was just right to continue. Yi Feng had no interest in these small minions. He wanted to fight the big tiger. Okay, you wait for me. Dog spat blood and immediately pulled out his cell phone to go to Master Cat for help. During this time, some people advised Yi Feng to leave and not to get entangled with these lousy guys. However, it was obvious that this was not in line with Yi Feng's intentions, so he politely declined. Kid, don't be crazy. You won't even know how you'll die later. There was fire in Dog's eyes as he looked at Gu Yunxiang again. The humiliation I received just now, I'll double it on this bitch. That's quite a mouthful. Yi Feng stepped forward. This step directly scared Dog jumped back. He was afraid that Yi Feng would slap him again. Che, just like Dog. He's still stepping on people? It's just a fox and tiger here on the strength of Master Cat's reputation. Some scoffed. Gu Yunxiang was also amused by this scene, and she felt safe staying by Yi Feng's side. At the same time, she also wanted to see what tricks brother Yi Feng, this time, wanted to play. Every time, he's got a surprise that doesn't change. What for? At that moment, a man in his mid-30s approached, and he was followed by half a dozen men. This person is none other than Master Cat. Master Cat, just this kid is riding on our heads. You have to help us take revenge. Dog pleaded one way or the other. Okay, just the kid is it? Master Cat doesn't bother to ask about right and wrong. He always treats people right anyway, and he has to return the favor when his own brother is bullied. Kid, this needs to be handled properly, and it's not hopeless. Just get $100,000 and be done with it. Master Cat walked up. 100,000. Shit, why don't you go grab it? Mud. $100,000 is worth a year's salary plus bonus. Okay? This young man is really something too. Just persuaded him to leave. He had to be stubborn. Now it's good. The crowd sighed. 100,000? Yi Feng shook his head. Don't want to give? Master Cat laughed coldly and rebuked. If you don't give it, you won't be able to leave today. Do you think I, Master Cat, am a vegetarian? No, I mean, your pattern is too small. How can 100,000 be enough? At least 100 million. Yi Feng said indifferently. Master Cat and the others were stunned. This kid was dead in the water and still talking tough? Suddenly, Yi Feng suddenly struck out and directly grabbed Master Cat for an over-the-shoulder drop. Holy shit! The Catmaster was thrown to the ground, and said that this kid engaged in a sneak attack, and when he got up, he had to make him look good, but he realized that he couldn't get up anyway. Yi Feng stomped on Master Cat, making him unable to move. Cat, Master Cat, Dog and the others were all stunned, not expecting this kid to be so capable of fighting. Master Cat is the heart and soul of Yang's men, but he was actually captured at once. I throw. This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. With this body, who would dare to mock him as a white boy? He, Master Cat is afraid that he has kicked the bucket this time. You can't say that. Master Cat is Yang's man. In case, the crowd was talking. But in any case, at this time, Dog and the others, all of them were at a loss for words. This fighting mastery, it's really good. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth revealed a smile. Originally this cat master's force was not weak, but it was still difficult to defeat Yi Feng's fighting proficiency. He looked at Dog and the others and said, "What did I just say? Pay out $100 million. Take the money to ransom them. Kid, don't get cocky." Master Cat is angry and furious. He has been in the jungle for so many years, but he was actually backstabbed by a small character. He said to his men, "Go call Yang, brother Yang." Hearing this, Dog and the others immediately came into the spirit. The onlookers, on the other hand, were once again worried about Yi Feng, brother Yang, but the top big shot in the jungle. This was supposed to be a small thing, but I didn't think it would involve so much. But none of them saw the corner of Yi Feng's mouth, revealing a bright smile. He was waiting for Yang Teng to take the bait. Chapter 81, Consequences. What's going on with the old cat? How come he can't even handle a passerby? Isn't this fucking going back and forth? Not long after, Yang Teng came with someone. He was in a bit of a bad mood. At this point in time, he should have been studying movie poses with his girlfriend. But the old cat was his rightful subordinate after all, and he couldn't just ignore it. Brother Yang, this can't be blamed on Master Cat's incompetence. It's really that this kid is too sinister, and a practicing one at that. Dog strongly exaggerated Yi Feng's strength and then said from the moral high ground, "This kid is just too overbearing, saying that he walks horizontally in Jinling, and our brother just took one more look at his girlfriend, and he's going to clean us up. What's more, he was unreasonable and had to pay $100 million in compensation before he would let Master Cat go. We said we were Yang's guys, and hey, he actually said, okay. Yang Tang waved his hand, too lazy to listen to this guy's nonsense. It's not like he doesn't know what kind of people he and Master Cat are. It was just that in Jinling, he had always been a bully himself, so when had he ever been blackmailed? Moreover, the last time he was kicked by Yi Feng, he was still holding fire in his heart, and he also wanted to see which ungrateful guy, why he dared to be so arrogant. Don't blame yourself for taking it out on him. Kid, you're crazy. Master Cat spat and was stepped on by Yi Feng, but said fiercely, "Brother Yang will be here soon. You wait for death you." Master Cat has been in the jungle for several years, and I think that when I was carrying 2 watermelon knives, I was chasing people all over the street. Then he retired from his work and lived a cozy life of meeting clubs and playing with young models. He has seen everything. There are not a few who have such an iron head as this kid in front of them, but it often turns out that even the most hard-headed person's head can be opened up like a watermelon. Now that Yang was about to arrive, he was looking forward to a good show. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was searching for Yang Teng's figure, and he had little interest in a tool person like Master Cat. Brother Yang, it's this kid. Not long after, led by Dog, Yang Teng arrived with his men. Brother Yang, please help me get this kid killed. Seeing the savior, Master Cat hurriedly called out. He admitted that Yi Feng was a practitioner, and that he could step on his own feet. It was never as simple as relying on a sneak attack. But in terms of force, in this part of Jinling, who is still Yang's rival besides Jin Hu? This is Yang Teng. They say he's only in his early 30s. Now that I take a look, he really is a talented man. It's just a pity that Brother Yang changes women as if he were changing his clothes. Otherwise I'd love to have a sensational love affair with him. Hey, you've been reading too many bully novels, haven't you? Even if you want to talk about sensational love, you should look for Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is not only by billion close to the people, it is said that he is also handsome as a star. Other people Yi Xiao's vision may be as high as where to go. How would he look at us mediocre fans? Or Brother Yang is good. At least people are not picky. The crowd was talking in a direction that was starting to get strange. When she heard someone praising her boyfriend, Gu Yunxiang's heart grew beautiful. Brother Yi Feng is indeed very handsome, and it is indeed very happy to be his woman. But Gu Yunxiang was still a little worried in her heart. This Yang Teng seemed to be a powerful character. Could Brother Yi Feng manage it? At this moment, Yi Feng hooked his finger towards Yang Teng, who was striding towards him, and said leisurely, "Yang Teng, you have finally come. Shit, how dare you call Brother Yang by his first name? We'll get you killed right away." The dog was worthy of having the potential to be a dog, pointing at Yi Feng and started barking and cursing. As soon as Yang Tang pushed the dog in front of him out of the way, he came closer and got a good look at Yi Feng's appearance, and was immediately shocked. Yi Xiao, how come it's you again? This word again perfectly portrayed Yang Tang's mood at this moment. According to reason, he ran his rivers and lakes. Yi Feng mixed his business world. Wind and horses and cows are not related. The last time he rushed Yi Feng, Yang Tang received a kick from him, and he endured it at that time because the Yi family could not afford to be offended. Moreover, Yang Tang was not willing to deal with the Yi family. He was neither willing to become a dog raised by the Yi family nor an enemy of the Yi family. However, seeing the scene around him, as well as the catmaster who was stepped on by Yi Feng, Yang Tang instantly made it clear what was going on. He immediately revealed a smile, said, Yi Xiao, this matter is a misunderstanding. Go back and I will teach this gang of assholes a lesson. But also please raise your feet. I will treat you to dinner some other day. Yang, how are you? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked, especially Dog and Master Cat, who were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. According to Yang's character, shouldn't he waste this kid right away? Yi Xiao? Could he be the young master of the Yi family? Yi Feng? It must be him. He can make brother Yang soft, and he's so handsome. Jinling can't find another young master like this. Okay? Wow. Yi Xiao is so handsome. I wish I could be his girlfriend. Hey, can you fucking stop being a nymphomaniac? His girlfriend is right next to him. The content that the nymphomaniacs focus on is always only the face value and what only appears in the Overlord's novels. Most people, for the most part, are more concerned with the progress of this event. Yi Feng and Yang Tang were both prominent figures in Jinling. The Yi family was strong in business and Yang Tang was strong in force. And the matter, originally, was just a small conflict, a small misunderstanding. Since Yang Tang had apologized, the matter would most likely be resolved in a big way. That's some of the routine maneuvering in high society now. But the eating public, inevitably, has some regrets. The beginning was exciting, the middle was a twist, and the ending fell flat. Young Yi, let the old cat go. I'll let him apologize to you. We're kind of not fighting. Yang Tang still said with a smile, after knowing that the other party is Yi Feng. The old cat and the dog's heart is half cold, wanting Yang to take revenge on Yi Feng. This is afraid that he is not awake from his sleep. The old cat's heart also screamed bad luck. Dog brother this dog days, mess with who is not good, have to go to mess with Yi Feng, but also caused himself to be humiliated together. Dog, on the other hand, lowered his head, and if it wasn't for Yang's presence, he was afraid that he would definitely run faster than a rabbit. He's a streetwalker, he can't mess with anyone. $100 million. Here's the note. Sign it. Yi Feng beckoned, asked for a pen and paper from Gu Yinxian's satchel, and wrote an indebtedness note for compensation of $100 million on the spot, handing it to Yang Tang. Yi Xiao, it's just a small fight. It's not that bad. Yang Tang's face instantly became gloomy. He thought that this Yi Feng was fooling around, but he didn't expect that he had to make himself pay out $100 million today, associated with the previous. He looked for Wang Xiaocheng of the Wang family to lose money, disguised as Zhou Wenbin of the Zhou family to lose money. Yang Tang was no longer surprised. That's good, that's very Yi Feng. Yi Xiao, on my side. I'm in the mindset that it's better to settle grievances than to tie them up, but you have to be aggressive. So fine, be my guest. The old cat messed with you. You can fight or kill me if you want. I'll never ask. Yang Tang spread his hands. What a joke. $100 million is a small amount? A lot of public companies, they don't make that kind of money in a year. Yang Tang, you're being funny. Isn't this one called What's His Name Cat and What's His Name Dog raced by you? They bit someone and you, as the owner, just say you don't care? Are you fucking kidding me? Yi Feng also frowned and said directly. Anyway, this money must be paid by you. You don't give me a single penny less. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Chapter 82. One move and a second golden tiger. I throw. Yi Xiao is blackmailing brother Yang. $100 million. That's a number I can't even imagine. It's definitely easier than robbing a bank. After the crowd exclaimed, they all looked towards Yang Tang. Yang Tang was also a person of honor in Jinling, and he was also a big shot in the Jianghu. He could let Yi Feng blackmail him? And hearing this, the old cat rekindled hope. Just now Yang originally intended to give up on himself, but as a result, this Yi Feng did not know how to die, and had to take Yang's tolerance as cowardice. He's going to be in for it later. Consequences? Yang Tang couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't figure out what made Yi Feng so arrogant. He is a Jianghu person. His Yi family is even richer and more bullpen. How can he resist himself? He said, Yi Xiao, I've given you all the decency I should give you. If you have to be ungrateful, let's touch it. If you're short of money, write me an IOU. I can lend you $100 million, but if you want to blackmail me, no way. Yang Tang stood with his hands behind his back, and the note that Yifeng handed over was as if it was air. Anyway, I've written you the note. It doesn't matter if you don't sign it. I'll make you pay for this. Saying that, Yifeng loosened his foot, then led Gu Yunxiang away. Only the bewildered crowd was left behind. Yi Xiao, what exactly does he mean? No one could read Yifeng's mind, including Yang Tang, the old man. If Yifeng's purpose was to ask for money, but with his ass, thinking about it, one would know that Yang Tang could not possibly offer this money. He wasn't the kind of person from the four great families who had to look at the Yi family's face. As for pulling conflicts, is this necessary? It's not like people Yang Tang didn't give him face. This Yi is too arrogant. Sooner or later he'll have to be screwed over one day. Master Cat stood up and cursed as he rubbed his chest. This Yifeng isn't simple. No wonder he was allowed to win the last racing competition. At this time, beside Yang Tang, a middle-aged man leisurely said, Uncle Yu, what do you think this Yifeng means? Yang Tang asked. He was able to rise in the Jianghu of Jinling in just a few years, leaping to become a big shot on par with Jinhu. In addition to means and force, there are brains. He didn't think Yifeng was a brakeman. I'm not sure. This young man was once appreciated by the master of Chinese painting, Yan Wenjing, so treat him with care and don't fall into his ways. The man who was called Uncle Yu looked towards the direction Yifeng had left. He was nicknamed Ghost Eyes because he was good at reading people, and he could tell at a glance whether they were human beings or ghosts. But this Yifeng, he couldn't see through it. He felt that this Yifeng was as immovable as a mountain and as difficult to measure as yin and yang. After sending Gu Yunxiang home, Yifeng realized that the incident between himself and Yang Tang tonight had already made a big fuss. Jin Hu and Wang Xiaocheng called separately to ask what happened. Yifeng respectively returned, come to my company to find me tomorrow. The following morning, Yip's clothing, Golden Tiger, what are you doing here? Coming to the office, Wang Xiaocheng saw Jin Hu inside and subconsciously asked offhand, Yi Xiao, Yi told me to come over. Jin Hu replied lightly. He and the Wang family had some disagreements before, but now because of Yi Feng's intervention, he realized that he and the Wang family, in fact, did not have any deep hatred. Although Wang Xiaocheng's character was a bit perverse, he was also open-minded and immediately laughed. It should be about yesterday and Yang Tang. Yi Xiao deserves to be Yi Xiao. Anyone who dares to blackmail for that, I have to call him brother. Wang Xiaocheng did admire. At least he didn't have the guts to blackmail Yang Tang and opened his mouth to 100 million. Let's wait for Yi to come first and see what she plans to do. Jin Hu shouted brother Yi a little awkwardly. After all, Yifeng is more than 10 years younger than his age, but he was now just as impressed as Wang Xiaocheng with Yifeng's behavior last night. Although Yang Tang didn't pay in the end, Yifeng was definitely the first person who dared to treat Yang Tang like this in Jinling. Jin Hu also wanted to see what tricks Yifeng was planning to play behind him. It's been a long time. At this time, Yifeng pushed the door in, followed by Xin Fangling. Yifeng sat down and said, Today, I invited the two of you to come over, mainly to discuss a major event. What's the big deal? Stepping on Yang Tang? Wang Xiaocheng and Jin Hu, in unison, asked. No, I, Yifeng, am a civilized person. I don't do things like stepping on people. It's mainly that guy Yang Tang, who owes me $100 million and doesn't pay it back. I have to find him to collect the debt. But Yang Tang, as you all know, is probably uncomfortable without a beating, Yifeng said with difficulty. Good lord, it's not just stepping on people anymore. Wang Xiaocheng swallowed his saliva. Yi Xiao deserves to be Yi Xiao. It is really a familiar formula. Wherever he goes, he thinks about other people as money. If he did this every day, he'd be the richest man in Jiangnan within a year. Brother Yi, that guy Yang Tang's strength is in between me and me. It's not easy to step on him, let alone ask for a debt. Jin Hu let out an awkward laugh. Although he also wanted to step on Yang Tang, he realized that Yifeng thought of Yang Tang too simply. If Yang Tang was really so easy to get along with, in the Jinling Jianghu, would he have been forced to be his equal? Elder brother Jin Hu, you don't trust me. Looking at Jin Hu, who was more than 10 years older than himself, Yifeng shook his head. Then he added, if we compare the number of people, how many people are there in our three families and how many are there in his Yang Tang? As for force, you can't do away with Yang Tang, old brother Jin Hu, but my side can. Fangirls, Yifeng looked over towards Xin Fangling. Fangling, don't watch idle dramas. It's all lies there. You quickly show your hand to old brother Jin Hu. Good. Xin Fangling put down her cell phone reluctantly. Compared to this, helping Yifeng was the most important thing. She said, Boss Golden Tiger, let's have a match. What? Jin Hu wondered. He knew that Sun Fangling had defeated Qiu Liang, but Qiu Liang was just a rookie chicken in front of himself. What's more, even if he won over Sun Fangling, he would still not win, right? Golden Tiger old brother, hurry up, don't delay my family Fangling from catching up with the drama, Yi Feng said. Okay, Jean, who was speechless, since Yi Feng had said so, it seemed that he could only bully the little girl today. Where to compare? Golden Tiger asked. Right here. Yi Feng felt that it was just a blink of an eye, so there was no need to specifically move the place. That's a dedication. Jinho stood up and sparred with Senfrance in the not-so-big, and with a coffee table in the way, office. As soon as he entered the battle, the Golden Tiger's aura was revealed. Worthy of being a big shot in Jinling, there really isn't anyone from our Wang family who can be compared to Brother Tiger. Wang Xiaocheng couldn't help but praise. On the contrary, Sun Fangling looked sparse, her eyes still glancing towards the cell phone screen from time to time. Obviously, it's the TV show that counts. Little girl, watch the move. Although Jean, who was upset, he wasn't so bad as to get into trouble with a little girl. He slammed his fist away, wanting to end the fight quickly so that Yi Feng would know that his idea was very unrealistic. He could take all sorts of ways to retaliate against Yang Tang, but it was fine and best not to go to war with Yang Tang. The water in the jungle is deep. Suddenly, for a split second, Sun Fangling actually grabbed Jean, whose smashed fist, and pulled it with force. Followed by another sweeping leg kick, Golden Tiger went straight to the ground. Boss Golden Tiger, you lost. After saying that, Sun Fangling flashed a smile before returning to the sofa and continuing to catch up on the drama. Chapter 83, Sweeping south of the city. Tiger actually lost. Wang Xiaocheng was the first to react, looking incredulously at the ground, looking like a dazed Jean who, on the contrary, Sun Fangling was already in a state of catching up at this point. He couldn't help but wonder if what he had just seen was a hallucination. In my life, I have not lost a single battle. A moment later, Golden Tiger got up from the ground as he stared at Sun Fangling in disbelief. After more than 10 years of wandering the world, it wasn't that he hadn't met opponents stronger than himself, but at least he had the power to fight. However, this time, it was surprisingly secured by a young girl of about 16 years old with a single move. He was really depressed in his heart that he, a big man of more than 1 meter 8, would lose to a little girl who was less than 1 meter 6. Elder brother Jean who, now do you believe that I can handle Yang Tang? Yi Feng smiled with his eyebrows. He wasn't surprised at all about this cut. Borrowing the system's ability, he could see that Golden Tiger's force value was 800. Instead, Senfontaine is shown as a combat unit in the original books. Senfrance is not the strongest, but it is still among the top. As far as she was concerned, there was no difference between one move to second Qiu Liang or one move to second Jean Hu. They're all rookies anyway. Believe it, Jean, whose heart was now convinced with a capital letter. Just now, he had planned to give Yi Feng some reasoning after defeating Sun Fangling. But now, the clown turns out to be himself. In that case, I'll tell you my plan, Yi Feng said with a straight face. If Yang Tang owes money and doesn't pay, then we'll directly sweep the bars, clubs, KYVs and hotels under him. Xiaohu, you take your men in a group. Wang Xiao, you take your Wang family in a group. I'll take center stage and sweep up all his venues. If you find Yang Tang, call me at the first time. I'll deal with him. Okay. Wang Xiaoji immediately agreed, and was even a bit enthusiastic. Tigers, hearing this address, Jean, who felt as if he was budding. What? Yi Feng looked at him curiously. No, I'm going to set someone up. Today I will kill this Yang. Jean, whose fighting spirit was high. He had wanted to make a move against Yang Tang, but it was not because his strength was between Bo and Zhong. Now with Yi Feng's intervention, the scales of this battle had completely tipped to their side. Suddenly, Jean, who fiercely remembered how polite Yi Feng had been to him the last time he saw him. In fact, he originally didn't need to be so polite. He could have just let Sun Fangling beat himself into submission and then give out the address of the Dark Horse Clubhouse. But Yi Feng didn't do that. He chose to convince people with virtue. Thinking of this, Jean, who sincerely sighed at Yi Feng. It's not a bad call for a big brother. Xiaohu, what are you doing standing around gawking? People have set off with young Wang. Why are you still frozen? Yi Feng hurriedly urged. What's this guy thinking? He's losing heart because he can't beat Senfontaine? As for that, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the major nightclubs in Jinling had already begun to make preparations for the night's business. The ones who should be soliciting customers and the ones who should be putting on makeup. Jean Hu and Wang Xiaocheng gathered their men and began to head towards the south of the city. In order to have a quick battle, Yi Feng had Lu Wenbao and the others, who were loyal to the Yi family, cooperate with Jean and Wang in their actions. In an instant, the southern area of the city, but all the nightclubs and hotels that were connected to Yang Tang, were all boisterous. Who are you people? This is a venue owned by Brother Yang. How dare you act recklessly? You can't look at the company's surveillance. Stop it all. No good. They're heading for the finance office. Tell the accountant to stop doing the math and run away. Quickly go and report to Brother Yang. Someone is causing trouble. It's too late. I'll go ahead and transfer security over to take care of them. Fuck off. Tiger is on business. Everyone be honest. I am Wang Xiaocheng, the eldest young man of the Wang family. Who dares to go against me? Go get these lost F-girls. All of them. Forget about whether they're dressed or not. Let's just get the men arrested and under control. Jin Hu and Wang Xiaocheng swept the field very smoothly. Even though there was resistance on Yang Tang's side, it was not worth mentioning. Soon, most of Yang Tang's company's surveillance videos, financial books, and the lost F-girls who sold meat, all fell into Yi Feng's hands. At this time, Yang Tang was in the villa and his phone was about to be busted by the other shareholders. Mr. Han, it's just some street skaters causing trouble. I'll take care of it. What? Golden Tiger? Don't worry, Mr. Han. I'll call him and ask him if he wants to die or live. Hey, Mr. Zhang, it's all a small matter. Why should I bother to call you personally? What? The young master of the Wang family, Wang Xiaocheng, is also involved? Fine. I'll absolutely give you a satisfactory answer. Hey, Mr. Yuan. In more than half an hour, Yang Tang had received more than 70 calls, all of which were shareholders of his nightclubs and hotels. Yang Tang had exerted a lot of effort and pretended to be a grandchild, which made them stop pursuing for the time being. Marred. This Yi Feng is deliberately messing with me, isn't he? In a fit of rage, Yang Tang directly slammed his cell phone to pieces and screamed, "Mountain cannon, call someone for me. I want to kill this Yi Feng." The mastermind of this matter, without having to think about it, was Yi Feng. His sudden departure last night after laying down harsh words was strange in itself. Only Yang Tang also did not expect that he had united with Jin Hu and Wang Xiaocheng to mess with himself. Since I dared to single-handedly come from Gusa to Jiling to break into the world in the first place, I haven't been afraid of anyone yet. Shameless thing, do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you just because you're the Yi family's youngest? Yang Tang was trembling with anger, and his nostrils were filled with flames of rage. He could tolerate Yi Feng kicking himself and losing face in public, but he absolutely could not tolerate Yi Feng to come and sweep his own field, which was the root of Yang Tang's settlement in Jiling, and that's what he's been working on for the past few years, what he cares about the most. Brother Yang, I've already called the leaders of my men, they'll be here soon for support. Mountain Cannon wanted to say something, even if he was Yang Tang's number one beloved, he did not dare to say much at this moment. It's just that on Yi Feng's side, there are too many people, we can't handle it, can we? Yang Tang sneered. His anger did not make him lose his mind. Go find me 10 capable fighters and tell them to follow me. Yang Tang's target was Yi Feng. Since this great young master didn't know how to behave, there was no need for him to be polite. It's a tackling strategy, and he's got it. Brother Yang, why don't you discuss this with Uncle Yu? Going to war with the Yi family? This matter is too big. If we can negotiate a settlement, it's best if we don't use force. Mountain Cannon suggests. Negotiation? Yang Tang sneered. Look at that Yi Feng. Does he look like he is negotiating with me? He has been treating my tolerance as cowardice. If you put up with it this time, there will definitely be a next time. Haven't you ever heard the saying, if you throw one punch, you'll avoid 100? Brother Tiger, it's bad. I just received news that Yang Tang secretly brought people and ran towards Yishao. How does Yang Tang know where Brother Yi is? Jin Hu got worried. He felt that this matter was not simple. There must be a mole on his side. Immediately, he went to a phone call to Yi Feng. Young Yi, Yang Tang is heading towards your side. Why don't you hide for a while? We'll return to help immediately. At this moment, he was the only one beside Yi Feng, and Sin Fangling was sent to Golden Tiger's side to defend against Yang Tang. Jin Hu was worried about Yi Feng's safety. Chapter 84. What is the Jianghu? It's fine. There's no need to hide. I intentionally revealed the address where I was, to Yang Tang. Otherwise, how am I going to lure the snake out of its hole so I can capture Wang Su? Yi Feng smiled faintly. He was now in Financial Street, inside the office of Golden Tiger Bar. In the computer on the desk was all the information of Yang Tang's nightclubs, including surveillance videos, financial ledgers, and information on the ladies. These, all of them, were Yang Tang's lifeblood. Jin, who still wanted to say something, after all, Yang Tang's force was really not weak. He was afraid that Yi Feng could not resist. You guys continue sweeping the field. There are quite a few experts under Yang Tang. Let Fong Ling continue to help you guys. No need to transfer back. Before 5 o'clock, I need you guys to completely control Yang Tang's properties, all the nightclubs and hotels. Yi Feng commanded. Good. Golden Tiger responded and went to execute it. Worthy of being Yi Xiao on this boldness and courage, not only far beyond his age, even my father's generation, there are few people who are difficult to reach. In the future, if anyone dares to say that Yi Xiao is a loser, I, Chui Run, will be the first one to go and fight him with a bayonet. Off to the side on the couch, a seated Choi Yanzan said. He really admired Yi Feng, saying that he would sweep Yang Tang's field, such a big thing, without any ambiguity. And he also dared to put himself in danger to lure Yang Tang out. Chui Rengang had also talked to Yi Feng and knew that Yi Feng's purpose was not to take revenge on Yang Tang or to ask for $100 million. His purpose was to eat Yang Tang's Jianghu power, and that it was necessary to take down Yang Tang and not let him escape, lest the spring breeze blow again. Chui Ren added, Yi Xiao, with all due respect, ambition has to be matched with strength. I know Yang Tang's force well. You don't have many people here. What do you rely on to take him down? Let's make a bet. I will capture Yang Tang. Yi Feng laughed softly. No bet. Chui Ren instinctively refused. He remembered the last time he raced a car. He lost the money to Yi Feng. More or less still a little heartache. I'll go ahead and not bet more than a couple million. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Yi Xiao, please let me go. I've taken all my money and invested it. There's endless money to be made when we get our shopping street in Guizhou up and running. Why do you need to covet me for this small amount of money? Chui Ren was speechless. This Yi Feng was worthy of being a born businessman. He was really a little money pit master. Stampo, you're such a wimp. And the young master of the Gusa family. A few $1 million in the soup. Yi Feng is a pretty boy sigh. It's still not Yi Xiaoyu bullpen. What's wrong with being a goon? Chui Ren said. What he actually admired most about Yi Feng was that in such a short period of time, he had managed to secure an investment of $2 billion. Apart from the $1 billion on Yi Feng and the Yi family's account, the remaining $1 billion could be contributed by the four great families. At the moment, it's only Zhou's money that hasn't arrived, but it's a nail in the coffin. This was the four great families that had previously had no dealings with the Yi family and had divided the land. He, Yi Feng, actually took care of the four great families. He, Yi Feng, could simply unify the Jinling business community. Yi Xiao. Something big has happened. At this time, one of Golden Tiger's men reported. Yang Tang broke in. Our brothers can't stop him. No need to block. Let him in. Yi Feng crossed his legs and said leisurely. Soon, Yang Tang brought his men, 10 hand-picked experts, into the office. Yi Feng, let's talk. Otherwise, if you move, I'm afraid your face won't look good. Yang Tang frowned and directly opened the door. Yang Tang, long time no see. The reason Yi Xiao is here is that he's ready to talk to you. Chui Ren said with a smile. He knew Yang Tang and was the type that had known him for more than a decade. Chui Xiao, why are you here? Yang Tang was shocked. While he was surprised that Yi Feng was not defending himself, he was even more surprised that Chui Ren was actually here and was also hooking up with Yi Feng. All this time, I've been in Jinling. Chui Ren smiled and added. By the way, Yi Xiao is now my partner. So take it easy, Yang Xiao. He. I said how Yi Feng dared to be so wild. So it's because he hitched a ride with the Chui family and wanted to rely on them to check me? But sorry, Chui Ren is not the heir of the Chui family, and I don't need to sell him face. Yang Tang snorted coldly and took large steps towards Yi Feng. Since this Yi Feng dared to let himself in so blatantly, then he would do what he wanted. A rich kid, worthy of fighting with himself? Yang Tang, didn't you say you wanted to talk? Then sit down and let's talk. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Ha, so tell me, what do you want to talk about? Yang Tang sneered coldly. His footsteps did not stop. First, in a little while, all the industries under your banner will be under our control, and I want you to transfer them all to us. Secondly, you came all the way from Gusu to Jiling to make your mark in the Jianghu, relying on your own strength, as well as the support of your Yu family. But you're already making a lot of money, and I want you to get the hell out of Golden. Yi Feng said. Are you kidding me? Yang Tang was laughing out loud when he heard it. No wonder Yi Feng, last night, opened his mouth and asked himself to pay out $100 million. Turns out what he's really after is his own career. But who is he to do that? Young Master Yi, don't blame me for not reminding you. Right now you and I are only a dozen steps away. I'm going to get you killed as if I were pinching an ant. I advise you to reorganize your language, or none of the Yi family can protect you. Yang Tang said sinisterly. He didn't really want to kill Yi Feng. He just wanted to let him know that it was difficult to retreat, and it would be better to hide away when he saw himself in the future. Jianghu things, Jianghu people to do, his Yi family mixed business, it is best to interfere less. Yang Tang, don't think that you can be so unbridled just because you have the Yu family backing you up. You're just an outsider of the Yu family. Chui Ren spoke out. He knew that Yang Tang's force was strong, so he wanted to help Yifeng out. After all, he was always his partner, no matter what. Although the Yu family was quite prestigious in Gusu and their overall strength was stronger than the Chui family, he, Yang Tang, was after all an outsider. To put it bluntly, he wasn't considered a member of the Yu family at all. Chui Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. I just want Yifeng, the young master, to reorganize his language. I've been very polite. Yang Tang was getting closer and closer to Yifeng, and his body was shaking with excitement. He knew that if he took a shot at Yifeng, there would be trouble behind him. But if you are afraid of this and that, how can you stand in the Jianghu? Besides, that kick from last time was something he wanted to retaliate back in his heart. You, Chui Ren frowned, not expecting Yang Tang to actually dare to touch Yifeng. This is a matter on which no one with a brain would resort to force. However, Yifeng was clear that Yang Tang was a Jianghu man, and when negotiation could not solve things, he had to use force. But, what is a jungle? By force? Or is the human condition the jungle? System prompt. Yang Tang's force is as high as 800. Even if the host has fighting mastery, it will be difficult to win. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in his head. However, Yifeng remained unperturbed and behaved as usual.